Chapter 1. My brother is the chosen one. In a fit of despair, Qin Feng cursed the heavens, questioning whether such cruel fates truly existed. Just days prior, he had been diligently working to ensure his boss could marry a young mistress the following year. Little did he know, he would inexplicably find himself reborn as a baby still nestled within the womb, grotesquely developing in a realm far removed from his original world, a fantastical land known as the ancient wilderness. This world, where demons and humans coexisted, boasted immortals who could carve mountains and redirect rivers, summon storms, and command the skies with a mere word. It was a land where the extraordinary thrived, and he, an inconspicuous individual, would hardly survive a mere 3 episodes in such a fantastical setting. Yet, fortune had dealt him a surprising hand. His father was none other than the head of the Qin family. Renowned for its exceptional talents and formidable prowess, the Qin family was celebrated as the foremost clan of the ancient wilderness. With such a powerful lineage, he could traverse this land with impunity, for there was little that could not be resolved with a simple call to his father. If that failed, he could always invoke his mother. His mother, too, was not to be underestimated. She was the saintess of the revered Tai by Immortal Mountain, one of the 3 great sacred lands. Should cries for his parents prove ineffective, 10 esteemed ancestors of the family stood ready to protect him. As long as he avoided provoking the abnormal protagonist endowed with a narrative halo, he could indulge in life as he wished. A protagonist? It seemed like he had read too many novels. Qin Feng began to ponder whether he was overthinking this after all. How could such absurdities exist in reality? Generations of effort overshadowed by a mere twist of fate for a young upstart was nothing short of laughable. But in an instant his amusement faded. That day, his yet-to-be-seen mother consumed a bowl of expertly crafted celestial elixir designed by the Qin family. This elixir held remarkable power, capable of enhancing the potential of the unborn child. The more one consumed, the greater the potential. To ensure that the Qin family's offspring emerged victorious from the very start, they had even resorted to secret methods to delay his birth by a century, and now, after 97 years, only 3 remained. Yet, before Qin Feng could absorb its essence, the elixir transformed into an energy that was siphoned away by an unknown entity, which greedily consumed the energy within him, leaving him utterly drained, more exhausted than he had ever been during a 20-day retreat with his girlfriend in his past life. It dawned on him that he was not alone. A terrifying little creature was beside him. If this continued, he would not last a few days. What kind of monster is this? Panic surged within Qin Feng as he sought to distance himself from the terrifying creature. Yet, in the vastness surrounding him, escape was impossible, and he could only helplessly witness his vitality being drained. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Epic level, chosen, 1 detected system activation commencing. This monster is the protagonist. Qin Feng was struck dumb, his heart racing with inexplicable fear. It was common knowledge that the family of a protagonist occupied a perilous role. They either fell victim to fate or obstructed the protagonist's growth, often meeting a tragic end. Even if one managed to survive, they would be mercilessly ground into the dust of destiny, struggling to regain their former glory. If to validate his fears, he glimpsed his younger brother's protagonist halo attributes. Epic level protagonist halo, a rare and extraordinary attribute exclusive to protagonists, devoid of any logical explanation, though not inquired, as merely the narrative design. Luck value bonus, 99.99 comprehension value bonus, 99.99 potential value bonus, 99.99 charm value bonus, 99.99 family reincarnation rate. 50 note, in the event of life and death crises, the halo will activate additional bonuses. Additional bonus effects. Luck value additional bonus, 99.99. Comprehension value additional bonus, 99.99 potential value additional bonus, 99.99 charm value additional bonus, 99.99 family reincarnation rate. 99.999. Is there no justice? No law? Qin Feng could not suppress his exclamations, his mind racing in disbelief. He was the one who had transcended realms. How had his younger brother become the protagonist? What did that make him? A villain? Ding! Host detected as the destined great villain. The universe's super invincible villain system has been successfully activated. The air fell into a profound silence. A certain handsome lad felt a wave of existential dread wash over him. Having a twin brother as the protagonist was perilous enough. Now he was to be cast as the destined great villain. Was this not akin to searching for excrement with a lantern in a latrine? He could not help but ponder his future course of action. He would not be greedy, nor lustful. He would not take disciples or establish a sect. He could hide without making a name for himself, avoiding both the incompetent and the genius, steering clear of beautiful maidens in distress, and circumventing the likes of Yulin, Qin Shao, Chu Qin, Wang Su, and Zhou. Most importantly, he must never indulge in a sinister laugh. Ding. Friendly reminder. Based on the analysis of the host character, you are avaricious, lustful, boastful, and ostentatiously flamboyant, truly embodying the essence of masculinity, and absolutely unwilling to settle for obscurity as a humble recluse. Qin Feng could no longer contain himself and burst forth with expletives. What the hell are you talking about? Do you have no conscience? I've always been full of compassion. When I see the girl next door bathing, I kindly open the window for her to get some fresh air. When the neighbor, old Wang, is away, I take it upon myself to care for his wife. When I encounter a homeless girl, I offer her a warm home. My friends often say I have the qualities of statesman, yet all I desire is to be a good neighbor, quietly assisting those around me with their plumbing issues. But before he could finish enumerating his virtues, the system chimed in once more. Ding. The new villain starter pack has been successfully distributed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the divine level halo, the Emperor's endowment. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine level cultivation method, the 33 heavens transformation technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the mythical level epic item, the full level red-haired old monster experience voucher, the Emperor's endowment. A mythical halo that grants a tenfold increase in all attributes upon use. Note. The effect will be adjusted based on the enhancement of original attributes. The 33 heavens transformation technique. A mythical cultivation method born from the cosmic explosion, possessing the power to reshape destiny. The full-level red-haired old monster experience voucher. A mythical-level epic item that allows one to experience the unparalleled joy of a full-level red-haired old monster, suppressing all who dare to claim invincibility. Note. Effect lasts for 24 hours, cooldown period of 10 years. Staring blankly at the attributes of the items, Qin Feng felt a strange sense of ease at the prospect of being a villain. If you are my brother, come at me, no? He had been raised with Confucian principles. Growing up as a proper gentleman through the teachings of the Analects, how could he willingly descend into villainy? Absorb, absorb. Absorb must you only know how to absorb. Qin Feng noticed his younger brother still siphoning his energy and responded with a fierce kick to his face. Confucius said, "A gentleman does not strike unless it is a decisive blow." Note. A gentleman must act with force to establish authority. Chapter 2. My son is gifted with the qualities of an emperor with a decisive step down. My second brother not only failed to behave, but retaliated with a punch. How outrageous! This sibling is not one to be trifled with. Qin Feng's anger surged to its peak, and he activated the emperor's aura. Ding dong, the emperor's aura commenced, bestowing a tenfold enhancement to all attributes. Qin Feng could distinctly feel the transformation within his body as strength surged through his limbs. With a thunderous impact, he stepped forward once more, a kick that was incomparable to the previous one. The second brother, sensing the formidable nature of this strike and realizing that Qin Feng was not to be underestimated, immediately adopted a more compliant demeanor, refraining from absorbing the energy within him. What a so-called chosen one, a coward who fears the strong. Qin Feng felt an overwhelming disdain, unable to resist delivering another kick to his second brother. Ding dong. Detection confirmed that the host has kicked the chosen one, earning 10 points of villainy. 10 points of villainy. Drawing upon years of experience reading novels, Qin Feng attempted to summon the system shop in his mind. In the next instant, a system shop materialized in his consciousness, filled with treasures that shimmered like dazzling gold, almost blinding to the eye. The tortoise aura, divine grade. A mere twist of the lips can unleash a commanding presence that compels men to brave the depths of danger and women to adhere devotedly, permitting multiple marriages. It can drive spirit beasts to madness, swearing eternal allegiance. Even artifact spirits would irrationally acknowledge it as their master, priced at 999 villain points. Heart of Darkness, divine grade, capable of amplifying combat power infinitely based on anger levels, priced at 999 villain points. Heavenly Sacrifice, divine grade. A passive divine skill that ignites upon the death of a loved one, granting supreme power to annihilate foes indiscriminately, regardless of level, priced at 999 villain points. All these items appeared remarkably powerful, yet the prices were staggering. Qin Feng could not claim indifference, yet the multitude of ellipses was undeniably telling. As a gentleman well-versed in Confucian philosophy, one must learn to overcome challenges. Confucius once said, "Reviewing the old and learning the new, one can be a teacher." Ahem. Sensing his second brother's restlessness once more, Qin Feng lifted his small foot and delivered a kick to his brother's face. Ding dong. Detection confirmed that the host has kicked the chosen one, earning another 10 points of villainy. As Qin Feng was still in the womb, developing in a rather peculiar manner, he soon found himself fatigued, prompting him to summon the system to prepare for the 33 days of creation technique. Ding dong. The 33 days of creation technique commenced. Boom. In an instant, a torrent of immense knowledge surged into Qin Feng's mind, revealing the meridians within his body. As if the secrets of the technique's operation were inscribed in his consciousness. Impossible to forget. How formidable is this technique? At this moment, Qin Feng was unaware of the cultivation system of the primordial world. Thus, he could not discern the merits of the technique. Following the methods in his mind, he began his cultivation. Boom! Qin Feng entered a state of meditation, his mind enveloped in tranquility. The surrounding energy was drawn into his body like a tempest, causing his second brother to cower in the corner of the womb, trembling in fear. The little rascal finally quieted down. The matriarch of the Qin family, the former saintess of the Tai Bai Immortal Mountain, Yunxie, gazed lovingly at her rounded belly. The little one had been quite mischievous, making her quite exhausted. Suddenly, she felt something amiss. The little one was absorbing spiritual energy in a remarkably orderly fashion, as if practicing some technique. Accompagning technique. The 4 characters flashed in her mind, and the joy on her face was unmistakable. In the primordial techniques, there are 6 tiers, ranked from lowest to highest as yellow, profound, earth, heaven, saint, and divine. The first 4 levels are crafted by martial arts masters, allowing practitioners to reach perfection. However, the saint and divine levels require comprehension of the laws of the universe to be created. Only the originators can cultivate them to perfection, and others can only approach it closely, meaning they cannot unleash full damage. One can only see the world from the shoulders of giants. To grow stronger, one must create their own techniques to achieve perfection. An unborn child exists in a state of innate awareness, believed to sense the existence of the laws of nature. Yet, at this moment, the baby remains in an unconscious state, not actively cultivating. To possess an accompanying technique is a rare occurrence. However, once the baby begins to cultivate, they will start with at least a saint-level technique, boasting a perfect compatibility inherently ahead of the game, a true prodigy. This is precisely why the Qin family spared no expense to delay Qin Feng's birth by 100 years. To ensure the child has a head start and increase the success rate, betting on this rare opportunity. Oh, my child, you truly bring me pride. Yunxie was overjoyed, knowing that her position within the Qin family was unassailable. Even the ancestors would treat her with utmost respect. Her child was creating a technique beyond the heaven level. A treasure for the family, essential for the continuation of their legacy. Soon, several elders of the Qin family received the news and ceased their meditative practices to offer their support. Xie, you are the great benefactor of our Qin family. Do not bear any psychological burdens. Ask for anything you desire, and we shall fulfill it without hesitation. Are you comfortable? If not, I will immediately command a 1-to-1 replica of the Tai Bai Immortal Mountain to make you feel at home. Why only 1 bowl of immortal liquid per day? Let the neighboring Wang family think we cannot afford more. Another bowl 1 hour per bowl. As the elders chattered endlessly, a cold snort suddenly resounded in their ears. Get back to your cultivation. If you frighten the little one, I will hang you from the crooked tree at the Qin family entrance. The elders scattered like frightened birds, resembling unruly children confronted by their teacher. Despite their ages, the youngest among them was several thousand years old. Yet this person was the second elder of the Qin family, and before him, they felt like mere children. If they were truly hung from the crooked tree, how could they face the world again? Greetings, elder. Yunxie hurriedly prepared to kneel in respect, only to find that even the second elder had been stirred. However, before she could bow, a gentle force stopped her. You are with child, so let us forego these formalities. Focus on nurturing. The technique your child comprehended from the laws is extraordinary, filled with boundless potential. I foresee he possesses the qualities of an emperor. The second elder did not appear, but left behind his imposing voice. Simultaneously, the entire Qin family began to mobilize, summoning numerous elite disciples and experts to form layers of protection around Yunxie, ensuring that even a passing mosquito would be thoroughly inspected for gender. My son possesses the qualities of an emperor. Next to Yunxie stood a robust man who kept grinning foolishly. He was Qin Tian, the current head of the Qin family and Qin Feng's adoptive father. What a sight! Yunxie shot him a charming glance, nearly causing Qin Tian to lose his composure, wishing to teach his son the meaning of discipline. However, considering the child's importance to the family, he had to restrain his paternal instincts, hoping the little one would understand his father's predicament and emerge quickly. Yet, Qin Feng showed no sign of leaving, continuing his routine of eating, sleeping, and kicking his brother. Chapter 3. An internal betrayer. Trade prohibited, my lady. Push hard. 3 years sped by, and the day of Qin Feng's birth finally arrived. The entire Qin family buzzed with activity, all elite disciples standing ready, as the matter of adding another prodigy to the family was of utmost importance. Any suspicious individuals would be dealt with swiftly. Why is it taking so long? Qin Tian anxiously paced outside the door, his heart aching as he listened to his wife's heart-wrenching cries from within. Do not be nervous, everything will be fine. The elders of the Qin family, seasoned in such matters, calmly sat in the courtyard sipping tea, though their glances occasionally strayed towards the door, betraying their facade of tranquility. While the accompanying cultivation techniques were rare, the Qin family, being the foremost lineage of the ancient world, could certainly procure a few. Their genuine concern lay with Qin Feng, a being capable of comprehending these techniques even in the womb, who upon birth had already reached a state of consummate mastery, was destined to grow into an invincible force at the same level. Akin to nuclear deterrence, no clan would ever belittle such a prodigy. In a world that revered strength, the prosperity of their clan could only be ensured with such talents, and they held great hopes for this unborn child. At that moment, Qin Feng discovered that his younger brother harbored ambitions to usurp him, which incensed him to the point of kicking him aside. Ever since he had awakened the aura of an emperor and began cultivating the 33 Heavens creation technique, he had relentlessly dominated his brother, successfully establishing his authority as the elder sibling. Now, the little one would retreat to a corner, trembling at the slightest movement from him, and he would consume the celestial essence first, leaving his brother to feast on the scraps. Furthermore, after 3 years of unceasingly besting his brother, he had amassed over 33,000 villain points, eagerly awaiting the moment to spend them. As the 3-year mark approached, he felt the call of destiny urging him to emerge. Meanwhile, Yinxia struggled on the bed, clutching the sheets tightly, driven nearly mad by the torment of this little being. With a final anguished scream, she reached her limit, and Qin Feng was born, heralding his arrival into the ancient world with a resounding wail. Wah, wah, wah. I have arrived. My son, Qin Feng, has come into the world. Outside, Qin Tian was overwhelmed with excitement. Releasing a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. It seemed as though fate had decreed this moment, for after discussions among the Qin family, they decided to name the child Qin Feng. Ding dong. The system detected the birth of a destined great villain and arranged a celestial phenomenon. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning. The previously clear skies darkened, and a strange blood moon appeared. An omen from the heavens. A prodigy has emerged. Indeed, my son Qin Feng possesses the potential of an emperor. Qin Tian laughed joyously, as if to proclaim this news to the world. The surrounding disciples of the Qin family approached, congratulating their patriarch on the birth of a remarkable son. However, the elders of the Qin family, who were supposed to be rejoicing, gazed gravely at the ominous blood moon. A blood moon heralds calamity. The appearance of such a moon signals the decline of a nation, despair, and chaos. If the moon changes color, disasters will follow. Blue signifies famine and worry. Red signifies conflict and war. Yellow signifies joy from gain. White signifies drought and loss. And black signifies illness and death. This foretells a weakening of righteousness in the world, a surge of evil, and the rise of resentment and hostility. The winds and clouds will shift, and the mountains will cry out in sorrow. This child may very well bring calamity to the ancient world. The elders exchanged solemn glances, knowing they could not forsake their own prodigy. Since calamity was unavoidable, the Qin family resolved to confront it head-on. Other forces in the ancient world, too, looked towards the blood moon with concern, hastily dispatching scouts to discover which family had given birth to such a prodigy, while simultaneously plotting for the impending catastrophe, causing the seemingly tranquil ancient world to stir with unrest. At this moment, Qin Feng had been cleaned up and brought before Qin Tian. This is my adoptive father, oh. One ugly sight. Upon seeing his rough, burly father, Qin Feng's dreams of a handsome lineage were shattered. He couldn't help but wonder if his mother had birthed him out of spite. Yet, upon gazing at his pale-faced mother on the bed, his disappointment was somewhat alleviated. With brows like emerald feathers, skin as white as snow, a waist as slender as silk and teeth like pearls. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful ancient maiden he had ever seen. It seemed his own looks would not fall short, and he would not struggle to make a living based on his appearance. Good. My son Qin Feng indeed possesses the potential of an emperor. After examining his son's innate qualities, Qin Tian couldn't help but grin widely. His son's potential was astonishing, far surpassing that of any newborn. Having unconsciously cultivated in the womb, he was born with a cultivation level equivalent to the sixth realm of qi and blood, making it impossible for even talented peers of 8 or 9 years to compare. Just then, the midwife suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, Madam has another one in her belly. It's twins. Twins." The members of the Qin family immediately became agitated. They had believed there was only one child, so the revelation of twins was unexpected. Reflecting on the first child's terrifying potential, perceiving techniques above the heavenly level and conjuring celestial phenomena, it was reasonable to assume that the second child would also possess remarkable gifts. However, as the midwife checked, she shook her head, indicating that the second child was not yet ready to emerge. This child is not merely demonstrating a desire for individuality. He is determined to reclaim the nutrients he lost. He has staked his claim to this shared womb. The reluctance to come out raised Qin Tian's ire, and he grasped the midwife by her collar, insisting she deliver the second child immediately. The midwife felt greatly conflicted. She had already assessed the situation and knew the second child was still too small and malnourished. Should she force the birth, it would most certainly result in a premature infant with congenital deficiencies, requiring at least 3 more years to develop properly. 3 years? 3 more years? Qin Tian was beside himself with frustration, unable to fathom the additional waiting. Despite his reluctance, he had to consider the greater good and could only resort to employing secret techniques to delay the birth of the second child by 3 years. This fantastical scenario left Qin Feng dumbfounded as he began to shout in his mind, "There's a traitor among us. Quickly, return me to the womb. I still want to beat on my younger brother." Chapter 4. Aspiring to be the fastest man, good son. Call me father, father. Qin Tian teased the swaddled Qin Feng, reveling in the joys of fatherhood. Yet, Qin Feng showed no deference to this adoptive father. Whenever he was coaxed to call out, he would merely respond innocently, causing his father's expression to darken while his mother laughed heartily. Nevertheless, his father remained undeterred, insisting on repeating the call dozens of times a day. What a childish man. Qin Feng, uninterested in indulging this foolish father, activated the system to access the system shop. Ever since his birth, he had noticed a decline in his cultivation speed. According to the system, the rapid growth he experienced in the womb was due not only to the elixir, but also to his mother's expertise assisting him. Now that he had emerged, he was left to rely solely on himself. However, with only over 30,000 villain points, he found it challenging to acquire methods for rapid enhancement. The system suddenly interjected. It is recommended that the host purchase the Enlightenment Aura, which will significantly enhance your comprehension. Mastering the first layer of the 33 Heavens creation technique will yield tremendous results with half the effort. Enlightenment Aura increases the host's comprehension 100-fold. Exchange price, 30,000 villain points. Effect lasts for 1 month. 100-fold comprehension? Even a pig with such an increase would become a genius, let alone someone like him. Marinated in elixir for a century. After some contemplation, Qin Feng nodded in agreement to the exchange. He was more eager to swiftly grasp the 33 Heavens creation technique than to enhance his cultivation level. According to the knowledge stored in his mind, mastering the complete 33 Heavens creation technique would grant him the status of an immortal being. Even when faced with death, one can still resurrect through their own blood, a quintessential skill for a villain who murders and covets another's wife. How absurd! He is a gentleman of Confucian virtue, a scholar who reveres the intellects. How could he possibly descend into the depths of villainy? Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for spending 30,000 villain points to successfully exchange for a month of Enlightenment Aura. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed in Qin Feng's mind, leaving him in a state of ethereal disconnection, as if his soul had momentarily left his body. Many of the obscure aspects of cultivation that had previously eluded him now became crystal clear. As spring gave way to autumn, 3 years swiftly passed. Qin Feng, now 3 years old, had blossomed into a charming little figure. With his innocuous demeanor and the social acumen acquired from his previous life, he greeted everyone with a smile, seamlessly navigating his way through the Qin family. Whether it was an unmarried young lady or a married woman, each would eagerly scoop him up and plant a kiss on his cheek. As a gentleman of Confucian decorum, he naturally understood the principle of reciprocity. Thus, after each kiss from the ladies, he would return the gesture, much to the system's chagrin, which unjustly accused him of being a lecher, deducting villain points from him. Was he truly that kind of person? Even if he harbored such intentions, he lacked the means to act on them. Moreover, he had a chosen brother, the second son, whose brilliance eclipsed all distractions. Since the second son had taken over the twin room, he had soared to new heights, successfully grasping the laws of heaven and earth and devising his own unique cultivation technique beyond the celestial rank. Occasionally, ethereal dragons and phoenixes would circle overhead, emitting their melodious cries, a spectacle far grander than his own birth. This delighted the entire Qin family, who had not anticipated two prodigies emerging from one womb. Even the long-secluded ancestral figure was stirred to personally name him Qin Hao, a man who dared to challenge the heavens before his birth. Faced with such an unreasonable brother, Qin Feng dared not relax for a moment during these 3 years, utilizing every fleeting second to enhance his cultivation. Perhaps to outsiders, he appeared as a peerless genius on par with his brother, yet those within the family understood the truth. He had not comprehended the accompanying techniques while still in the womb. He had merely grasped the external path. This meant that he had not achieved the consummate state of the 33 heavens creation technique, leaving him at a significant disadvantage compared to his brother. He was determined not to meet a tragic end, so he devoted every effort to advancing his own cultivation. Now, he had grasped the first level of the 33 heavens creation technique, and his cultivation had broken through to the 9th level of qi in blood, just one step away from entering the opening yuan realm, where he could finally establish a dantian to store his spiritual power. A 3-year-old in the opening yuan realm would shatter ancient records. The moment to break through was at hand. Let be done. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, channeling all his spiritual energy to strike at his dantian. A deafening crash echoed within him as a dim starry expanse materialized in his dantian. Spiritual energy surged in like a tidal wave, illuminating the starry void and infusing it with a boundless creative force. He had successfully broken through to the first level of the opening yuan realm. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling his strength multiply exponentially. Since comprehending the first level of the 33 heavens creation technique, his recovery ability had surpassed that of his peers, advancing him further away from the brink of mortality. As time passed, he surmised that his brother must be on the verge of birth. He gazed at the moon, whispering to himself, feeling an ever-growing longing for his brother after 3 years apart. Since the second son had claimed the twin room, his source of villain points had dwindled. Although the system's villain laws suggested that he could accrue points by bullying others, the gains were pitifully meager compared to the bounty from his brother, the chosen one. Foolish little brother, do you know how your elder brother has spent these past 3 years? Qin Feng lamented, observing his accumulated 300 villain points, hard-earned and untouched for fear of triggering his brother's halo of doom. But with his brother soon to be born, it was time for him to bolster his own strength. He eagerly accessed the system's marketplace, his sights set on a divine movement technique named Shadow Mirage. However, with his limited points, he could only afford the first volume. Why not choose to cultivate the family's techniques instead? With the system activated, why waste time learning when he could directly exchange for it? Wasn't that far more appealing? Shadow Mirage, Volume 1. Upon completion, one would move as lightly as a swallow, leaving no trace upon the snow. Exchange price, 4,000 villain points. To contend with a brother as unreasonable as the second son, he must aspire to be the fastest man of ancient times. At the slightest hint of danger, he would flee without hesitation. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for spending 4,000 villain points to successfully exchange for Volume 1 of Shadow Mirage. Instantly, a figure materialized before Qin Feng, employing exquisite footwork to glide swiftly, a dazzling display that rendered him nearly untouchable. He had taken another step toward becoming the swiftest man of ancient times. Chapter 5. What malicious intent could a child possibly harbor? The following day, news of Qin Feng's breakthrough to the opening yuan realm reverberated throughout the Qin family like thunder. A 3-year-old in the opening yuan realm. Truly unprecedented. Excellent, excellent. My son Qin Feng indeed possesses the potential of an emperor. Qin Tian's exuberant laughter echoed within the Qin household. As he could hardly contain his pride, eager to proclaim his son's greatness to anyone within earshot. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Feng felt a surge of panic. He recalled a villainous father from his memories who constantly boasted of his son's prodigious talents, ultimately drawing the protagonist's ire. "Fenger, you are remarkable." Yun Xie, heavily pregnant, approached and affectionately ruffled Qin Feng's hair, her affection for this diligent and sensible eldest son evident. Since Qin Feng's birth, he had never caused her a moment's worry. While other children might wail and drive their parents to despair, her son remained calm, even reminding her when he was hungry or needed changing. As he grew, he diligently pursued his training, embodying the ideal child. Qin Feng rolled his eyes, internally screaming in frustration. A 3-year-old prodigy who had labored tirelessly for 3 years to break through to the first level of the opening Yuan realm. Was this a dream or a burden? Neither. It was simply the consequence of having an unreasonable younger brother. He was determined not to be dragged down by the specter of early demise. Just as the family basked in their harmonious moment, a wave of pain washed over Yun Xie, her expression contorting in agony. Simultaneously, the skies outside roared with tumultuous winds, flashes of lightning, and dense clouds, the sounds of dragons and phoenixes echoing through the air. The once ethereal figures of dragons and phoenixes materialized with urgency. The lady is about to give birth. The Qin family, having learned from past experiences, quickly recognized the unfolding situation. Trained maids sprang into action, while the elite disciples of the Qin family stood on high alert, ready to protect their family's future hope. "Foolish little brother, you are finally about to be born." Qin Feng's excitement surged, his breath quickening at the prospect of meeting his younger brother. Qin Tian, equally exhilarated, grappled with mixed emotions regarding this second son, frustrated that he had delayed his arrival by 3 years, but overjoyed at the prospect of another promising child. Uncertain if he too would possess the potential of an emperor. Thunder rumbled ominously, the room filled with Yun Xie's cries of distress. As the second son showed no signs of emergence, the ethereal dragons and phoenixes hovered anxiously above, as if forewarning of impending calamity. With the second child on the way, why was the process proving so arduous? Qin Feng soon grasped the gravity of the situation, suspecting that his brother's halo of doom had activated. Once that halo was in effect, family and friends alike would face dire consequences. Once again, a thunderous crack echoed, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that descended upon the crowd, making them feel as though a great mountain pressed down upon them, intensifying the difficulty of their endeavors. Who dares? Qin Tian's fury erupted instantly, a torrent of wild energy surging from within him, while the disciples of the Qin family were filled with rage, uniting their energy to resist this overwhelming force. Yet, the pressure was simply too formidable. Even the combined strength of the Qin clan could not withstand it. Just as they were on the verge of collapse, the Qin family unleashed 7 or 8 terrifying waves of pressure. The icy voice of the second ancestor followed. "Old eel, do you wish to challenge me?" "Ha! I merely wish to test the cultivation of my esteemed nephews." A white-haired elder clad in a dragon robe appeared in the air. If it weren't for witnessing his earlier display of power, one might find it difficult to associate his benevolent visage with any ulterior motives. A dragon robe? The emperor of the Great Xia. Qin Feng was no longer a naive youth. Over the past 3 years, besides honing his skills, he had gained some understanding of the ancient era. In this chaotic realm, various factions coexisted. Clans, sects, tribes, and gangs, all vying for power and resources. The Great Xia dynasty, the largest nation of the ancient era, was composed of countless clans, with the Qin family being the mightiest among them, thus earning the title of the foremost clan of the ancient era. This was reminiscent of the aristocratic families during the Sui and Tang dynasties, seen as thorns in the side of the rulers. Realizing the identity of the visitor, it was clear why he had acted as he did. The emergence of 2 prodigies from the Qin family could hardly go unnoticed by the imperial family of Great Xia. Surely this is the eldest son of the Qin family? The emperor of Great Xia, seemingly unperturbed, descended with a smile, unable to resist reaching out to touch Qin Feng. With a swift motion, Qin Feng executed the phantom shadow technique, retreating rapidly to maintain a safe distance. Given the emperor's earlier murderous intent towards his younger brother, he dared not approach him. The potential influence of his younger brother's aura could spell disaster for him. This is a technique. The emperor's expression shifted dramatically, his heart unsettled. For a master of his caliber, Qin Feng's technique was trivial. Regardless of how he dodged, a mere swipe could end him. However, The fact that he was merely 3 years old was unprecedented. To break through to the opening realm at such an age was unprecedented. And to master such a technique with such fluidity was remarkable. This child possesses the potential of an emperor. Simultaneously, he recalled the blood moon from 3 years ago, which heralded the birth of a prodigy, rumored to signify the decline of a nation, a harbinger of doom, a potential threat to their great Xia dynasty. Could that prodigy be the eldest son of the Qin family? When did he? Qin Tian was momentarily stunned before overwhelming joy washed over him. His precious son had learned a technique. Although this technique did not originate from the Qin family, he could immediately discern its profound intricacies. Undoubtedly derived from the laws of heaven and earth, a technique of the celestial tier. Apologies, the child is shy. The elders of the Qin family also appeared, offering perfunctory remarks and shielding Qin Feng protectively behind them. No witties, no witties. The Emperor of Great Xia scrutinized Qin Feng, lost in thought. At this moment, seeing that he had support, Qin Feng revealed his true colors. Is that you, your majesty? I have long heard tales of your wisdom, valor, selflessness, perseverance, and unwavering spirit. Today, I see that the rumors do not do justice to your reputation. Qin Feng adopted an exaggerated expression of adoration, delivering a series of compliments before shifting the conversation. Your Majesty, as the wise and valiant ruler that you are, surely you did not come to visit empty-handed? Upon finishing, Qin Feng blinked his innocent eyes, conveying a sense of naivety, as if to say, what ill intentions could I possibly have? Chapter 6. Adults make choices, children want everything. The corners of the Emperor's eyes twitched involuntarily, realizing that this little rascal was far too cunning. Claiming he was not visiting the Qin family? Did that not imply that he was seeking trouble? With so many elders present, how was this not akin to courting death? Yet, to claim he was merely visiting. He had no gifts prepared. Surely he would not offer his divine attire as a present? Noticing the lack of response from the Emperor, Qin Feng exaggeratedly exclaimed, could it be true? The illustrious Emperor of Great Xia has truly come to visit empty-handed? The elders of the Qin family found immense pleasure in this and showed no inclination to intervene. Given the earlier reckless display of pressure that nearly caused Yin Xie to face complications, it was evident that the imperial family had begun to target the Qin family. Had it not been for the potential consequences of a rash conflict, they would have long since desired to confront him. At the same time, this incident served as a wake-up call. Certain matters must be planned early, or when the imperial family truly wielded their swords, the Qin family would find themselves in peril. Of course, as guests, we must bring gifts. The Emperor of Great Xia felt embarrassed by Qin Feng's remarks, and, seeing no one from the Qin family come to his aid, could only force a smile worse than a frown, reluctantly producing a small wooden box. Upon opening it, 9 exquisitely crafted swords, each the size of a finger, emanated a potent sword energy. The long Sky 9 swords. The elders of the Qin family were visibly moved, exclaiming the origin of the swords. These swords belonged to a legendary prodigy from a millennium ago, the sword god of Long Sky. The swords, divided into 9, were known as the exterminate immortals, slay gods, destroy Buddhas, subdue demons, vanquish monsters, sever saints, pursue souls, capture spirits, and break armies. Each sword was a rare and formidable weapon, and when combined, they ranked among the top 10 divine weapons of the ancient era, capable of forming a sword array that could rival thousands of troops. However, with the demise of the sword god of Long Sky a millennium ago, the swords had scattered throughout the ancient era. To think this old eel managed to gather them all. The Emperor's expression was conflicted. He was reluctant to part with any of them. These swords had required an immense investment of resources, time, and effort to collect, and he had not yet had the chance to truly appreciate them before he was to give one away. Yet, should he refrain from gifting one, he would have to offer his divine attire instead. When faced with 2 losses, one must choose the lesser. Very well, I shall allow you to select one. The Emperor of Great Xia resigned himself to fate, preparing to let Qin Feng choose. He believed it would not be long before the sword returned to him. For the emergence of 2 prodigies from the Qin family not only threatened the imperial authority, but also disrupted the balance among the clans. In this world, all were driven by profit. Once these 2 prodigies matured, the resources acquired by other clans would surely be squeezed. Would the other clans allow this to happen without protest? However, before the Emperor could even invite Qin Feng to choose, Qin Feng, with an innocuous smile, snatched the small wooden box containing the 9 swords, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing the 9 swords. Although Qin Feng was still unaware of the sword's origins, the expressions of the Qin family elders made it clear. Such treasures. Adults may make choices, but children of course want everything. The Emperor of Great Xia hurriedly tried to clarify, wishing to specify that he was only offering one. Yet, the elders of the Qin family seemed equally devoid of decorum, showering him with compliments. Your Majesty is truly generous, presenting the long sky 9 swords with a single gesture. Your Majesty's regard for our Qin family moves me to tears. I would gladly offer myself as a daughter in return. Such a precious gift. Our Qin family fears we may not be able to reciprocate. Your Majesty, the true dragon of the heavens, is rich and unconcerned with trifles. Indeed, to discuss wealth with your Majesty would be an insult. As the saying goes, a feather's weight of a gift carries deep sentiment. Our intentions are sufficient. Your Majesty understands. Our Qin family shall certainly follow your Majesty's lead. Should anyone dare speak ill of your Majesty, the Qin family will be the first to object. The impudent young rascal lacks decorum. He should promptly kneel and express gratitude to his Majesty. Qin Feng complied, bowing 3 times, akin to a ritual performed during a festival at a grave. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for embodying the spirit of the villain by brazenly seizing another's rare divine weapon, the Long Kong 9 swords, thus earning 1,000 villain points. Brazenly seizing? Who did that? Do not malign the innocent. It was clearly a gift. Qin Feng vehemently rebuked the system, advising it to refrain from speaking if it could not articulate sense. This family, the Emperor of the Great Xia, was almost beside himself with rage, discovering that the Qin family had no shame whatsoever, whether it was to validate his suspicions or due to Qin Feng's newfound confidence. He looked at the Emperor with feigned innocence and asked, Your Majesty, have you ever heard of a rule in the martial world? When an elder first meets a junior, it is customary to offer a token of greeting. The Emperor of the Great Xia nearly spat out his blood from 1982, declaring he had never encountered someone so shameless. It seemed there was such a custom. The several elders of the Qin family, relishing the chaos, clearly intended to collectively challenge the wealthy elite. Such audacity. The surrounding Qin disciples felt a wave of embarrassment. After living in the Qin family for so many years, they had yet to grasp its ultimate essence. Qin Feng once again exaggeratedly exclaimed, Alas, what a tragedy! The supreme nation of ancient times, the great Xia dynasty's ruler, cannot even spare a greeting gift for his juniors. What the hell? Can this little brat not have any shame? If it weren't for the presence of the several elders of the Qin family, he would have guaranteed the annihilation of this shameless child. The Emperor of the Great Xia felt a tinge of regret for not having checked the almanac before stepping out today, as he found himself confronted by such a brazen little creature, who was not only extorting the Long Kong 9 swords, but also desired more. Yet, for the sake of his imperial dignity, he painfully retrieved a small jade gourd from his waist, adorned with golden threads intricately engraved with auspicious cloud patterns, radiating an aura of grandeur. The elders of the Qin family brightened with excitement, internally exclaiming how wealthy the imperial family truly was. This heavenly treasure gourd was not merely an item of attack or defense. When worn, it could enhance focus and tranquility. During cultivation, it could prevent one from going astray in their practice, hastening their progress. And, especially in battle, it could swiftly replenish energy, indeed, a coveted treasure for any practitioner. However, its production costs were exorbitant, and the success rate was dismally low. Even the Qin family dared not attempt its creation lightly. The 5 remaining heavenly treasure gourds in the family were acquired through other means. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qin Feng gleefully stepped forward, shamelessly accepting the gourd. Ding dong. The system detected that the host was generous and willingly took on the responsibility of safeguarding the heavenly treasure gourd, earning an additional 1,000 villain points. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, wishing the system would speak more often. Chapter 7. Finding an excuse to beat his brother. Not at all. Not at all. The Emperor of the Great Xia smiled, though his expression resembled one of sorrow, genuinely reluctant to part with the heavenly treasure gourd. Alas, it had become the least valuable treasure he possessed. He could not possibly bestow upon this child the divine artifact he had labored years to create. Wait a moment. Why did that child's gaze seem so familiar? The Emperor suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, realizing Qin Feng was looking at him with the same innocent expression he had when requesting a greeting gift earlier. Good heavens! How could one be so shameless to this extent? Having already gifted him 2 treasures, this child still had an insatiable appetite. Ah! The elders of the Qin family also felt a bit embarrassed, internally lamenting their own lack of decorum. To have extorted two treasures and still be so greedy, they began to ponder when they might take Qin Feng to the great Xia imperial city, visiting door to door. The surrounding Qin disciples watched enviously, seemingly grasping a profound truth. In the martial world, one's face is merely an external matter. Ding dong! The system detected the host corrupting the Qin disciples, awarding him an additional 200 villain points. Could this even be possible? Qin Feng's eyes lit up, as if a neophyte had just unlocked a new technique. At that moment, the emperor of the great Xia genuinely feared Qin Feng. Seizing the opportunity while the child was momentarily distracted, he transformed into a beam of golden light and soared into the sky, exclaiming, "I suddenly remembered I have urgent matters to attend to. Your Majesty, I will bring my younger brother to visit you soon. You needn't be overly courteous. There is no need to prepare any valuable gifts. A few volumes of sacred or divine-level techniques will suffice, and as for the heavenly treasure gourds, a dozen will do. I must tell you, I won't accept any more than that. A mere child like me has no use for such treasures." Qin Feng called out towards the direction the emperor had departed, vaguely sensing that the golden light nearly lost its balance, almost plummeting from the skies. Such audacity! The entire assembly felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, expressing their inability to endure any longer. "What are you all staring at? Have you never witnessed the most handsome figure of ancient times?" Qin Feng proudly tossed his head back, embodying an aura of an idol. "Fear not, my child. Your sword shall be kept safe by me." Qin Tian approached with a mischievous smile, snatching the small wooden box from Qin Feng's hands. As a divine weapon ranked among the top 10 of ancient times, no one could remain indifferent to the long Kong Nine swords. Not even the head of the foremost ancient family. Alas! The surrounding Qin disciples felt a wave of shame, realizing that Qin Tian was not the noble head they had imagined. Was this truly safeguarding? He was merely coveting his son's prized possession. He professed to love me, yet he seized my treasure. Qin Feng, embodying the drama of a thespian, leaped into the arms of an elder ancestor, seeking solace. How disgraceful! To snatch away even his own son's treasure. The elder, feeling pity for Qin Feng, lifted him in comfort while also delivering a kick to Qin Tian, assisting Qin Feng in reclaiming the long Kong Nine swords, thus formally declaring to all that the long Kong Nine swords belonged to Qin Feng. Regardless of how aggrieved Qin Tian felt, the surrounding Qin disciples looked on with envy. A mere 3-year-old child, wielding a divine weapon ranked among the top 10 of ancient times, and adorned with a heavenly treasure gourd, a top-tier auxiliary artifact. If this news were to circulate, countless practitioners would be consumed by envy. Thunder rumbled once more, and a dragon phoenix apparition plunged down, entering the chamber where Yun Xia was giving birth. There was no sound of a newborn's cry. Instead, a young maid rushed out to deliver the joyous news. "It's here! It's here! A young master has been born. Mother and child are safe." Qin Feng felt a weight lift from his heart. The sudden pressure had nearly terrified him, fearing the emergence of his younger brother's ominous aura. Soon, the second son was cleaned and presented. Qin Feng leaned closer for comparison. The infant bore an uncanny resemblance to their father, unlike him, who had inherited their mother's exquisite beauty. Yet, none of that mattered now. What was crucial was that his younger brother was now in his grasp, unlike in the womb, where he could only observe. Alas! The younger brother seemed to sense Qin Feng's presence, instinctively becoming a bit restless. If he could speak at that moment, he would likely say, "You can't see me. Don't come near." This little fellow. The elders of the Qin family furrowed their brows, sensing an unusual and mysterious aura emanating from the second son. Even after living for thousands of years, they found themselves at a loss, needing to return to their ancient texts for answers. While the crowd surrounded the second son in contemplation, Qin Feng finally found a reason to strike his brother. "Why aren't you crying, little brother? Is something wrong?" The onlookers realized they too had not heard the child's cries, which was indeed unusual. Just as they prepared to investigate, a small hand reached out. With a sharp smack, a crisp sound echoed in the room as Qin Feng raised his little hand and delivered a resounding slap to his younger brother's bottom. The unmistakable handprint revealed it was certainly a brotherly strike, delivered with considerable force. "Wah wah!" The younger brother, feeling the sting, cried out loudly. "How could you hit your brother?" Qin Tian sternly reprimanded Qin Feng, hastily cradling the newborn to soothe him. "I was only worried something was amiss." Qin Feng's face was etched with grievance, yet his heart was already blooming with joy. Ding dong! The system detected that the host struck the chosen one, earning 100 points. Ding dong. The host made the chosen one cry, causing him to release a breath of innate ancestral energy equivalent to 3 years of arduous training, gaining 30,000 points. Ding dong. The system detected that the host had disrupted the chosen one's fortune, earning a chance to draw a lottery. Qin Feng was momentarily stunned, unsure of what innate ancestral energy meant. The system explained, humans are born from the qi of heaven and earth, necessitating a period of vital energy to develop before conception. This is what we refer to as innate ancestral energy. Refining it is equivalent to 3 years of hard training. Upon grasping this, Qin Feng was astounded. Had he known of the extraordinary prowess of innate ancestral energy, he would not have behaved so boastfully at birth. Perhaps this was the distinction between protagonists and antagonists. But how could his younger brother know this? Curiously, he observed his weeping younger brother, suspecting he might be the reincarnation of some great being. However, after several days of observation, he found no sign of wisdom. His brother behaved like any other infant, eating, sleeping, and crying incessantly, driving their father nearly to madness and quickly extinguishing any thoughts of a third child. Not every infant was like Qin Feng. Yet, his mother's gaze towards their father was distinctly peculiar, as if to convey that her reason for marrying him was to bear more sons as a form of retribution. That night, the candlelight flickered and crackled. In the adjacent courtyard, Qin Feng seemed to hear someone reciting poetry about swans. Chapter 8. Ignoring the words of the elder, reaping joy for years on this day, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in his courtyard, practicing diligently. Ever since he had reached the first level of the Kaiyuan realm, his training speed had slowed, for the 33 Heavens creation technique was no longer up to par. It was akin to having acquired a new, superior vehicle, yet its engine remained an outdated model, requiring him to swiftly comprehend the second tier. Fortunately, the foolish Otouto had been born, allowing him to proceed without restraint. Qin Feng accessed the system, which displayed 32 for 100 villain points and 1 lottery chance. According to the system, only by disrupting the chosen one's fortune could he earn a chance to draw. The prizes were spectacular, including divine physiques, unique supernatural abilities, and extraordinary martial techniques. Would he draw? With eager anticipation, Qin Feng called upon the system to commence. With a whoosh, a spinning lottery wheel materialized before him, densely populated with prizes: Taishang body, Sang Tian dominance body, Fighting Saint body, Chaos Saint body, Double pupils, Supreme bone, True dragon treasure art, and many more. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for drawing the sky-slaying sword technique. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated in Qin Feng's mind, as if his soul had transcended to another realm. A figure clad in black appeared, uttering no superfluous words. He nodded and drew his sword. The sharp, resonant sound of the sword being drawn echoed throughout the heavens and earth, and an astonishing sword light emerged, icy and chilling, sweeping across the land, soaring like a startled swan and darting like a swimming dragon, as if it aimed to cleave the sky in two. The terrifying sword strike etched itself deeply in Qin Feng's consciousness, captivating him utterly. How terrifying! Upon returning to his senses, Qin Feng was drenched in cold sweat. True swordsmanship requires no ostentation. A sword drawn from its sheath may cleave the heavens and earth, determining victory or defeat. However, despite the might of the sky-slaying sword technique, with Qin Feng's current cultivation and age, he could not unleash its power even if he understood its use. He needed to enhance his cultivation and physical prowess without delay. Qin Feng summoned the system in his mind, exchanging for a month of enlightenment aura. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for spending 30,000 villain points to successfully exchange for a month of enlightenment aura. After 3 years, Qin Feng once more experienced that soul-exiting sensation. Many of his previous misunderstandings regarding cultivation became clear with ease. Just then, an elder appeared in Qin Feng's courtyard. Upon a closer look, it was the 10th ancestor of the Qin family, his great-grandfather. As for his biological grandfather, he was said to have been out adventuring for hundreds of years with no news of his fate, leaving the family in a state of perpetual debate over whether to hold a banquet. My dear great-grandson, the great-grandfather has come to see you. The 10th ancestor beamed with affection as he held Qin Feng, expressing immense fondness for this obedient, diligent great-grandson. Since Qin Feng's breakthrough to the Kaiyuan realm, the elders of the Qin family were both astonished and delighted. They were pleased to have such an exceptional young talent in their midst, yet shocked that Qin Feng had managed to break through without guidance. an exceedingly dangerous endeavor that could lead to ruin. Therefore, the elders decided to send the 10th ancestor to guide Qin Feng's training. Guidance. Qin Feng felt it was unnecessary. He possessed the complete 33 heavens creation technique, with clear instructions that ensured no mishaps would occur if followed. As for guidance on martial arts and movement techniques, it would be more effective to lend his younger brother's bottom for 2 days. Regardless of the difficulty, he could guarantee mastery within that time. A practitioner must never harbor pride. The 10th ancestor perceived a sense of pride swelling within Qin Feng and prepared to impart some wisdom, hoping to instill the understanding that there are always greater heights beyond the mountains and loftier towers beyond the city. Then the path of cultivation, stagnation equates to regression. With a deep breath, the 10th ancestor stomped his foot firmly, causing several leaves to flutter into the air, before pointing fiercely at a nearby artificial hill towering several meters high. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The leaves transformed into formidable projectiles, shredding the hill into fragments. The 10th ancestor solemnly instructed, "Do you see? This is the first heaven-tier martial technique learned by your great-grandfather, falling leaves in flight. After years of diligent practice at home, I achieved perfection, and upon stepping into the world, my name resounded far and wide." Before he could finish recounting his glorious deeds, Qin Feng imitated him, taking a deep breath, stomping his foot, causing leaves to soar, before pointing forcefully at a stone table nearby. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The leaves flew like blades, embedding themselves into the stone table. Had Qin Feng's cultivation not been merely at the first level of the Kaiyuan realm, he could have easily matched the 10th ancestor's prowess. Did this technique truly require years of arduous practice? Qin Feng felt no difficulty whatsoever, convinced he could achieve perfection within a month. Whether it was due to his current hundredfold enlightenment aura or the naturally martial flavor of falling leaves in flight, it was clear that in this fantastical world, he found little value in heaven-tier techniques, while the allure of exchanging for divine martial arts by spanking his younger brother was far more enticing. At this moment, the 10th ancestor stood silently beside him, feeling somewhat hurt, especially when Qin Feng muttered that such techniques required decades of hard practice. It dealt him an unprecedented blow. "I need to calm down." The 10th ancestor constantly reassured himself not to be angered, as this was his own child. Ding dong. The system detected the host's lack of respect for elders, earning 100 villain points. How did I disrespect the elders? Qin Feng was bewildered, questioning whether the system had malfunctioned. Soon, the system provided an answer. Ignoring the words of the elder equates to disrespect. Qin Feng was left speechless, recalling the last time this happened. What era was it, still treating the words of the elderly as sacred decree? Were the elders always correct? Forget it. It was the system. Whatever it said was right. If it meant disrespecting the elders, so be it. After all, not listening to the words of the elderly often leads to years of joy. Just then, several other elders of the Qin family passed by Qin Feng with serious expressions, heading towards the courtyard where his parents resided without a backward glance. What was happening? Curious, Qin Feng followed them. Upon entering, he found several elders gathered around his younger brother, comparing him to ancient tomes. Minutes later, the elders could no longer contain their excitement, bursting into joyful laughter that echoed towards the heavens. The Supreme Bone, indeed, that mysterious aura can only be the legendary Supreme Bone, a rarity among rarities. This child is a natural Supreme Being. Truly, heaven has favored our Qin family. The radiance surrounding him is astonishing. Qin Feng felt a sudden unease. The so-called Chosen One is indeed beyond reason. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering an epic mission of destiny. Excavate the Supreme Bone from your younger brother. Reward, invincible dual pupils. Chapter 9, An Inner Turmoil. Qin Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood from 1982, increasingly convinced that this system was anything but legitimate. This was his dear friend, his kin, his brother. The system seduced him with a tempting offer. The Supreme Bone can be broken and regrown anew. Broken and regrown. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not tempted at that moment. Yet he swiftly shook his head in denial. If he truly extracted his younger brother's Supreme Bone, their father and mother would surely flay him alive, and the image he had cultivated over the years would be utterly destroyed. Wounding 1,000 enemies while inflicting 800 damage upon oneself. This would not do. He needed to remain calm. Qin Feng shook off thoughts of the Supreme Bone and returned to his small courtyard to cultivate. He had initially thought that eliminating his younger brother's innate ancestral energy would afford him some respite, yet unexpectedly, another Supreme Bone emerged without reason. He had to devote himself to relentless training to avoid being embroiled in peril. In the courtyard, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in meditation, instantly entering a state of tranquility. Unlike the first layer of enlightenment, the second layer was notably more complex, yet the results were strikingly evident. Beyond an accelerated cultivation speed, his recovery capabilities were significantly enhanced. At the same time, the heavenly treasure gourd hanging from his neck radiated a gentle glow. It not only aided his focus and tranquility to prevent him from succumbing to madness, but also consolidated his mastery of the first level of the opening origin realm, hastening his breakthrough to the second level. With the heavenly treasure gourd, his cultivation speed had at least doubled. What a swift attainment of tranquility! The 10th ancestor, standing nearby, displayed an expression of astonishment, increasingly optimistic about Qin Feng's potential. He showed no signs of arrogance, despite the extraordinary advantages of being born after a century of gestation. Nor did he become complacent upon grasping the advanced techniques of his innate gifts, continuously laboring diligently in his cultivation. This child holds great promise for the future. As the seasons changed, 5 years passed. At 8 years old, after comprehending the second layer of enlightenment, Qin Feng's cultivation soared at an astonishing rate, breaking through to the 9th level of the opening origin realm in just 5 short years, a mere step away from the transcendent realm. Unlike the opening origin realm, which involved opening the dantian and moving with the grace of a swallow, the transcendent realm enabled the release of spiritual energy, capable of striking down foes from a kilometer away. At this moment, Qin Feng sat in a medicinal bath prepared specifically for him by the Qin family, designed to enhance his physical conditioning and solidify his foundation, a privilege bestowed upon him as a scion of a prestigious family. Ouch! Qin Feng winced involuntarily as he attempted to project his spiritual energy. With a resounding boom, a deep sound resonated within him, and with a shudder, a terrifying gust of energy erupted, scattering the items in the room. Had he truly broken through? The 10th ancestor stood nearby, dumbfounded, staring at the Qin Feng in the bath. An 8-year-old in the transcendent realm, shattering ancient records once again. However, the 10th ancestor quickly regained his composure, not due to a heart tempered by a millennium of cultivation, but because Qin Feng's brother, Qin Hao, was even more astonishing. The record for the fastest breakthrough to the opening origin realm set by Qin Feng at 3 years old had been broken by him at merely 2. Now, at just 5 years old, he had already reached the 5th level of the opening origin realm and was poised to shatter Qin Feng's record for the fastest breakthrough to the transcendent realm before turning 8, an effortless feat. Neither of these brothers was ordinary. The 10th ancestor felt his confidence severely shaken. Comparing himself to these two siblings made him feel as though he had lived his life as a mere dog. Roar! Qin Feng rose, unleashing a mighty shout that shattered the medicinal bath. Though he was only 8, his stature resembled that of a 12 or 13-year-old child. His small frame boasting 8 perfectly defined abdominal muscles, radiating a primal vigor. The first task post-breakthrough was to confront his younger brother, despite their shared parentage and lineage. That would not hinder him from delivering a sound thrashing. Over the past 5 years, he had often used sparring as an excuse to repeatedly pin down his younger brother, reaping an abundance of villain points, now exceeding 240,000. However, this little rascal was truly unreasonable. The fights were becoming increasingly strenuous. Despite merely being at the 5th level of the opening origin realm, he could make Qin Feng at the 9th level feel challenged, revealing the terrifying nature of the great perfection state, an undeniable force among equals. He had inquired of the system about achieving the great perfection realm, and the response was straightforward. Purchase a card for the great perfection realm and use it. It was reasonably priced at only 1 million villain points. To expedite his progress, it was essential to confront his brother sooner rather than later. This child, the 10th ancestor, rubbed his temples, foreseeing yet another chaotic episode ahead. Nevertheless, he had no intention of intervening. His younger brother had not lost confidence in the face of defeat, but rather intensified his training efforts. And even if Qin Feng emerged victorious, he would continue to spur himself on. Such a virtuous cycle was indeed a delight to witness. Young master, the disciples of the Qin family greeted Qin Feng with smiles. However, upon sensing the unstable fluctuations of energy emanating from him, their hearts stirred with turbulence. Was this a joke? Had he truly broken through to the transcendent realm? In their understanding, even a genius would take at least 15 or 16 years to achieve this. And only then could one be considered a novice in the ancient world, with the more formidable ones gaining a modicum of renown. Yet here was Qin Feng, achieving it at the tender age of 8. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would dare believe such a feat? A prodigy. The Qin family disciples swallowed hard, astonished by Qin Feng's talent, ignoring the astonishment of those around him. Qin Feng was solely focused on finding his younger brother for a good thrashing. Ultimately, drawing from 5 years of experience, he successfully located his younger brother at the entrance of the Qin family estate, where a little figure was napping against the crooked tree. As expected, he was here. Qin Feng circled the crooked tree in confusion, recalling that his younger brother often slept here. If it were any other child, he might have thought them merely playful. But when it came to his unreasonable younger brother, he sensed that there was something extraordinary about this spot. Often, what appeared inconspicuous to others was the key to a protagonist's reversal of fortunes. Was he overthinking it? After observing for a while, without discerning any secrets, his gaze unintentionally shifted to his sleeping younger brother. To others, it may have seemed a tranquil scene, yet to him, it felt as if his brother was beckoning him to excavate the supreme bone. Originally, his dream was to be a flamboyant scion, indulging in a life of luxury and extravagance. But because of this little one, he was compelled to train diligently for self-preservation. The more Qin Feng thought about it, the angrier he became, raising his hand high. With a resounding slap, he struck his younger brother's behind, instantly rousing the little fellow, who, upon seeing Qin Feng, not only did not express anger, but instead joyfully called out to him as brother. No matter how many times his brother spanked him, he still delighted in playing with him. This left Qin Feng feeling an acute sense of anxiety. It is well known that the warmer the childhood memories, the more tragic the fate in adulthood, save for the female lead. The more interaction the protagonist has with others, the quicker they depart. When the halo of fate activates, and the king of hell smiles, here comes the little brother. Chapter 10. A Rising Talent. Brother, let's go out. Qin Hao gazed up at Qin Feng with eager eyes, hoping to be taken out for a day of fun. Go out. Qin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes, feeling slightly insulted. As the future hope of the Qin family, they provided comprehensive, all-encompassing protection for both brothers. At 8 years old, he had never set foot outside the family estate. Of course, he had no need to leave. It was not that the ancestors of the Qin family forbade him from going out. Rather, it was simply that the Qin family was far too vast. The Qin family, renowned as the foremost clan of the ancient era, owes its status not only to the protection of its ancestors, but also to a vast lineage comprising millions, all residing within a single city. Coupled with a family ethos centered around martial prowess, every member of the Qin family possesses formidable skills, solidifying their title as the preeminent clan of ancient times. Absent any extraordinary circumstances, there is little reason to depart from the Qin family. It is precisely due to their overwhelming martial strength that the true rulers of the eastern territories of the Daxia Empire are the Qin family. Those who make a living here may be oblivious to the imperial family, but they cannot possibly be unaware of the Qin family, a testament to the flaws inherent in the shared dominion of the royal family and the noble clans. Brother, Qin Hao implored, shaking Qin Feng's arm in a pitiful manner, attempting to evoke sympathy to achieve his ends. Unfortunately for him, Qin Feng was impervious to such tactics. Had it been a younger sister, he might have faltered. Nevertheless, to ensure his younger brother enjoyed a complete childhood, he nodded in acquiescence to his request, instructing him to wait outside the city while he informed their mother. Wonderful. Qin Hao, blissfully ignorant of the malice that lurks within human hearts, danced away in glee. Mother, my younger brother has run away from home. Qin Feng, transforming from a gentle older brother to a scheming boy, dashed into the house to report to Yunxia. Ding dong. Detected the host framing the chosen one, gaining 200 villain points. The surrounding guards bore indifferent expressions, accustomed to such antics over the past 5 years, wherein Qin Feng had continuously outmaneuvered his younger brother. If their assumptions were correct, the young master would soon present his mother with a feather duster. Before long, Yunxia, resembling a hen carrying its chick, angrily returned with Qin Hao in tow. Qin Feng reverted to his gentle older brother persona, stepping forward with concern. Mother, please do not be angry. It was I who promised to take my younger brother out to play, not that he intended to leave home. Yes, yes. Qin Hao nodded vigorously, his gaze toward his elder brother brimming with gratitude. However, the more Qin Feng insisted, the less convinced their mother became, perceiving it as the eldest son's protective instinct for his younger brother, who, fearing punishment, was shifting the blame onto himself. She found it perplexing that despite being twins born of the same parents, the disparity was so vast, while while the elder brother was understanding and obedient from a young age. The younger was perpetually mischievous, the kind of child who would dismantle the house if not disciplined for 3 days. Why can't you learn from your brother? All you do is cause trouble. Yunxia activated her strict maternal mode, launching into a lecture directed at Qin Hao. Yet, she failed to notice Qin Feng behind her, making faces at his younger brother, subjecting the 5-year-old to humor beyond his comprehension. He finally couldn't suppress his laughter, reigniting Yunxia's simmering anger, leading her to engage in a cycle of self-reproach. He is my son, and I am his mother. I cannot be angry with him, nor can I strike him. If I were to hit him, I would have to comfort him afterward. If he were to get hurt, I would have to tend to him. It was no easy task to raise him. I nearly faced complications during childbirth. If he errs, it must be my fault. I have not invested enough in educating him. My methods must be lacking. Discipline produces dutiful children, while leniency breeds disobedience. I must endure this moment, as patience leads to vast horizons. Yet, if I endure too much, the anger will only escalate. I cannot contain this primal force within me any longer. Observing Qin Hao still grinning foolishly, Yunxia declared her brainwashing efforts a failure. Mother, my younger brother is still just a child. Qin Feng quickly intervened, attempting to play the good guy, though he was holding a willow branch at that moment. Step aside. Today, I must teach him a lesson. Yunxia, infuriated, seized the willow branch, feeling it imperative to strike the mischievous child a few times to quell her irritation. The guards around them began to show subtle changes in expression, realizing that the feather duster they had anticipated had taken a different form, just as Qin Feng awaited the arrival of his villain points. A melodious tune resonated from the sky. In the distance, a grand procession approached, led by 9 colossal beasts pulling an opulent carriage, while the following entourage rode on similar creatures, soaring through the air. If a reinforcement of 10 were to shine, this group would undoubtedly boast a reinforcement of at least 20. The Lin family of Tianjin City. Qin Feng immediately recognized their origin, as they were the undisputed rulers of the western territories of the Daxia Empire. Unlike the Qin family's dynastic governance, the Lin family operated as a feudal lord, recruiting numerous talented individuals for their service and commanding a formidable army of 1 million soldiers, maintaining a firm grip on the western lands of Daxia. Later, I shall deal with you. Yunxia shot a glare at Qin Hao, ushering the brothers back home. Simultaneously, the sounds of bells and drums filled the Qin city, as hundreds of thousands of skilled disciples emerged to welcome the esteemed guests from Tianjin City, showcasing the profound strength of the Qin family. The brothers were promptly dressed in formal attire by Yunxia, accompanying their stepfather, Qin Tian, to personally greet the guests. Unlike his usual playful demeanor, today, Qin Tian exuded an aura of authority, standing like an invincible war god. Brother Qin Tian, it has been many years. I have missed you dearly. A middle-aged man in splendid attire descended from the carriage, approaching Qin Tian with warmth, clearly a cunning old fox. Brother Lin Hao, I have longed for you as well. Qin Tian responded with a hearty laugh, the sincerity of which remained uncertain. These two must be your twin sons, born 3 years apart. Following a bout of pleasantries, Lin Hao's gaze shifted to Qin Feng and Qin Hao. His visit to the Qin family was specifically for these two brothers, to be precise, as the Qin family sought to forge an alliance with Tianjin City, intending to choose one of the brothers to betroth to his precious daughter. Since the Qin family had produced 2 prodigies in quick succession, who had also consistently shattered ancient records, the imperial family of Daxia had grown increasingly anxious. To secure their power, they began reaching out to various noble families, preparing to take action against the Qin family. Thus, in the interest of self-preservation, the Qin family was compelled to seek allies. Indeed, this is the elder brother, Qin Feng, with the potential of a great emperor. The younger brother, Qin Hao, possesses a rare supreme bone. Qin Tian proudly introduced his sons. It is said that producing even one prodigy is a stroke of fortune. Yet his family had birthed 2 extraordinary talents. The supreme bone had historical records, but the truth of the great emperor potential remained unverified. A haughty little girl stepped forward from behind Lin Hao. She was the princess of Tianjin City, Lin Xiner. Though merely 6 or 7 years old, she possessed enchanting features. With eyebrows like emerald feathers, skin as fair as snow, and a figure as delicate as a willow, clearly destined to grow into a stunning beauty. Xiner, mind your manners, Lin Hao admonished, reminding her to be aware of her surroundings. However, the proud little girl paid no mind, casting a provocative glance at Qin Feng and snapping her fingers to summon a youthful servant, seemingly around 14 or 15 years old. This is my newly acquired servant. Lin San, do you dare to fight him to prove yourself? Lin Shiner challenged Qin Feng. Lin San. Qin Feng regarded the individual with curiosity, recognizing that he was no ordinary character. Chapter 11. The Era of Great Strife. He is indeed Lin San of Tianjin City? Whispers erupted around them, clearly indicating that Lin San was a name known to many. It was said that his talent was extraordinarily formidable, his swordsmanship exceptional, and he was predicted by experts to become the foremost swordsman in a century. Ding dong. Detected the Chosen One, epic level. Qin Feng's spirits lifted, elated at the prospect. Due to his familial ties to Qin Hao, he had always held back, fearing to face repercussions from their parents, which was why it had taken him over 5 years to accumulate 240,000 villain points. Now, encountering someone unrelated, he was eager to unleash his full potential. If memory served correctly, his younger brother was also an epic level Chosen One. At this moment, the parents of both sides exchanged awkward smiles. Yet neither showed any intent to halt the impending confrontation. Although Lin Hao had come to forge an alliance, he certainly did not wish for his daughter to wed a weakling. In pursuit of a successful alliance, Qin Tian naturally wished for his eldest son, Qin Feng, to demonstrate his prowess. Should he falter, it would be of little consequence, for he was merely 8 years of age, while his opponent was already 13 or 14, boasting a remarkable cultivation level of extraordinary rank 3. However, if he were to triumph, it would indeed be a significant honor. Very well, let us engage in a playful contest. Qin Feng discerned his father's intentions, which coincided perfectly with his own desires. An aura of profound energy surged around him, causing the fallen leaves on the ground to levitate gently. Extraordinary rank 1. The expressions of Lin Hao and the other experts from the City of Heavenly Hearts shifted dramatically, their minds racing with the realization that this child possessed the potential of an emperor. An 8-year-old at extraordinary rank, unprecedented. Particularly astonishing was his ability to suspend the leaves, a hallmark technique of the 10th ancestor of the Qin clan, known as falling leaves in flight. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would dare believe that such a young child could master such a remarkable skill? At that moment, Lin Hao finally comprehended why the royal family of the Great Xia had recently targeted the Qin clan at every turn. Should these two youngsters mature, they could easily supplant the royal family at any moment. Please instruct me. Lin San, a paragon of martial ethics, reminded everyone before engaging in combat. Yet he clearly overestimated Qin Feng's adherence to decorum. Faced with a Chosen One, he dared not be complacent, especially considering that his opponent's cultivation was 2 ranks higher than his own. Before Lin San could react, Qin Feng pointed decisively, and the leaves transformed into a flurry of razor-sharp projectiles, hurtling toward Lin San from all directions. Hey, do you even adhere to martial ethics? Lin Xen urgently condemned Qin Feng's actions, appalled that he had launched a full-force attack without warning, deeming it utterly despicable. With a resonant clang, Lin San drew his sword with deliberate calmness. He thrust forward, causing the blade to shimmer lightly, effortlessly deflecting the incoming leaves, which shattered into fragments. With another swift thrust, a fierce wind of sword energy surged forth, causing the airborne leaves to tumble helplessly to the ground, while Lin San's figure flickered in and out of view amidst the chaos. With a resounding crash, Lin San unleashed a beam of sword light, dispelling Qin Feng's barrage of falling leaves. Though his movements were decidedly ostentatious, he bore several new scratches, and his heaving chest attested to the exertion demanded by his strike. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng, embodying the principle of attacking while his opponent was vulnerable, executed the mystical phantom step with grace, closing the distance to Lin San in an instant and launching a powerful punch aimed at his face. Lin San cried out, propelled backward. Brother, splendid. Qin Hao cheered exuberantly, celebrating his elder brother's impending victory. However, his exuberance irked Lin Xen, who loudly rallied support for Lin San. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for striking the Chosen One, earning 200 villain points. Upon seeing the villain points credited to his account, Qin Feng's spirits soared, ready to continue his relentless assault throughout the day. Yet, he had grossly underestimated Lin San's combat capabilities before he could initiate a flurry of attacks. Lin San regained his footing and darted forward like a fleeting shadow, a dark sword light swirling in his grasp. Sword intent, gasped Qin Tian and the others, their hearts racing with awe. Sword intent was a coveted insight sought after by sword practitioners. Once grasped, it would elevate the power of their techniques significantly, greatly enhancing their combat prowess. This was dire. Qin Feng sensed the formidable nature of Lin San's impending strike and opted against a direct confrontation, swiftly evading. However, Lin San had transitioned from a defensive stance and, bolstered by his two-rank superiority and sword intent, swung his blade with the swiftness of a gentle breeze, unleashing a barrage of sword shadows toward Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng's mystical phantom step was exceptionally intricate, he still felt like a small vessel adrift in a tempest, at risk of capsizing at any moment. Well done, Lin San. Teach that brat a lesson. Lin Xin clapped her hands in delight while sticking her tongue out at Qin Hao in disdain. Brother, go for it. Qin Hao, his face flushed with anger, shouted encouragement for Qin Feng. The others, however, were too astonished by the spectacle of these two children to pay them any mind. Reflecting inwardly, they realized that at 8 years old, they had never achieved extraordinary rank, nor had they comprehended sword intent at 13 or 14. The younger generation was indeed surging forth to eclipse the previous one. A collective sigh of recognition rippled through the audience, understanding that the era of great contention was once again upon them. Whenever prodigies gathered, it heralded a reshuffling of the ancient order. At that moment, Qin Feng was unconcerned with the greater conflicts of the world. His sole focus was on how to defeat this brat and earn villain points. Is this what it feels like to be suppressed by the protagonist? Qin Feng found himself retreating repeatedly, completely on the defensive, devoid of any counterattack. There was no choice. The atmosphere had been sufficiently charged. He could not afford to lose to this individual. He had to unleash his ultimate technique and summon the system to exchange for the second volume of Mystical Phantom Step. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 10,000 villain points to exchange for the second volume of Mystical Phantom Step. A painful pang gripped Qin Feng's heart. How many days would it take to accumulate such a sum from his younger brother? He was now further from achieving his ultimate form. No, he had to reclaim his dignity from Lin San today. As Qin Feng's body began to dance in synchronization with the image in his mind, he transformed into a gentle breeze, effortlessly soaring hundreds of meters away amidst the dark, watery sword light. What? The crowd gasped in unison, recognizing that Qin Feng's movements had reached a new level in combat. His speed had noticeably accelerated, and his footwork had become even more intricate, allowing him to evade Lin San's relentless sword strikes with ease. Excellent. My son Qin Feng has the potential of an emperor. Qin Tian could not contain his laughter, nearly shouting into Lin Hao's ear. Incredible. Lin San's expression turned grave, realizing that he could not defeat his opponent without revealing his true abilities. He stood amidst the swirling dust, his garments rustling despite the absence of wind, as the dark, watery sword light flickered in his hand, splitting the air and emitting mournful cries of anguish. Qin Feng sensed that Lin San was about to unleash his full power. He raised his hand and shouted into the void, "Sword, come forth." Buzz! The clear sound of swords resonated throughout the city where the Qin clan resided, as 9 beams of sword light streaked through the air like meteors. The 9 swords of the long sky. Lin Hao and the others, well versed in their lore, immediately recognized the origin of the 9 swords. Recalling the tale of how the shameless eldest son of the Qin clan had swindled the long sky 9 swords and the heavenly treasure gourd from the great Xia emperor 5 years prior. They had thought it merely a rumor, but it turned out to be true. He indeed had no shame, insisting on carrying 9 swords to embody that essence. 9 swords unite. Qin Feng swiftly formed a hand seal, directing the incoming 9 swords with a single gesture. The air vibrated with energy, and dust swirled as the sword's momentum intensified, the sound of raging waves echoing in the void. When the sword wind subsided, a shimmering long sword, glinting with a cold light, hovered before Qin Feng. This was the sword of the long sky sword god from millennia past. A divine weapon ranked among the top 10 of ancient times, the long sky divine sword. Since acquiring the long sky 9 swords, Qin Feng had successfully refined them with the assistance of the 10th ancestor over the past 5 years. While he could not claim to replicate the prowess of the long sky sword god, nor fully command the long sky 9 swords, wielding them in battle posed no issue whatsoever. The sight of the long sky 9 swords ignited a fervent desire in Lin San's eyes, and his breath quickened. There was little he could do, The sword techniques he employed were derived from the long sky sword god a millennia ago, having inherited the essence of that legacy. If he could obtain the long sky 9 swords, he would undoubtedly revive the glory of the sword god. Yet he understood that the Qin clan was not to be trifled with. A brazen theft would be tantamount to courting death. He could only bide his time for the right moment. Even with the divine sword's backing, it would be impossible for him to best me. Lin San had absolute confidence in the inheritance of the long sky sword god. As the dust swirled, he suddenly sprang into action. A brilliant flash of sword light cleaving through the air, creating waves of turbulence. The long sky sword technique. This divine-level sword art, comprehended by the long sky sword god from the laws of heaven and earth, possesses the formidable power to slay gods and Buddhas alike, unrivaled in the ancient wilderness. Naturally, both Qin Tian and Lin Hao, being prominent figures, recognized the long sky sword technique at a glance. Little did the long sky sword god anticipate that, thousands of years later, his technique would clash with his own treasured sword. Alas, Qin Tian's expression changed drastically as he rushed forward to intervene. Although his eldest son, Qin Feng, harbored the potential of an emperor, he was merely 8 years old. How could he withstand the might of the long sky sword god's technique? Yet, before he could speak, he observed his son, Qin Feng, with piercing eyes, assuming a posture to draw his sword. The sword technique of heaven's severance. With a nod, he unsheathed the sword. A resounding, melodious sound of the sword being drawn echoed through the heavens and earth, and a breathtaking light of the sword emerged, enveloping the arena in an icy chill. The sword light, graceful as a startled swan and agile as a soaring dragon, seemed poised to cleave the sky in two. What kind of sword move is this? The audience, well-versed in martial arts, had never witnessed Qin Feng's technique before. Could it be an original creation? Stripped of any flamboyance, it pursued the ultimate, invincible strike, a sword that could slice through heaven and earth, determining victory and defeat with a single stroke. Boom! The two sword lights collided with tremendous force, unleashing a thunderous roar accompanied by a terrifying energy storm. Mother, father, Qin Hao and Lin Xer, due to their lower cultivation, clung to their respective parents' garments to avoid being swept away by the wind. How could this be possible? Lin San's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom that an 8-year-old child could wield such a sword technique. He had believed himself stronger, holding the inheritance of the long sky sword god, and having comprehended the essence of swordsmanship, confident in defeating an 8-year-old brat with ease. Yet, who could have foreseen that he would receive a lesson that revealed his sword was not the strongest? With a resounding crash, the sword in Lin San's hand shattered on the spot, unable to withstand the sharpness of the long sky divine sword. He possessed the long sky sword technique, and so did Qin Feng possess the sword technique of heaven's severance. He had the essence of the sword, while Qin Feng wielded the long sky divine sword. Even though his cultivation level was 2 ranks higher than Qin Feng's, the latter possessed a tenfold enhancement of imperial potential. Coupled with the rejuvenating powers of the heavenly treasure gourd, how could he possibly lose? What? Lin San's face was etched with disbelief. He had actually been defeated by an 8-year-old child. Throughout his journey, he had consistently overcome the strong with the weak, gradually forming an invincible mindset. Yet today, he fell to the hands of an 8-year-old, creating a crack in his invincible heart and plunging him into self-doubt. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for causing a crack in the invincible heart of the Chosen One, earning 100,000 villain points. A crack is worth 100,000. If I were to stab him in the heart, wouldn't that yield billions in an instant? At this moment, Qin Feng was brimming with fighting spirit. Stepping gracefully as if on a whimsical shadow, his divine sword piercing towards Lin San's chest with an uncanny allure. To love him is to stab him in the heart. Alas, even though Lin San's invincible heart had begun to form, he was still merely a 13 or 14-year-old child. After receiving a lesson from Qin Feng, his rhythm was thrown into disarray, and he found himself retreating step by step. With each sword scar he bore, Qin Feng's affection seemed to grow. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for injuring the Chosen One, earning 500 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for injuring the Chosen One, earning 500 villain points. Because Qin Hao was his younger brother, Lin San had never felt as exhilarated as he did today. My brother is the best. Qin Hao proudly lifted his little head, eager to proclaim to the world that this was his brother. Lin Xer, standing beside him, was so furious she stamped her feet, wanting to rush up and teach this brat a lesson, but she was lifted by Yun Xie, who had taken a liking to the little girl. Victory had been established. Indeed, Qin Feng, son of Qin, possessed imperial potential. Lin Hao chuckled heartily, and, just as Qin Feng was about to stab Lin San, he swiftly pulled him back. What a joke! Lin San was hailed as the foremost swordsman of his century. How could he allow Qin Feng to stab him? Qin Feng was quite displeased with Lin Hao's intervention, feeling that his scoring opportunity had been snatched away. However, he chose not to protest further, aware that beings like the Chosen One were inherently enigmatic. If he were to forcefully retain his scoring opportunity, it would surely trigger some powerful intervention. It was better to withdraw gracefully than to invite trouble. Upon hearing praise for his eldest son, Qin Tian could not help but laugh, realizing that the alliance through marriage was all but secured. The welcoming ceremony continued as Qin Tian led Lin Hao into the Qin family fortress. A row of highly skilled Qin family disciples left Lin Hao envious. If given the choice, he would rather invest more resources in nurturing a bloodline relative than in cultivating someone with no connection to himself, unless that person demonstrated absolute loyalty. Yet, who could truly guarantee loyalty? Soon, both families began discussing the marriage of their children. Initially, everyone assumed Lin Hao would choose Qin Feng, who had just showcased his imperial prowess. However, to everyone's astonishment, he opted for the onlooker, Qin Hao, as his son-in-law. What the hell? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng exclaimed in disbelief, gaining a fresh perspective on the Chosen One's irrationality. A battle fierce as a tiger, yet matters of marriage were not to be trifled with. Chapter 13. A new use of the Chosen One. How? Qin Tian and Yun Xie exchanged astonished glances. Logically, Qin Feng had just proven himself through his prowess. What 8-year-old child could possess such terrifying combat strength? In contrast, while Qin Hao had the rare Supreme Bone, it had yet to be activated, leaving his actual combat capabilities unknown. Lin Hao merely smiled, offering no explanation. His choice of Qin Hao was not arbitrary. It was a decision made after careful consideration of advantages and disadvantages. It was well known that Qin Feng and Qin Hao were twins, their talents not vastly different. Observing how his elder brother, Qin Feng, shattered numerous records, it was evident that the younger Qin Hao's talent was slightly superior. Given that they received the same education and background, he naturally favored the brother with the Supreme Bone. Most importantly, rumors had circulated recently in the ancient wilderness that the Blood Moon prodigy born 8 years ago was Qin Feng, a significant concern for the royal family of the Great Xia. Investing in Qin Feng posed considerable risk. It was far safer to invest in his younger brother, Qin Hao. Should any calamity befall the Qin family, Qin Hao would be aligned with the City of Heavenly Hearts. All right, Qin Tian asked no further questions, as his primary goal was to forge an alliance through marriage. As long as the two major powers of the Eastern and Western Great Xia united, even the royal family, allied with other clans, would have to reckon with the consequences. If they could secure time for the two young ones to grow, the Qin family would have emerged victorious. Ultimately, amidst the tacit understanding of both families, a marriage rooted in mutual benefit was settled. However, at this moment, the two parties involved remained entirely unaware that Lin Xner was playing within the Qin family fortress, accompanied by the two brothers and Lin San. Why do I feel like I could lose my life at any moment? As a destined great villain, Qin Feng felt a lack of security alongside two epic Chosen Ones. Even within the confines of the Qin family fortress, protected by millions of Qin relatives, he felt no sense of safety, fearing they might activate their powers and whisk the entire family away. Wow, it's so lively here, Lin Xner exclaimed in delight as they arrived at the Qin family market. Unlike the mundane markets of ordinary folk, this was a marketplace for cultivators selling precious herbs, elixirs, and magical artifacts. As the absolute sovereign of the Eastern Great Xia dynasty, the safety of the Qin family fortress was unquestionable. Every day, numerous external cultivators came here to trade, and the Qin family relied on these transactions to strengthen their disciples, gradually forming a free trade market. Oh, at the same moment, Qin Hao and Lin San's eyes lit up as they simultaneously focused on a weathered little cauldron. Oh, Qin Feng also perked up, as if he had unlocked a new pose. Rather than worrying about being outdone by the two Chosen Ones, it would be more prudent to utilize their unreasonable fortune to seek treasures. To have the attention of both Chosen Ones simultaneously suggests that the little broken cauldron must be something extraordinary. I saw it first. Qin Hao and Lin San stared at each other, neither willing to relinquish the small cauldron. However, amidst their standoff, Qin Feng transformed into a fisherman, inquiring about the price from the vendor. Originally priced at 1,000 spirit stones, how about 888 spirit stones if the young master desires it? The vendor cautiously presented his offer, observing Qin Feng's expression as though ready to lower the price at the slightest indication of discontent. After all, the Qin family was a local powerhouse. Who would dare to offend them? 888 spirit stones. Passers-by cultivators stopped in their tracks, exclaiming that the vendor must have lost his mind. It is known that a single spirit stone could sustain a commoner's life without worry. For a cultivator, absorbing it equates to a week of arduous training. Now, a mere small cauldron dares to command a price of 888 spirit stones. The vendor felt anxious. He had no intention of viewing Qin Feng as a fool. The origin of this small cauldron was indeed too unusual. He was once a minor leader of the Tiger Head Gang, which boasted over 100,000 members. One day, upon learning the location of a relic, he led his gang to excavate it. Tragically, over 100,000 members lost their lives, and he found himself as the sole survivor, eventually entering the depths of the relic. Instead of the anticipated scene filled with golden treasures, he discovered only a small broken cauldron resting on a stone pedestal. The gang leader, whether from prior injuries or other reasons, suddenly spat blood and perished, leaving him bewildered as the only survivor. After sacrificing 100,000 gang members for this small cauldron, the price of 888 spirit stones was already a bargain. All right, I shall accept the 888 spirit stones. Fearing prolonged delays, Qin Feng instructed the vendor to collect the payment from the Qin family. As the eldest son of the first family of the ancient era, it was reasonable not to carry money while out. Thank you, young master. The vendor repeatedly expressed his gratitude and hurriedly handed the cauldron to Qin Feng. Yulin San was left in shock, taken aback by Qin Feng's extravagance. Without even glancing at the item or negotiating the price, he directly finalized the deal at 888 spirit stones. Surely, such reckless spending was not typical of the wealthy. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a sense of regret, as although he did not understand the cauldron's purpose, his intuition suggested it was a valuable item, a sense that had served him well thus far. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for disrupting the chosen one's opportunity, earning a chance for a lottery draw. This truly is a treasure. Qin Feng examined the small cauldron closely, yet discerned no remarkable features. Why is there such a disparity in treatment? Why can the protagonist perceive its value through instinct, while he merely sees a small broken cauldron? He could not accept it. The antagonist would not accept it. Brother, can I have it? Qin Hao began to tug at Qin Feng's arm, attempting to feign cuteness to acquire the cauldron. Yet Qin Feng had never fallen for such tactics. Only his sister might sway him. However, he truly could not perceive any special qualities in the cauldron. Perhaps he could activate it through his younger brother, the chosen one. All right, Qin Feng said earnestly, I just spent 888 spirit stones on this small cauldron. As your elder brother, I shall offer you 2 eights. If you provide the remaining 8, I will lend it to you for a few days. Brother, you are so generous. Qin Hao, still confused, happily produced a cloth pouch. This was a storage bag commonly used by cultivators, containing his savings from recent years. Qin Feng had long coveted it. Soon, under Qin Feng's persuasion, Qin Hao took out an 8, equivalent to 800 spirit stones. The onlookers were utterly speechless. Anyone with a kindergarten diploma would not have fallen for this trick. Chapter 14. The antagonist, Delight Ding Dong, detected that the host has deceived the ignorant chosen one. Earning 500 antagonist points, Qin Feng gleefully accepted the 800 spirit stones, keeping his promise to lend the cauldron to his younger brother for a few days, intending to reclaim it once activated. To this, Qin Hao felt no loss. Rather, he felt he had gained. His elder brother spent 88, while he only spent 8, saving a whole 8. What a foolish child. Qin Feng looked at his dim-witted younger brother, unable to comprehend why a character as intelligent and emotionally astute as himself would ultimately be trampled underfoot according to the narrative. What use could this small cauldron possibly have? Lin Xian curiously approached, reaching out to examine the cauldron for its unusual characteristics. However, Qin Hao, as if guarding a treasure, hurriedly tucked the cauldron into his embrace, offering no consideration to his future sister-in-law, much to Lin Xian's frustration. As the little princess of Tianxin City, no one had ever dared to treat her with such disregard. I don't even want it. Lin San, let us go. Lin Xian was the quintessential tsundere little girl. The notion of asking for help was entirely absent from her lexicon. She continued her stroll through the Qin family market with Lin San. After tasting success, Qin Feng shamelessly followed, carefully observing Lin San's changing expressions. Why does this young master of the Qin family keep staring at me? Lin San felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing. As a servant to the little princess of Tianjin City, he had certainly heard rumors of certain nobles with peculiar tastes, preferring delicate-looking servants like himself. Especially those exceptionally refined noble youths. Their wild pursuits behind closed doors were astonishing. Could Qin Feng be such a person? To seemingly validate his suspicions, every item Qin Feng lingered upon for even a moment was purchased without hesitation. It was akin to a domineering CEO shopping with his pampered wife, showcasing his wealth by buying everything in sight. This is absurd. Qin Feng stared at the pile of items he had acquired, none of which could rival the small cauldron in value. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for seizing the chosen one's celestial herb, earning 300 antagonist points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for seizing the chosen one's elixir, earning 300 antagonist points. Although these were rare treasures and earned him antagonist points, Qin Feng clearly desired the system's lottery opportunities even more. I refuse to believe that in such a vast market of the Qin family, I can't find a genuine treasure. For the next few days, Qin Feng relentlessly dragged Lin San around the market. Lin San was so terrified he was covered in goosebumps, increasingly convinced that Qin Feng was lusting after him, unable to sleep soundly at night, gripping his sword tightly in vigilance, fearful of losing his purity. He was determined to be an excellent servant, not a delicate plaything. Is this truly the eldest son of the Qin family? The people in the Qin family market pointed at Qin Feng, whispering about the renowned eldest son. Previously, they had only heard tales of his imperial potential, but had never witnessed his prowess until the arrival of talents from Tianjin City, breaking through the transcendent realm at 8 years old, achieving a breakthrough in movement techniques amidst battle, creating the slashing heaven sword technique, and defeating the sword goddess Air with a single strike. Such achievements were unparalleled across the ancient world. His imperial potential was indeed well-deserved. Simultaneously, some noted the items Qin Feng purchased, knowledgeable individuals recognizing them as rare treasures, without a single oversight. Impressive. The crowd was left in awe, their admiration for the Qin family's eldest son growing immensely. To accurately discern such numerous treasures was not merely a matter of high cultivation. It required extensive knowledge and years of hard work. Now, to see an 8-year-old child accomplish such feats was nothing short of astonishing. Days later, the Qin family and the Lin family publicly announced their marriage alliance, signifying the formal union between the Qin family and Tianjin City. Lin Hao prepared to return to Tianjin City with a large entourage. Qin brother, it is time to part ways. Lin Hao clasped his fists, his expression filled with reluctance. Brother Lin, travel safely. Qin Tian also felt a deep reluctance, accompanying him for several hundred miles, wishing to continue. As they parted, Qin Feng's gaze towards Lin San was filled with sorrow. His dual-core treasure-seeking device was now reduced to a single core. Although the dual-core device had only unearthed an unknown small cauldron for him, the other treasures had undoubtedly granted him considerable wealth. Now, tales of his exploits filled the entirety of Qin family market, and everyone was eager to learn how he discerned treasures. Alas, Lin San, sensing Qin Feng's reluctant gaze, felt overwhelmed, yearning to distance himself from a man, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might truly be swayed. That night, Qin Feng found himself unable to sleep. The presence of Lin San had introduced him to the joys of being a villain. In just a few days, he had extracted 150,000 villain points from him and gained a chance for a lottery draw, a happiness his younger brother could never provide, making him contemplate running away from home in search of Lin San. Perhaps it was best to try the lottery first. Shaking his head, Qin Feng called upon the system. With a clatter, the spinning lottery wheel reappeared before him, still brimming with prizes. Supreme Body, Celestial Tyrant Body, Combat Saint Body, Chaos Saint Body, Twin Pupils, Supreme Bone, True Dragon Treasure Technique, and more. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the divine level Buddhist technique, Great Might Heavenly Dragon. Boom. A resounding thunder echoed in Qin Feng's mind, as if his soul had transcended into another realm. Roaring, a colossal golden dragon, 100 feet long, spiraled through the sky, unleashing a dragon's roar that stirred the air, causing the earth to tremble in its wake, showcasing the majesty of the king of beasts. Before Qin Feng could react, the dragon charged directly at him, burrowing into his body. Gasping, Qin Feng awoke in a cold sweat, discovering a golden dragon pattern adorning his body and new techniques swirling in his mind. By harnessing the dragon pattern, he could deploy the divine-level Buddhist technique, Great Might Heavenly Dragon. This technique not only boasted immense power, but also inflicted double damage upon demonic creatures, marking it as a bane for them. Furthermore, it enhanced his defensive capabilities and granted him the ability to discern between humans and demons. Creak. The door to Qin Feng's room swung open. His younger brother, Qin Hao, peeked in, and upon seeing Qin Feng still awake, he joyfully snatched his small pillow, scampering onto the bed with bare feet, declaring that he wished to sleep with his brother tonight. While others might have elder sisters seeking comfort from their brothers at night, here was a younger brother, a chosen one nonetheless. Qin Feng gazed speechlessly at his brother, who had already fallen asleep, feeling as though he was being tempted by Supreme Bone, slightly disrespected as a villain. Chapter 15. The storm approaches in the grand palace of the Great Xia. The emperor was holding court. All the ministers had received news of the alliance between the Qin family and Tianjin city, as well as the astonishing feat of the Qin family's eldest son, who at the tender age of 8 had broken through to the extraordinary realm and created the heaven-slaying sword technique to defeat Lin San. This was the heir of the Long Kong sword god, hailed as the foremost sword of the next century. Thus, the rapid growth of the two prodigies from the Qin family was beyond expectations. The alliance between the Qin family and Tianjin city was a blatant disregard for the court. Their intentions are treacherous indeed. I propose we mobilize our troops immediately, striking while their alliance remains unstable, to swiftly eradicate them. Do you think the Qin family and Tianjin city are mere paper tigers, so easily dealt with? If they were that easy to handle, would the court have allowed them to dominate the eastern and western regions for so many years? I suggest we seek negotiations. In recent years, the world has seen frequent anomalies, and a great conflict is upon us. We must not engage in internal strife. The Inu dynasty, having undergone reforms a century ago, has grown increasingly powerful, their ambitions no longer concealed. Recently, they even appointed two prodigies as their holy sons, who are now our primary adversaries. Your Majesty, consider the bigger picture. This is not the time for infighting. The Great Xia Emperor surveyed the two factions of ministers forming below, uncertain how to choose between them. To counter the invasion of the Inu dynasty, the Great Xia dynasty's various noble families must unite. Yet the price of such unity would grant the Qin family's two prodigies time to mature. If the royal family of Great Xia could also produce a few prodigies, would it not be a different story? The emperor lamented the decline of heroes, understanding the root of the issue. Times change, and while he could accept that, it was disheartening to witness the departure of the previous generation, leaving no successors in sight. In the Qin family, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in his small courtyard, enveloped in rich spiritual energy. Ever since he broke through to the extraordinary realm, the 33 Heavens creation decision had not kept pace, necessitating the expenditure of 30,000 villain points to activate a month-long comprehension halo to grasp the third heaven. Such terrifying comprehension. The 10th ancestor stood nearby, astonished, sensing the changes within Qin Feng's body. This transformation stemmed from his cultivation technique. As one delves deeper into the technique, it manifests physically. Now, not only was Qin Feng's physique growing stronger, but he also possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities. While he might not be able to resurrect from death, regrowing severed limbs should pose little challenge. What kind of heavenly laws did this child comprehend? The 10th ancestor had never encountered such a technique. Merely grasping the third heaven could enable limb regeneration. If fully comprehended, would he not be immortal, able to resurrect from a drop of blood? With a resounding thud, a dull sound emanated from within Qin Feng, and the runes around him erupted in blinding golden light, signifying that his aura had intensified beyond previous limits, indicating that he had not only grasped the third heaven, but also broken through to the second level of the extraordinary realm. A prodigy indeed. The 10th ancestor could not help but exclaim, recalling the scene of Qin Feng's birth. No wonder he could stir the winds and clouds of the world. His level of prodigiousness was beyond ordinary imagination. Bang! Bang! The sound of alarm bells resonated throughout the Qin family city, causing all to change countenance. This was an urgent alarm that had not sounded in the Qin family for centuries, signifying a grave crisis. All clan members must prepare for battle, for a war concerning the survival of the Qin family was imminent. What has transpired? The 10th ancestor's expression turned grave as he transformed into a beam of white light and disappeared. The survival of the clan? I suspect this matter has something to do with my younger brother. Qin Feng seized the opportunity to find an excuse to reprimand his younger brother, rising to search for Qin Hao. In truth, he did not wish for such a situation. His original dream was merely to be a carefree young master, living a life of extravagance and indulgence. Yet it was this little rascal who forced him to cultivate diligently for self-preservation, now facing the threat of annihilation. It was impossible to quell his anger without giving him a good thrashing. Within the great hall of the Qin family, Qin Tian, as the family head, sat in the high seat, with 13 leaders from various branches of the Qin family below him, collectively known as the 13 protectors of the Qin family. Reports from their informants within the Great Xia Palace revealed that after much deliberation, the Great Xia Emperor had decided to take action against the Qin family. Damn it! Let them come. We shall see who fears whom. A burly leader could hardly contain his excitement, his large blade already yearning for battle. Logically, with the recent alliance with Tianjin City and the looming threat of the Yin dynasty, it would be unwise for the Great Xia royal family to act recklessly. Yet, another leader, resembling a scholar, frowned and voiced his concerns, filled with trepidation over the impending war. If they were to rely solely on warfare to achieve victory, the outcome would only lead to mutual destruction, ultimately benefiting the Yin dynasty. The best strategy would be to buy time, allowing brothers Qin Feng and Qin Hao the opportunity to grow stronger. The Great Xia royal family was truly cutting off their own limbs. Qin Tian, his expression grave, stated, "Given the Qin family's standing in the Great Xia, once we mature, we can take their place. Thus, they intend to strike before our growth is realized. A swift resolution is their goal. Should we become embroiled in a protracted conflict, we can merely defend half our territory. For the sake of the throne, they're truly willing to go to such lengths." The 13 leaders wore solemn expressions, fully aware that this war was unavoidable. However, war cannot simply be initiated at the whim of the emperor of the Great Xia. It necessitates first appeasing the influential families, promising them certain advantages, for who would volunteer to risk their lives otherwise? Thus, it can be inferred that no conflict will arise in the immediate future, granting them ample time to prepare for battle. Is war truly imminent? Qin Feng could distinctly sense the palpable transformation within the Qin family, an oppressive atmosphere akin to a tempest brewing in the distance. Previously, every member of the Qin family radiated confidence, yet now their faces bore the weight of solemnity, devoid of any expression. The streets were stripped of the graceful figures of young ladies and wives, replaced instead by rows of armored warriors. Will victory be theirs in this impending battle? Qin Feng was no mere child. He was capable of analyzing the current situation. Although the Qin family, in alliance with the City of Heavenly Hearts, commanded a significant portion of the Great Xia, the powerful clans led by the emperor were not to be underestimated. Even if fortune favored them in the end, they would still contend with the watchful eyes of the Yin dynasty. Most critically, they harbored a chosen one among them. It is well known that a chosen one does not require the support of a formidable family to succeed. Even if born into one, he may depart for various reasons. It could be the family's downfall or a complete rupture with it. Hence, their chances of victory in this war were virtually non-existent. So the question arose, should he hastily flee? No, they're all my dear friends and brothers. Qin Feng shook his head vigorously, contemplating how to turn the tide in their favor. The final resort, of course, would be to summon the maximum-level red-haired elder. But suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled the system's mission to excavate his brother's supreme bone. Perhaps he could openly extract his brother's supreme bone. Chapter 16. Almost moved to tears in the ancestral hall of the Qin family, where the spirits of their valiant forebears were revered, there were countless plaques, numbering in the tens of thousands. An elderly man with white hair sat cross-legged on a mat. He was the first ancestor of the Qin family. Behind him stood 9 other ancestors, along with Qin Feng's adoptive father, Qin Tian. The founder spoke, "Since this war is unavoidable, let us engage in battle." Yes, the assembly, grave in demeanor, vowed to fight to the end. At that moment, a youthful voice disrupted the somber atmosphere. "Ancestor, you mustn't. Feng, go outside." Qin Tian, upon seeing Qin Feng scamper in on his short legs, hastily reprimanded him to leave. It was highly improper to question the ancestor's decision in the ancestral hall. Silence. The ancestor not only refrained from chastising him, but instead admonished Qin Tian, then turned with a smile to Qin Feng, beckoning him closer. "Yes, Qin Tian felt deeply wronged. How could there be such a disparity among descendants of the same ancestor? Was it merely because he lacked the potential of an emperor? Feng, what did you mean by mustn't? The ancestor gazed at Qin Feng with great fondness, having taken a liking to this young one who had always brought him treats, unlike the other unfilial descendants who sought only to quarrel. Qin Feng, with a serious expression, declared, "Only a fool would think victory could be achieved through war. Winning would drain our vital energy, while losing would spell disaster for the Qin family." Fool! The gathered ancestors turned their eyes towards Qin Tian, as if to say they would not bear the blame. After all, he was the head of the Qin family. Qin Tian's eyes twitched involuntarily, overwhelmed by disbelief. Do you have a method to achieve victory without war? The ancestor, intrigued, wished to hear the insights of this 8-year-old child. This was not a matter of the Qin family instigating war. Rather, it was the imperial family of the Great Xia that threatened them. It was a conflict concerning their own interests, where neither side was right or wrong, and reconciliation was utterly impossible. Indeed, Qin Feng replied confidently, "The root of this situation lies in the emergence of my brother and me disrupting the balance, which has led the imperial family to perceive us as a threat. If we can find a way to conceal my brother and me, the war will have no justification to continue." Is that all? It was indeed the reasoning of a child. Even if they were to hide the two brothers, the imperial family would not simply relent unless they were dead or incapacitated. Precisely. Incapacitated. Qin Feng's small face grew serious as he produced an ancient tome, yellowed with age. It was a book he had exchanged for in the system, detailing various rare physiques, including the correct method for handling the supreme bone. Excavate the bone, and from the ruins, rise anew. The attending ancestors gasped in astonishment, horrified by the implications of the correct method for handling the supreme bone. In other families, the emergence of a supreme bone was treated as a treasure. Who would be so cruel as to excavate a child as supreme bone, only to rely on great willpower to rise to the supreme position thereafter? The ancestor remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. This method is feasible. What? The gathered elders exclaimed in unison, astonished by the ancestor's agreement. I object. Qin Tian interjected urgently. Howard is only 5 years old. He is but a child. This is not a burden he should bear at his age. The ancestor replied calmly. To attain the supreme position requires more than just a supreme bone. It also demands great will and ambition. And in the grand scheme, there exists a certain fate. A certain fate? The ancestors exchanged glances, questioning whether the ancestor had glimpsed some hidden truth. However, Qin Tian understood the reasoning, yet he could not bring himself to act against his own son. The ancestor ignored Qin Tian's protest and, with keen interest, turned to Qin Feng, asking, Howard can conceal himself by excavating his bone and later rise anew to achieve the supreme position. How will you hide yourself, so you may one day reveal the qualities of an emperor? Qin Feng, with a noble demeanor, declared, the eldest son of the Qin family, envious of my brother's talent, will personally excavate his supreme bone for his own gain. When discovered by the Qin family, he will flee, and the ancestors will be enraged, forever banishing this ungrateful son from the Qin family, issuing a decree of extermination throughout the ancient lands. The moment he finished speaking, the hall fell into stunned silence. They could hardly fathom that this child, only 8 years old, could be so ruthless not only to others but even to himself. If Qin were to endure only physical pain from the excavation, Qin Feng would bear the dual torment of body and spirit. Not only would he be branded a traitor to the Qin family, but he would also lose their protection, subjecting him to endless pursuit until the day Qin matured enough to clear his name, assuming he could survive until then. Qin Feng felt no pressure regarding this. The maximum-level red-haired elder was no mere decoration. No, as a father, Qin Tian could not accept this plan under any circumstances. His eldest son would have to shoulder the family's expectations while struggling to survive, and his youngest would bear unbearable suffering to grow step by step. No parent wishes for their child to endure such anguish. To act heroically, bearing the scorn of the ages for the sake of the family. I am willing, Qin Feng proclaimed, standing tall, nearly moved to tears himself. In just a few brief words, he nearly rendered the ancestors, who had lived for thousands of years, speechless. He was but 8 years old. He was still a child. Without hesitation, he was prepared to sacrifice himself to spare his family from war, even if it meant enduring eternal disgrace. With such a descendant, how could the Qin family ever fear for its future? Ding dong. Such a hypocritical villain deserves applause. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a personal space. Qin Feng immediately sensed the presence of a personal space, approximately 1,000 square meters in size. Undeniably an essential asset for home, travel, and even for more nefarious endeavors. The ancestor, striving to maintain composure, spoke with tremors in his voice. The ancestors know you are a good child, but do you understand what you will face by doing this? There is no opportunity for regret. I do not regret it. The edge of sword is honed by grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. Without experiencing the storm, how can one see the rainbow? Qin Feng's gaze was clear and resolute. Yet at this moment, his inner thoughts were tumultuous. 5 years. Do you have any idea how I've spent these 5 years? Enough with the incessant chatter. Let me go and excavate the supreme bone. I must fulfill my mission. I desire the invincible double pupils. I refuse to remain at home like a compliant child. I long to leave the novice village and seek out beautiful maidens and a beloved wife. Good. The ancestor struggled to utter a single word, as if expending all his strength. He understood that Qin Feng's proposed plan was the most favorable, minimizing the losses to the Qin family. Even in the worst-case scenario, it would only result in the sacrifice of Qin Feng alone. However, should he endure until that day, the Qin family would emerge even stronger because of him. Ancestor, I implore you. Qin Feng, in a state of urgency, knelt and bowed, his eyes filled with a humble plea. He simply could not bear to watch his beloved son being hunted, all while maintaining an indifferent otouto. It was an unbearable torment for a father. Rest assured, father, your son will return safely. Qin Feng, moved, helped his adoptive father to his feet, and, for the first time in 8 years, sincerely called him father. This utterance was a promise that he would return to personally remove the oxygen tube from him. Chapter 17. The Supreme Bone, I accept it. As night fell, the Qin family was enveloped in a profound silence. With the urgent bell of war tolling, all nocturnal activities were suspended. Everyone was preoccupied with enhancing their cultivation, for only the strong would survive the impending conflict. Creak. The door to Qin Hao's room slowly opened, and Qin Feng sauntered in. Through the faint moonlight streaming in from the window, he beheld his younger brother, peacefully slumbering with a small broken cauldron, his innocent demeanor rendering it impossible to act against him. Brother, I am doing this for your own good. Qin Feng continually reassured himself. He had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Only by extracting his brother's supreme bone could he safeguard the living force of the Qin family, allowing them to lie in wait in the shadows, enabling his brother to endure trials and hasten his growth, while also assisting himself in completing his mission. Most importantly, from this moment forth, father could no longer proclaim that his son Qin Feng possessed the potential of an emperor. A fourfold gain. Forgive me, my foolish little brother. Brother. Qin Hao, groggy, rubbed his eyes and awoke to find Qin Feng standing at the foot of his bed. Yet before he could joyfully leap into his brother's embrace, he felt a searing pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw his brother's hand plunged into his body. Brother. Qin Hao incredulously raised his head, only to find not the smiling visage of his elder brother, but rather a cold and unfeeling countenance. The supreme bone. I accept it. Qin Feng ultimately steeled his heart and forcefully extracted the supreme bone. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for injuring the chosen one, hanging by a thread, and earning 800,000 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for excavating the supreme bone of the chosen one, disrupting the chosen one's fortune, and obtaining a lottery opportunity. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for excavating the supreme bone of the chosen one, completing the epic mission of the destined villain, and acquiring the invincible double pupils. The consecutive rewards left Qin Feng momentarily dazed. Simultaneously, his eyes underwent a transformation, his pupils splitting into two, as if he could see through the essence of the world and could retract the double pupils at will to revert to a normal appearance. Crash! The small cauldron slipped from Qin Hao's grasp as he collapsed onto the bed. Is this the invincible double pupils? Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the small cauldron. Unlike the last time he observed it, he now perceived a feeble soul within, presumably the protagonist's dedicated elder. This cannot be real. It must be an illusion. Qin Hao struggled on the bed, utterly unable to believe that his brother would harm him so. Yet no matter how he resisted reality, he could only watch helplessly as his brother departed with the supreme bone, not glancing back. As for the small cauldron, Qin Feng chose not to take it, putting aside whether the elder would recognize him as the master. Even if he did, it was unnecessary. His system was far more formidable than the elder. It was better left for his younger brother. One bone for an elder, he profited. After Qin Feng's departure, a sigh emanated from the small cauldron, stating, "The double pupils were meant for an invincible path. Why rely on another's bone?" Upon finishing, the cauldron emitted a gentle light, enveloping Qin Hao for healing. Meanwhile, in the room of Qin Feng's parents, "No, please, no." Yin Xie wept, shaking her head upon hearing the fates of her two sons. She pleaded with Qin Tian, imploring him not to proceed in this manner. As a mother, she could not bear to witness her son suffer. He is merely 8 years old. He is still a child. Moreover, the truth of the situation could not be disclosed to her younger son Qin Hao, which meant she might one day witness her two sons turn against one another, an unbearable cruelty for any mother. We must have faith in him. Qin Tian struggled to contain his emotions, holding his wife tightly in his arms. He understood the unbearable pain of being parents, yet as the head of the Qin family, he could not stand idly by while his kin faced death, nor could he allow the Qin family to engage in mutual destruction. The Qin family's current concealment was merely a prelude to their future resurgence. Thud, thud, thud. 3 sounds of kneeling echoed from outside the door, as Qin Feng bowed 3 times before his parents' chamber. Fengya, Yun Xie could no longer contain herself and attempted to open the door for one last glimpse of her son. However, Qin Tian restrained her, knowing that if Yun Xie were to see Qin Feng now, the situation would spiral out of control. It would attract the attention of others, jeopardizing all their efforts. "Father, mother, I am leaving." Without hesitation, Qin Feng rose and departed the Qin family, not casting a backward glance. "My son," Yin Xie sobbed uncontrollably in Qin Tian's embrace, pounding her fists against his chest. He was a piece of her flesh. How could she bear to watch him suffer and be pursued by countless foes? Arriving at the entrance of the Qin family, Qin Feng felt the cool night breeze and turned to gaze back at the Qin family. Having spent 8 years in this world, he had experienced warmth and affection from family and friends. To protect this home, he must now leave. Ancient desolation, beautiful maidens and beloved wives. I, Qin Feng, am coming. Huh. Qin Feng was momentarily transfixed by the crooked tree at the entrance. Just like the small cauldron, he had failed to discern any issues before, but now, with the aid of his double pupils, he perceived an immensely terrifying energy within. Desolation, ruin. It seemed as though it did not belong to this world, having traversed countless epochs. Goodness, the chosen one truly defies reason. Qin Feng gazed at the supreme bone in his hand, comparing it to the small cauldron elder and the enigmatic crooked tree. It seemed to be the least significant of the 3. At that moment, the ancestor's voice echoed in Qin Feng's ear from afar. "Child, dawn is approaching. The Qin family's decree to hunt you will soon spread across the ancient lands. Where do you intend to go?" "To the Yin dynasty," Qin Feng resolutely declared, gazing forward, indicating his intent to venture into the most perilous realm. Since the reforms of the Yin dynasty a century ago, it had transformed into a system akin to a presidential one, no longer hereditary, but based on merit. As a traitor of the Qin family, he believed they would undoubtedly take an interest in him. Most importantly, the Yin dynasty had grown increasingly powerful after its reforms, inevitably challenging the once great Xia. By infiltrating as an undercover agent, he would be contributing to the future security of the Qin family. As for the 3 out of the 4 great beauties hailing from the Yin dynasty, he expressed no interest whatsoever. "Child, you must return safely." The ancestor struggled to contain his emotions, deeply moved by Qin Feng's resolve. He is merely 8 years old, always considering the family. The family has failed him. Ding dong. Such a hypocritical villain deserves applause. Congratulations to the host for doubling the space in his inventory. Who the hell is hypocritical? He is the hope of the Qin family. Qin Feng scornfully derided the system within his heart, wishing it would remain silent. At that moment, a cry of alarm emanated from the Qin family. "Someone quickly! The second young master has been attacked." Chapter 18. Exile from the Qin family. The once tranquil night was instantly transformed into chaos. Upon hearing that the second young master, Qin Hao, had been assaulted, the entire Qin family immediately suspected the imperial family of the great Xia of engaging in underhanded tactics, and they furiously armed themselves, intent on exacting brutal vengeance upon the assailant. When they laid eyes on Qin Hao, their fury reached a boiling point. How could there exist such a heartless individual in this world, who could so cruelly extract the supreme bone from a 5-year-old child? This act was not only barbaric, but also severed the future hopes of the Qin family. This is intolerable. If my aunt can endure, I cannot. However, When the crowd learned the identity of the perpetrator, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Qin Feng, how could this be possible? Who did not know that the eldest young master of the Qin family was polite, refined, diligent, and exemplary in both character and academics? He had always displayed remarkable decorum, making him the indisputable choice for the next family head. How could he commit such a heinous act, personally digging out his brother's supreme bone? Impossible. Absolument impossible. The members of the Qin family shook their heads in disbelief, refusing to accept that it was Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng often bullied Qin Hao, they regarded it as typical sibling rivalry. The brothers were usually quite affectionate towards each other. How could he possibly commit such a cruel act? It was him, this ungrateful wretch. Qin Tian's face contorted with pain and rage, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Once, he had a blissful and harmonious family, but due to the machinations of the great Xia imperial family, he found himself separated from his children. He could only watch helplessly as his 8-year-old son struggled to survive outside, unable to offer any assistance, while his 5-year-old son endured the agony of having his bone extracted, suffering the pain of being broken and rebuilt. As a father, how could he contain his fury? With a sudden cough, Qin Tian could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. As the head of the Qin family, he bore an immense burden, yet he could not share with others, carrying this weight alone. Head of the family, the members of the Qin family were taken aback, finally coming to terms with the truth behind Qin Feng's actions. As the patriarch of the ancient and prestigious Qin family, Qin Tian's cultivation was undoubtedly profound, yet he had been pushed to the point of vomiting blood, revealing the extent of his anguish. Blood is thicker than water, yet they have turned against each other. No parent could endure such a betrayal. Just then, the voice of the second ancestor of the Qin family resonated, declaring, Qin Feng, consumed by jealousy, has committed an unforgivable crime by extracting his brother's supreme bone for his own use. Now that this matter has been exposed, not only does he show no remorse, but he also injures the guards and escapes the Qin family. In the name of the second ancestor of the Qin family, I hereby announce the expulsion of Qin Feng from the clan and issue a family-wide hunt for him, regardless of life or death. Expel from the family? Regardless of life or death. The members of the Qin family were stunned, hoping that the second ancestor might show leniency. Now that Qin Hao's supreme bone was rendered useless. If they were to lose Qin Feng, the son with imperial potential, what hope would the Qin family have of thriving in this world of competition? This child is unworthy to be a disciple of the Qin family. The second ancestor, suppressing his trembling voice, uttered the most disheartening words of his life. If Qin Feng was unworthy, then who could possibly be worthy of being a disciple of the Qin family? At that moment, the sun began to rise over the horizon. The ancestors of the Qin family stood atop the family tower, gazing at the distant silhouette of the child. He would bear the hopes of the entire Qin family, facing numerous trials that could easily lead to his demise, as if dancing on the edge of a blade, teetering on the brink of a bottomless abyss. Yet, they could offer no assistance. Everything rested upon his small shoulders. Was this decision not too cruel? He was merely 8 years old. The 10th ancestor could no longer contain his tears, which brimmed in his eyes. As Qin Feng's great-grandfather, having raised him since childhood, their bond was naturally profound. Watching the child struggle to survive alone caused him immense heartache. Throughout history, great talents have faced great adversity. True, he is only 8 years old, but his intellect and cultivation are beyond that of an ordinary child. The ancestor gazed steadfastly at the vanishing figure, confident that this child would return safely, bearing the expectations of the Qin family and bringing back unparalleled glory. Rest assured, do not forget that he was born under the blood moon. The second ancestor spoke words of comfort, reminding everyone of Qin Feng's birth under extraordinary circumstances. The emergence of the blood moon heralded chaos in the ancient world. The age of great contention was fast approaching. Soon, the tragedy of the Qin family spread like wildfire, leaving the world in shock. The eldest young master, consumed by jealousy over his brother's talents, had personally extracted the supreme bone, and upon realizing his heinous act, he showed no remorse and was subsequently expelled from the family, with a bounty placed on his head. This explosive news reverberated throughout the ancient world, akin to a stone cast into a still pond, causing ripples that reached even the ears of the great Xia emperor, who hastily summoned his ministers. Is this true? Could it be that the Qin family is merely putting on an act? The news was confirmed. Indeed, the second young master had suffered the extraction of his supreme bone, and the family head, Qin Tian, was so furious that he vomited blood and fell into despair. The eldest young master was truly ruthless, even turning against his own brother. The law of the jungle governed cultivation. What of it if it was his own brother? With the two prodigies of the Qin family now crippled and fleeing, the great Xia would surely benefit from this turn of events. The Qin family posed no further threat, and war could be avoided. However, as long as the eldest young master remained alive, with his supreme bone intact, he would still pose a danger. He must be eliminated for true safety. This child is of no concern. From the moment he extracted the supreme bone, it was clear he could never reach the pinnacle of power. Indeed, he had begun to doubt his own strength, his invincible spirit shattered. He was of no consequence. The great Xia Emperor sat upon his dragon throne, feeling as if he were in a dream. Just last night, he had been discussing strategies with his ministers to swiftly conquer the Qin family. Yet this morning, the Qin family had crumbled without a fight, and both prodigies had fallen from grace. The great Xia imperial family continued to flourish. Ah, splendid, splendid. The great Xia emperor could not contain his laughter, deciding to select a consort to celebrate this fortuitous turn of events. At this moment, Qin Feng was leisurely riding a small donkey on his way to the Yin dynasty. Finally, I have accumulated 1 million villain points. Qin Feng looked at the system display showing 156, 500 villain points, and promptly spent 1 million to exchange for the Great Perfection Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 1 million villain points to exchange for the Great Perfection 100 compatibility card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the Great Perfection 100 compatibility card, achieving 100 compatibility with the 33 Heavens creation technique. In Qin Feng's mind, it was as if thunder had erupted, plunging him into a state of profound awareness, allowing him to clearly perceive the laws of the universe and gain a deeper understanding of the 33 Heavens creation technique. In simpler terms, he could now utilize 100 of his power, a qualitative leap from previously being limited to only 60. This was the Great Perfection Realm. Qin Feng, coming to his senses, could not help but exclaim in wonder, finally experiencing the joy of being the chosen one. Should he encounter Lin San again, he was confident that he could defeat him without employing the sky-slaying sword technique, provided he had not encountered any significant opportunities during this period. Just then, a cackling laugh echoed from ahead. "Little girl, do not fear. If you let us brothers have a bit of fun with you, we shall let you go." HM, a heroic rescue? Qin Feng was momentarily stunned. This was a privilege afforded to him as a villain. Chapter 19. Release that girl. With a whoosh, Qin Feng leaped from his small donkey and landed on a large tree several hundred meters away. From his vantage point, he observed a group of burly men surrounding a young girl clad in purple. Her features were exquisite, radiant, and captivating, and her violet gown shimmered as if bathed in moonlight, flowing gracefully to the ground, revealing her delicate, fair legs. My goodness, how nostalgic! Qin Feng felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. It had been years since he had seen such attire. Ever since he entered this fantastical world, he had not encountered a figure reminiscent of the charming ladies he once admired. Mediocre dancing, mediocre music, yet an exquisite physique, and a rather despicable self. With a resounding bang, the girl in purple launched her attack, executing a taiji-like palm technique. However, the anticipated lethality was absent. It merely caused a burly man to stagger back 2 steps, without inflicting any substantial harm. At the third level of the extraordinary realm, the man smirked derisively, charging toward the girl with his imposing figure. Alas, the young girl was evidently inexperienced in real combat. Upon seeing the fierce advance, she panicked, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Just as Qin Feng prepared to intervene, ready to shout for the girl to be released, a sharp clang echoed through the air as a sword was drawn, accompanied by a fierce wave of sword energy. That familiar sound of sword being unsheathed. Qin Feng's mind conjured the image of Lin San, as the sound of his sword echoed similarly. But wait, Lin San had accompanied Lin Xin to Tianjin City. Why was he still lingering in the eastern regions of Daxia? Suddenly, a shadow darted through the air, and where the sword light passed, hot blood splattered, as one of the burly men was dispatched on the spot. As the shadow landed, it was none other than Lin San. Indeed, it was him. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight, internally exclaiming his affection for Lin San. He had thought that after leaving the Qin family, he would wallow in despair for a long time, for the chosen one was not something one could easily find. Yet, under the halo of the protagonist, fate had brought him the enemy on a silver platter. Wait a moment, that sounded rather peculiar. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, how could they dare to bully a young girl? Lin San, sword in hand, assumed an ostentatious pose of righteousness, standing on the moral high ground to denounce the scoundrels before him. Dare to harm my brother. The remaining burly men were instantly filled with rage, charging forward to avenge their comrade. With a roar, they descended upon Lin San like ferocious tigers, their assault swift and ferocious. You seek death. Lin San's gaze was piercing, his sword shooting forth with blinding speed. The blade transformed into a streak of light, piercing a burly man directly, the terrifying force erupting at the tip of the sword, cleaving through the man's chest and causing blood to cascade forth. The pungent scent of blood rapidly filled the air, igniting the fury of the other men. However, Lin San showed no fear. He advanced with determination, drawing his sword to continue the slaughter, sending more jets of blood flying. At the 4th level of the extraordinary realm, Qin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing Lin San had made a breakthrough. His swordsmanship was sharper and swifter than before, indicating that he had not been idle during this time. Yet he couldn't grasp why Lin San had not returned to Tianxin City with Lin Xi. What was his purpose in remaining in the territory of the Qin family? Kid, we truly underestimated you. The 3 remaining burly men finally realized they had encountered a prodigy, one capable of challenging them with ease. Without hesitation, they swallowed a pill. It was a fury pill. Lin San's expression changed dramatically, and he swiftly charged forward. He was aware of the fury pill's effects. It could double one's combat power, but the cost of 10 years of lifespan. These men were only slightly stronger than him. Defeating them without the protagonist's halo was feasible. However, if they consumed the fury pill, even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. He had to eliminate them all before the pill took effect. Just then, a sword energy, as if capable of cleaving the heavens, surged toward him. A fierce wind striking Lin San's face. Before he could react, Qin Feng zipped past like a solitary swan across the sky, his sword the Long Kong divine sword, erupting with a dark, fluid-like luminescence. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng sheathed his sword. You! The 3 burly men's pupils dilated in shock, their massive forms collapsing to the ground. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for slaying 3 individuals, earning 300 villain points. What a fearsome sword technique! A bead of sweat trickled down Lin San's forehead. Even though this was not his first encounter with the heaven-slaying sword technique, he still felt the terror of that strike. Had Qin Feng directed it at him, he might not have had time to react. In truth, Qin Feng had considered eliminating Lin San for a grand payoff, but the risk of unforeseen circumstances was too high. It was safer to blend in beside him, occasionally providing assistance. Brother Lin, what a coincidence! Qin Feng turned casually. Испорчен армизис маю. Brother Qin, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Lin San, evidently unaware of Qin Feng's recent exploits, naturally clasped his fists in greeting. Thank you both for saving me. I, Ziyuan, am deeply grateful. The girl in purple hurriedly approached to express her gratitude, performing a deep bow, her gaze toward Lin San brimming with admiration. As for Qin Feng, he was completely disregarded. What could a mere child possibly understand? Wow, this is quite the double standard. Qin Feng was utterly speechless, gaining a fresh understanding of the protagonist's unreasonable nature. Miss Ziyuan, you are too kind. It is the duty of practitioners to uphold justice. Lin San resumed his righteous pose, prompting Qin Feng to roll his eyes repeatedly, while Xing, on the contrary, was utterly captivated, her eyes sparkling as if she might offer herself in devotion. Suddenly, a still-breathing burly man shot an arrow into the sky, a massive character for tiger exploding in the air, visible for hundreds of miles. This was the insignia of the Weihu gang, as the future hope of the Qin family. Qin Feng was well acquainted with the factions within his territory. The Weihu gang was a minor power, with tens of thousands under its command, and its leader was at the 3rd level of the spirit martial realm. Due to their annual tributes to the Qin family, the family had chosen to ignore them. With blood spewing from his mouth, the burly man laughed maniacally. Our leader is at the 3rd level of the spirit martial realm. No matter who you think you are, you will all perish. The 3rd level of the spirit martial realm. Ziyuan's eyes were filled with concern, eager to leave the area. Fear not, Miss Ziyuan. We'll be just fine, Lin San assured confidently, thumping his chest. Had he not encountered Qin Feng, he might have fled with Ziyuan, but now, with the eldest son of the Qin family present, there was no question of running. They would wait for their foes to come begging for mercy. You are brave. Keep it up. Qin Feng resolutely denied the chosen one the chance to show off, hastily taking Ziyuan's hand to flee. Chapter 20. I, Qin Feng. I am where I am today solely because of my own efforts. Lin Sen stood awkwardly in place, unsure of what to do. If he did not pursue, it would seem boastful, but if he did, it would mean delivering himself to the enemy. Ultimately, weighing the pros and cons, Lin San decided that his life was more valuable, thickening his skin to follow Qin Feng in retreat. Witnessing this scene, Ziyuan's eyes filled with disappointment. There is no girl who does not dream of romance. She had thought she found her destined hero, only to discover he was merely a boastful youth. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for interrupting the Chosen One's display, preventing him from gaining the goddess's favor, earning 500 villain points. This could actually work. Qin Feng immediately perked up, as if unlocking a new position. Lin San attempted to salvage his image, asking, "Brother Qin, I don't understand. Given your status, why are you running?" Quite simply, Qin Feng replied seriously, "I'm not the type to bully others due to my family's influence. Living off the remnants of my ancestors does not make one a true man. I, Qin Feng, am where I am today solely because of my own efforts. I intend to carve my own path." Brother Qin, Lin San began to feel a tinge of admiration for Qin Feng, a second-generation heir unlike any he had seen before. Ziyuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with a unique light, surprised to find this young boy with such lofty aspirations. Meanwhile, within the Qin family, the elders were convening a meeting. Since Qin Feng's departure, they discovered that the 30 million spirit stones had vanished from the warehouse. These were not ordinary spirit stones, but rather premium ones refined to perfection, each equivalent to 1,000 regular stones. Even the Qin family, as the absolute rulers of the eastern region of the Great Xia, would require 5 years to amass such wealth. The 10 ancestors reported. According to the warehouse steward, only Fenger had visited the warehouse that day. It must be him. The patriarch displayed little expression, evidently having anticipated the culprit's identity. The 10 ancestor pondered. Yet the question remains, how did he manage to move 30 million premium spirit stones? That would require hundreds of the largest storage bags. If he lacked ability, he would not dare to propose such an audacious plan. The patriarch waved his hand with a smile. "Never mind. It's all for our child anyway. Let us not make a fuss about it." Indeed, the 10 ancestor nodded in understanding but hesitated. "There is another matter. After Xiao Tian spat blood, his spirit has been quite low, and this child has been crying incessantly. Alas, the burdens of parenthood weigh heavily upon them." The patriarch sighed, contemplating. Given Xiao Tian's current mental state, he is unlikely to fulfill the role of family head. We should find someone to take over his position and allow them some peace to live quietly. I shall attend to this. The 10 ancestor nodded and departed. Soon, the Qin family announced a new head, leading everyone to believe this matter was related to Qin Feng. Having lost 2 prodigies in quick succession, Qin Tian, as both father and family head, could not escape responsibility. The once vibrant courtyard of the family head became unusually desolate, with no visitors daring to call upon them any longer. "Great tree, I have come to see you." Qin Hao, his pale visage standing beneath the crooked tree, had persevered through adversity, shedding some of his childhood innocence while gaining a newfound resolve in his gaze. He would demonstrate to his brother that he was mistaken, grievously so. True strength lies in an indomitable spirit, not in self-doubt. "Look, isn't that the useless second son?" A few young children, upon seeing Qin Hao, could not suppress their laughter. The former Qin Hao had been a figure they could only admire from afar. Now, having fallen into misfortune, they felt emboldened to taunt him. Anger ignited in Qin Hao's heart, urging him to confront them, yet he suddenly recalled his brother's words. Even a dragon in shallow waters remains a true dragon, destined to soar once more. "Brother, why?" Qin Hao pouted, on the verge of tears, recalling that fateful night. At this moment, Qin Feng, unable to quell his curiosity, inquired of Lin San why he had not returned to Tianxin City with Lin Shiner. "I plan to train before going back," Lin San replied swiftly, as if rehearsing his lines. "Training?" Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly skeptical of his tale. As a seasoned reader of novels for a decade, he could assert with confidence that the protagonist's words were often deceptive. They claimed to embark on journeys of training, yet their true intentions were to seek relics, treasures, or charming maidens, always returning with their hands full. "I too am out for training," Ziyuan admitted, somewhat sheepishly. "You two are training?" Qin Feng cast a doubtful glance away. From his extensive reading experience, he knew that those rescued by heroic protagonists were often rebellious young ladies who could not fend for themselves, possessing many useless traits. It was precisely because the protagonist clung to these useless characters that they later enjoyed the benefits of a soft life. Night is falling. Let's find a place to rest. Lin San observed that Qin Feng showed no intention of leaving and proposed they seek out a cave to spend the night. All right. Ziyuan clapped her hands in excitement. After witnessing the dark side of the world, she realized just how lacking her skills were. Yet, she still possessed the heart of a wanderer, determined to stick with these two. A classic case of being inexperienced yet eager to play. Before long, night enveloped the land, and a campfire was ignited. As the chosen one, Lin San maintained an aloof demeanor, cooking an unknown chicken for himself while completely disregarding Ziyuan's inability to care for herself. While Ziyuan stood awkwardly, twirling her fingers, unsure of what to do, Qin Feng handed her the roasted chicken, transforming into a warm-hearted companion. Here, have some of my chicken. Thank you, Ziyuan exclaimed, her excitement evident as she devoured the food without a care for her ladylike image. Clearly, she was famished, and anything tasted delightful. Now that I have shared my chicken, perhaps I shall benefit from her in the future. Qin Feng was rather hopeful about this investment. He then opened the system, ready to utilize the lottery opportunity gained from his brother's supreme bone. With a whoosh, the lottery will reappear before him, spinning slowly. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the divine skill of stealth, the ability to retrieve objects from a distance. Qin Feng's expression grew distant as he felt a shift in the surrounding space. As if he could grasp whatever he desired with a mere outstretched hand, even items under the tightest security. Is this enlightenment? Lin San noticed the change in Qin Feng, genuinely astonished. He had always perceived his role as a servant as a carefree existence, for he was a rare prodigy with his own pride. However, since meeting this young master of the Qin family, he realized how laughable his pride truly was. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have diminished the confidence of the chosen one, earning 10,000 villain points. Qin Feng seemed oblivious, remaining lost in thought until he awakened to find Lin San and Ziyuan seated, meditating on the ground. Whether out of curiosity or a desire to test his newfound skill, he reached out towards Zin, and instantly a red belly band embroidered with a duck appeared in his hand, still warm to the touch. Chapter 21. First, eliminate the correct answers. Qin Feng immediately straightened up, asserting that he was not that kind of person. At this moment, Ziyuan trembled slightly, as if sensing the absence of something. To maintain his image as a proper gentleman, Qin Feng casually stowed the little duck in his personal space, feigning a dazed expression as if in deep contemplation. When Ziyuan opened her eyes, panic gripped her as she clutched her chest. What happened? Why has my intimate garment vanished? In the cave, apart from her, only Qin Feng and Lin San remained, thus eliminating Qin Feng as a suspect. After all, he was merely an 8-year-old child who understood nothing. Moreover, Qin Feng was currently in a state of enlightenment, further solidifying his innocence, leaving Lin San as the sole suspect. Stop pretending. Ziyuan glared at the meditating Lin San, her anger soaring. Beyond the natural embarrassment of a young lady, her fury surged. She had not anticipated he would be such a despicable individual. Shameless, rogue, return my belongings. Ziyuan's emotions ultimately erupted, and she sprang up, delivering a resounding slap to Lin San. What on earth? Lin San awoke in confusion, unable to comprehend why Ziyuan struck him. Sister Ziyuan, what has Brother Lin taken from you? Qin Feng asked innocently as he too awakened. Ziyuan struggled to articulate that it was her belly band, her anger causing her to stomp out of the cave, disappearing into the night. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully framed the chosen one, earning the disdain of a young woman and gaining 500 villain points. Thank goodness I am clever. Qin Feng sighed with relief, increasingly convinced that the system was quite unorthodox. It was clear it understood he was a proper gentleman, yet still bestowed upon him such dubious skills, seemingly intent on dismantling the virtuous image he had cultivated over the years. Ziyuan's scream echoed, signaling she had encountered danger. Not good. Something has happened. Lin San disregarded why Ziyuan had struck him, swiftly grabbing his sword and sprinting out of the cave. Is it possible? Just as I arrived, an opportunity presented itself for a hero to save a damsel in distress and elevate his standing. Qin Feng grew increasingly exasperated by the unreasonable behavior of the chosen one. Deciding to abandon pretense, he propelled himself forward with a powerful push, his figure darting out of the cave like an arrow released from its bow. Aspiring to be the fastest man of the ancient wilderness, his speed was not just boastful. Even if Lin San were to sprint 100 meters ahead, he would effortlessly catch up. What kind of movement technique is this? Lin San was utterly astonished as he witnessed Qin Feng glide over him. Normally, the techniques of extraordinary cultivators merely enhance speed. But Qin Feng's movement was not only agile and silent as a snowflake, but also allowed him to glide several hundred meters through the air, using a mere touch of his toes to gain further distance. It could be said that Qin Feng's technique had already begun to resemble the ability to fly. Roar! A powerful roar reverberated through the night sky, causing the air to tremble and the earth to shudder. A monster? Qin Feng furrowed his brows as he perched atop a tree. Looking down from his elevated position, he saw, 100 meters away, the purple kite being forced to retreat repeatedly, while a ferocious beast resembling a mighty tiger unleashed a terrifying growl at her. The creature measured 2 meters in length, with its jaws bearing 2 half-meter-long fangs that glinted like metal, clearly razor-sharp. Most notably, its long fur was as hard as steel. A toothed tiger beast, a large and formidable creature. Its aura indicated it possessed the strength of the 9th stage of the extraordinary realm. Brother Qin, we need to join forces. Lin San finally arrived, his expression grave as he assessed the toothed tiger beast. Due to differences in physiology and habitat, monsters of the same rank were generally much stronger than humans, especially carnivorous beasts, which were not only more powerful, but also more ferocious than cultivators. With Lin San at the 4th stage of the extraordinary realm, Qin Feng at the 2nd stage, and an incompetent young lady at the 3rd stage, facing off against the 9th stage toothed tiger beast would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Do we really need to team up? Qin Feng had no intention of being a support for the Chosen One, especially given his habit of effortlessly impressing women. Besides, his great might heavenly dragon was a renowned technique against the demon race. There was no need for hesitation. He would simply act. Without further ado, Qin Feng leaped from the tree, landing firmly in front of the Miss Purple Kite. Young Master Qin. Her voice trembled with excitement, and despite the chaos around her, her heart inexplicably calmed as she gazed at the not-so-tall figure before her. Roar! As soon as the toothed tiger beast spotted Qin Feng, it emitted a chilling roar, its icy aura flooding the woods like a torrent rushing towards him. Soudain, sans signe danger. Qin Feng wrapped his arm around Miss Purple Kite's slender waist, and with a powerful push, his form soared like a wild goose, landing on a large tree in the rear. Boom! The massive body of the toothed tiger beast leaped forward, crashing down onto the spot where Qin Feng had just stood, causing trees as thick as a man's waist to splinter and scatter. What terrifying speed! Miss Purple Kite couldn't help but swallow hard. Had Qin Feng not pulled her away, she would have likely become the beast's dinner. Roar! The toothed tiger beast, enraged by its miss, charged at Qin Feng once more. Lin San shouted urgently from the side, Brother Qin, stop being reckless. We can only defeat it if we work together. You are truly annoying. Qin Feng cast a cold glance at the toothed tiger beast, which charged towards him like a mountain. The chill in his black eyes gradually intensified. If his gaze had been sharp as a blade before, now it was as venomous as a serpent. Just as the beast's sharp claws were about to strike him, Qin Feng unsheathed his long sky sword with the speed of lightning. Avant de slicing sword technique. The crisp sound of the sword being drawn echoed through the forest, and the sword's glow briefly illuminated the night. The toothed tiger beast, rushing forward, seemed to freeze in place. Huff! Qin Feng found himself gasping for breath, his arms trembling uncontrollably. With a sickening thud, a gaping wound appeared on the toothed tiger beast, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. However, due to the vast difference in their levels, this strike did not slay the beast. Rather, it incited its ferocity. Roar! The toothed tiger beast let out a furious roar, causing the air to ripple, its gigantic form barreling towards Qin Feng. Trees along its path, thick as a person's waist, splintered under its weight, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Young Master Qin, be careful, Miss Purple Kite exclaimed, her heart racing. Brother Qin, don't panic, I'm coming. Lin San rushed forward with his sword drawn, clearly intent on claiming the kill. Damn, he wants to steal the glory. Qin Feng cursed internally, no longer concealing his prowess as he formed intricate hand seals. Great might heavenly dragon, earthly king of the underworld. Chapter 22, Betraying a Teammate. Roar. A dragon's roar echoed through the forest, golden light illuminating the night sky. Bang! Qin Feng, gathering his energy, struck down with a heavy palm, producing a resonant sound that echoed through the woods. The charging toothed tiger beast fell to the ground like a kite with its string cut, crashing down and stirring up a whirlwind of fallen leaves, thrashing a few times before finally expiring. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for preventing the chosen one from showing off, hindering his ability to gain favor with the ladies, and earning 500 villain points. What kind of technique is this? Lin San's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. He had thought Qin Feng's heavenly slashing sword technique was terrifying enough, but this great might heavenly dragon technique was even more formidable, capable of instantly slaying a toothed tiger beast of the 9th stage of the extraordinary realm, even though the beast was already severely injured. The fact that someone at the 2nd stage could annihilate a 9th stage beast was an unprecedented shock to him, the first swordsman of the century. Young Master Qin is truly impressive. Miss Purple Kite's eyes sparkled with admiration, her feelings for Qin Feng soaring. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for thwarting the chosen one's attempts to impress, preventing him from earning the goddess's favor and earning 500 villain points. Phew. Earning these 500 points was no easy feat. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. The great might heavenly dragon indeed inflicted tremendous damage to the demon race, but its consumption was equally terrifying, leaving him feeling as if he had just endured a long series of cold wars with his ex-girlfriend, his legs weak and unsteady. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause erupted, instantly putting the three on high alert. Emerging from the woods was a scar-faced man accompanied by a group of thugs. Their attire made it clear they were members of the Wei Hu gang. Young hero, what remarkable skills you possess. The scar-faced man scanned the trio with a cold gaze. If I'm not mistaken, you are the ones who killed my brothers from the Wei Hu gang. If you don't provide an explanation today, you might find it difficult to leave. An explanation? Before Lin San could respond, Qin Feng arrogantly declared, "You think you could demand an explanation from my brother Lin San? Let me tell you, this is how we operate." Goo. Lin San nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling utterly unacquainted with Qin Feng. "Brother, I think I'll take a moment to rest. You can handle these scoundrels." With that, Qin Feng took Miss Purple Kite's hand and turned to leave, not forgetting to raise his middle finger in defiance. How bold! The scar-faced man's face darkened immediately, feeling his patience fraying. Initially, witnessing Qin Feng's battle with the toothed tiger beast had led him to believe that the young man was a rare prodigy, and he merely needed to save face in front of his subordinates. However, not only did Qin Feng refuse to give him any respect, but he also openly humiliated him in front of his men. This was intolerable. "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Lin San quickly interjected. "Actually, my brother here is someone you know. He is the eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Feng." Qin Feng. Qin Feng. He is Qin Feng. The members of the Wei Hu gang exclaimed in shock. As a minor force in the eastern region of the Great Xia, they naturally had no chance to meet the eldest son of the Qin family, but they had certainly heard tales of his exploits. The legendary potential of the great emperor, the future hope of the Qin family. At the tender age of 8, he shattered the boundaries of the extraordinary realm and created the unparalleled sky-slaying sword technique, defeating the heir of the Long Kong sword god. Each event underscores his terrifying potential. Perhaps the most notorious tale involves the extraction of the supreme bone from his brother and his subsequent defection from the Qin family. Now, the Qin family has issued a kill order against him. Whoever can slay Qin Feng may claim a reward of 1 million supreme spirit stones, and an additional Tian Bao gourd for capturing him alive. Upon the announcement of this news, chaos erupted in the wilderness. Individuals who considered themselves capable flocked to the scene, unaware that this plump lamb was within their reach. What does this mean? Lin San pondered, sensing something amiss. Upon hearing the name of Qin Feng, they showed no inclination to kneel and plead for guidance. Instead, their eyes sparkled as if they had encountered a breathtaking beauty. "This one is mine. You pursue Qin Feng." The scarred man fixed his serious gaze on Lin San. After witnessing Qin Feng's terrifying combat prowess in slaying a transcendent 9th-level beast, he dared not underestimate these extraordinary talents. Moreover, this man was referred to as brother by the Qin family's prodigious young master. It was clear that his combat strength was formidable. To catch a lion, one must exert full effort. Yes, the disciples of the Wei Hu gang received their orders and swiftly pursued Qin Feng and his companion. A menacing aura surged from the scarred man, causing the air around him to ripple, and a phantom of a roaring tiger materialized behind him. Good heavens! A 3rd-level spirit martial realm practitioner. He is the leader of the Wei Hu gang. Lin San exclaimed, cursing inwardly. The scarred man wasted no time and lunged at Lin San with a sudden attack. Descending Tiger, a commonly seen technique, yet the scarred man executed it with masterful precision, instilling a terrifying sense of pressure. As he moved, the ground cracked and stones were displaced. The clash of metal echoed through the forest, causing violent tremors in the air. Lin San quickly drew his sword to defend himself, but their forces collided with such intensity that his right arm felt numb, and the sword slipped from his grasp. Indeed, he was not an ordinary practitioner. The scarred man was equally astonished. A fourth-level extraordinary being could withstand a strike from a third-level spirit martial practitioner. He immediately intensified his assault, determined to finish the fight swiftly. This is too strong. I may have to resort to that technique. Lin San seethed with anger towards Qin Feng, feeling betrayed by this underhanded attack. Ding! Congratulations, host, for outsmarting the Chosen One. You have gained 200 villain points. Qin Feng was sprinting through the forest with Ziyuan, fervently hoping that Lin San could hold his ground and buy them more time. What will happen to Lin Gongzi if we keep running like this? Ziyuan's face was filled with worry, deeply opposed to abandoning their ally. Fear not, he will be fine. In stark contrast, Qin Feng showed no hesitation in sacrificing his teammate, feeling no pressure even if several Chosen Ones appeared. However, Ziyuan wanted to say more, but suddenly, a resounding sword cry echoed from behind, accompanied by a blinding flash of sword light and a fierce wave of sword energy sweeping through the forest. Neither the pursuing disciples of the Weihu gang nor Qin Feng and Ziyuan had time to react before being struck by the tempest of sword energy. Poof! Ziyuan spat out blood, fainting in Qin Feng's arms. To use this as a test for the cadres? Qin Feng gazed at Ziyuan, feeling he had reached his limit, and lay on the ground, unwilling to move. Soon, the forest was once again shrouded in darkness, and the grass beneath the trees began to teem with life as small animals frolicked, creating faint rustling sounds. By morning, delicate white flowers would bloom, and when the wind blew, one could occasionally catch a glimpse of vibrant red petals, a testament to the colors of life. Chapter 23. Transplanting the supreme bone. The next day, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches, illuminating Ziyuan's fair face. Smack, smack! Ziyuan rubbed her eyes awake, only to freeze in disbelief, seriously questioning her perception. She found herself nestled in Qin Feng's embrace, in an undeniably intimate position, with his hand resting inappropriately. If her memory served her correctly, her little duckling was not wearing anything. Ah! A shrill scream shattered the morning's tranquility, startling the creatures of the forest. Why scream so loudly? Qin Feng awoke from his sweet dreams, denying any wrongdoing. What could a mere child understand? And what malicious intent could he possibly harbor? You. Ziyuan struggled to articulate her indignation, finding no way to confront the child. Ding! Congratulations, host, for taking advantage of the girl. You have gained 200 villain points. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, sensing an approaching presence. He hurriedly covered Ziyuan's mouth and pulled her into the underbrush. Recalling the terrifying sword light that had appeared the night before still sent chills down his spine, it exuded an aura of immense sword intent, as if it belonged to another realm. Was it Lin San's trump card? Qin Feng mused, inexplicably feeling it was indeed Lin San. It was well known that Lin San had inherited the legacy of the Longkong sword god, and it was reasonable for him to have retained some defensive measures for his own safety. Thud! 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 A flurry of hurried footsteps approached. 5 disciples of the Weihu gang arrived, their bodies bearing the marks of last night's battle, evident wounds revealing they too had fallen victim to the sword energy storm. The leading disciple spoke. It must be that girl from last night. They likely haven't gone far. Let us hurry back and summon reinforcements. Before he could finish, Qin Feng erupted from the underbrush like a cunning fox, having fully recovered overnight. His energy reserves were replenished, and he was ready to cause more havoc. With a nod, he drew his sword. The crisp sound of steel unsheathing echoed, and a chilling aura enveloped the forest. Whoosh! A shadowy sword light dashed forth, accompanied by a fierce gust of sword wind. Poof! Blood sprayed as 5 figures crumpled to the ground, their eyes gradually glazing over as their life force faded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying 5 individuals. You have earned 500 villain points. Is he truly just a child? Ziyuan gasped in astonishment. With a single stroke, he had dispatched 5 foes without batting an eyelash. We must leave quickly. Qin Feng grasped Ziyuan's hand, urging her to flee, knowing that the Weihu gang would soon launch a full-scale search for them. Meanwhile, not far from a nearby hillside, the leader of the Weihu gang, the Scar Man, wore an exceptionally grim expression. His right sleeve flapped in the wind, revealing its emptiness. He had lost his closest aide when Lin San executed that sword strike. He He finally comprehended the essence of a prodigy. Had he not decisively sacrificed his right hand, he might have found himself facing a grim fate. These talents were indeed terrifying. The scarred man felt both trepidation and an inexplicable exhilaration. The value of Qin Feng was indisputable, and Lin San possessed an extraordinary legacy. If he could obtain it, he would secure a foothold in this wilderness. As for Ziyuan, wealth, power, and beauty must coexist. There was no gamble without risk. After a moment of contemplation, the scarred man decided to take the plunge. Should he succeed, he would have beauty in his arms and live in leisure. Should he fail, he would leave his life to fate. A subordinate reported, "Boss, we have located that boy named Lin San. Some brothers saw him activate a relic, and he has already entered. There's a relic here." The scarred man was momentarily stunned. Having reigned as a bandit for decades, he had never heard of such a relic. Why had Lin San discovered one upon his arrival? Did he not deserve to possess such fortune? Soon, the scarred man summoned tens of thousands of disciples from the Wei Hu gang, leading a portion of his subordinates to inspect the ruins, while the remainder scoured the forest in search of Qin Feng and Ziyuan. I can't shake the feeling that they looked down upon me somewhat. Qin Feng, accompanied by Ziyuan, encountered nothing but a swarm of insignificant foes. The most formidable among them barely reached the 7th or 8th tier of the extraordinary realm, lacking any inherent talent. Even the heavenly severing sword technique was unnecessary, as the 10 ancestors' falling leaves could easily dispatch them. Ziyuan remarked, "It must be due to that sword strike from young Master Lin last night, which diverted their main forces to deal with him." Lin San? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, realizing a flaw in their logic. Logically, the scarred man should have concentrated all efforts on capturing him for the Qin family's bounty. Yet he had instead allocated significant resources to deal with Lin San. This was illogical unless Lin San currently held greater value. A mischievous smile crept across Qin Feng's lips as he murmured, "If I am not mistaken, Lin San's aura must have activated. The reason he hasn't returned to Tianxin City with Lin Shiner is likely to pursue these treasures." "What are you muttering about?" Ziyuan inquired curiously. "Nothing. Let us go." Qin Feng, eager to validate his hypothesis, grasped Ziyuan's hand and turned back, needing to locate Lin San swiftly before his aura fully manifested. "Hey, are you out of your mind? Knowing they are hunting us down, you still want to go back?" Ziyuan exclaimed, but Qin Feng disregarded her protests, wrapping his arm around her waist and employing shadowy steps to glide through the woods. Wu, Ziyuan, utterly defenseless, could only allow this impetuous boy to lead the way. In no time, Qin Feng arrived at the site where he had encountered the scarred man the previous night. The trees within a 1,000-meter radius had been severed at their trunks, revealing a sword scar several dozen meters deep, a testament to the terrifying prowess of Lin San's abilities. Is this truly the work of young Master Lin? Ziyuan swallowed hard, unable to envision such power. The Chosen One is far more formidable than I anticipated. Qin Feng inwardly rejoiced at not having confronted Lin San directly. Otherwise, even with his unique twin pupils as an advantage, he might not have stood a chance, unless he utilized the experience scroll from the red-haired old monster. I must find a way to enhance myself. Qin Feng retrieved his second brother's supreme bone from his spatial pouch, feeling a surge of mysterious runes emanating from it, hinting at a latent force of heaven and earth. By implanting it into himself, he could harness that power. What is this? Ziyuan gazed at the supreme bone with curiosity, eager to inquire. But before she could voice her question, she saw Qin Feng, with a gaze as sharp as a blade, draw the Longkong divine sword and pierce it into his chest, extracting his original bones to implant the supreme bone. Despite the blood flowing freely, he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Ziyuan was left dumbfounded, unable to fathom why a mere child would be so ruthless to himself. Chapter 24. Let the bullets fly for a while, as brothers born of the same mother. The supreme bone should not reject me, right? Qin Feng's face contorted in pain, yet he persevered, understanding that to thrive in this world, one must be merciless not just to others, but to oneself even more so. If he could not endure this modicum of suffering, how would he continue to roam freely in the future? Are you insane? Who stabs themselves with a sword? Ziyuan finally snapped back to reality, rushing forward to bandage Qin Feng's wound. However, before she could act, the injuries on Qin Feng's body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, completely mending within 10 minutes, leaving no scar behind. Ever since he comprehended the third tier of the 33 Heavens transformation technique, his self-healing abilities had grown increasingly formidable. While he could not claim to regenerate severed limbs, regrowing fingers was well within his capability. What kind of monster are you? Zi Yuan was left utterly astonished, her mind racing. A mere 8-year-old child not only could challenge opponents beyond his level, but also possessed the heavenly severing sword technique and the terrifying great celestial dragon. Not to mention an extraordinary self-healing ability. Goodness, each of these skills could intimidate ancient beings from the archaic era, yet they were all concentrated in this single child's form. Considering Lin San's terrifying sword strike from last night, the age of great competition had truly arrived. This generation of unparalleled prodigies possesses an overwhelming level of strength. You are the true monster. Your entire family is a bunch of monsters, Qin Feng retorted, rolling his eyes as he began to trace Lin San's escape route from the previous night. Wait for me. Zi Yuan hurriedly followed, unwilling to venture alone. She needed to stay close to Qin Feng, ready to seize any opportunity. Before long, the pair evaded the searching Wei Hu gang disciples and arrived at a stone wall within the forest, where they discovered a black vortex that seemed capable of swallowing everything. A ruin. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he thought to himself. He had heard from the 10 ancestors that ruins are miniature worlds carved out by powerful beings, often containing legacies and artifacts they once wielded. Even in the absence of such treasures, they could foster rare materials. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a villainous mission. Seize the Chosen One's fateful treasures. Reward, golden treasure, chest X1. No wonder they ignored me and sought Lin San. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel at how unreasonable the Chosen One was, as if heaven itself was feeding him with opportunities, while he, as the villain, could only rely on his own efforts to fulfill tasks. What are we waiting for? Let's enter quickly, Zi Yuan exclaimed with unusual enthusiasm. As a wandering heroine, she saw no reason to shy away from entering the ruins. Now is not the time. Qin Feng glanced at the time, seeking a secluded spot to meditate and cultivate. As a 10-year veteran bookworm, he could confidently assert that joining the protagonist in a dungeon was far more challenging than enduring the 9 heavens tribulation. Allies were easily sacrificed, and enemies were mere tools. Once the aura activated, distinctions between friend and foe blurred. It was best to let the bullets fly for a while. Haste makes waste. What do you mean? Zi Yuan quickly pursued him, seeking clarification. But Qin Feng showed no intention of answering, already entering a meditative state. As the surrounding spiritual energy began to flow into him, the supreme bone he had implanted previously showed no signs of rejection, and the mysterious runes began to circulate within, giving rise to a divine ability known as the celestial calamity light. Is this the divine ability contained within the supreme bone? Qin Feng, still under the effects of the month-long comprehension aura he had exchanged, began to explore the celestial calamity light within the supreme bone. Bang! The void trembled as the vast power of heaven and earth surged toward Qin Feng, rendering everything in existence insignificant before it. Breathing became laborious. Akin to a climber struggling upward, each step met with multiplied pressure, his footing faltering, his form swaying. Yet, this struggle deepened his understanding of the heavenly forces, illuminating the clarity within his heart. While the celestial calamity light of the supreme bone was commendable, it could only serve as an auxiliary means. Qin Feng did not expend excessive effort on the supreme bone, redirecting his focus to his invincible twin pupils. Currently, due to his limited cultivation, many of the abilities of the twin pupils remained dormant. Aside from perceiving the essence, he had only unlocked the abilities of action decomposition and speed reduction. Do these prodigies have nothing else to do besides train? Zi Yuan pouted, resting her chin on her hand as she sat nearby. Eager to explore the ruins, yet fearful to do so alone, she could only wait for Qin Feng to awaken and lead her inside. Gurgle. Her stomach grumbled in protest, and she found herself yearning for Qin Feng's chicken again. Within the ruins, Lin San advanced cautiously, sword in one hand and map in the other. Originally, he intended to return to Tianxin City with Lin Shiner, but along the way, he inadvertently stumbled upon a tattered map, which fortuitously complemented the one he possessed, revealing the location of a relic situated within the territory of the Qin family. One extraordinary coincidence. Adhering to the principle that the first to find it shall claim it, he resolved to venture back alone in search of the relic. However, his path crossed with Qin Feng's, and considering the Qin family's formidable influence in the East, he hesitated to unlock the secrets of the relic, fearing it would lead to the Qin family monopolizing its treasures. Fortunately, Qin Feng had fled with Ziyuan the previous night, granting him the opportunity to explore the relic unimpeded. Ah! Distant cries of despair echoed, and Lin San merely cast a cursory glance behind him, aware that the Weihu gang had already infiltrated the relic. Unlike the Qin family's absolute dominance in the east, the Weihu gang posed no significant threat to him. The traps within the relic would suffice to ensnare them. He needed to hasten, for being discovered by the Qin family would spell trouble. Following the map's guidance, Lin San skillfully evaded several traps, making his way towards the treasure site within the relic. Outside the relic, Qin Feng had been meditating for quite some time, his internal spiritual energy reaching a critical threshold. With a resounding thud, a deep sound resonated within him, accompanied by a wave of energy that surged outward. It was over. His cultivation had concluded. The previously listless and instantly perked up, eagerly anticipating the roast chicken Qin Feng would prepare for her. Exhilarated, Qin Feng exhaled a deep breath, distinctly feeling the transformation within his body. If before his spiritual energy could only extend 5 meters beyond his body, now, having broken through to the third stage of the extraordinary realm, it could reach 10 meters with increased potency. It was akin to a middle-aged man, once unable to manage his own affairs, suddenly transformed into a vigorous youth. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps erupted, as thousands of Weihu gang disciples surged forth from all directions. This was disastrous. They had been discovered. Ziyuan, panic-stricken, tugged at Qin Feng, urging him to flee. Even with his exceptional abilities, he could not withstand such overwhelming numbers. Chapter 25. This is a place of great peril, everyone. We bear no grudges from the past, nor any enmity in the present. It need not come to this. Ziyuan observed the throng of Weihu gang disciples surrounding them, realizing that even the slightest chance of escape was non-existent. She could only muster a smile, indicating that they had not harmed the Weihu gang disciples. It was all Lin San's doing. But that was no longer significant. Their target was Qin Feng. The expressions of the thousands of Weihu gang disciples were filled with fervor, gazing at Qin Feng as though he were a paragon of beauty. Why did they target you? Ziyuan, hidden behind Qin Feng, felt bewildered. It seemed absurd to rally over 1,000 people to assault him when they had done nothing to the Weihu gang. Qin Feng pondered. Perhaps it is because of my striking looks? Ziyuan rolled her eyes, taken aback by his vanity. The squad leader stepped forward, declaring, "Young Master Qin, you are surrounded with no avenue for escape. I advise you to surrender promptly to avoid a regrettable fate. Are you certain it is you who has surrounded me?" Qin Feng faced the multitude with unwavering composure, feeling an inexplicable thrill. Since refining the Chong Kong 9 swords with the help of the 10 ancestors, he had relied solely on the Chong Kong divine sword for combat, neglecting its ability to split into 9 swords for group battles. The 1,000 Weihu gang disciples erupted in laughter, convinced that this young master of the Qin family must be delusional. Did he truly believe he had encircled them? If he refused to surrender, they would charge. At the leader's command, the throng surged forward towards Qin Feng. This was the end. Ziyuan closed her eyes in despair, her heart heavy with sorrow, particularly as her stomach grumbled, lamenting she might not savor Qin Feng's chicken before her demise. Suddenly, a series of piercing sword cries pierced the air. Qin Feng swiftly formed a hand gesture, causing the Chong Kong divine sword before him to split into 9 miniature swords that floated around him. With a flick of his fingers, he unleashed the 9 swords simultaneously. The sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere as the swords, akin to comets, streaked through the void, executing their grim task without any ostentation. What is this? The crowd quickly recognized the peril, their fear escalating as they witnessed comrades falling one after another. The 9 swords, small and elusive, rendered them defenseless, claiming dozens of lives in mere moments, with none able to approach Qin Feng. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying one, earning 100 villain points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying one, earning 100 villain points. As the death toll continued to rise, the system notifications rang incessantly. Run! He's a demon. Finally, someone could no longer bear the weight of fear and turned to flee, realizing that the ferocity of the Qin family's young master had nothing to do with his age. The speed with which he drew his sword rendered their numbers irrelevant. With the first to escape, others soon followed, and panic spread like wildfire. No one cared for the Qin family's bounty any longer. They simply sought to distance themselves from this harbinger of doom. My heavens! Ziyuan gasped, stunned by the scene before her. Was this truly the legendary prodigy? Even when besieged by thousands, he was not to be trifled with. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, summoning the 9 mini-swords back to him. Although he dispatched the minions with ease, controlling the 9 swords was quite taxing. And even with the heavenly treasure gourd replenishing his energy swiftly, it could not last indefinitely. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a total of 232, earning 200 villain points. Taking another deep breath, Qin Feng calmed himself. While the rewards of slaughter were enticing, the act itself could become addictive, leading one down a dark path. Which is why cultivators often practiced restraint to avoid succumbing to such temptations. Of course, some chose to embrace the darkness for power, but he had no need to tarnish his reputation when he already possessed ample support and advantages. At that moment, several figures appeared in the sky, riding flying swords, revealing themselves to be cultivators of the entry into Tao realm. Ziyuan could not help but exclaim in astonishment, unacquainted with these formidable figures. They were powerful beings beyond the spiritual martial realm, having comprehended the essence of the Tao and truly embarked on the path of cultivation in search of immortality. We have found you, Qin Feng. The group of entry into Tao cultivators regarded him with the same eager eyes one might reserve for a rare beauty. Why is it always you? Ziyuan hastily concealed herself behind Qin Feng, sensing the hostility emanating from the newcomers. It was evident that Lin San had leveraged her name to deceive them. Qin Feng, with the perspective of a seasoned reader, recognized the protagonist's unscrupulous tactics all too well. They often resorted to defaming their rivals when they could not defeat them, using the villain's name to incite hatred. Regardless, he would never admit to being a wanted criminal. He was astonished to learn that Lin San was such a person. Then, na ve to the world's treachery. I believe this notorious villain's words. We must go. As Qin Feng observed the approaching entry into Tao cultivators, he sees Ziyuan's hand sprinting into the relic, intending to complicate matters for Lin San, or rather, to allow the protagonist to acquire some formidable treasures. The relic. The eyes of the entry into Tao cultivators gleamed with interest. They felt no resistance towards it, hastening to propel their flying swords into the depths of the relic. As the world spun around them, Qin Feng and Ziyuan entered the relic, where the environment mirrored the outside world, complete with mountains, rivers, forests, and the cyclical passage of day and night. Was this space truly created by a mighty being? Qin Feng was utterly astonished by the scene before him, struggling to fathom what kind of cultivation could conjure an entire miniature world. We must hurry. Those pursuers will catch up with us soon, he urged. However, Ziyuan seemed unfazed, grasping Qin Feng's hand as they dashed into the forest. Meanwhile, the cultivators chasing after the Qin family, drawn by the bounty on Qin Feng's head, soon arrived. They easily learned of his whereabouts from the fleeing members of the Wehu gang and also discovered the ruins. I predict this is a place of great peril, seeing the multitude of individuals flocking to the ruins in search of treasure. Qin Feng instinctively realized the daunting difficulty of the quest ahead. Coupled with Lin San's protagonist aura, the chances of survival were dismally low. You can predict fortunes, too? Ziyuan inquired, intrigued. No, Qin Feng retorted, casting a sidelong glance at her. This place is indeed fraught with danger. Chapter 26. Do not show mercy, really? You're just pretending. Ziyuan shot him an exasperated look, her youthful charm radiating with an air of maturity. You wouldn't understand, Qin Feng asserted confidently. Whenever a protagonist entered a quest, the greater the number of participants, the more unforeseen dangers would arise. Eventually, only a scant few would escape, haunted by the tales of the protagonist's audacious feats. Suddenly, a flurry of combat erupted nearby, the sounds of clashing weapons signaling a fierce struggle for treasure. The ruins, having been sealed for ages, had birthed numerous rare materials. After entering the forest, Qin Feng and Ziyuan stumbled upon some, yet they were all of ordinary quality, hardly worthy of a skirmish. Shall we take a look? Qin Feng suggested tentatively, prompting an enthusiastic nod from Ziyuan. To avoid being recognized, he smeared some dirt on his face and clothes, presenting an appearance far removed from that of a wealthy heir. Soon, they stealthily approached the scene and were met with a gruesome sight. Several factions had become utterly consumed by bloodlust, leaving dozens of corpses strewn across the ground. The earth drenched in crimson. Not far from them, a vine bore dozens of small, tomato-like fruits, shimmering with a red glow. It's blood Bodhi, Ziyuan exclaimed, almost shouting, only managing to restrain her excitement by gripping Qin Feng's arm. Her reaction was understandable. Blood Bodhi was exceedingly rare, If one were to categorize treasures into 4 tiers, blood bodhi would be classified as a celestial grade rarity. Consuming it not only healed injuries but also enhanced one's cultivation, providing foundational reinforcement. Remarkably, it could be consumed indefinitely without diminishing efficacy, making it the coveted dream of every cultivator. However, once harvested, the vine withered rapidly, making cultivation and transplantation impossible, which contributed to its extreme scarcity. How outrageous! Qin Feng remarked as he felt the pressure on his arm, indicating that he bore no grudges, as he preferred to settle scores in the moment. That hurts. Ease up. Ziyuan, caught off guard, felt the pinch on her thigh from Qin Feng. With the ongoing battle ahead, she stifled her cries, casting a pitiful glance at him, acknowledging her mistake in pinching him. I'll let you off this time. Qin Feng released his grip, admitting to himself that the sensation was rather satisfying. Clearing his throat, he refocused. The combatants before them were formidable, comprising not just spirit martial practitioners, but also those at the Dao entry level. Despite having recently broken through to the 3rd tier of the extraordinary realm and having powerful skills at his disposal, he was still no match for them. Unless he resorted to using a high-level experience scroll, it would be overkill to utilize such means against mere extras. Such a troublesome little brother, Ziyuan murmured, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears from the pain. Yet, the next moment, her discomfort faded as she watched Qin Feng's gaze fixate on the blood bodhi. With a mere gesture, he seemingly grasped one from the air. How'd you do that? She gasped, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. It's a secret, Qin Feng replied, unwilling to divulge his methods. Confirming that his ability to manipulate objects from a distance was effective, he began to harvest the blood bodhi frantically, the once-laden vine visibly depleting. However, Ziyuan began to feel an unsettling familiarity with the scene unfolding before her. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed crimson as she recalled a certain incident involving a disappearing undergarment. This indicated that the real culprit that night was not Lin San, but the seemingly innocent Qin Feng. What she had initially perceived as a clueless little boy now appeared to be someone far more knowledgeable than herself. What a mischievous little brother. No wonder my aunt said that men cannot be trusted. Ziyuan, blushing, scoffed, recalling her aunt's subsequent remark about the one good quality men might possess, leaving her puzzled. What are you mumbling about? Qin Feng turned to her. Nothing, she replied, her face still flushed, casually commenting, is it really all right to take so much? Do not hesitate to seize the opportunity. Qin Feng, adopting a mindset of taking what he could, had no intention of leaving any behind. Wait, everyone stop fighting. The various factions soon noticed the oddity. The once abundant vine had dwindled to mere remnants, showing no signs of halting its decline. Before their eyes, the last blood bodhi vanished, and the vine withered in tandem. Who did this? The factions erupted in furious indignation, their tempers flaring. After enduring such a lengthy battle and suffering significant losses, they were left empty-handed. Who could accept such a fate? Who are you two? Spotting the fleeing Qin Feng and Ziyuan, the crowd swarmed, surrounding the pair. Just 2 kids from the extraordinary realm. They noted disappointment evident as they considered the duo's cultivation level, doubting that they could have pilfered all the blood bodhi right under their noses. Wait, one individual squinted at the dusty-faced Qin Feng, a sense of recognition dawning upon him. What are you staring at? Do you know who my brother is? Qin Feng boasted nonchalantly. Let me tell you, my brother is none other than the renowned heir of the Long Kong sword god, Lin San. We are half-brothers. Lin San. The crowd gasped in unison, clearly familiar with his name. Regarded as the foremost swordsman of the century and the heir of the Long Kong sword god. He had recently clashed with the Qin family's young master, Qin Feng. The young man was a celebrated figure, a hotshot in the world of contention, backed by the formidable Tianqin city. We can't afford to cross him. Ziyuan rolled her eyes at Qin Feng's audacity, realizing he had a knack for exaggeration. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng added, and let me tell you, this ruin was opened by my brother 3 days ago, and the blood bodhi was discarded by him. If you offend me, you'll have to consider the consequences. The crowd exchanged glances, choosing to overlook his last remark. They had heard from the Wehu gang members that a person named Lin San had indeed opened the ruins, thus validating Qin Feng's claims. If that were true, could it be inferred that Lin San had discovered unparalleled treasures, deeming even blood bodhi unworthy of his attention? In an instant, the throng dispersed in a frenzy, scouring the ruins for Lin San. Chapter 27. I can tell at a glance you are not human. What a wicked little brother. Ziyuan observed, utterly speechless, pondering what grievance Lin San could have possibly caused him. Soon, news of Lin San acquiring an extraordinary treasure spread throughout the ruins, prompting all cultivators to seek out his whereabouts. Enraged, Lin San cursed under his breath, wondering which fool had spoken the truth. Achio! Qin Feng couldn't help but sneeze, suspecting someone was speaking ill of him from behind. However, his attention was quickly captured by the blood bodhi, having obtained a total of 32. Upon consuming one, a tremendous energy immediately erupted within him. The restorative effects solidified his recently unstable foundation after breaking through to the third level of the extraordinary realm. Truly, it was rare, heavenly-grade material, indeed formidable. After consuming one, Ziyuan was equally astonished by the effects. Just then, a woman dressed in ancient white attire appeared, gazing at the blood bodhi in Qin Feng's hand with a complex expression. "Excuse me, miss, do you need something?" Ziyuan inquired curiously. "Miss," Qin Feng interjected, pulling Ziyuan back and sternly declaring, "You are no ordinary person." "Not a person? Then what does that make me?" "A demon." Ziyuan was startled and quickly hid behind Qin Feng. Unlike the toothy tiger demon they had encountered previously, this being capable of transforming into human form was undoubtedly a powerful demon, her strength bordering on terrifying. Indeed, she is a demon. Since learning the great might heavenly dragon technique, Qin Feng had developed the ability to discern between humans and demons, and he was certain that the woman before him was a shape-shifting greater demon. "Please, do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intent." The white-clad woman was taken aback that Qin Feng could discern her true nature at a glance. "Do you expect us to believe that?" Qin Feng remained vigilant, fingers poised in the gesture of the great might heavenly dragon. He had heard from the 10 ancestors that in the ancient era, the conflicts between the human and demon races were the fiercest, and a mere declaration of goodwill would not suffice for amicable discourse. After a moment's hesitation, the white-clad woman spoke. "I entered the ruins to seek heavenly materials and treasures for my newborn child. However, I am still weak from childbirth and unable to compete with others for the blood bodhi. I do not require many, just 10 will suffice." With that, her gaze was filled with pleading as she looked at Qin Feng. As a shape-shifting greater demon, revealing her recent childbirth was an exceedingly perilous act. It was well understood that greater demons are treasures themselves. Should outsiders learn of her vulnerability, they would surely seize the opportunity to capture her, flaying her for materials to craft magical artifacts or elixirs. If encountered by beast tamers, her fate would be even more dire, as she would be fitted with a beast collar, losing her freedom. Thus, she was gambling on the hope that Qin Feng was not that kind of person. Seeing the pleading in the woman's eyes, Qin Feng was momentarily reminded of his mother. For the past 8 years, Yin Shiyu's nurturing had been meticulous, and now, choosing this path would likely cause her the most heartache. In the spirit of maternal love, I can, on humanitarian grounds, offer you 10 pieces. Qin Feng's tone shifted, however. As a mother, you surely do not wish for your child to grow up with a sense of entitlement. Let us settle for a token gesture. I shall accept 1 blood bodhi in exchange for 100,000 supreme spirit stones. Ziyuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, realizing how cunning Qin Feng truly was. While he spoke of humanitarianism, his heart was solely focused on profit. I have no spirit stones." The white-clad woman appeared distressed, genuinely lacking funds. "No money? No problem. We can negotiate resources." Qin Feng replied cheerfully, believing that a shape-shifting greater demon must possess something of value. Perhaps knowledge of locations rich in heavenly materials, ancient ruins, or secrets best left undisclosed. The white-clad woman felt extremely troubled, entirely unacquainted with the resources Qin Feng mentioned. "Good heavens, I've seen impoverished beings, but never a shape-shifting greater demon as broke as you." Qin Feng was thoroughly astonished, completely baffled as to how she had transformed into a greater demon. At that moment, a cry echoed from a distance. "We found Lin San and discovered an incredibly powerful treasure." That was quick. Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he hurriedly pulled Ziyuan along. Before departing, he glanced back at the white-clad woman, noticing the confusion of her future and the guilt of motherhood in her gaze. Ultimately, he could not resist tossing her a small package. It was not merely the awakening of his cunning spirit, but rather a villain's instinct whispering of potential gain. "What is this?" The white-clad woman opened the small package, her face alight with joy, discovering it filled with blood bodhi. Contrary to the 10 she requested, Qin Feng had generously provided her with 15. The additional 5 would allow her to quickly restore her vitality. "Thank you." The white-clad woman expressed her gratitude towards the direction in which Qin Feng had departed, then joyfully turned to leave the ruins. You just gave her that? Ziyuan was somewhat perplexed. Consider a good deed. Qin Feng offered no further explanation. Although the shape-shifting greater demon lacked funds, her formidable power remained intact. Rather than enhancing his own circumstances in the future, it was far better to extend a helping hand now. Perhaps one day, this act of kindness might save his life. Before long, Qin Feng, following the crowd, found Lin San. He was surrounded by a throng of people. Not far behind him stood a stone platform encased in a barrier, upon which rested an exquisitely crafted jade box. It was evident that the treasure within was the most valuable item in the ruins, the ultimate goal of Lin San's expedition. It seems he cannot retrieve it. Qin Feng attempted to use telekinesis to grasp the jade box, but his insufficient cultivation prevented him from penetrating the barrier. Curse it! Lin San's frustration mounted as he watched the crowd grow. He had initially planned to easily collect the treasures within the ruins using the advantage of his map, and could withdraw once he broke the barrier to claim the ultimate treasure. Yet, he had no idea which fool had leaked the information, inciting the entire ruins to search for him. Just as he was about to act, he was discovered by others. It was now clear that he could not take it all for himself. Even if he revealed all his trump cards, he could not compete against so many spirit martial and Dao entry cultivators and would have to resort to cunning instead. Lin San, this treasure is beyond your reach. Several Dao entry cultivators, noticing the absence of anyone from Tianqin City, hovered on their flying swords, urging Lin San to leave. Then do as you wish. Lin San said nothing more, silently retreating to the sidelines. Wait a moment. When did the Chosen One become so easy to negotiate with? Based on his decade of experience as a bookworm, Lin San's unusual calmness when someone attempted to seize his treasure signaled that someone was about to face dire consequences. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was far from simple, and quietly retreated with Ziyuan behind the crowd. Chapter 28, The Sixth Lin Feng, Heir to the Long Sky Divine Sword, the first sword of the century. The Dao entry cultivators could not help but scoff, believing the praise for Lin San to be grossly exaggerated. Were it not for the backing of Tianqin City, they were certain they would strip him bare. Everyone, to obtain the treasure, we must join forces to break the barrier. One suggested they work together to breach the barrier first, then compete for the jade box within. Agreed. Agreed. Other Dao entry cultivators nodded in agreement, fully aware that if they did not act quickly to dismantle the barrier, they would miss their chance when stronger opponents arrived. Let's get to work. Someone took the lead, casting a hand gesture, unleashing a torrent of energy from their body. Witnessing this, the others followed suit. In an instant, countless streams of energy fell from the sky like meteors, causing violent tremors in the void, ripples spreading endlessly. Boom! The combined attacks struck the barrier with deafening force. However, contrary to their expectations of the barrier shattering, an array of vibrant colors emerged as the barrier absorbed the chaotic energy. This is bad. The entire audience gasped in terror, their eyes widening as they sensed the energy converging and swelling. Without a moment's hesitation, they hastily assumed defensive postures. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, as the energy amassed within the barrier was unleashed, accompanied by a terrifying energy storm that engulfed the entire ruin. The aftermath was one of utter devastation. Particularly for those in the front row, the spectators with stronger cultivation managed to survive with barely half their lives intact, while the weaker ones perished on the spot. Terrified, Ziyuan's heart raced as she tightly grasped Qin Feng's hand, unwilling to let go. Had Qin Feng not pulled her back to safety among the crowd, her small stature would have been no match for such violent turmoil. I knew this scoundrel had ill intentions. Qin Feng couldn't resist turning to Lin San, who wore a smug grin, clearly pleased with the chaos. Damn it, damn it. In the sky, dozens of Daoist cultivators shouted in frustration, stunned to discover that the barrier possessed a retaliatory effect. To breach it forcibly, they would need to exert energy that reached the barrier's threshold. It was evident that they were incapable of this. Just then, gaping, jagged cracks suddenly appeared around the barrier, spreading relentlessly, while the void above became marred with spiderweb-like fissures. Clearly, these were trials left by the master of the ruins. If no one could unlock the barrier through skill, but instead relied on brute force, the ruins would trigger a self-destruct sequence. His treasures were meant for the gifted, not for the inept. Oh no, the ruins are collapsing. Panic-stricken, the crowd rushed toward the exit. Damn it! The dozens of Daoist masters were nearly beside themselves with rage, feeling as if they had been left with the aftermath of a feast. But it was too late to lament. If they wished to survive, they had to flee immediately. What were we waiting for? Let us move. Ziyuan urgently pulled Qin Feng away, but he showed no intention of departing, his gaze fixed intently on Lin San. Qin Feng. Lin San was taken aback by Qin Feng's presence, leading him to suspect that the one scheming against him was, in fact, Qin Feng. However, there was no time for verification. He had to swiftly open the barrier and seize the jade box. With a quick gesture, Lin San pointed forcefully at a corner of the barrier. Boom! The barrier shattered like glass, erupting in a blinding light that swept the entire ruins with a divine aura. The barrier was breached. The Taoist practitioners, who had just prepared to leave, immediately turned back, racing toward the jade box on the stone pedestal. Yet, they were clearly too far away. Lin San smirked as he seized the jade box, also producing a yellow talisman inscribed with runes. A space teleportation talisman. The dozens of Taoist masters cried out in alarm, unleashing their strongest attacks in an attempt to stop him. But the distance was still too great. Lin San had already activated the teleportation talisman, surrounded by swirling runes, and he waved goodbye with a smug grin. Now's my chance. Qin Feng's eyes were fixed on the jade box, and he exerted a powerful pull from afar. He did not grasp the jade box in Lin San's hands, but rather seized the treasure within it, unceremoniously tossing it into his spatial pocket. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the villain task, earning 1 golden treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for disrupting the chosen one's opportunity, earning 1 lottery chance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for seizing the chosen one's treasure, earning 1,000,000 villain points. 1,000,000 villain points. Qin Feng couldn't help but tremble with excitement, fully aware of the extraordinary value of the treasure, just the rewards alone indicating it could be worth over 1 billion villain points when exchanged through the system. Boom! The Taoist attacks finally arrived, but they were merely a futile effort. Lin San had already fled using the teleportation talisman. The teleportation talisman had its limits. Pursue. The dozens of Taoist masters were infuriated, realizing they had been outmaneuvered by a mere child. We need to get out of here. After securing the treasure, Qin Feng wasted no time, pulling Ziyuan toward the exit as the ground around them continued to collapse, replaced by an inky darkness that threatened to shred anything that fell into it. Help! The ruins echoed with cries of despair as countless individuals who could not escape were consumed. Just as he had predicted, this place was indeed a harbinger of doom. Ziyuan swallowed hard, witnessing the depths of human nature. Some were willing to use their companions as stepping stones to survive, while others clung to friends and family in their final moments, and some couples fled in opposite directions at the first sign of danger. Boom! Just as Qin Feng and Ziyuan were about to reach the exit, the ground beneath them suddenly gave way, causing them to lose their balance and plummet. Ziyuan screamed in terror, hiding in Qin Feng's embrace, afraid to open her eyes. Damn! Qin Feng couldn't help but curse, activating his shadowy escape to the fullest as he climbed over the falling stones. Unfortunately, with the surroundings crumbling, there was no escape. What a waste of a perfect opportunity to impress a girl. With a forceful throw, Qin Feng propelled Ziyuan toward the exit while he himself smiled as he fell, prepared to resort to his ultimate form for self-preservation. Qin Feng. Ziyuan's heart-wrenching cry echoed as she reached out to grasp the falling Qin Feng, but the distance between them only widened, stirring unexpected emotions within her. Whoosh! A white figure suddenly dashed into the ruins, swiftly pursuing the falling Qin Feng. Chapter 29. Purely circumstantial, it's her. Ziyuan's delight was unmistakable. The newcomer was the shape-shifting great demon. You truly are my sister from another mother. Arriving just in nick of time, Qin Feng was moved to tears, nearly activating his ultimate form, which would mean a decade of being unable to roam freely. Whoosh! The white-clad woman needed no magical artifacts to soar through the air, swiftly catching Qin Feng and speeding out of the ruins just as the entire structure collapsed, vanishing into the void. You scare me to death, little brother. Ziyuan, with tears in her eyes, rushed forward and embraced Qin Feng. Having shared so much with him and witnessing his selflessness and danger, their relationship transformed in an instant. Ding! The system detected that the host deceived the goddess and reaped the benefits, earning 1,000 villain points. Who benefited from whom? Qin Feng vehemently condemned the system's nonsense. It was clearly Ziyuan who had taken advantage of him, holding him so tightly he could hardly breathe, his head practically buried in her embrace. At that moment, Qin Feng felt a chill down his spine. He looked up to see only a few hundred survivors remaining. Some were relieved to have survived, while others regarded him with peculiar glances. "Yes, it's him, Qin Feng," someone shouted, instantly drawing the attention of the crowd. Now, the image of Qin Feng had circulated widely. Their true purpose for coming was to capture him, but they had coincidentally encountered the opening of the ruins. Although Qin Feng appeared disheveled, a closer examination revealed his identity without a doubt. "Want to catch me? Come on, come on." Qin Feng swaggered in front of the white-clad woman, relishing the display of bravado. Everyone had witnessed the white-clad woman swoop down to rescue him. Even if they tried to call for help, they would struggle to summon a being of such caliber. Damn! Observing Qin Feng's smug demeanor, the survivors couldn't help but curse. They had initially thought they could capture him after surviving the calamity, only to discover he was protected by a formidable ally, one who could crush them as easily as squashing ants. Enough playing around. Let us get out of here, Ziyuan urged Qin Feng, signaling him to cease his antics. Where are we going? Qin Feng, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction, glanced back and noticed that his half-sister was already sweating, clearly still weak after giving birth. It was no wonder she had remained silent for so long, simply watching him display his arrogance. Other survivors began to sense the situation, their hearts stirring with unease. "Third brother, I don't intend to act this way. It is purely the pressure of circumstances." Qin Feng silently apologized to Lin San, yet continued to boast haughtily. "What are you staring at? I assure you, my sister need not lift a finger against you. I have an elder brother, Lin San, who has already seized the treasure amidst the chaos. His power will ascend to new heights. Lin San has obtained the treasure." After weighing their options, some individuals turned without hesitation to seek out Lin San. They were uncertain of whether Qin Feng's sister could fight, but they were sure Lin San lacked a sister to assist him. Upon witnessing others depart, the remaining individuals hesitated, none daring to risk their lives as the first to confront Qin Feng, especially since he had pointed them toward the path of potential wealth. This meant they had an escape route. How could they recklessly engage with Qin Feng? "Let us go." Qin Feng disregarded these people, turning to leave. After some deliberation, no one dared to stop him, merely watching as he and his companions departed. Just as the crowd was about to disperse, a figure plummeted from the sky, blocking the path of Qin Feng and his companions. With a thud, the descent stirred up a cloud of dust. It was him. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. This was an old acquaintance, the scarred leader of the Weihu gang. Unlike his previous vibrant self, he now sported a missing right hand, a blind left eye, and numerous wounds, clearly having fared poorly both at Lin San's hands and within the ruins. "Young Master Qin, you shall not escape today." The scarred man's eyes glinted with malice, evidently prepared to fight desperately. He had entered the ruins expecting to gather treasures, only to find himself led into traps by the shameless Lin San, resulting in numerous casualties. After the recent collapse of the ruins, he had lost everyone and now felt anxious upon seeing Lin San, thus opting to gamble on Qin Feng. "Given your current state, you still wish to capture me?" Qin Feng scoffed, dismissing the scarred man entirely. If he were in his prime, perhaps he would consider asking Lin San for assistance. But in his present condition, a heavily injured wreck, he required no help. "I can handle you on my own." The scarred man's gaze sharpened, a terrifying aura emanating from him, causing the surrounding air to tremble, as a phantom tiger roared behind him. How powerful! The onlookers held their breath, glancing at the woman in white to assess her injuries, wondering how severe they might be. However, Qin Feng did not afford them the opportunity. A mysterious energy began to swirl around him. "What is this?" The crowd sensed something amiss, their eyes darting toward Qin Feng, the one born with imperial potential. Yet, Qin Feng appeared oblivious, standing still with his eyes closed, while the scarred man clenched his fist, preparing to strike. As the scarred man's fist neared Qin Feng, the crowd braced for what seemed like certain doom. In that moment, Qin Feng's eyes burst open, unleashing a mysterious golden light from within. The divine calamity light. The brilliance sliced through the air like a sword, striking with the swiftness of lightning towards the scarred man. With a resounding thud, silence enveloped the scene as the scarred man froze mid-motion before collapsing to the ground like a crumbling mountain, raising a cloud of dust. The crowd stared in disbelief, a wave of excitement following. What was that light? What martial technique was employed? So formidable that it could instantaneously vanquish those at the third level of spiritual martial arts. Country bumpkin, that is not mere martial skill. It is divine ability. Divine ability? The kind only possessed by those with extraordinary physiques? If I'm not mistaken, that is the divine ability derived from the supreme bone. Terrifying indeed. No wonder he could act so ruthlessly even towards his own brother. After witnessing Qin Feng's terrifying prowess, no one dared to impede him any longer, watching as the trio departed. Meanwhile, Lin San cursed under his breath, frustrated that someone ungrateful had spread the news of his acquiring the treasure through the barrier. Chapitre 30. Impossible, absolutely impossible. At the Qin residence, any news regarding Qin Feng would be relayed to the 10 ancestors without delay. He annihilated the leader of the Wei Hu gang. The 10 ancestors gasped, awestruck by Qin Feng's terrifying capabilities. They had always known of his exceptional talent, but never imagined he could surpass the 3rd level of spiritual martial arts and eliminate someone at that level. Truly unprecedented, befitting one of imperial lineage. Unlike the other's joy, the ancestor's face was etched with concern. From the reports, it seemed Qin Feng had harnessed the power of the supreme bone. Should he become infatuated with such power, it could greatly influence his character. That shouldn't happen, mused the 10 ancestors. Having trained Qin Feng for so many years, I can attest to his inherent pride. He has always believed himself to be the strongest and will not succumb easily to the influence of the supreme bone. Let's hope so, replied the ancestor, still troubled. After all, Qin Feng was merely an 8-year-old child. His mindset could shift at any moment. Yet, there was no turning back. They could only place their faith in him. At that moment, Qin Feng and Ziyuan followed the elder demon sister to a secluded thicket. The elder demon sister gently parted the grass, revealing a bamboo basket containing 3 newly born pure white rabbits. Unlike the rabbits in Qin Feng's memory, these resembled cartoonish, anthropomorphic bunnies, able to walk on 2 legs. With adorably round heads and large, expressive eyes. What adorable little rabbits, Ziyuan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with affection as she rushed forward to cradle one. These are my children. The elder demon sister beamed with joy, watching the little ones without a trace of fatigue. Children? Qin Feng was taken aback, realizing that she was a rabbit demon, wondering if she could transform into a bunny-eared maiden. If she liked, perhaps he could adopt one. The elder demon sister gazed at Qin Feng with pleading eyes, selecting the plumpest rabbit and offering it to him. Both Qin Feng and Ziyuan were momentarily at a loss. They had merely complimented the rabbit's cuteness, and now the elder demon was offering one to them. Was it a misunderstanding of local customs, or did the rabbit not fear for its life? Before Qin Feng and Ziyuan could refuse, the elder demon's sister hoisted the bamboo basket and took flight. As she departed, she cast a lingering glance at the little one in Qin Feng's hands, visibly reluctant to leave. Yet, she steeled herself, knowing that only by parting with this child could she ensure the survival of the remaining 2. The little one seemed to sense its mother's abandonment, calling out in distress as it watched her leave. However, when Qin Feng presented a blood bodhi before it, the rabbit promptly forgot its mother and began to feast contentedly. What is happening? Qin Feng felt bewildered, having unexpectedly become a caretaker. He had heard tales of people feeding stray cats or dogs, but never of nurturing a great demon rabbit. Ding dong. Host has acquired a young demon beast. Quality, epic, binding successful, despite not possessing the protagonist's fate. This rabbit's potential was on par with his second brother. Qin Feng instantly felt invigorated. Even if the elder demon's sister returned, he would not part with it. He soon regretted it. This little creature was no ordinary beast, but a rare variant among the demon beasts, appearing once in a millennium. Unlike other cubs, it did not drink milk, but feasted solely on rare heavenly treasures. A single blood bodhi could sustain it for just 1 day. Goodness, it was simply a bottomless pit. Qin Feng, feeling a pang of sorrow, glanced at the remaining blood bodhi. Only 7 were left. He had consumed merely 1. The rest had all been devoured by this little glutton. At that moment, he understood why its mother had entrusted it to him, and why she had, despite her frail condition post-delivery, scoured the world for rare treasures. Even a landlord's household could barely afford to keep it. Henceforth, you shall be named Glutton, Qin Feng declared, earning a significant eye roll from Ziyuan. Call it Bunny. No Glutton. What about Abeo? No Glutton. How about Little White? All right then, the full name shall be White Glutton. Regardless of Ziyuan's protests, Qin Feng was resolute in his choice. Not even the Messiah could sway him. Suddenly, Qin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing an increase in the number of people surrounding them. It was evident they were drawn by the bounty on the Qin family. With the departure of the elder demon sister, their intimidation tactics were no longer effective. It wouldn't be long before a fierce pursuit would commence. He needed to bolster his strength. Qin Feng urged Yuan to shake off their pursuers swiftly and slipped into a concealed cave to access the system. Apart from acquiring 1,000,000 villain points, he had also obtained a golden treasure chest, a chance for a lottery, and treasures from a jade box. He decided to open the golden chest first. Upon calling the system, the golden treasure chest opened. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening the golden treasure chest. You have acquired sword intent. A chill enveloped him, and a figure seemed to materialize before his eyes. He bowed and drew his sword. A crisp ringing echoed in Qin Feng's mind, resonating with an air of solitary pride and extraordinary brilliance, standing apart from the world, evoking a sense of awe. It was resplendent yet not ostentatious, light yet graceful, captivating to the core. Qin Feng was overwhelmed by the sensation of transforming into a moth, yearning to break free from his cocoon to become a butterfly. Eventually, his aura surged dramatically, sharp as a drawn sword, capable of cleaving gold and stone, with surrounding weeds falling away like autumn leaves. Sword intent. Ziyuan gasped, realizing Qin Feng was no ordinary person. If memory served her right, Lin San was hailed as the #1 swordsman a century hence because he comprehended sword intent at the age of 12, shattering records that had remained unbroken since ancient times. Now, this record was shattered anew, merely 2 years later, by an 8-year-old child. Good heavens! This generation of prodigies was astonishingly powerful. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly opened wide, his inky pupils gleaming with a tangible brilliance. With the addition of sword intent, his sword technique had reached new heights. Yet he was not satisfied. He called upon the system to exchange for total compatibility. Although he had mastered the sword technique, its effectiveness was not yet perfected, preventing him from unleashing its full potential. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 1,000,000 villain points to exchange for the full compatibility card. Ding! Congratulations, host, for utilizing the full compatibility card. Your sword technique has reached the pinnacle of perfection. Qin Feng's expression drifted into a reverie, gaining deeper insights into the sword technique. Meanwhile, Lin San had finally evaded his pursuers, filled with excitement as he opened the jade box. What? His expression froze, convinced he must be opening it incorrectly. Close it. Open it. Close it. Open it. After repeated checks, it was empty. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin San could not accept this reality, pondering where he had gone wrong. Chapter 31. You believe such nonsense? In the cave, Qin Feng's enhancement was still underway as he called upon the system to initiate the lottery. With a whoosh, the lottery wheel reappeared and began to spin. Ding! Congratulations, host, for winning the invincible sword heart. The invincible sword heart, the ultimate state pursued by sword practitioners, devoid of distractions, allowing for a 10-fold damage increase in sword techniques. The fabric of Qin Feng's garments began to sway without the presence of wind, and his aura transformed, standing proud like a snow lotus on a cliff, exuding a power that could shake the heart. What is happening? Ziyuan rubbed her eyes, inexplicably feeling she influenced Qin Feng's sword-drawing speed. Sword intent, sword heart. Qin Feng realized he had a profound connection with the sword, consecutively unlocking 2 buffs, enhancing sword technique damage, along with the recent exchange for full compatibility. He could scarcely imagine the terror of his sword technique now. He longed to find someone to test his sword against. Qin Feng suppressed his restless eagerness and retrieved a bamboo scroll from his spatial storage. This was the treasure obtained from Lin San's jade box, devoid of any inscription but emanating an aura that instilled tranquility. Could this truly be the sage bamboo scroll? Ziyuan, with a serious expression, took the scroll and examined it multiple times to confirm its authenticity. Indeed, it was the sage bamboo scroll. It was said that the sage bamboo scroll was passed down by sages from ancient times, consisting of 3 volumes for heaven, earth, and humanity. Those with the right destiny could glean supreme truths from the scroll, while those without would see naught. This was indeed the sage bamboo scroll. Qin Feng had heard the 10 ancestors mention it, knowing its immense value. Each time it appeared, it incited a storm of bloodshed. Anyone who could comprehend its contents invariably became renowned, unmatched figures in history. However, after studying it for a long time, he gleaned nothing. It was illogical. Qin Feng was perplexed. His comprehension halo had not yet expired, and with his sharp intellect coupled with 100-fold comprehension, how could he fail to grasp anything? Ziyuan replied, the sage bamboo scroll requires not only high comprehension, but also destiny, akin to the Buddhist principle of having a connection with the Buddha. Trash. Qin Feng regarded the sage bamboo scroll with disdain. Anything he could not utilize was deemed worthless. Suddenly, Little White seemed to sense something, waddling over on its unsteady little legs, and then laid down on the sage bamboo scroll, wearing a contented expression. Using the sage bamboo scroll as a mat, the little creature was quite creative. Qin Feng made no attempt to intervene, allowing Little White to use the scroll as a cooling mat. Ziyuan observed in disbelief. He was treating a priceless sage bamboo scroll as a mere mat for a rabbit. Ding! Ding! The sounds of a scuffle echoed outside the cave, accompanied by shouts of Lin San's name. Was this not fortuitous? Qin Feng's spirits lifted, longing for Lin San. Ever since their parting, he had been consumed by thoughts of him, neglecting food and drink. Let's go see. Qin Feng placed Little White and the sage bamboo scroll into a bamboo basket on his back and pulled Ziyuan along to investigate the commotion. Soon, they arrived at the scene. Beneath the moonlight, Lin San was surrounded by a group of extraordinary cultivators who were demanding he surrender the jade box obtained from the ruins. I have stated many times that the jade box is empty. Lin San, having endured countless battles, was now covered in wounds, yet he still stood tall, engaging his opponents with vigor, bolstered by the strength of his protagonist aura. Do you think we would believe such a ridiculous lie? One opponent scoffed, intensifying their attacks. This young Master Lin truly speaks nonsense. Ziyuan shook her head, dismayed at his willingness to risk his life for a treasure. Qin Feng, with a serious demeanor, interjected. I believe Lin San speaks sincerely. The jade box is indeed empty. You believe such nonsense? Ziyuan could not help but roll her eyes, realizing Qin Feng was excessively naive. With a resounding crash, the situation on the ground shifted dramatically. Suddenly, two figures charged into the combat arena. One delivered a straight punch while the other executed a sweeping kick, sending Lin San flying through the air, colliding with 4 or 5 trees before finally coming to a halt. It was the Ximen brothers, Dalong and Erlang. The surrounding extraordinary realm cultivators were filled with resentment. They had finally encountered Lin San, who was on the brink of defeat, only to be thwarted by the unexpected arrival of 2 formidable foes. Both were at the 3rd level of the spirit martial realm, and they could only watch helplessly as their prize slipped away. Damn it! Qin Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath as Lin San landed beside him. It was Qin Feng. The Ximen brothers' eyes lit up, exclaiming in their hearts that they had struck gold today. They had successfully knocked Lin San away and inadvertently uncovered Qin Feng, who had been watching from the sidelines. I say, I'm not familiar with him. I just passed by. Do you believe me? Qin Feng asked weakly. What do you think? The Ximen brothers, akin to lecherous men spotting an unrivaled beauty, rushed forward and surrounded the two. Lin brother, let us join forces, Qin Feng said earnestly. I'm afraid of being sold out. Lin San stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling that the one who had plotted against him from behind was Qin Feng. Qin Feng cried out in protest. That's unjust. Lin brother, I have always regarded you as my own brother. What benefit would I gain from betraying you? This Lin San inexplicably found some merit in Qin Feng's reasoning. After all, no one was rewarding him for being bullied. With a whoosh, the Ximen brothers propelled themselves forward, their figures flashing to stand before the two. Having heard of the achievements of these 2 prodigies, they dared not underestimate them and immediately unleashed their respective killing moves. Damn it, no honor in martial arts. Qin Feng couldn't restrain himself from cursing, his form soaring like a wild goose. If it is to battle, then let it be. Lin San's eyes glinted with madness as the long sword in his hand shimmered with blinding swordlight. Instantly, a fierce and unyielding sword energy surged forth, sweeping through the forest, turning the falling leaves into mere dust. Dozens of sword energies, akin to a tidal wave, cascaded toward Ximen Erlang. Was this the sword from that night? Qin Feng's heart involuntarily skipped a beat, clearly sensing the terror of this strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sword energy surged forth like a tempest, seeming to tear the very air apart. Wherever it passed, destruction ensued, the momentum truly colossal. This is bad. Ximen Erlang's expression shifted dramatically as a terrifying energy surged from around him. Boom! The 2 forces collided violently, and a storm of sword energy raged through the forest. Puffed. Ximen Erlang spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly losing his combat capability. Is this truly the heir of the Long Kong sword god, the first sword in 100 years? The extraordinary realm cultivators hurriedly braced themselves against the storm of sword energy, thoroughly terrified by Lin San's might. Lin San breathed heavily, casting a triumphant glance at Qin Feng, as if to say that the reason he lost to him at the Qin family was merely to show consideration for human relations. In response, Qin Feng took cover behind Lin San and taunted Shimin Dalong. "Come on, you little brat. If you have the guts, face my third brother. He says he can take on 10 of you." Chapter 32. United against the enemy. Pfft. Lin San nearly spat out a mouthful of aged blood from 1982. Taken aback by Qin Feng's utter lack of modesty. They had agreed to work together to fend off the enemy, yet he was merely talking without taking any action. Did he really think his big move had no cooldown? Even if the cooldown had passed, each use required the sacrifice of 10 years of his life force. It could be said he was acting recklessly, using his life to show off, and would not employ it unless absolutely necessary. Damn it. Shimin Dalong, on the opposing side, was unfazed by Lin San's thoughts. Seeing his brother injured and hearing Qin Feng's provocation, his fury surged to the brim. A torrent of spiritual power erupted from within him, causing ripples in the air. Whoosh! Dalong's fingers were as sharp as eagle claws, creating a piercing sound as he struck. Every move aimed at Lin San's vital points. Brutally relentless, with veins bulging on his arms as an indescribable pressure radiated outward. Under this oppressive aura, the air within several meters became solidified. Damn it! Lin San couldn't help but curse, quickly raising his long sword to defend. Clang! 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 The clash of sword shadows against claw shadows produced a symphony of metal colliding, sparks flying in abundance. However, having just exhausted his ultimate move, and with a significant disparity in their cultivation levels, Lin San could only hold on for 3 seconds before succumbing. With a flash of the eagle claw, blood gushed forth. Lin San's face contorted in pain. Deep gashes marred his skin. Is it over? The onlookers held their breath, wondering if Lin San had any hidden trump cards left. Qin Feng, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and make your move. Lin San was being forced back repeatedly, his wounds multiplying. You expect Qin Feng to help? Shimin Dalong sneered. He is nothing without the Qin family, merely a fool relying on his brother's exalted status to flaunt himself everywhere. It seems that without displaying some strength, you might not respect me enough. Qin Feng's garments began to flutter without wind, and his aura transformed instantly, standing with an aloof grace like a snow lotus atop a cliff, exuding a heart-stirring power. As his garments billowed, an unmatched sword intent surged forth from his being, and the Longkong divine sword erupted with a dazzling beam of sword light, flowing like the Milky Way. This is sword intent. The crowd gasped in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. An 8-year-old child comprehended sword intent. Damn it, he grasped it 4 years earlier than Lin San, who had achieved it at 32. Were ordinary cultivators to be given no chance at all? Yet, what the crowd did not anticipate was that Qin Feng's buffs had not yet fully accumulated. A sharp, unstoppable sword force erupted from within him, rampaging through the forest like countless blades slicing through the air. The sword heart. This is the invincible sword heart. Some in the crowd recognized the sword heart and gasped in disbelief. Sword intent can be sought, but the sword heart is rare. How many have practiced their whole lives without grasping sword intent? And how many have comprehended sword intent their entire lives, yet failed to condense that invincible sword heart? If comprehending sword intent could make one a renowned sword of the age, then condensing the invincible sword heart could make one an ancient sword god. Throughout the countless ages of antiquity, the number of individuals worthy of the title sword god could be counted on one hand. Yet each was an unrivaled powerhouse of their time. The most recent was the Longkong sword god from 10,000 years ago. Since the fall of the Longkong sword god, there has been no sword god in the world. Unexpectedly, they were witnessing the return of the sword god's glory today, embodied in an 8-year-old child who had comprehended the sword heart. Sword intent, sword heart. How is this possible? Lin San was utterly dumbfounded, his mind a blank slate. As the heir of the Longkong sword god, he had comprehended sword intent at 12, heralded as the first sword of the next century. Yet all these illustrious titles paled in comparison before this 8-year-old prodigy. Run! The Shimin brothers were thoroughly panicked, turning to flee from this monstrosity. As a disciple of Confucianism, I have a saying for you too. Since you have come, you should find peace in it. Qin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as his hand rested upon the sword hilt. Clang! The clear sound of the sword being drawn resonated, like a galaxy crossing the vast ocean of clouds, descending with boundless sword intent upon the forest. What sword style is this? Shimin Dalong's pupils constricted in fear, not daring to show any signs of negligence. His fingers, sharp as eagle claws, conjured a piercing wind. Ding! The resonant clang of metal colliding echoed in his ears. Sparks flying, sending withered leaves flying into the air as an astonishing storm erupted, the blinding sword light flashing by. Drip! Amidst this overwhelming momentum, a single drop of blood fell from the Long Kong divine sword. As the last of the withered leaves descended, a cascade of crimson blossoms fell from the bodies of the Sheeman brothers, who collapsed into a pool of blood. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for slaying 2 individuals and earning 200 villain points. Since you have come, let us lay you to rest here. Qin Feng cast a fleeting glance at the scene, then collected the 2 storage bags. Inside, alongside the throwing darts and other concealed weapons typical of wandering heroes, he discovered a tome entitled the Otouto's Secret Manual. With a critical eye, Qin Feng stowed the items away, hoisted his bamboo basket onto his back, and took the still-dazed Yuan by the hand as they departed. Gulialu. The onlookers swallowed hard, none daring to pursue Qin Feng any further. He was a prodigy who had comprehended the invincible sword heart. To offend him was to provoke the wrath of a future sword deity. No power could withstand the fury of such a being. Soon, sensational news about Qin Feng spread far and wide, igniting a fervor across the vast wilderness. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Upon receiving the news, the ancestor of the Qin family roared with laughter beneath his covers. Initially, he had feared that Qin Feng's use of the supreme bone would impair his invincible heart. Yet the delightful surprise arrived so unexpectedly. The invincible sword heart, a symbol of the sword deity, it represented unparalleled prowess in the world. Now, only Qin Hao remained. The elders of the Qin family were no longer anxious about Qin Feng. Rather, they fretted over whether Qin Hao could emerge from the shadows and rise to attain the supreme position. In the imperial palace of the Great Xia, the emperor was issuing decrees to expand his harem, convinced of his own enduring youth. However, before he could embark on the joyous task of selecting consorts, a group of ministers urgently summoned him for a meeting. Initially, he viewed their frantic demeanor with disdain, but upon hearing that Qin Feng had slain a 3rd-level spiritual martial cultivator with a single stroke, grasping the sword heart and sword intent, he could no longer remain composed. After all, Qin Feng was a member of the Qin family. His return to the clan was not beyond the realm of possibility. The comprehension of the invincible sword heart could overshadow even the gravest of transgressions. With the supreme bone, the invincible sword heart, and the potential of an emperor converging within a single individual, the elders could scarcely fathom the implications. Presently, the Qin family's decree to hunt Qin Feng had yet to be rescinded, providing them with a valid pretext to eliminate him. Your Majesty, decisive action is imperative. Hesitation will only lead to greater chaos. The expression on the Great Xia Emperor's face shifted constantly as he ultimately commanded that Qin Feng be slain at all costs. Chapter 33. The Gathering of Titans by a Babbling Brook. Lin San gazed pensively into the water, observing Qin Feng, who was playfully frolicking with Ziyuan. He could hardly believe that an 8-year-old child had surpassed him in the path of the sword, mastering the terrifying techniques of sword intent and sword heart. It was worth noting that Lin San's own signature move was derived from the Sky Sword deity, whereas Qin Feng had independently devised the sky-slicing sword technique at such a tender age. How could he not succumb to self-doubt? Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for undermining the confidence of the Chosen One, instilling in him a sense of self-doubt, and earning 100,000 villain points. Is that truly 100,000 points? Qin Feng's spirits lifted instantly as he turned to Lin San with a beaming smile, inquiring, Brother Lin, your sword technique is so formidable. Could you teach me the foundational moves? Foundational sword techniques? Lin San's temper flared immediately, and he bellowed, Qin Feng, enough. You have grasped the invincible sword heart, yet you ask me to teach you the basics? Is this some form of humiliation? Ziyu, an elder sister, he is being mean to me. Qin Feng pouted, tears brimming in his eyes as he rushed into Ziyuan's embrace, feeling aggrieved. I truly don't know any basic moves. I can only draw my sword. Draw your sword? The sky-slicing sword technique. Lin San's eye twitched involuntarily, his mind echoing with incredulity. Good heavens! Is it necessary to crush my spirit so? A child who could only draw his sword, yet had comprehended the legendary invincible sword heart. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for further undermining the confidence of the Chosen One, instilling in him a sense of self-doubt, and earning 100,000 villain points. Lin San, why are you so fierce? He is merely a child. Ziyuan glared at Lin San, her disdain palpable. Lacking gentlemanly grace is one thing, but to deny the treasure he possesses and to wreak havoc upon the ruins, causing countless fatalities. And now to bully my future husband whom I intend to raise myself. Do you think your backing from Tianqin City grants you free reign? Others may fear Tianqin City, but I have never regarded it with such reverence. That is not what I meant. Lin San realized he had spoken too harshly and, feeling frustrated, added, I merely did not expect him to have grasped the invincible sword heart while lacking even the basic sword techniques. It is truly hard to believe. Qin Feng approached, offering comfort. Brother Lin, there is no need for such a grim expression. You are the foremost swordsman of the next century. I believe you too will comprehend the invincible sword heart. Just look, I merely passed gas last night and achieved it. So that was the expression you wore last night, concealing your flatulence. Ziyuan's face was awash with disdain, and she resumed her playful antics with Qin Feng, entirely disregarding Lin San's feelings. To flaunt their affection while mocking a single man was one matter, but why must she comfort him? And why invoke the title of the foremost swordsman of the next century? Did he truly deserve such a title? To trivialize the comprehension of the invincible sword heart as merely a matter of passing gas was utterly infuriating. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for yet again striking at the confidence of the chosen one, instilling in him a sense of self-doubt and earning 100,000 villain points. By the way, Brother Lin, Qin Feng turned once more, declaring, I first comprehended the sword intent last night, then the invincible sword heart. It was actually quite simple. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for once more undermining the confidence of the chosen one, instilling in him a sense of self-doubt and earning 100,000 villain points. Lin San grasped his sword, silently turning away. He needed to distance himself from this troublesome child. If he lingered any longer, he feared his heart could not withstand the strain. Brother Lin, where are you going? Qin Feng hurriedly donned his shoes and pursued him. This is absurd. Just by speaking a few words, I've accrued 400,000 villain points. I cannot allow you to escape so easily. I must cling to you like a tenacious adhesive. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted in the heavens, as ominous clouds rolled in like a tidal wave, enveloping the sky. In an instant, a terrifying pressure surged across the vast expanse, causing the void to tremble violently. Under the command of the great Xia Emperor, the Marquis of Longri and Changkuan had arrived, tasked with retrieving Qin Feng's head. A towering figure rode, an unidentified beast, suspended in midair, flanked by thousands of well-trained armored guards, their aura overwhelming and formidable. The Marquis of Longri and Changkuan. The cultivators in pursuit of Qin Feng nearby gasped in astonishment at the sight before them. They were well acquainted with Changkuan. He was the leader of the Imperial City Division, the personal protector of the great Xia Emperor, unmatched in skill. Now the entire Imperial City Division had mobilized, led by Changkuan himself, solely to deal with an extraordinary third-level cultivator who was merely 8 years old. Truly an extraordinary spectacle. Goodness, what a grand display. Qin Feng realized that today's events would not culminate peacefully, prompting him to prepare for the imminent arrival of the highest-level red-haired elder. Boom! Another cataclysmic roar reverberated through the skies as yet another contingent descended, riding the clouds with an overwhelming presence that swept across the land. Qin Feng is one of my Qin family. It is unnecessary for the royal family to intervene. As the Qin family, a dominant force in the Eastern Territories, had swiftly learned of the Imperial City Division's arrival and their intentions, the 10 ancestors made their way, accompanied by the 13 protectors. Should their original plans falter, they would ensure Qin Feng's safe return to the Qin family. Changkuan remained unperturbed, declaring His Majesty prefers not to take action personally. Yet Qin Feng has committed egregious acts, endangering his kin. Fearing the Qin family would hesitate, he has dispatched me to carry out justice. Who says my Qin family lacks resolve? One of the ancestors retorted, his gaze sharp. Today, I shall bring him back and enforce the laws of the Qin family. Executing family law. Changkuan unabashedly sneered. If your Qin family truly had that intention, Qin Feng would not have survived to this day. I suspect you are either nurturing a hidden poison or harboring some untold secret. Say what you will. The 10th ancestor ceased his prattle and reached out to seize Qin Feng. You shall not. Changkuan's gaze suddenly sharpened, and in his hand appeared a battle spear, urging the beast beneath him to plunge forward. Boom! The two forces collided with tremendous impact, unleashing a powerful energy storm that swept across the land. The ground began to tremble violently, and grotesque fissures started to stretch and spread. Run! The nearby crowd fled in terror, witnessing a clash akin to celestial beings battling, with mortals caught in the fray. I had anticipated that your Qin family would not yield easily. Fortunately, I was well prepared. A cold smile crept across Chong Kuen's lips as he drew an arrow meant to pierce the clouds and shot it into the sky. Thud! The arrow exploded high above, revealing a grand character that read Quen. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended, and flags representing various powerful factions appeared. The Eastern and Western factories, the Jinui, and numerous prominent families, numbering at least 100,000. What? The 10th ancestor's expression changed dramatically, realizing the sheer number of reinforcements. This was a clear signal that unless Qin Feng perished today, war was imminent. Qin Feng, your death is certain today, and none shall save you. Diang Kuwen, brimming with dominance, brandished his battle spear, proclaiming a death sentence upon Qin Feng to the entire ancient realm. Chapter 34. I acknowledge my gambler's nature heavens. The surrounding crowd trembled in fear, having never witnessed such a grand spectacle. To slay a single Qin Feng, the emperor of the Great Xia had mobilized such immense power, illustrating his apprehension towards the Qin family's prodigy, endowed with imperial potential. What a grand display! The clouds in the sky churned once more, and a chilling laughter echoed from afar. On the distant horizon, a dark mass of over 10,000 individuals advanced steadily. With each step, the ground quaked beneath them. Led by a black flag emblazoned with the character Qin, exuding an aura of imminent slaughter. Simultaneously, 5 more figures appeared beside the 10th ancestor, the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th ancestors. This scene, Lin San was struck with terror at the unfolding spectacle. He had thought the commotion he caused was already considerable. Yet compared to Qin Feng's turmoil, it seemed merely child's play. In an instant, both sides stood poised for battle, the tension palpable. Chong Kuen sneered. It appears your Qin family is determined to protect Qin Feng at all costs. Qin Feng has violated clan rules and must be taken back for punishment, replied the highest ranked. The 5th ancestor, dismissing Chong Kuen's royal city guard with indifference, regarding the eastern and western factories and the Jinyui as trifles. These were merely intimidating institutions established by the imperial family. In a realm ruled by noble families, none would regard them with any seriousness, merely seeking recognition among the common folk. Only the noble families present were truly to be feared. What is there to deliberate over such a beast harming his own kin? Let's simply execute him, one family boldly proclaimed. Their intentions towards the Qin family remained shrouded in mystery. Yet they recognized this as the prime opportunity to eliminate Qin Feng. Failure to act now would render future attempts arduous. However, to act directly was a different matter. The reputation of the foremost family was not to be trifled with. It was more prudent to incite the imperial family to take the lead while they rallied behind. Harming one's kin, Ziyuan furrowed her brows, utterly unconvinced. During her time with Qin Feng, she had heard of matters concerning the extraction of his brother's supreme bone, yet she was inclined to trust her own observations. In her eyes, Qin Feng, when faced with the plea of an unfamiliar, great demon sister, he had unhesitatingly provided her with 15 blood bodhi to aid her. In the face of life and death, he had chosen to leave the chance for survival with her. Moreover, when the great demon sister entrusted her child to him, he bore no complaint, instead caring for the little one with utmost tenderness. Each instance served to demonstrate that Qin Feng was a pure-hearted individual. She believed wholeheartedly that Qin Feng was being wrongfully accused, and she must find a way to rescue him. He must not fall into the clutches of the great Xia imperial family or the Qin clan. Leave this matter to me. The 5th ancestor exhibited an unusual assertiveness, preparing to forcibly take Qin Feng away. If Qin Feng does not perish today, war is inevitable. Chong Kuen's eyes flickered with a cold glint, and a terrifying energy surged around him, causing the surrounding void to tremble. The battle spear in his hand radiated a blinding cold light. Fight, fight, fight! The thousands of royal city guards behind Chong Kuen shouted in unison, coalescing a palpable aura of murderous intent that enveloped the area, inducing a sensation akin to plunging into an icy abyss. Perhaps influenced by Chong Kuen and his cohorts, the experts from the eastern and western factories, as well as the Jinui, also entered a state of readiness for battle, poised to charge at a moment's notice. In contrast, the elite warriors from the noble families exchanged glances, all discerning a mutual understanding. let the imperial forces take the lead. If they succeeded in killing Qin Feng, they would celebrate together. If not, they would take matters into their own hands and then enjoy a feast at the royal table. The elders of the Qin family narrowed their eyes, bracing themselves for an all-out war. Initially, they intended to follow Qin Feng's plan, concealing two of the family's prodigies until they had amassed sufficient strength to confront their adversaries. Yet, they had not anticipated the emperor's profound fear of their family, compelling him to summon such formidable forces to eliminate the threat posed by Qin Feng. No way, no way. As both parties readied for battle, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had been the obedient child for 8 long years, finally breaking free from home to embrace freedom. Now, should war erupt, would he not be forced to return home and play the obedient child for another decade? Then let it be war. Chang Kuan urged his beast forward, charging towards Qin Feng. Kill, kill, kill. The clamor of slaughter echoed across the heavens as both armies surged forward, infused with a brutal energy. Lin San and the others trembled in fear, their thoughts racing with curses. Qin Feng might indeed be a troublemaker, but they were innocent bystanders. Let us see who dares to harm Qin Feng. Ziyuan resolutely positioned herself in front of Qin Feng, clutching a purple jade token tightly in her hand. The battlefield was immediately hushed, as both factions gasped in astonishment, halting their assault. The token was a gift from a powerful being to a junior, akin to the golden tablet bestowed by an emperor to his subjects, signifying the presence of the sovereign. The sole distinction was that the token's shattering would summon the powerful entity directly, tearing through the void. I acknowledge my gambler's nature, yet I never anticipated my gamble would yield such fortune. Qin Feng rejoiced inwardly, feeling fortunate for having secured a promising future. But it was merely a token. Jiang Kuwen, unfazed, dismissed Ziyuan's threat. While the token was indeed crafted by formidable beings, it did not imply that the great Xia lacked masters of that caliber. The current sovereign, the reclusive former emperor, and the first and second ancestors of the Qin family were all exceptional figures of such stature. Is that so? Ziyuan was not one to relent, and she hurled the token to the ground. With a resounding crack, the token shattered. Damn! Shang Kun exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Even amidst hostility, an understanding ought to be reached. Was it not too hasty to break off negotiations in such a manner? A deep, rumbling roar suddenly erupted, and a colossal claw emerged from the void, casting shadows over the land. Thunder raged. Ancient patterns appeared upon it, intertwining to manifest the laws of heaven and earth, radiating dazzling brilliance as if it had torn through the fabric of time itself. Boom! A thunderous roar suddenly reverberated through the heavens and the earth, a colossal force potent enough to submerge the vast expanse and crush all existence. When the immense claw manifested, the entire assembly of spectators forgot to breathe. A giant tortoise, colossal enough to shroud the entire realm, appeared. More accurately, it was the legendary divine beast Xuanwu. Perched upon Xuanwu's head stood a stunning celestial maiden, clad in red, her gaze enchanting, lips slightly parted, exuding irresistible allure with every smile and frown that hinted at boundless charm. Chapter 35. The fated confrontation in the Yin dynasty, the moon goddess. Chang Kuan and his companions' pupils dilated in shock. They had not anticipated her arrival. The moon goddess ranked among the top 5 experts of the Yin dynasty, and with the ancestral divine beast Xuanwu by her side, even the emperor of the Yin dynasty would speak to her with utmost respect. Moreover, she was one of the 4 great beauties of antiquity, pursued by countless suitors, many of whom were formidable masters. This was the pinnacle of power in the ancient world. Lin San was awestruck by the moon goddess's terrifying prowess, realizing how arduous his own path would be. With her might alone, she exerted pressure over hundreds of thousands, including formidable figures akin to the ancestors of the Qin family. The several ancestors of the Qin family exchanged astonished glances, puzzled by how Qin Feng had befriended such a remarkable young woman, capable of summoning the moon goddess herself. Yet, this aligned with their interests, as it provided a legitimate opportunity to send Qin Feng to study in the Yin dynasty. Ah, how lively it is! The moon goddess, surveying the throngs below, gently parted her crimson lips, her sultry voice sending a shiver through the hearts of all male onlookers. Moon goddess, this is the territory of the great Xia. You have no right to act recklessly. Chang Kuan's voice boomed, awakening the assembly of men who inwardly lamented their inability to withstand her enchantment. for she was indeed one of the four great beauties of antiquity, her mere breath almost leading them to ruin. How frightening! The moon goddess feigned delicacy, raising her delicate hand to flick at Chong Kun. Poof! Chong Kun immediately spat blood, crashing to the ground, his breath faint, life hanging by a thread. The crowd gasped, startled by the moon goddess's abilities. A mere disagreement had led to violence. Even the leader of the Great Xia's royal city could not withstand her casual strike. Lord! The members of the royal city rushed to aid Chong Kun. Too late. The major families murmured, contemplating the banquet they would attend at the royal city. Zi Yuan, where are you going? The moon goddess's gaze fell upon Zi Yuan, who was attempting to sneak away with Qin Feng. With a flick of her finger, the two found themselves suspended in the air. It's over. Zi Yuan realized escape was futile, fidgeting with her clothing as she called out, Aunt. What aunt? This is clearly an elder. Qin Feng could not help but scrutinize the moon goddess, internally lamenting his lack of ambition. He resolved to play the long game and win over the elder. Do you even know I am your elder? The moon goddess tapped Zi Yuan's forehead, exclaiming, You left home without a word, and to evade me, you ventured into the Great Xia dynasty? If anything were to happen to you, how could I explain it to my sister and brother-in-law? And I was wrong. Please stop. Zi Yuan hastily pleaded, pulling Qin Feng closer to divert attention. I have struck gold this time. This is Qin Feng. Not only has he comprehended the sword intent, but he has also grasped the unrivaled sword heart. Qin Feng. The moon goddess paused, intrigued by Qin Feng. The Yin dynasty had already received news of a prodigy from the Qin family, and recently learned of his pursuit of the supreme bone of his younger brother, issuing a manhunt against him, initially believing him to be ruined, his unrivaled heart lost, and thus inconsequential. They were taken aback to discover he had attained the even more formidable unrivaled sword heart. Qin Feng earnestly asked, Moon goddess, do you believe in love at first sight? Such a young lad already knows of love at first sight. The moon goddess covered her mouth, unable to stifle her laughter. I see you are merely infatuated. How did you know? Qin Feng replied earnestly, Indeed, I am smitten. I have decided to marry you when I grow up. Such ambition. The ancestors of the Qin family internally cheered, urging Qin Feng to win the moon goddess's heart. Ideally, they hoped to secure the ancestral divine beast Xuanwu as a dowry. If not, they would be content to receive him as a son-in-law. The moon goddess could no longer contain her laughter, her joy radiant. As one of the four great beauties of antiquity, she had countless admirers, yet being publicly confessed to by an 8-year-old boy was a first for her. The moon goddess laughed. All the men in the audience were utterly enchanted, feeling as though they had no regrets left in this life. Zi Yuan, beside them, puffed her cheeks in frustration, wishing she could kick Qin Feng away. She had worried excessively for this troublesome brother, even spending her precious life token, only to find him smitten with her elder. The moon goddess teased, Little brother, I see you are diminutive in stature, yet brimming with confidence. Qin Feng replied solemnly, A man's confidence does not stem from his height, but from an inner shamelessness, as well as the skill of wielding a staff that falls from the heavens. Well, little rogue, but I like it. The moon goddess smiled knowingly, increasingly intrigued by the young boy. Just then, the ancient voice of the Qin family ancestor echoed from afar. Moon goddess, your arrival is indeed a grand honor, yet Qin Feng has harmed his kin. I hope you will do the Qin family a favor and hand him over. What if I say no? The moon goddess's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, clearly unwilling to release him. Setting aside Qin Feng's questionable morals, merely his talent was enough to warrant any force to open their doors for him, including the Yin dynasty. Then do not blame me for not extending the courtesy. The ancestor of the Qin family suddenly appeared on the scene, lacking the flashy effects of other powerful figures. He appeared as an ordinary old man nearing the end of his days, yet no one dared to underestimate him. The ancestor of the Qin family was one of the founders of the Great Xia dynasty and its foremost powerhouse. Had it not been for the Qin family's insufficient resources, the imperial lineage of the Great Xia would undoubtedly belong to them. I wish to witness the prowess of the Great Xia's strongest. The moon goddess's eyes sparkled like lightning, her garments billowing as if caught by an unseen wind. Roar! The deep roar of the divine beast Xuanwu suddenly erupted, a terrifying pressure sweeping across the realm, draining the color from the faces of the hundreds of thousands below, as though their lives were on the brink of extinction. At that moment, a youthful voice called out, Wait, ancestor! The crowd turned curiously to see a pale-faced young boy accompanied by Qin Tian, the other principal character in the tragic events of the Qin family. Qin Hao. Ancestor! I wish to fight this battle myself. Though young, Qin Hao's gaze was resolute, looking up at his elder brother, believing he could overcome him even without the supreme bone. Are you certain? The ancestor's tone was light, though his heart was as joyful as a 200-pound child. Not only had he successfully sent Qin Feng abroad for study, but he had also ignited Qin Hao's fighting spirit, all while avoiding a war and laying a solid foundation for future aspirations to usurp the throne. I am certain. Qin Hao nodded vigorously, declaring, I will show my brother what true power is. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the fated confrontation. Based on the psychological trauma left for your brother, the task level is determined, with a chance to receive mythic and epic level rewards. System. I find you quite shameless. Qin Feng initially intended to refuse, but the rewards offered were simply too enticing. True power. Qin Feng immediately immersed himself in the scenario, donning a mad grin reminiscent of the Uchiha clan, declaring, the greatest power is the one I possess. At the pinnacle of immortality, I shall reign supreme. Wherever I, Qin Feng, tread, the heavens shall follow. The maniacal laughter reverberated through the heavens and earth, and Qin Feng ceased to feign, laying his cards on the table. The sword intent startled the crowd. The celestial calamity light altered their expressions, and the invincible sword heart elicited gasps from all present. When their gazes fell upon Qin Feng's eyes, they succumbed to utter madness. Chapter 36. Foolish otouto. Do you feel despair? The dual pupils, an ancient rarity. The audience gaped, their eyes wide as saucers, their hearts turbulent with disbelief. How could this be? A child born with the potential of an emperor, breaking through to the extraordinary realm at the age of 8. Comprehending sword intent, forging a sword heart, with the capability to overshadow contemporaneous prodigies. And yet this was merely the tip of his power. With the supreme bone combined with ancient dual pupils, the mere thought struck terror into their hearts. What monstrous being this was! The moon goddess was rendered speechless, her mind racing with the determination to abduct this little rascal back to the Moon dynasty by any means necessary. The ancestors of the Qin family were left dumbfounded, questioning their own wakefulness. 8 years. Qin Feng had been within the Qin family for a full 8 years. They were entirely unaware that he possessed a unique constitution, a once-in-a-millennium ancient dual pupil. Realizing this, the Qin family elders turned their gazes to Qin Tian, who bore an equally shocked expression, immediately devising a severe punishment for his negligence. Unbelievable! Lin Sen shook his head in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that Qin Feng still had hidden cards. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for undermining the confidence of the Chosen One, instigating self-doubt, and earning 100,000 villain points. How intriguing! Qin Feng shot a glance at Lin San below, not anticipating such an unexpected reward. How could this be? Qin Hao trembled, sensing the psychological shadow cast by his brother. It felt as if a giant were pressing down on him, rendering him breathless, as he lay helplessly in Qin Feng's grasp, feeling diminutive. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for showcasing power, amplifying his brother's psychological shadow, triggering a 90 task completion rate, with only 10 remaining. Only 10? The mythic epic level rewards were on par with the experience scroll from the red-haired old monster. Qin Feng could not afford to relinquish this easily. Channeling his internal spiritual energy, golden runes surged around him. Only through cultivating divine-level techniques to perfection could such golden runes be manifested. The audience's eyes widened once more, teetering on the brink of madness. It was widely known that the eldest son of the Qin family began comprehending accompanying techniques while still in the womb. It was astounding that he would possess the most formidable divine-level techniques. They fought tooth and nail for a mere celestial-level technique, while he grasped divine-level techniques from birth. The pinnacle they could never hope to reach was merely his starting point. How could the disparity between individuals be so immense? Qin Hao felt another jolt, trembling even more violently. Although he too comprehended accompanying techniques while in the womb, his current level was only saint level, requiring further development to advance to divine level. In contrast, his brother arrived with innate divine level techniques. The gap had widened too drastically. Ding dong! The host's task completion rate has reached 95. Damn it! He left me with no cards to play. Qin Feng could not help but curse inwardly, fully committing as he unleashed a golden sword imprint. Such a golden sword imprint could only be forged through the cultivation of divine-level sword techniques, signifying that his sky-slashing sword technique was also divine level. A profound silence enveloped the venue, leaving everyone at a loss for words. Could this truly be an 8-year-old child? While others yearned for a divine-level technique, he had created 2 divine-level techniques, coupled with various buffs. Not only could he suppress contemporaries, but he could easily dominate across epochs. Oh, foolish otouto, do you sense despair? A wicked smile curled on Qin Feng's lips, barely restraining a maniacal laugh. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for instilling an indelible psychological shadow in his brother. Achieving 100 task completion and earning a mythic epic treasure chest, which requires victory in the fateful duel to claim the reward. How could this be? Qin Hao gazed at Qin Feng, terror etched upon his face, instinctively retreating a few steps. So powerful, so formidable that it extinguished any flicker of resistance and obliterated all hope of victory. With a resounding clap, Qin Tian placed his hand on Qin Hao's shoulder, offering nothing but a reassuring smile of belief. I can do it. I will triumph over you. Qin Hao, feeling the warmth of paternal love, flushed crimson as he declared to the world. Even if his voice was faint, it brimmed with unwavering resolve. However, the audience shook their heads in doubt. Having little faith in Qin Hao, not only had his supreme bone been extracted, but even without that, the hope of defeating a monster like Qin Feng seemed bleak. Nevertheless, the elders of the Qin family felt a swell of relief, finally igniting the child's fighting spirit, proving their collective efforts to support him were not in vain. Especially Qin Feng's performance, which was nothing short of spectacular. Those unaware might truly believe him to be a villain of the highest order. Qin Feng. Ziyuan looked at him in disbelief, feeling an unfamiliarity about him. The Qin Feng she knew was gifted yet pure-hearted. But this Qin Feng was ruthless in his pursuit of power, even at the expense of his own brother. What manner of person was he? This sparked a keen curiosity within her, urging her to delve deeper into the enigma that was Qin Feng. Boom! Another thunderous sound erupted as the current emperor and the grand emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, clad in dragon robes, descended, their formidable presence tearing through the void. These 2 ancient figures had arrived. The moon goddess raised an eyebrow, sensing trouble. If it were only the ancestor of the Qin family, she could easily whisk Qin Feng away, but with the 2 imperial figures of the royal family present, even with the divine beast Xuanwu by her side, she would have no choice but to kneel and concede. Qin, old man, is this descendant of yours betraying the Great Xia? The Grand Emperor leveled an accusation that thickened the already tense atmosphere. The ancestor of the Qin family replied calmly, Qin Feng has harmed his kin. He is no longer part of the Qin family. Whatever he wishes to do is of no concern to us. Good. That is precisely what I desire to hear. The Grand Emperor wasted no time. Launching a fist with lightning speed, the sound of his blows echoing like mountains and oceans, one strike after another, piercing through the void, cascading down like a tempest, as if he aimed to shatter the very fabric of existence. Boom! The earth-shattering roar resonated, the surrounding void seemingly collapsing, sending ripples through space. I shall join. The Emperor of the Great Xia entered the fray, resolute in his determination to capture Qin Feng. You old fossils, just wait for me. The moon goddess ground her teeth in frustration, opting for a strategic retreat. Meanwhile, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to cling to the moon goddess's leg. Sister Moon, save me. Chapter 37. Let the music play on. Let the dance continue. This guy. Ziyuan could not help but roll her eyes, internally critiquing his lack of dignity. Just moments ago, he was proclaiming his supremacy. Now he was pleading for his aunt's rescue, utterly devoid of any principles. Boom! Another thunderous sound erupted. The Great Xia's Grand Emperor and the current Emperor radiated boundless brilliance, resembling ancient deities as they unleashed a barrage upon the moon goddess. Roar! The profound growl of the divine beast Xuanwu echoed, carrying the moon goddess and her companions through the rift in space, lightning striking to clear their path, their divine majesty towering above, instilling awe in all beings, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Ladies and gentlemen, it is high time to take action. The former emperor and the current sovereign of the Great Xia are in a state of urgency, fully aware of the dire consequences should Qin Feng manage to escape. The Great Xia dynasty is currently in decline. Allowing Qin Feng to return to the Qin family poses a threat to their throne and enables the Yinyu dynasty to gain a formidable adversary. Thus, it is imperative that Qin Feng does not see the light of tomorrow. However, the prominent families are hesitating, preoccupied with their own schemes. Qin Feng is a ruthless character who would not hesitate to harm even his own brother for power. If he is not permanently dealt with today, They will surely suffer the repercussions in the future. Moreover, the changes in dynasties have little to do with these families. They will continue to play their roles regardless of who sits on the throne. With this thought, the major families finally joined the fray, but their efforts were lackluster, inflicting a mere 0.5 damage, having mastered the art of feigned effort. They managed to fulfill the royal edict while also extending a favor to Qin Feng. Those cunning old foxes. The ancestors of the Qin family saw through the charade, but chose to remain silent, clearly having engaged in similar tactics in the past. What are these old-timers up to? The moon goddess cast a glance at the Qin ancestors, noting their lack of intent to act. Nevertheless, this alleviated some of her pressure. Facing 3 old adversaries would be daunting, but evading 2 would be relatively easy. Damn it! Although the 2 emperors were desperately trying to impede her, they were ultimately powerless against the moon goddess, primarily due to Xuanwu's impenetrable defense, which withstood relentless bombardment. And with a group of nonchalant allies, it would be a miracle if they managed to halt her. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as Xuanwu tore through the void and vanished gracefully. Let's depart. The emperor of the Great Xia wore an exceedingly grim expression as he left with the royal guards and the eastern and western courts. Despite his desire to order an immediate assault on the Qin family, he understood the slim chance of success, setting aside the lack of justification. Even if he were to fabricate charges, the prominent families would be reluctant to lend their support. Previously, they could use the excuse of the Qin family producing 2 prodigies to justify their interests, but now the second son was incapacitated, and the eldest had gone abroad. There was no longer any division of benefits to be had, making it a wonder if they would even offer their allegiance. We should also take our leave. The ancestral figure cast a reluctant glance in the direction where Qin Feng had departed, realizing that henceforth he would have to navigate the path of the Yin dynasty alone. Even their desire to assist would be futile. Brother, I will surely surpass you. Qin Hao's small face was exceptionally serious, preparing himself for relentless training. Qin brother, I will not be outdone by you. Lin San's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented determination. He vowed to surpass this extraordinary man upon their next encounter. In the Moon Goddess Palace, the Moon Goddess returned to stride Xuanwu, accompanied by Qin Feng and Ziyuan. We welcome the Moon Goddess, the Divine Maiden. The entirety of the Moon Goddess Palace was filled with women who knelt and paid their respects to the Moon Goddess and Ziyuan. Divine Maiden? Qin Feng could not help but turn to look at Ziyuan, who proudly lifted her head as if to say, indeed, I am the Divine Maiden of the Moon Goddess Palace, the next Moon Goddess. This is it. The Moon Goddess Palace is destined for decline. Qin Feng recalled Ziyuan's combat prowess, akin to a thrilling encounter with a villain, and could hardly fathom what would become of the palace under her stewardship. What did you say? Ziyuan stomped her foot in indignation, vowing to teach this little brat a lesson today, leading to a playful chase within the Moon Goddess Palace. The female disciples of the Moon Goddess Palace were left in disbelief. The Moon Goddess had brought back a little boy. Since the palace's establishment, there had been a strict rule against allowing men entry, let alone being brought in personally by the Moon Goddess, even if he was but a child. Cease this ruckus. The Moon Goddess intervened, revealing a stunning smile. Qin Feng, how would you like to join my Moon Goddess Palace? Of course. Qin Feng nodded vigorously. According to the rules of the martial world, you saved me. It is only fitting that I marry you. This fellow. Ziyuan gritted her teeth in frustration, realizing that this little brat had truly set his sights on her aunt. The Moon Goddess, chuckled heartily. You are quite an amusing little one. I hereby officially appoint you as the divine son of the Moon Goddess Palace. Moon Goddess. The entire palace exclaimed in unison, reminding the Moon Goddess of the rule against accepting male disciples. I am fully aware of what I am doing. The Moon Goddess's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Qin Feng. Anyone who had witnessed Qin Feng's extraordinary talents would gladly break the rules, and the Moon Goddess Palace was no exception. What are you planning? Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine under the Moon Goddess's gaze, suspecting she might be deceiving him into joining the Moon Goddess Palace for nefarious purposes. In the Great Xia Palace, the emperor was seething with rage upon his return. Since the reforms of the Yin dynasty a century ago, it had developed at an astonishing rate, becoming a significant threat to the Great Xia, especially with the emergence of the unprecedented prodigy, Qin Feng. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine, robbing him of sleep. Below, the ministers began to deliberate. The Moon Goddess's successful escape with Qin Feng places the primary blame on the Qin family. The Qin family, clinging to the ties of lineage, still harbored hopes for Qin Feng's eventual return. The Qin family is a menace. They must not be spared. It is easy to say, But exterminating the Qin family is no simple feat. An old minister braved the odds to present his case, urging His Majesty to recruit talented individuals from humble backgrounds, nurturing prodigies from the common folk to strengthen our great Xia. It is one thing to speak of recruiting talented individuals from the masses, but it would undermine the very foundations of the prominent families, which they would never agree to. The harm caused by the prominent families has penetrated to the marrow. A thorough cleansing is essential for the hope of the great Xia. Your Majesty, the common folk have suffered under the yoke of the prominent families for too long. The great Xia Emperor, observing the loyal ministers, recognized the validity of their words. Yet, dealing with the prominent families was no easy task. They followed him only because he could provide them with benefits. Should he strip them of their interests, they would unhesitatingly topple him and support a new regime. At that moment, a young eunuch entered with news. Your Majesty, Princess Nanfeng has sent word that she recently encountered an intriguing young man with a method to dismantle the prominent families. Chapter 38. Men, there are men. In the Moon Goddess Palace, since Qin Feng's formal induction, all the young ladies had gone into a frenzy. Men, the Moon Goddess Palace now had a man. Why do I feel like they are even more excited than I am? Qin Feng felt as though he had entered a den of seduction, having to repeatedly check the door lock each night before bed. The little white creature leaped onto Qin Feng's shoulder, nuzzling him like a kitten, clearly signaling that it was time to eat. Even a landlord's household cannot endure such consumption. Qin Feng helplessly retrieved a small pouch, containing only a single blood body. Once consumed, he would have to purchase more or venture into the wild forest to seek them out. However, the wilderness was the domain of fierce beasts, and even if there were treasures to be found, powerful beasts would guard them, making acquisition exceedingly difficult. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Host may exchange for pet food from the system. Pet carrots. Exclusive food for rabbit-type pets. Long-term use can enhance various attributes. Exchange price, 10 villain points. 10 points for a single carrot. Qin Feng inwardly lamented the extortion, feeling as though he were being robbed. The little glutton would consume at least 4 or 5 carrots daily, amounting to 40 to 50 points, for the 500 points over 10 days, and 1 to 2,000 points in a year. He had never treated his own parents so generously. Times have changed. Before encountering the next victim, the chosen one, he must conserve his villain points. Qin Feng accessed the system, currently holding 692,500 villain points, due to failing to reach 1 million points. He was unable to exchange for the Great Perfection card, which would have allowed him to elevate other godly martial arts to their ultimate state. However, spending 30,000 points each month to activate a 100-fold comprehension aura was still feasible, sufficient for his needs for a year or two. He hoped that during this time, he might encounter a chosen one. Qin Feng snatched the last blood body from Xiao Bai and tossed it a carrot he had exchanged for with 10 villain points from the system. I, the rabbit, do not want to eat this. Xiao Bai exclaimed in indignation, clearly upset. While the carrot was edible, it paled in comparison to the blood body, akin to dog food when compared to succulent ribs. Children's pickiness often stems from indulgence. Qin Feng brandished the Chong Kong divine sword at Xiao Bai's neck, which made the little creature swiftly devour the carrot, even the leaves included. Excellent. Qin Feng sheathed the Chong Kong divine sword with satisfaction and swallowed the last blood body in one gulp. Boom! His body trembled violently, prompting him to sit cross-legged on the bed and enter a meditative state as the energy emanating from the blood body surged through him, akin to a raging river breaching its banks, frantically integrating into his flesh. Xiao Bai let out a distressed sound and summoned the sage bamboo scroll, a naturally endowed independent space, and snuggled beside Qin Feng, falling asleep. In the city of Heavenly Heart, Lin San returned safely after enduring numerous trials, bringing back news of Qin Feng's complete transformation. Sword intent, heart of the sword, supreme bone, ancient heavy pupil, and his self-created godly techniques and sword arts. Upon hearing this, City Lord Lin Hao pounded his chest in regret. Had he chosen Qin Feng as his son-in-law back then, given his current predicament of being cornered by the Qin family, he would have surely sought refuge in Qin Feng's embrace. Alas, it was too late. Qin Feng had already been taken back to the Yin Moon dynasty by the Moon Goddess. Moreover, his originally favored son-in-law, Qin Hao, had been reduced to a mere waste after having his supreme bone extracted, and it was rumored that the position of head of the Qin family had also been stripped away, leaving the family in a pitiful state. I married off my daughter for the sake of profit, but how can I do so now? Lin Hao felt an overwhelming headache. Reluctant to break the engagement, yet unable to accept marrying his daughter to a worthless man. The Qin family was, after all, the foremost family of the ancient era. Withdrawing from the engagement would be akin to slapping the Qin family's face, which could potentially lead to war. Yet, the thought of marrying his daughter to a waste was equally unbearable. Time flew by, and 7 years passed. Throughout these years, prodigies continued to emerge. The competition becoming increasingly fierce, showcasing terrifyingly powerful talents. The records set by Qin Feng, such as breaking through to the extraordinary realm at the age of 8 and comprehending sword intent, were shattered by numerous prodigies. Since being appointed as the son of the moon goddess 7 years ago, Qin Feng had maintained a low profile, rarely appearing in public, and no news of his combat exploits had surfaced. Nonetheless, the sword intent, heart of the sword, supreme bone, an ancient heavy pupil he had demonstrated in the Great Xia dynasty had left an indelible mark on the ancient world, earning him the title of the greatest prodigy of the era. Even after 7 years of absence, no one could shake his reputation. At this moment, in the back mountain of the moon goddess palace, a colossal waterfall cascaded like a silver river. A striking young man, 15 years of age, with bright eyes and sword-like brows, sat beneath the waterfall, cultivating while allowing the torrential water to cascade upon him, producing a resonating sound. This individual was none other than Qin Feng, whose cultivation had reached the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. His resolve to solidify his foundation was unwavering, not merely succumbing to the allure of beauty surrounding him in the moon goddess palace. Indeed, he sought to fortify his roots. Although his cultivation had not seen significant enhancement, other abilities had been deeply refined. The celestial calamity light had grown stronger, while his heavy pupil had developed the foundational abilities of slowing down time, dissecting movements, and peering into the essence, as well as comprehending the divine light of yin and yang. With numerous killing techniques at his disposal, eliminating realm entranced cultivators was effortless. The only regret was that he had not encountered a chosen one in these 7 years, and his nearly 700,000 villain points had long been depleted, leaving him to scrape by through interactions with the maidens of the moon goddess palace, yearning for Lin San as he approached the brink of lovesickness. 7 years of indulgence had caused his cultivation to stagnate significantly. From this day forth, I shall abstain from alcohol, Qin Feng resolved internally. Though he had scarcely drunk, he was convinced it was the cause of his decline. Don't crowd, let me see. A group of maidens from the moon goddess palace were secretly watching, their excitement reaching a crescendo upon seeing Qin Feng's abs. The sole male of the moon goddess palace had finally matured. Tickets. Buy tickets. Purchasing a ticket grants you 5 minutes of viewing the man. A youthful voice piped up, revealing a cute little white rabbit walking on 2 legs. The Xiaobai Qin Feng had raised for 7 years. Ever since Qin Feng had fed it carrots, Xiaobai had taken it upon itself to learn how to raise rabbits, to taste authentic heavenly treasures. Initially, it faced challenges, as such treasures were not easily acquired. However, under Qin Feng's tutelage, it quickly identified a lucrative opportunity. Men were scarce in the moon goddess palace. Thus, whenever Qin Feng came to train beneath the waterfall, Xiaobai began selling tickets for 5 minutes at the price of 1 spirit stone, ensuring fair dealings. Naturally, Qin Feng didn't often flaunt his physique, so Xiaobai would also auction off his worn underwear to supplement their household income. Chapter 39. The Son of the Emperor's Gate. I am truly a diligent and thrifty rabbit. Xiaobai gleefully counted the spirit stones earned, pulling out a pair of Qin Feng's original underwear stolen last night, which could fetch a good price to buy a heavenly treasure. Qin Feng's adolescent treasures. Starting bid, 20 spirit stones. I bid 25 spirit stones. The maidens of the moon goddess palace took their admiration for men seriously, and the appearance of the original underwear instantly incited a wave of screams. Whoosh! A sharp wind howled through the vast forest, and Qin Feng, sitting beneath the waterfall, suddenly opened his eyes, exuding a fierce aura, with invisible sword energy radiating from his body. Crash! The invisible sword energy tore through the waterfall, colliding with an incoming energy, causing water to splash violently everywhere. 2 beautiful figures appeared beside the waterfall, the moon goddess and Ziyuan. Unlike the youthful Ziyuan from 7 years prior, she had matured into a captivating beauty, exuding an irresistible charm with every smile and frown. It was said that she had cultivated formidable techniques exclusive to women alongside the moon goddess over the years. Indeed, your comprehension of sword intent and heart has deepened significantly. the moon goddess remarked, her gaze toward Qin Feng filled with satisfaction. It was well worth breaking palace rules to appoint him as the son of the moon goddess palace. He would undoubtedly strengthen the palace in the future. Not strong. How can I marry the moon goddess sister? This level of awareness I certainly possess, Qin Feng quipped, showcasing his physique before her. Splash. Incensed, kicked Qin Feng into the waterfall. Fuming, you've been pining after my aunt since childhood. Did you not notice this beautiful woman beside you? Indeed, quite impressive. Qin Feng resurfaced to inspect Ziyuan, pondering what she had consumed over the years. She could easily be judged for fouling the competition. Rogue. Ziyuan's face flushed red from the teasing, and she playfully tussled with Qin Feng. Enough of your antics. The moon goddess, accustomed to Qin Feng's flirtations, said coolly, Qin Feng, in a few days, the 10-year death elimination tournament of the Yin Moon dynasty will commence. Are you interested in participating? The death elimination tournament. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. He had heard of this tournament. Since the reforms of the Yin Moon dynasty a century ago, the death elimination tournament had become a pivotal factor in its rise. It can be likened to the college entrance examination, where the various factions of the Yin Yu dynasty send their most exceptional talents to participate. Those who pass will receive focused cultivation from a dynasty, supported by a formidable faculty and abundant resources for training. One could say everything one could wish for is available. The only distinction from a typical examination is that while one can retake the college entrance exam after failure, the death elimination match, as its name implies, allows only the living to traverse the narrow bridge, leaving many forever lost on the examination grounds. Qin Feng is not particularly concerned with life and death. Rather, his focus lies on whether he might encounter his beloved chosen one. At that moment, he heard enthusiastic cheers from a nearby girl, seemingly celebrating her purchase of a pair of underwear with 100 spirit stones, referring to herself as the rice bucket. Qin Feng lightly descended behind the girl, Xiao Bai. Upon hearing the name rice bucket, Xiao Bai immediately became furious, exclaiming, I am Rabbit Qin Xiao Bai. If anyone dares to call me Rabbit Rice Bucket again, I shall certainly bite them to death. Very well, Rice Bucket. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, but maintained his habit of addressing her thus. He lamented the disappearance of his underwear, which had been brazenly auctioned off by this rabbit. Is that the moon goddess? A group of girls fled in terror, as if they had encountered a strict teacher. Xiao Bai, you're going too far. Ziyuan angrily condemned Xiao Bai's behavior from the sidelines. I don't wish for this either, but I am hungry. Xiao Bai displayed a pitiful expression, lamenting her hard life. Though she had never feasted on heavenly treasures, she used to have a steady supply of carrots, but recently, for reasons unknown, even that supply had dwindled. If she didn't sell something soon, she would starve to death. Sighing helplessly, Qin Feng expressed his inability to feed the rabbit, as he himself was struggling to get by. If he failed to find a victim, no, a chosen one, he might even consider turning to a life of crime. Just then, a girl approached to report, Your Excellency, a talented individual from outside wishes to challenge you. Here we go again. Qin Feng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Ever since he was hailed as the most exceptional talent of the ancient era, challengers had flocked to the moon goddess palace, yet none were the chosen one he sought, leaving him utterly uninterested. The girl continued, Sir, this individual is not ordinary. He is a disciple of the emperor from the great Xia dynasty. A disciple of the emperor. Qin Feng furrowed his brows. He was no stranger to that term. If memory served him correctly during the Tang dynasty, the imperial examination system and the emperor's disciples had ended the era of aristocratic dominance and significantly strengthened central authority. What was the emperor of the great Xia attempting now? Did he intend to weaken the aristocracy? Quickly, Qin Feng located the relevant files. 7 years ago, the emperor of the great Xia suddenly declared his intention to take disciples, with those chosen becoming his esteemed disciples. The news sent the entire great Xia into a frenzy. Being a disciple of the emperor was considered the utmost honor. Even the great families found it hard to resist the allure of the emperor's disciples. Thus began a grand selection process for these disciples, resulting in a resounding victory for the aristocratic talents, but it also unearthed a plethora of talented commoners. The great Xia emperor kept his promise, accepting the aristocratic talents as disciples while also recruiting the commoner talents as prospective disciples. Qin Feng quickly discerned the emperor's ulterior motives. The title of emperor's disciple appeared immensely prestigious, yet was merely a means for the great Xia emperor to manipulate them. The commoner talents, lacking a powerful backing, would inevitably become the emperor's sword against the aristocracy. Meanwhile, the aristocratic talents, having become disciples, would find it treasonous to disobey. Morally, The emperor of the Great Xia had already secured a victory. He was also exceedingly curious about who was orchestrating this scheme from behind the scenes. With his 10 years of experience as a bookworm, he suspected it might be the very chosen one he had sought for 7 years. A thunderous noise erupted from the front hall, accompanied by the shouts of the emperor's disciple. Qin Feng, if you dare to be a traitor, then come out. I know you're inside. Don't hide in silence. Chapter 40. The scene split open outside the moon goddess palace. A group of girls clad in white surrounded a burly man, their expressions filled with fury. This man was Zhu Tu, the emperor's disciple who had come to challenge Qin Feng. Frustrated by Qin Feng's delay in accepting his challenge, he resorted to smashing the palace doors and hurling insults at their deity. Did he truly believe he was still under the protection of the Great Xia Emperor? This was the Inu dynasty. He had no authority to act so brazenly here. Impudent. The girls of the moon goddess palace wore icy expressions, drawing their swords and pointing them at Zhu Tu. What? Qin Feng dares not accept the challenge, attempting to use numbers to intimidate us? Zhu Tu remained brazen, paying no heed to the threats around him. As a member of the Great Xia envoy, he was under imperial orders to observe the decade-long death elimination match. And killing him, a disciple of the emperor, would equate to declaring war on the Great Xia dynasty. Ah, the Great Xia envoy thinks highly of himself. I shall teach him a lesson. Zi Yuan, unable to contain her rage, rolled up her sleeves, ready for battle. Wait. Qin Feng raised his hand to halt Zi Yuan, contemplating, is it possible that he is merely a pawn in someone else's game? A pawn. Zi Yuan, not lacking in intelligence, furrowed her brows in confusion. Are you suggesting someone is setting a trap for you? Not for me, but for the Great Xia aristocracy. Qin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully, increasingly convinced of this possibility. The emperor of the Great Xia had established the emperor's disciples, ostensibly elevating the aristocratic talents, yet he ultimately aimed to support the commoner talents to replace the aristocracy's dominion. The conundrum of how to deal with the aristocratic talents would undoubtedly vex the emperor. Perhaps sending them as an envoy to observe the death elimination match in the Inu dynasty was the answer. If anything were to go awry, the blame would fall squarely upon the Inu dynasty, ideally spurring conflict between the aristocracy and the dynasty, allowing the Great Xia royalty to reap the benefits. A trap set for the Great Xia aristocracy. Zi Yuan's head was filled with questions, baffled by Qin Feng's words. Is it well? We'll find out by testing it. Qin Feng lightly propelled himself from the moon goddess palace, determined to draw out the mastermind, who might very well be the chosen one he had sought. Qin Feng, it's Qin Feng. Outside the moon goddess palace, a crowd had gathered, and upon seeing Qin Feng emerge, they erupted into excited cheers. Ever since Qin Feng showcased his complete form 7 years ago, everyone had yearned to witness the prowess of the most exceptional talent of the ancient era. Regrettably, since becoming the deity of the moon goddess palace, he had never accepted any challenges. Today, he had come forth, striding with an air of swagger. Greetings, Your Excellency. The girls in white offered their respectful bows, their gazes toward Qin Feng filled with admiration. Qin Feng had shed the innocence of youth, inheriting his mother's striking looks, a true handsome figure. Coupled with his unparalleled talent and being the sole male in the moon goddess palace, he was undoubtedly the object of admiration for all the female disciples. Qin Feng, you have finally emerged, Zhu Tu exclaimed, nearly squealing with excitement. An overwhelming energy surged from him, transforming into a ferocious black boar with sharp tusks. Brandishing a heavy, slaughtering knife, with a resounding crash, the knife struck the ground, shattering the floor beneath. Qin Feng, with a look of disdain, remarked, I expected a formidable opponent, yet you turn out to be merely a trash of the 4th level of Spirit Marshal. What, the 4th level of Spirit Marshal? Zhu Tu, feeling indignant, declared, I am a disciple of the imperial family. Even if I am merely at the 4th level of Spirit Marshal, it is still more significant than being at the 9th level. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, believing Zhu Tu's assertion held merit. However, when compared to Qin Feng, this so-called disciple of the imperial family seemed to fall woefully short. 7 years ago, Qin Feng had already reached the 3rd level of transcendence, and with his extraordinary talent, one could only speculate what level he had attained now. Had he entered the Tao? Or perhaps he had ascended to the celestial realm beyond the Tao. After much deliberation, Zhu Tu finally inquired, what is your current cultivation level? He braced himself for the possibility that Qin Feng had broken through to the Tao and was prepared to concede. Transcendence at the 9th level, Qin Feng proclaimed proudly, not hesitating to showcase his prowess. An immediate silence enveloped the crowd, as disbelief took root in their hearts. Akin to the screech of a groundhog, how could the so-called first prodigy of the ancient era, who is said to suppress all, only be at the 9th level of transcendence? On average, it took over a year to advance a single rank. What had he been doing all these years? Surely, he had not been lost in the flower gardens of the moon goddess palace, unable to extricate himself. Zhu Tu was visibly disheartened, perplexed by Qin Feng's audacity to disdain his 4th level of spirit marshal. Qin Feng then asked, "How do you wish to fight? Shall it be a duel? Or a group assault?" "Of course a duel," Zhu Tu replied, somewhat bewildered. Understanding dawned upon Qin Feng as he gestured to the ladies nearby, signaling them to engage Zhu Tu in single combat. The onlookers were taken aback, spewing out gasps of shock, as the spectacle diverged greatly from their expectations of the first prodigy of the ancient era. The ladies clad in white, unperturbed by notions of fairness, executed Qin Feng's command with unwavering loyalty, their swords glimmering with dark, flowing waves as they lunged at Zhu Tu. Fuming, Zhu Tu exclaimed, "Qin Feng, you scoundrel! You promised a duel, yet this is a group assault. Indeed, you are facing us all alone." Qin Feng retorted, feigning innocence, flashing a grin that revealed his teeth. The spectators were utterly at a loss for words, astonished that Qin Feng bore no semblance of the idolized first prodigy. With a resounding crash, Zhu Tu found himself no match for the white-clad ladies, swiftly being brought to the ground. "I refuse to accept this," he shouted in fury. "What you accept matters not to me." Qin Feng rolled his eyes, deeming Zhu Tu rather peculiar. He then produced an abacus larger than Xiao Bai, calculating the damages incurred by the moon goddess palace, totaling a staggering 1 million premium spirit stones. Zhu Tu gasped in disbelief. 1 million? And premium spirit stones? All of this combined couldn't even amount to a single spirit stone. Qin Feng replied with utmost sincerity, "Indeed, I desire you to compensate me with 999 premium spirit stones." The entire crowd fell into stunned silence. How honest, they thought, momentarily a loss for words. "This is robbery. I have no money," Zhu Tu vehemently protested, stubbornly resisting. "No money? That is of little consequence." Qin Feng chuckled. "You could offer alternative compensation." Alternative compensation? The crowd's expressions turned peculiar, uncertain if they were interpreting his words correctly. Soon, Qin Feng stripped Zhu Tu of his garments, tying him to a cart for public display. Adorned with a sign detailing Zhu Tu's credentials as a disciple of the imperial family and as the future heir of the Zhu clan. "Qin Feng, you humiliate me so. The Zhu clan will not let this slide, nor will his majesty." Zhu Tu, unaccustomed to such disgrace, struggled desperately, seeking to confront Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng paid his threats no heed, parading through the streets with drums and gongs, proclaiming, "Do not miss this opportunity. Authentic, robust men from the Great Xia. Not for 998, not for 888, but merely 98 spirit stones for a chance to take one home." The onlookers, having never witnessed such a scene, gathered in droves to behold the robust man from the Great Xia. "Ah, a disciple of the imperial family, a prodigy. What a rarity!" exclaimed one. "I have a friend who wishes for a healthy child, yet has struggled to conceive." As the crowd swelled, the realization dawned upon many that, in this world where mortals and immortals coexisted, numerous individuals were unable to cultivate. Wealthy families often sought out talented practitioners, hoping to secure a celestial connection for their offspring, which usually required their daughters to possess sufficient beauty. Now, with Qin Feng openly pricing his services, affluent families without attractive daughters began to waver. "Divine Song, please consider my daughter," a wealthy man stammered, presenting his daughter, who weighed over 200 pounds, likening her to a flower. Gasps filled the air, as anyone with a conscience would recoil at such a proposition. "This is quite excessive." Qin Feng could hardly bear to look, shifting his tone. "But there is a price increase." "Not a problem." The wealthy man nodded vigorously, eager to pay any amount. After a lifetime of toil, he realized that no matter how much wealth he accumulated, when faced with a practitioner, he was left with no dignity. It became clear to him that only those with power could truly safeguard their fortunes. "Release me. Let me go." Zhu Tu struggled fiercely, vowing never to yield. Seeing Zhu Tu's defiance, Qin Feng interjected, "Do not wear such a grimace. I have selected a delightful plump girl for you. Remember, a little extra weight is the epitome of desirability." "Plump?" The crowd's eyes twitched, wishing to voice their concerns about his moral compass. To finalize this transaction, he had the audacity to label a 200-pound woman as plump. "You shall not succeed, Qin Feng." Zhu Tu summoned all his spiritual energy, preventing any mortals from approaching. The wealthy man, now disheartened, understood that celestial connections could not be forced. Fear not. I am a man of integrity in business. Qin Feng reassured the affluent man, producing a small jade vial labeled crazy for sows. This concoction, derived from a peculiar method he had been studying, was said to accelerate the cultivation of a certain technique. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, retreating in trepidation. No way. Is that the legendary top-tier aphrodisiac, crazy for sows? It is said that even a mere touch can render a sow as beautiful as Jiao Chan in the eyes of a man. Their gazes towards Qin Feng transformed entirely. He was no longer the first prodigy of the ancient era, but rather the foremost lecher, carrying such items with him. Qin Feng feigned innocence. What is with those expressions? It is only reasonable to carry some self-defense items while traversing the world. Reasonable? Spare me. What respectable person would carry such items while traveling? The crowd collectively rolled their eyes, utterly unconvinced by Qin Feng's excuses, fully aware that he was not to be trifled with, possessing strength, talent, and background, yet utterly shameless. Thank you for your generous offer, divine son. The flower-like plump girl was now exhilarated, taking both the crazy for sows and Zhu Tu home. Qin Feng, brother Feng, I implore you, spare me. I will repay the 1,000,000 premium spirit stones. I was wrong. I was mistaken. Zhu Tu's previous arrogance evaporated as he cried out for Qin Feng's forgiveness. Yet, Qin Feng was preoccupied, awaiting the emergence of the mastermind behind this scheme. Should he eliminate Zhu Tu, he would unwittingly fall into their trap, not only ridding them of this proud disciple of a noble family, but also drawing the Zhu clan's enmity upon himself. Conversely, had he chosen not to slay Zhu Tu, but instead to subject him to various humiliations, the mastermind behind the scenes would have been compelled to intervene and rescue Zhu Tu, as they were both emissaries to the Yin Empire. It is only natural for companions to assist one another in times of disgrace. Yet, was there truly no chosen one? Could it be that I am merely overthinking? Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings, but received no system notifications. No, please don't come near. The wretched cries of Zhu Tu echoed from the courtyard, prompting the gathered crowd to observe a moment of silent mourning for 3 minutes. A distinguished disciple of the Daxia dynasty, a prodigy from a noble family, reduced to being debased by an ordinary woman. This psychological trauma would likely be irreparable henceforth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for degrading another's dignity, earning 1,000 villain points. Qin Feng immediately perked up, akin to a lecherous individual discovering a new position. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a gong resonated, and a grand procession of luxurious carriages approached from the distance, accompanied by servants and guards, all indicative of the immense status of the individuals within. Leading the charge were a dozen furious men and women, clad in the same garments as Zhu Tu, a privilege reserved for the esteemed disciples of the Daxia dynasty. The Princess of the South Wind has arrived. As the carriage came to a halt, the guards proclaimed her title, the beloved youngest princess of the Daxia Emperor. She was also the representative of the Daxia envoy to the Yin Empire, the South Wind Princess. Qin Feng's gaze was fixed on the opulent carriage, sensing that there were multiple individuals inside, discernibly a young man based on his heavy breathing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the chosen one of epic class. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled, his heart racing with excitement. After 7 years, fate had finally orchestrated their meeting. Whether someone was plotting against him from the shadows was now of little consequence. What mattered was that he was poised to scheme against this chosen one. A chilling female voice emerged from the carriage. Qin Feng, as a traitor to our Daxia dynasty, how dare you so brazenly humiliate a disciple of the emperor? Chapter 42. Kneel down. The Daxia princess exuded an overwhelming sense of authority. Qin Feng could not help but scoff. On the territory of the Yin Empire, questioning a divine child of the Moon God Palace. Am I truly so ignorant? Or has Daxia already conquered the Yin Empire? As soon as he finished speaking, the gazes of those around him turned icy, collectively feeling that the Daxia princess had overstepped her bounds. To utter such words on their territory was tantamount to disregarding the Yin Empire entirely. Impudent! The South Wind Princess, seething with rage, commanded, "Bring forth Qin Feng and execute him." Yes. The princess's guards swiftly drew their long swords, while the talented members of the envoy brandished their weapons. On my territory, who grants you the audacity to kill? Qin Feng harbored a certain admiration for the protagonist, who remained unwaveringly loyal to his incompetent allies. Without waiting for him to speak, Dozens of maidens from the moon god palace surged forth, encircling the opposing party. This was going to be entertaining. The onlookers, their interest piqued, hastily retreated to maintain a safe distance. A sigh from within the carriage interrupted the tension, and a richly attired man emerged, clasping his hands in greeting. "Are you not the illustrious Qin Feng, renowned as the first prodigy? My apologies, the princess just misspoke. I, Feng Chong, shall apologize on her behalf." It was him. Qin Feng immediately recognized him as the chosen one. Based on his decade of experience as a voracious reader, this individual was unlike the top-tier servant-type protagonists like Lin San. Nor was he akin to the spirited, motivational figures like Qin Hao. He was a favored minister of the emperor, destined either to marry the princess or to cultivate her into an empress-type protagonist. This only reinforced Qin Feng's conviction that the disciple of the emperor had been orchestrated by him, the true puppet master lurking behind the scenes. Qin Feng showed no signs of yielding, engaging his sharp tongue. "I had presumed the Daxia princess to be a paragon of virtue, yet here she is, concealing a man within her carriage, living a dissolute life." The crowd nearly choked on their breaths. They had not anticipated Qin Feng's audacity to declare the Daxia princess a harlot in public, especially in her presence. "Say that again, if you dare." The South Wind princess, unaccustomed to such affronts, stormed out of the carriage. Clad in resplendent attire, she was indeed a breathtaking beauty, with brows like emeralds, skin as white as snow, and teeth that sparkled like pearls. How long had it been since he had encountered such a stunning woman? Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel at the protagonist's discernment. Qin Feng, ever obedient, sincerely reiterated, "I said you are a harlot. Impudent." The South Wind princess, now fully enraged, drew her sword and lunged at Qin Feng. However, before her blade could reach him, it was deftly deflected by a maiden in white from the moon god palace, while several other swords were poised at her throat, ready to strike should Qin Feng issue the command. "Had the audacity to kill me, then?" The South Wind princess's eyes brimmed with disdain, utterly unconvinced that Qin Feng would dare to take her life. After all, she was the Daxia princess, the envoy's representative. Should Qin Feng kill her, it would instigate a conflict between their nations, and even as the moon god's divine child, he would not escape the consequences. Such a demand was unprecedented. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Qin Feng's eyes, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of sword energy emanating from his being. "This is bad." Feng Chang's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly channeled his spiritual energy to shield the South Wind princess. Boom! The intangible sword energy sent Feng Chang sprawling backward, forcing him to retreat several steps before he could regain his footing. "He's serious." The South Wind princess trembled, having just sensed the lethal intent radiating from Qin Feng. Had Feng Chang not shielded her, she would have likely been pierced by his invisible sword energy. But how could this be? She was the Daxia princess, the envoy's representative. What audacity did Qin Feng possess to dare threaten her? Feng Chang's face turned grave, realizing he could no longer underestimate Qin Feng. He had always believed himself capable of manipulating ancient beings at will. Indeed, he was from a planet called Red Star, where he lived amidst modern civilization. By a stroke of chance, he found himself transported to this ancient world, though it was a fantastical realm. His mastery of advanced theoretical knowledge allowed him to effortlessly ascend to the position of chief advisor to the South Wind princess, even proposing methods for the Daxia emperor to defeat noble families. He had presumed everything would unfold as he envisioned. Little did he know he would encounter Qin Feng, who defied all norms. He had tricked Zhu Tu into challenging him, hoping to exploit the situation, yet Qin Feng had used Zhu Tu to profit instead, forcing them to come forth and resolve the matter. Apologizing on behalf of the South Wind princess was a reasonable course of action. Yet Qin Feng had unleashed his sharp tongue, disregarding the diplomatic tensions between their nations, brazenly threatening the life of the Daxia envoy's princess. Was he truly so arrogant as to consider himself above all else? Or had he seen through everything? There truly existed someone unafraid of death. Qin Feng's gaze was piercing, his hand slowly resting on the hilt of his sword, displeased by Feng Chang's obstruction. What? Feng Chang's body stiffened, an inexplicable sense of panic coursing through him. In that moment, he felt akin to the Monkey King trapped beneath Buddha's palm, unable to escape his grasp, no matter how he struggled. Enough! A venerable voice erupted in the ears of the crowd, as an elderly figure appeared, advancing with an air of undeniable authority, gazing at Qin Feng with commanding eyes. Clearly, this individual was the hidden expert within the envoy. Old fool, who do you think you are? Qin Feng offered no regard, his eyes narrowing as he bellowed, "Kneel." Impudent. The elder's fury surged, unleashing a terrifying energy from within. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder reverberated through the sky, scattering the energy that the elder had meticulously gathered, accompanied by a terrifying pressure descending from above. The elder, overwhelmed, spat blood and knelt before Qin Feng. It seemed he could no longer protect Princess Nan Feng and would have to retreat to his abode to recuperate in silence. The moon goddess. It is truly the moon goddess. The onlookers, akin to fervent devotees, hastily knelt and paid homage towards the direction of the moon goddess palace. The elder, filled with indignation, shouted, "Moon goddess, is this how your Yin dynasty treats its guests?" A cold voice echoed through the void. "And you dare to smash the gates of my moon goddess palace? Is this how your Xia dynasty welcomes visitors?" The elder was momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. Fang Chong quickly interjected, "Your Excellency, the actions of Zhu Tu are his own and do not represent our delegation. I am willing to apologize on his behalf and bear all consequences. If apologies are so effective, why do we need the authorities?" Qin Feng continued to stoke the flames. "What do you intend to do?" Princess Nan Feng struggled to suppress her fury, aware that circumstances were not in her favor. "Kneel." Qin Feng's gaze bore into Princess Nan Feng, his voice soft yet resolute, leaving no room for dissent. "You dare demand I kneel?" Princess Nan Feng's rage surged. She could not fathom Qin Feng's audacity. As a proud princess of the Xia, she saw no reason to bow before the Qin family, especially to a traitor like Qin Feng, regardless of his newfound status as a son of the moon goddess palace. Kneel or perish. The icy depths of Qin Feng's clear eyes betrayed his unwavering resolve, as his right hand slowly rested upon the hilt of his long Kong divine sword, signaling that he was not jesting. Should she utter another word, he would not hesitate to unleash the sword technique of heaven's severance, particularly with the invincible sword heart empowering him. Once he drew his sword, he had no regard for women, except for those wealthy ladies willing to shower him with riches. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, the audience acutely aware of the overwhelming presence of the ancient prodigy, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. The current Qin Feng exuded an aura of tyranny, embodying the mantra of those who follow me thrive, those who oppose me perish. Simultaneously, the crowd eagerly anticipated witnessing Qin Feng's full potential. Given his extraordinary prowess at the 9th level of transcendence, the gap between him and his contemporaries was insurmountable. Showcasing his complete form seemed the only path to victory. Princess Nan Feng swallowed hard, acutely sensing the terrifying pressure Qin Feng exerted. However, her pride as a princess and the dignity of the Xia dynasty were at stake. She could not easily submit to Qin Feng. Yet, the ultimatum was clear: kneel or die. The moon goddess showed no inclination to mediate, indicating her tacit approval of Qin Feng's actions. Fang Chong stepped forward, speaking with righteous indignation. "Even if we were at fault, demanding Princess Nan Feng to kneel in apology is excessive. She represents the dignity of the Xia. Do you not fear provoking a war between our factions?" A chilling wind swept through the realm as Fang Chang's words hung in the air. With a fierce grip, Qin Feng unsheathed half of his sword, its gleaming blade slicing through the atmosphere like a dragon unleashed, radiating cold light that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Alas! Fang Chang's pupils dilated in shock, realizing the unyielding nature of Qin Feng. He disregarded their diplomatic condemnation. Failure to comply would result in immediate conflict. Facing the formidable presence of Qin Feng, who had grasped the invincible sword heart, Fang Chong dared not underestimate him. Summoning his strongest defensive technique, he conjured a golden bell around him, a relic from an ancient Buddhist art he had fortuitously acquired. He believed this technique would adequately shield him from the 9th level of Transcendence's assault. Buddhism? I adhere to Confucianism. Qin Feng smirked, the half-drawn sword's light crashing against the golden bell. With a resounding blast, Fang Chang's protective barrier shattered, his body flung to the ground as if struck by a cataclysmic force. The street fell into an eerie silence. The rustle of garments in the wind, the only sound amidst the shock of what had transpired. It happened so swiftly that many could scarcely comprehend it. How could this be possible? Fang Chang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Qin Feng, unable to fathom that a mere half-drawn sword had obliterated his proud golden bell. "Fang Chong, are you all right?" Princess Nan Feng rushed forward, her heart racing until she confirmed he was unharmed. These two must be in collusion. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, already devising a strategy to deal with Feng Chong. Ding! Congratulations, the host has severely injured the chosen one, earning 5,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations, the host has uncovered the chosen one's plan, earning 5,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations, the host has thwarted the chosen one's pretensions, earning 5,000 villain points. Finally, a significant influx of villain points. Qin Feng felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. He had not encountered such a bounty in 7 years. Maintain a low profile. Maintain a low profile. His image as a male deity must not be tarnished. Though internally elated, Qin Feng maintained an exterior of cool indifference, captivating the maidens of the Moon Goddess Palace, who gazed at him with hearts aflame, wishing to proclaim to the world that this was their divine son, whom they had watched grow. Qin Feng, you are utterly outrageous. We are the Xia delegation. The other prodigies within the delegation seethed with indignation, taken aback by Qin Feng's brazen audacity. Kneel or perish. Qin Feng had no time for further discourse, his hand resting once more on his sword's hilt. The palpable aura of menace surrounding him intensified, and any further dissent would result in more than just a half-drawn sword. It would reveal the true sword technique of Heaven's Severance. The ancient prodigy lived up to his reputation. The onlookers trembled with excitement, astonished by the formidable prowess of Qin Feng at the 9th level of transcendence. They could not help but fervently cheer. The Xia delegation must stand with dignity. They could not believe Qin Feng would dare draw his sword. The princess, a treasure of immeasurable worth, shall not kneel before you. I shall kneel in her stead. Feng Chong boldly knelt before Qin Feng, his eyes reflecting the unyielding spirit of modernity that refuses to bow to heaven or earth. There was no other choice. He recognized that Qin Feng would not relent today, and they were in the territory of the Yin dynasty. Even with his hidden cards, he could not contend against the silent backing of the Moon Goddess that loomed behind Qin Feng. Feng Chong, Princess Nan Feng, was moved to tears, her hatred for Qin Feng reaching an astronomical level. Ding! Congratulations, the host has forced the chosen one to kneel, earning 100,000 villain points. Adaptable and strategic. Not merely a hot-blooded chosen one, but a cunning one. Qin Feng squinted, now more vigilant towards Feng Chong. He feared not the chosen one who played the hot-blooded game, but rather the one who lurked in the shadows, ready to strike. As Qin Feng contemplated further actions, a voice resonating with ancient authority echoed through the air. This farce must come to an end. Princess Nan Feng, manage your delegation. Should anyone further disregard the rules, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Me. The two words sent shockwaves through the crowd, revealing the presence of the Six Paths Emperor of the Yin dynasty, the one who had propelled the dynasty to greatness within a century. Bow before the emperor. The crowd fell to their knees, their eyes filled with fervent worship. The Six Paths Emperor. Qin Feng had heard of this figure, but had never encountered him. Yet, regardless of his strength, obstructing his business was a transgression. Upon this realization, Qin Feng retrieved a small notebook, documenting the date and the interference caused by the Six Paths Emperor in his business dealings, demanding a compensation of 1 million premium spirit stones. Let's depart. Princess Nan Feng cast an irate glance at Qin Feng before boarding the carriage, accompanied by her entourage back to the foreign envoy's inn. Concurrently, several disciples of the Great Xia swiftly surged into the courtyard, rescuing their comrade Zhu from captivity. However, at that moment, he appeared disheveled and dazed, bearing an expression of profound despair as if he had suffered a grave blow. Oh my, how cruel! The onlookers shook their heads in sympathy, unable to fathom the distressing scene that had unfolded. Chapter 44. The Annulment of Engagement. Curse Qin Feng, I shall ensure your dismemberment. Upon returning to the foreign envoy's inn, Princess Nan Feng, consumed by rage, began throwing objects around. Never in her life had she endured such indignity or humiliation. I underestimated Qin Feng, who could be so audacious. Feng Chong, standing nearby, was equally incensed, but struggled to contain his emotions as he reflected on the cause of their failure. He had assumed that Qin Feng, unhesitant in excavating even the supreme bone of his own brother, would not hesitate to eliminate Zhu, who dared to provoke him. The ideal scenario would have been the demise of a few noble prodigies, which would allow him to promote some humble talents upon his return, thus orchestrating a plot to incite the nobility's hatred towards Qin Feng. However, he was utterly unprepared for Qin Feng's unpredictable behavior. At times when he should have been arrogant, he was not, and when he should have restrained himself, he acted with reckless abandon, even daring to assault the princess of the Great Xia in public. An unexpected turn of events. What shall we do now? Princess Nan Feng inquired, having regained her composure. Ever since Qin Feng revealed his full form 7 years ago, her father had been restless, fearing that Qin Feng might grow powerful enough to aid the Inu dynasty in its conquest of the Great Xia. Thus, her mission to the Inu dynasty was not only to weaken the noble families, but also to find an opportunity to eliminate Qin Feng, thereby elevating her status in her father's eyes. Yet, Qin Feng seldom left the Moon God Palace, and with those maidens constantly guarding him, along with the Moon God keeping a watchful eye, assassinating him in the Inu dynasty would be nearly impossible. Feng Chong remained silent for a moment before suggesting, I have heard that Qin Feng will participate in the life and death elimination tournament. Absolutely not. Princess Nan Feng rejected the notion without a second thought. The tournament would indeed provide a legitimate opportunity to kill Qin Feng, and the Six Paths Emperor would likely consent to the disciples of the Great Xia participating in such a significant event. However, having personally witnessed Qin Feng's overwhelming power today, she found him utterly terrifying. Moreover, the participants would not only include Qin Feng, but also countless other practitioners, each needing to engage in life and death struggles. We shall discuss the tournament later. Feng Chong shifted the topic before our envoy's mission to the Inu dynasty. I devised a contingency to sow discord between the Qin family and Tianqin City. You mean? Princess Nan Feng seemed to grasp his intention, a knowing smile gracing her lips. In addition to using the disciples of the Great Xia to manipulate the noble families, Feng Chong had been scheming to create rifts among them. After 7 years of plotting, fissures had indeed begun to emerge between the noble families. At the Qin family, the little princess of Tianqin City, Lin Exiner, arrived with a group of formidable experts, specifically to annul her engagement. 7 years prior, her father, Lin Hao, had pledged her to Qin Hao solely because he possessed the supreme bone, was the heir of the Qin family, and had a mother who was the holy maiden of Tai Bai Immortal Mountain, with an elder brother endowed with imperial potential. However, with Qin Hao's supreme bone excavated, his father's position as head of the family stripped away, and his elder brother defecting to the Inu dynasty, his own cultivation over the past 7 years had been mediocre at best. In contrast, she, as the little princess of Tianqin City, had become a disciple of the emperor's lineage, making it inconceivable for her to settle for marrying a waste like Qin Hao. Ultimately, under Feng Chang's long-term subtle influence, she had come to believe that women must seize their own happiness and pursue love on their own terms. Thus, without informing her father, Lin Hao, she boldly approached the Qin family to annul the engagement. Annul the engagement. Qin Tian's expression darkened instantly, struggling to contain his overwhelming rage. For noble families, reputation was of utmost importance, and to have the fiancée herself come to break the engagement was a blatant humiliation to the Qin family. If the news spread, how could they maintain their standing among the noble circles? Moreover, his son Qin Hao was not truly a waste. He had simply made sacrifices for the greater strength of the Qin family. Indeed, the engagement shall be annulled, Lin Exiner declared fearlessly. Previously, Tianqin City might have feared the might of the Qin family, but now, as a disciple of the emperor with royal backing, she had no need to fear them. Impudent, Qin Tian bellowed, slamming his hand on the table, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Alarmed, the royal experts hastily shielded Lin Exiner behind them. Yet, Qin Tian's strength was too formidable. Even united, they struggled to withstand him. What should they do now? Lin Exner's face reflected a hint of panic, clearly unprepared for such a confrontation. Just then, a youthful yet resolute voice rang out. Father, may I determine my own marriage? All eyes turned toward the entrance of the grand hall to see a tall young man with sharp brows and a striking demeanor, his physique already hinting at the potential of a fearsome beast. His gaze held an unwavering determination that defied imagination. He was Qin Hao, now 12 years old. It was evident that he had matured greatly over the past 7 years, facing the annulment with remarkable composure. How or what brings you here? Qin Tian retracted his imposing presence, his face betraying a pang of sorrow. Both of his sons had faced great tribulations. His elder son had ventured alone into foreign lands bearing the family shame, while his younger son endured unimaginable hardships in his cultivation, now facing the humiliation of an engagement annulment. As a father, he felt powerless. Qin Hao fixed his gaze on Lin Exner and spoke evenly. I recall my brother telling me as a child, in 30 years, the tides will turn. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. I may be down now, but that does not mean I will not rise again. Is that so? Lin Xenia? Startled by the earlier scene, feigned calmness. Very well. Let us settle this 3 years hence in the imperial capital. If you lose, you shall publicly annul the engagement. Why complicate matters? Qin Hao approached the table and swiftly penned a letter of annulment. You dare to annul our engagement. Lin Exer gasped in disbelief, her eyes wide, questioning her own reality. Was he truly willing to sever ties with her, the little princess of Tianxin City, given his current state of abandonment? Did he not understand that his only leverage within the Qin family was his engagement to her? 3 years from now, we shall meet in the imperial capital. Qin Hao's gaze was resolute, unafraid of any challenge. However, Qin Tian was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Realizing that his second son had found the indomitable spirit to rise again, rekindling the hope of reclaiming his rightful place. This also led him to ponder about his elder son, Qin Feng, wondering if he was facing any adversities alone in the outside world. At the Moon God Palace, the music played on, and the dance continued. Qin Feng felt no pressure akin to that of an impending examination as he instructed the maidens in ancient dance. Suddenly, one of the maidens brought forth news regarding his brother's annulment. What? An annulment? Qin Feng nearly choked, finding the situation all too familiar. Hadn't he already extracted his brother's supreme bone? Why was there now talk of an annulment? Was this some kind of stacking of misfortunes? Furthermore, when had he ever uttered the saying about the tides turning every 30 years? He clearly recalled saying that the deceased should be prioritized above all else. Chapter 45. A true gentleman does not resort to poison, only to aphrodisiacs. This is infuriating. Upon seeing Qin Feng watching the maidens dance, Ziyuan's face turned beet red with anger. In this tale, the little rabbit named Xiao Bai, upon receiving 2 carrots from Qin Feng, joyfully hops alongside his sister, clutching the carrots, wagging his short tail, and shaking his ears. It is a reflection of the adage that a pet mirrors its owner. One cannot help but wonder if this little creature has developed a fondness for Qin Feng. Meanwhile, the moon goddess watches with concern as she observes Ziyuan. In the past, when Qin Feng was younger, she had merely thought that Ziyuan held a fondness for this little brother. However, it now appears that her affections run deeper. While she has never doubted Qin Feng's innate talent and firmly believes he can bring unparalleled glory to the Moon Palace, she harbors reservations about his character. After all, a person willing to unearth the supreme bone of his own brother for power cannot possess commendable morals, making him an unsuitable match. At the same time, within the palace of the Six Paths Emperor of the Yin Moon Dynasty, Princess Nanfeng has arrived to seek an audience with the Emperor, expressing her desire to participate in the life and death elimination tournament. Initially, after witnessing Qin Feng's terrifying prowess, she had no intention of entering such a perilous contest. Yet, upon reconsideration, she realized that if she participated under the pretext of redeeming the honor of the great Xia, the esteemed prodigies from noble families would likely follow her lead. Should a few perish, it would serve to fulfill her objectives, and if she emerged victorious, it would cleanse the shame, elevate her standing in her father's eyes, and bolster her influence among the officials, paving the way for her ascension to the throne. Victory or defeat would yield her benefits, making the endeavor all the more appealing. Upon learning that the great Xia's envoy intends to participate in the elimination tournament, the Six Paths Emperor is not taken aback. The great Xia dynasty sends its prince's disciples as envoys to showcase their strength, and entering the tournament is the most direct means of demonstrating their prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, the emperor consents to their participation. As the leader of the Yin Moon Dynasty, he possesses unshakable confidence in his own champions, unafraid of any challenges. And the prospect of eliminating a few disciples from the great Xia is a welcome opportunity. Grateful, both parties share a moment of joviality, while the young prodigies from the great Xia remain blissfully unaware that they have become pawns in this game, eagerly preparing to best Qin Feng. Soon, the registration for the life and death elimination tournament begins. Due to the exceptionally high mortality rate, participation is voluntary. There is no coercion involved. However, even those who register must first compete in a selection round to prove their capability to join the tournament. The Yin Moon Dynasty seeks true prodigies, not reckless cannon fodder. Given the overwhelming number of participants each year, the Yin Moon Dynasty has divided the competition into thousands of battle zones, from which 10 representatives will be selected to compete, ultimately narrowing down the pool of over 100,000 to 1,000 for focused training. Those particularly exceptional may be honored as the holy sons of the Yin Moon Dynasty, akin to princes of the great Xia, with the potential to inherit the emperor's position and become powerful figures within the dynasty. Audition? How can that compare to my status as the divine son? Qin Feng mutters, bewildered, as Zi Yuan pulls him toward registration. Although he now enjoys the esteemed title of divine son of the Moon Palace, he is afforded no privileges and must also participate in the selection round to gain entry. With an air of pride, Zi Yuan raises her chin and declares, of course. In the Yin Moon dynasty, the Moon Goddess is akin to a guardian deity, and the Divine Maiden is the future heir to the Moon Goddess. The Holy Son is merely a prince. How can he possibly be compared to our Divine Son and Divine Maiden? Qin Feng, utterly perplexed, questions why. If his status is so exalted, he would contend for the title of Holy Son, seemingly diminishing his own stature. What a fool, he thinks. Stealing a glance at Qin Feng, Zi Yuan's cheeks flush as she whispers, in the future, you shall be the emperor, and I will be the Moon Goddess. It will be easier for us to converse as family. I understand, exclaimed Xiao Bai, perched on Qin Feng's shoulder. This is what they call collusion, mutual protection among officials. What a ridiculous phrase. Zi Yuan retorts, rolling her eyes in exasperation, disrupting the rosy atmosphere. Just then, a chorus of gasps erupt from the registration area as all eyes turn to Qin Feng. Look, it's Qin Feng from the Moon Palace. Is he going to participate too? I recall he is only 15, too young. The age limit for the life and death elimination tournament is 25, making a 15-year-old's participation seem exceedingly ambitious. Rumor has it that this year alone, there are over 1,000 practitioners at the entry-level realm, rendering his extraordinary 9th-tier cultivation insufficient. The disparity in age and cultivation suggests he would be better off waiting for the next tournament, a decade hence when he would be 25, a prime candidate for victory. Yet, age and cultivation do not dictate strength. Have they forgotten the terror he unleashed a few days prior? A name carries weight, and Qin Feng's formidable reputation instills fear, prompting many to seek registration in other battle zones to avoid facing such a monster. Nevertheless, some remain undeterred, eager for a confrontation, driven by youthful bravado. Just then, the sound of a resounding gong signals the arrival of Princess Nanfeng's luxurious carriage, accompanied by a dozen disciples from the envoy. Though the figure of Zhu Tu is conspicuously absent. What brings them here? Zi Yuan inquires suspiciously. We are here to register, Princess Nanfeng proclaims, dressed not in opulent attire, but in practical martial gear. We are here to redeem our honor. The noble prodigies echo her sentiment, their eyes betraying a desire for vengeance, especially recalling the humiliation Zhu Tu endured. Their animosity toward Qin Feng surges, as they realize their fortunes are intertwined. The fall of one spells doom for all. Qin Feng silently scoffs at their naivety, recognizing how easily they have been swayed by Princess Nanfeng's rhetoric. Do they not understand that she could withdraw from the contest at any moment? However, upon seeing Feng Chong also participating, he feels invigorated. A thunderous gong resonates, silencing the crowd as registration concludes and a selection round officially commences. A stern-faced man in black robes floats above, gesturing with his fingers, summoning the ground to tremble as hundreds of platforms rise from below. The selection round has begun. Countless practitioners flock from all directions to witness the spectacle, some hovering on flying swords, others perched on rooftops or trees, while spells project the event into distant realms, akin to a live broadcast. Soon, thousands of candidates enter the arena, drawing lots to determine their matchups. Is this all there is? The black-robed man muses, noting the sparse attendance compared to previous years, particularly as he observes Qin Feng standing on the platform. Historically, the selection round would attract tens of thousands. But with Qin Feng and the great Xia's disciples participating, the numbers have dwindled to less than a tenth. After all, the disciples from Great Xia are renowned prodigies of unquestionable strength. Even those left are merely gambling on luck, hoping to avoid encounters with Qin Feng and the royal disciples. And upon facing them, choosing to concede. I concede, Qin Feng exclaims, having won 8 matches without even lifting a finger, advancing directly to the top 16. It appears that fate has favored him, as his 9th match pits him against a young man named Wang Peng. He hails from the esteemed lineage of the Great Xia, a disciple of the Son of Heaven, and unlike others, he chose not to concede. With a fierce determination, he lunged forward with an iron rod aimed at Qin Feng. Truly, as a disciple of the Son of Heaven, the force behind that strike was formidable. Qin Feng could distinctly feel the power behind the blow, moving with a ghostly agility to evade it, while deftly launching a few concealed silver needles at his opponent. How despicable! Wang Peng's eyes were filled with disdain. astonished that Qin Feng would resort to hidden weapons. With no time to dodge, he raised his arm in defense, and the silver needles pierced his flesh, though not inflicting serious harm. "You have lost," Qin Feng stated calmly. "Lost? You poisoned me." Wang Peng's expression shifted alarmingly as he hastily removed the needles to inspect the damage. "I am an honorable gentleman. How could I resort to poison?" Qin Feng replied with feigned sincerity. Wang Peng exhaled in relief, grateful that he had not been poisoned. However, Qin Feng's next words incensed him. "I administered an aphrodisiac. Even a sow goes wild." Chapter 46. He is truly shameless. The audience erupted in laughter, utterly taken aback by Qin Feng's audacity. The illustrious champion of the ancient world, who could easily defeat his opponent with sheer strength, resorted instead to such lowly tactics. Where is the morality? Where is the dignity? Where are the principles? They were ready to cast judgment upon this disgraceful act. What? A sow goes wild. Wang Peng turned pale, his mind involuntarily conjuring the image of his comrade, Zhu Tu, in a disheveled state, devoid of hope after being rescued. "Referee, I protest." Wang Peng raised his hand to lodge a complaint, accusing Qin Feng of employing unscrupulous methods during the match. The man in black, hovering in the air, frowned and said, "Qin Feng of the Moon God Palace, the life and death elimination round is devoid of rules. Everything is about survival. You may use any means necessary to win, but this is a selection match, which demands fairness and justice." "Understood. I shall assist him in detoxification." Qin Feng nodded obediently, then propelled himself forward with the agility of cheetah. The sharp sound of wind rushing past startled Wang Peng, who saw Qin Feng appear before him in a flash. And before he could react, Qin Feng executed a decisive kick. With a resounding thud, chaos ensued. Wang Peng's eyes widened in shock as excruciating pain coursed through his body. From that moment on, he will be known as Wang Peng. The man in black couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes, internally screaming in disbelief. Was this truly a method of detoxification? This was a complete eradication. Yet considering the support Qin Feng had from the moon god, the referee could only turn a blind eye, for the victim was not one of their own. Wang Peng's wretched cries echoed through the arena, sending chills down the spines of all male spectators. Ding! Congratulations to the host for severing progeny, earning 1,000 villain points. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight, as if he had discovered a new world. Unlike the 100 villain points earned from killing, shattering an egg yielded a staggering 1,000 points. Regret washed over him as he recalled the countless opportunities he had missed. Tenfold, Princess Nanfeng, disregarding her dignity, erupted in fury. "Qin Feng, you shameless scoundrel. How dare you ambush? Who is shameless? Who ambushed?" Qin Feng retorted sharply. "I clearly stated I would assist him in detoxification. If you doubt it, try feeding him a kilogram of aphrodisiac and see if he reacts. If he does, I shall concede defeat. I was merely trying to help, yet you insult me. Truly ungrateful." The audience fell into a stunned silence. Their understanding of shamelessness expanded. If he still reacted, it would be a marvel, for he had been thoroughly cured. In that moment, they resolved never to oppose Qin Feng. While others might be wealthy yet heartless, he was truly despicable. Princess Nanfeng took deep breaths, fearful that Qin Feng would drive her to madness. The man in black glanced at Wang Peng, now transformed into Wang Peng, and emotionlessly declared, "Wang Peng, disciple of the Son of Heaven from the Great Xia, is unable to continue fighting. Qin Feng of the Moon God Palace is victorious." As the announcement concluded, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Was this the legendary champion of the ancient world? After waiting so long, they had anticipated a grand battle. Yet what transpired was utterly unexpected. Utilizing aphrodisiacs in combat, this revelation expanded their horizons. The subsequent detoxification was nothing short of a masterstroke, leaving them utterly defenseless. Now, they understood how Qin Feng had earned the title of the greatest champion of the ancient world. As tales of Qin Feng's outrageous antics spread, doubts began to arise regarding his claim to the title of the greatest champion of the ancient world. What of sword intent, invincible sword heart, heavenly calamity light, ancient heavy pupils, and his self-created divine skills? None of these were witnessed. Instead, they observed how he breached the limits of human shamelessness. Soon, the top 16 matches concluded, leading into the quarterfinals. Whether it was due to the lack of participants in this battle zone or the undeniable prowess of the disciples of the Son of Heaven, all except for the now Wang Peng had advanced into the top 16, including Princess Nanfeng. "Qin Feng, just wait." The disciples of the Son of Heaven glared at Qin Feng, with eyes that burned with a desire for vengeance. In response, Qin Feng cast a calm glance at them, his gaze slowly descending, abruptly pausing at their vulnerable parts, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The disciples shivered, feeling an inexplicable chill. A collective thought arose among them. They must concede and distance themselves from this devil. At that moment, the man in black floated in mid-air, his expression unfaltering. First match, Qin Feng of the Moon God Palace versus Princess Nanfeng of the Great Xia. It was he. It was she. Both were taken back, unable to resist, gazing at one another. Princess Nanfeng's eyes revealed a hint of panic, despite her vehement desire to eliminate Qin Feng. She found herself reluctant to engage him in battle, contemplating conceding at any moment. Qin Feng regarded Princess Nanfeng with a mocking glint in his eyes, confident that competing against her would yield ample villain points. Be careful, Feng Chang expressed concern, advising Princess Nanfeng not to overexert herself. I understand. Princess Nanfeng nodded obediently, acutely aware that she was no match for Qin Feng, especially given his audacity. Go, Princess Nanfeng. The spectators below the stage cheered for her, and despite her royal status, no one dared to support Qin Feng, illuminating for him the notion that beauty equates to justice. The match commenced. As the man in black signaled to start, a swift whoosh rang out as Princess Nanfeng darted toward Qin Feng like a leopard, her dagger glinting with lethal intent as she aimed for his chest. Aware that she could not afford to hold back, she committed fully to her strike. What astounding speed! Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld Princess Nanfeng closing in on him in an instant. Even with his aspirations to be the fastest man of the ancient world, he was taken aback by the speed of the Nanfeng princess, which far surpassed his own. Should I use the heavy pupils? As the thought crossed his mind, he quickly dismissed it. His heavy pupil ability remained undisclosed, a hidden card to be played sparingly, reserved for moments of life and death. I shall endure. With a resolute decision, Qin Feng extended his arm to shield his chest. Thud! The dagger pierced through, blood splattering. What? The audience gasped in unison, utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. Princess Nanfeng had struck first, successfully injuring the champion of the ancient world, marking the first time Qin Feng had been wounded since his emergence. The champion of the ancient world, was he truly so frail? After Princess Nanfeng successfully struck, a disdainful smile graced her lips. She swiftly withdrew her dagger and retreated to maintain distance, readying herself for another rapid assault on Qin Feng. Is that so? The wound on Qin Feng's arm healed at a visibly remarkable rate, and he now possessed a pink little apron embroidered with a duck, which he proceeded to use to wipe the blood from his arm in front of Princess Nanfeng. Divine thievery, the art of distant acquisition. Princess Nanfeng was immediately alarmed, clutching her collar, bewildered as to how Qin Feng had managed to take it from her. Qin Feng, with a devilish grin, provocatively inquired whether anyone wished to see what lay beneath Princess Nanfeng's attire. Chapter 47. The Spirit of the Thief, How Shameless. The audience erupted in condemnation, yet their gazes were filled with anticipation. Simultaneously, they were intensely curious about how Qin Feng had pilfered the apron from Princess Nanfeng, as her expression clearly indicated it was indeed hers. Truly a rogue. Ziyuan's delicate face flushed with embarrassment as she recalled her first encounter with Qin Feng 7 years prior, when her own red apron had vanished in a similar manner. However, the thought of Qin Feng employing this tactic on another woman ignited a surge of unnameable fury within her, prompting her to seize Xiao Bai and squeeze him relentlessly. Alas, the rabbit, am innocent. Xiao Bai's round face became deformed as he struggled to produce a small notebook in which he recorded, on a certain date, that he had suffered on behalf of Qin Feng and required compensation of 10 carats. Qin Feng, you scoundrel! Feng Chang shouted vehemently from the sidelines, vehemently opposing anyone who would tarnish the honor of his noble princess. The man in black cast a fleeting glance and remarked, while the methods may be unscrupulous, they do not violate any rules. What the hell? This is not considered violation. The disciples of the Emperor of Daxia vociferously protested, harboring grave doubts about the impartiality of the black-clad judge, suspecting he merely wished to witness the spectacle unfold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for tarnishing the goddess in the eyes of the chosen one, earning 10,000 villain points. Seeing Feng Chang's anxious demeanor from the arena, Qin Feng realized he had struck a nerve. Princess, concede. Feng Chang, unable to bear the sight of the noble princess being so bullied by Qin Feng, recognized that Princess Nanfeng was undeniably no match for him. Conceding now would be the wisest course of action. I understand. Princess Nanfeng's face flushed with indignation. She was eager to conclude the match. Yet, before she could utter a word, Qin Feng's audacious voice rang out. Which do you think will happen first, you conceding, or me stripping you of your garments? What do you intend to do? A hint of panic flickered across Princess Nanfeng's face, as she perceived Qin Feng's grin resembling that of a demon. His silent thievery of her apron indicated that he could undress her in mere seconds, meaning that if she uttered the words of concession, she would be exposed before the world. Such a fate was utterly unacceptable for a princess of high standing, particularly as a member of the Daxia dynasty. As her words fell, the crowd erupted in fervor. Good heavens, Qin Feng is utterly shameless. I cannot believe you would dare to strip her. Indeed, Princess Nanfeng, you must have faith in yourself. Qin Feng would never dare. You are the princess of Daxia. What is Qin Feng in comparison? He is merely boasting. I believe Qin Feng would kill, but I cannot believe he would strip you. If Qin Feng dares to strip me, I shall swear my name backwards. A friend of mine asked, where did Qin Feng learn this skill? The audience of young men erupted with excitement, urging Princess Nanfeng not to yield to such malevolent forces. Qin Feng, do you dare? Feng Chang was thoroughly exasperated, bellowing that he would confront Qin Feng. However, the man in black above cast a piercing gaze, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon Feng Chang, rendering him immobile and forbidding him from causing any disruption in the match. Ding! Congratulations to the host for tarnishing the goddess in the eyes of the chosen one, earning 10,000 villain points. If one can profit, one ought to profit abundantly. Qin Feng cast a sidelong glance at Feng Chang, disregarding the murderous intent in his gaze, and approached Princess Nanfeng directly. What do you want? Princess Nanfeng feigned calmness as she regarded Qin Feng's advance, her heart longing to rend this scoundrel limb from limb. She was the esteemed princess of the Daxia dynasty, yet found herself persistently threatened by Qin Feng, with no means to retaliate. It was utterly vexing. What say you? Qin Feng's lips curled into a devilish smile as he leaned in and kissed her before the eyes of the crowd. Oh no! Princess Nanfeng's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her mind going blank. Heaven above! Her first kiss had been stolen away, and by the likes of this rogue. Wait, what is this scoundrel doing? He's extending his tongue. He's kissing that woman. Ziyuan completely lost her composure, seizing Xiao Bai and squeezing him once more. Oh no, the rabbit, am innocent. Xiao Bai's round face was once again contorted as he struggled to retrieve his notebook, wherein he documented that on a certain date, Qin Feng had recklessly plucked wildflowers, subjecting him to trials unbefitting his age, demanding compensation of 15 carats. The audience around them voiced their condemnation. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, the world has deteriorated. The youth of today, according to the rules of the realm, whoever kisses first claims ownership. The outrage was not confined to Ziyuan. Feng Chang, the chosen one, felt his inner fire ignite upon witnessing his goddess being so wronged. His small universe flared to life, and the strength of his fifth-level spiritual martial prowess erupted. With sheer willpower, he began to rise against the oppressive pressure exerted by the man in black. Qin Feng, I shall end you, Feng Chang bellowed, unleashing a terrifying golden light from within. What? The man in black's expression shifted dramatically as he finally realized that Feng Chang was no ordinary prodigy, but rather a paragon of unparalleled talent and great fortitude, a true genius of destiny. Impressive. The audience gasped in awe, recoiling in astonishment. If anyone in this battleground stood a chance against Qin Feng, it was undoubtedly this young man known as Feng Chang. Shameless. Princess Nanfeng, her face ablaze with embarrassment, pushed Qin Feng away, wishing fervently to see this man suffer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for tarnishing the goddess in the eyes of the chosen one, instilling a sense of resentment, earning 100,000 villain points. Resentment? Ha, scoundrel! He knows these chosen ones harbor certain sentiments. The disdain radiating from Qin Feng's face was palpable. He believed the true model of a good man could only be found in himself, capable of admiring the youthful beauties of East Wu while possessing the ambition of a prime minister of Wei. Roar! Feng Chang let out a thunderous roar, the golden light around him coalescing into a majestic Buddha above his head, resonating with the earth in a chorus of sacred sounds. Oh, he is getting fired up. Does he truly believe I fear him? Qin Feng regarded the increasingly furious Feng Chang, raising his hand to summon his Long Kong divine sword from his spatial pocket. his pupils transforming into one large and one small black eye. It has emerged, the ancient dual pupils. The crowd erupted into wild cheers upon witnessing this transformation. Ever since the rumors of Qin Feng as the supreme prodigy of ancient times had spread 7 years ago, everyone had yearned to witness the full extent of his power. Yet, upon his return to the public eye after 7 years, they had seen only the rise of the ancient rogue, rather than the feared prodigy. Now, he was finally prepared to demonstrate his might, and they were about to witness the legendary ancient dual pupils. Chapter 48. The affection for another's wife boom. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from Feng Chong, immovable as a mountain, yet striking like lightning, his form launching forward. The golden Buddha behind him bearing down with an overwhelming force toward Qin Feng. So powerful, the audience around gasped in astonishment, recognizing the ferocity of the strike. It seemed that it was high time for me to update my agility, utilizing the ability of his dual pupils to slow down time. Qin Feng effortlessly tracked the rapidly moving Feng Chong. However, the opponent's speed was simply too swift. Completely evading the attacks proved to be a challenge. Without hesitation, he called upon the system to exchange for the third volume of Phantom Evasion. In truth, he had desired to enhance his agility 7 years prior, but he had yet to encounter the Chosen One or find opportunities for combat, thus temporarily shelving his ambition to become the fastest man of antiquity. Now that he possessed wealth, it was time to upgrade his arsenal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 100,000 villain points and successfully exchanging for the third volume of Phantom Evasion. A figure materialized before Qin Feng, embodying an exquisite and unparalleled agility, akin to a celestial being. Whoosh! Feng Chang's speed was astonishing. In an instant, he appeared directly in front of Qin Feng. The terrifying gust of wind caused Qin Feng's garments to flutter violently, yet his countenance remained unfazed. With lips pressed together, he became a mere shadow, leaving behind fleeting afterimages as he retreated several paces. His flowing white attire reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. What an enchanting display of agility! The crowd gasped anew, recognizing the extraordinary nature of Qin Feng's movements. However, at that moment, Feng Chang's eyes were glazed with fury. Upon realizing he could not lock on a Qin Feng, he unleashed a devastating barrage of firepower, knowing that no matter how fast he was, he could not escape the onslaught. Boom! The golden Buddha behind Feng Chong erupted with terrifying energy, bombarding the area where Qin Feng stood with relentless ferocity. Countless streams of overwhelming energy enveloped Qin Feng, creating an impression that he was a fish ensnared in a net, unable to evade. Qin Feng, Princess Nan Feng's heart tightened, beads of sweat forming in her palms. Truly, he was the chosen one. Without exhibiting some measure of strength, one could hardly contend with him. Like a tempest, Qin Feng surged forth from the flames, his ghostly agility sending chills down spines as he successfully evaded the firestorm. This time, I shall see where you hide. Feng Chong, seizing the opportunity, leapt to pursue Qin Feng. Who told you I would evade? With eyes electrified and an imposing aura, Qin Feng emanated an oppressive force, his long hair swirling in the fierce wind. A formidable presence radiated from him, and his fair right hand gently rested upon the hilt of his sword. Célestial soit drawing technique. Could this be the fabled union of man and blade? The gazes of all present were drawn to Qin Feng, perceiving him as an exquisite sword in that moment. Clang! The long sky divine sword leapt from its sheath like a dragon, its crisp ringing resonating through the heavens. A dazzling, blinding sword light surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming torrent of sword energy, imbued with a chilling intent to kill as it swept through the air, akin to a gentle breeze parting the clouds. It was simply unstoppable and utterly unassailable. What a magnificent sword! The hearts of the onlookers raced, nearly leaping from their throats, their eyes wide in disbelief, breathless from shock brought by the celestial sword-drawing technique. Boom! The sword surged forth like a dragon, its energy cutting through the air. The golden Buddha seemed to crumble under an invisible force, dissolving into nothingness amid the brilliance of the sword light, a tremendous wave of force erupting forth. The deafening sound of slicing wind sending shivers down spines. Feng Chong abruptly spat forth a mouthful of blood, a deep sword wound appearing across his chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for severely wounding the Chosen One, earning 20,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leaving a psychological scar on the chosen one, earning 100,000 villain points. Not bad. Qin Feng couldn't resist praising. You are the first to survive my celestial sword drawing technique. As his words fell, the crowd erupted into fervor. This was the divine sword technique created by Qin Feng. Celestial sword drawing technique? It had long been rumored to be terrifying, but none expected it to be so overwhelmingly powerful. They had claimed Qin Feng was too young to participate in the life and death elimination match. Such notions were utterly absurd. Indeed, Feng Chong, a prodigious talent at the 5th level of spiritual martial arts, had been defeated by the extraordinary 9th level Qin Feng. This youth was truly formidable. Had they been of equal rank, this disciple of the heavenly sun, Feng Chong, would have undoubtedly perished. Agreed. The crowd gazed at Feng Chong with a mix of pity and admiration. It was not that he was lacking in strength, nor that he was incapable, but merely that fate had dealt him a poor hand by placing him in the same era as Qin Feng. Feng Chong, are you all right? Princess Nan Feng rushed forward, producing healing ointment to tend to his injuries. However, Feng Chang's demeanor had evidently shifted. His gaze towards the princess no longer bore the affection of before, but rather an air of estrangement, as if he were consciously avoiding something. He understood that this incident could not be blamed on Princess Nan Feng, yet he could not reconcile it within himself. Ever since arriving in this world, he had regarded her as his personal treasure, pouring forth the most profound of affections, and she had become the embodiment of his dreams. Yet now, having never even touched this dream, he felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction after being trumped by Qin Feng. It's fine. Princess Nan Feng forced a smile, attempting to maintain a facade of normalcy, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment, revealing her awareness that Feng Chong still held onto the earlier incident. Ding! Congratulations to the host for tarnishing the chosen one's ideal, earning 100,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a mission. Inherit the Chancellor's will, covet another's wife. Qin Feng firmly rejected the notion in his heart, asserting that he was not that kind of person. The system continued. Mission requirement: successfully sever the bond between the two. Reward: 1 divine treasure chest. I shall give it a try. Qin Feng stepped forward, inquiring, Princess Nan Feng, did you just stick out your tongue? As his words fell, an unsettling silence enveloped the arena. All eyes converged upon the two, the flames of gossip igniting fervently. You shameless scoundrel. Princess Nan Feng's face flushed crimson with indignation, wishing to bite Qin Feng to death. How could you not know whether I have teeth or not? Qin Feng replied, playing the victim. After kissing for so long, I suspect you counted how many teeth I have. Goodness, how utterly shameless. They had never encountered such audacity. The audience turned their gazes towards Feng Chong, anticipating his reaction. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, Feng Chong did not lose his composure and engage in a reckless confrontation with Qin Feng. Instead, he cast a deep glance at Qin Feng before turning away and departing the scene. A barking dog does not bite. Qin Feng watched Feng Chang's retreating figure, aware that the latter still held hidden cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sowing discord between the two. Mission progress. 5. Chapter 49. A dark and windy night. Teasing a married woman. Only 5. Qin Feng was evidently dissatisfied with the progress of the mission, yet he could perceive that Feng Chong was not as calm as he appeared. At that moment, the expressionless figure of the man in black floating in the air stated blandly, in the Daxia Empire, Princess Nan Feng and the Moon God Palace's Qin Feng faced off. Qin Feng emerged victorious. The match shall continue. However, having witnessed the battle between Qin Feng and Feng Chong, the audience found other matches utterly uninteresting. The two were simply on different tiers. The disciples of the Daxia Empire exchanged glances, hesitating over whether to continue competing. Their motives for entering the competition were straightforward: to defeat Qin Feng and redeem the reputation of their noble families. However, who could have anticipated the terrifying prowess of the extraordinary 9th level Qin Feng? In truth, Qin Feng's strength was not surprising, as scions of noble families. They were not mere pretenders. It was Qin Feng's boundless shamelessness that instilled fear in them, making them dread being compared to Zhu Tu and Wang Peng. After much deliberation, the disciples of the Daxia Empire collectively conceded, prioritizing their own dignity over that of their companions. TCH, a chorus of sighs echoed through the venue, deriding the disciples of the Daxia Empire. Let's go. Princess Nan Feng, furious to the brink of tears, harbored an intense loathing for Qin Feng. originally intending to enhance her influence through the life and death elimination competition, while simultaneously dealing with a few signs from noble families. She was unprepared for Qin Feng to not only seize her first kiss, but also create a rift in her relationship with Feng Chang. It was a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. "Your Highness, are you leaving?" Qin Feng remarked with a mischievous grin, licking his lips, and brazenly wiping his mouth with a pink cloth in front of Princess Nanfeng. The spectators around could hardly bear to watch, wishing to give Qin Feng a resounding slap. Suppressing her fury, Princess Nanfeng vowed that Qin Feng would pay dearly for his actions. A notification chimed, congratulating the host for sowing discord between the two parties, indicating the task was 10 complete. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, realizing that even unilateral actions could lead to discord. Unlike the demure girls he knew in his past life, the girls here were also versed in propriety but seemed less inclined towards martial arts. Ziyuan huffed in annoyance, clutching her little white rabbit as she returned to the Moon God Palace. Was the goddess feeling jealous? The onlookers exchanged glances, acutely aware of Ziyuan's anger. According to the rumors, it was Ziyuan who had led Qin Feng to join the Moon God Palace, as they had grown up together like childhood sweethearts. Thus, her emotional response seemed understandable. In contrast to Qin Feng's terrifying talent, the world was more captivated by his gossip. With a childhood sweetheart like Ziyuan and having publicly kissed the princess of Daxia, it was uncertain who he would next be linked with romantically. They believed Qin Feng was certainly not a man who could endure solitude. Meanwhile, a man in black overhead felt an unbearable headache due to Qin Feng's antics. Feng Chang had stormed off, Ziyuan had left in anger, and the disciples of the Daxiao Emperor had collectively withdrawn from the competition, turning the selection of the top 16 into a farce. It seemed they would have to start anew. After a moment of contemplation, the man in black reserved a spot for Feng Chang, sensing that the conflict between Qin Feng and Feng Chang was far from over. The resentment of a humiliated spouse must be resolved, and the life and death elimination competition appeared to be a fitting arena. As for Ziyuan, her participation was unnecessary. Any mishap would be difficult to explain to the moon god. On a moonless night, while teasing a married woman, Qin Feng felt like a famished old bull encountering a chosen one, eager to indulge. This must be the envoy's inn. Following the guidance of professionals, Qin Feng arrived at the location where the Daxiao envoy was staying. With a surge of spiritual energy, he leaped effortlessly over the several-meter-high wall, gliding through the inn like a celestial being. "What are we doing awake at this hour?" Little White, perched on his shoulder, yawned and pulled out a notepad, jotting down that in a certain year and month, Qin Feng disturbed his sleep and owed him 3 carats. "Of course, I'm here to make money," Qin Feng mused, glancing around and noticing the serene surroundings of Princess Nanfeng's quarters. "Making money?" Little White perked up, declaring that it was familiar with such business. Without waiting for Qin Feng to respond, it swiftly vanished into the night. "Where are you off to?" Qin Feng hurriedly pursued. Soon, Little White appeared at a lit attic where Princess Nanfeng was opening a window, her chin resting on her hand, gazing melancholically at the moon intermittently obscured by clouds. "Rabbit? Rabbit?" Startled by the sudden appearance, Princess Nanfeng's expression softened as she instantly took a liking to the fluffy creature. With innocent eyes, Little White asked, "Miss, do you lack love? Do you need a man?" "Do I lack love? Need a man?" Princess Nanfeng was taken aback by such bluntness, her mind involuntarily drifting to Feng Chang's image. Could this little creature be sent by Feng Chang? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became, considering Feng Chang's mysterious nature and his penchant for introducing her to the unfamiliar. Blushing, she nodded, "Yes, I lack love and need a man. Where there is demand, there is a market. My rabbit specializes in this trade," Little White asserted, producing a golden abacus and proudly stating, "To be honest, my rabbit has been waiting 7 years for this deal." Clearly a big oaf, yet pretending to be a pure-hearted gentleman. Indeed, Princess Nanfeng nodded, slightly perplexed. Although she struggled to comprehend the rabbit's words, she had known Feng Chang for 7 years. Had he not been so coy, her first kiss would not have been wasted on that scoundrel. Qin Feng. Little White continued, now that the impoverished can no longer afford to raise rabbits. "You've finally come to your senses. It's a perfect match. As for the quality of service, rest assured, he claims to be poor, but that's just a surface interpretation. As your intermediary rabbit, I shall charge you 10,000 top-tier spirit stones." Princess Nanfeng looked bewildered. She watched Little White chatter endlessly, tapping its tiny paws on the abacus before extending its paw toward her, demanding 10,000 top-tier spirit stones. What does this mean? Is it too expensive? Little White waved its paw in exasperation, producing a delicate jade vial. As Qin Feng's beloved pet, it was only natural to carry a vial filled with something that could enhance pleasure. Surely, this would suffice for payment. Little White pushed the exquisite vial toward Princess Nanfeng, urging her to hastily provide the 10,000 spirit stones so it could arrange for Qin Feng to come and earn money to support the rabbit. Huh? Oh. Princess Nanfeng, still dazed, unwittingly handed over the spirit stones. However, as she paid and curiously opened the vial to take a sniff, she felt an inexplicable warmth envelop her entire body. Chapter 50. Dark Transformation times 10. What is happening? A flush crept onto Princess Nanfeng's face, her heart racing. With a swift movement, Qin Feng burst into the attic, chasing after Little White. Qin Feng. Princess Nanfeng's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily drew her sword toward him. Yet, inexplicably, while she had once harbored a desire to slay him, now she felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him. No, what am I thinking? The thought startled her, prompting her to shake her head in an effort to regain composure. At last, I have you. Qin Feng leaped into the room, seizing the rabbit by its ears. He had been terrified just moments ago. This was the rabbit he had raised for 7 years. It must weigh several pounds by now. If it were to escape, it would be a tremendous loss. This is perfect timing. My rabbit has already finalized the deal. Now it's your turn to make an appearance. Little White quickly showcased the spirit stones to Qin Feng, reveling in its first significant business transaction. Make an appearance? Qin Feng looked utterly bewildered, not understanding the implications. The master you speak of is Qin Feng? Princess Nanfeng suddenly connected the dots, dropping the small vial in alarm and instinctively distancing herself from Qin Feng. What else could it be? Little White replied innocently. You. Princess Nanfeng was left utterly flabbergasted, hastily channeling her spiritual energy to suppress her rising emotions. She could never have imagined that this rabbit was actually raised by Qin Feng and had deceived her so naively. Though the 10,000 spirit stones seemed trivial, if she lost control, it would be better to perish. However, given her current level of cultivation, resisting proved futile. She scarcely managed to hold out for a few seconds before she seemed to transform entirely. Qin Feng. Princess Nanfeng's gaze brimmed with affection, akin to a princess of a realm falling for her brother. Hey, calm down. Qin Feng half-heartedly attempted to dissuade her, asserting that he was not the type to be so easily swayed. At that moment, Feng Chong arrived at the foot of Princess Nanfeng's attic, clutching a bouquet of red roses. After a day of contemplation, he had finally come to understand that it was merely an accident. Life inevitably brought unexpected occurrences. At the same time, he resolved to participate in the life and death elimination match, intent on dismembering that wretched Qin Feng to cleanse the humiliation that had marred his life. Just as Feng Chong was about to display a relaxed smile and reconcile with Princess Nanfeng, essentially reconciling with himself, an unexpected scene rendered him motionless. He beheld Princess Nanfeng and Qin Feng nestled together like young lovers, perfectly matched under the luminous moonlight. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The smile on Feng Chang's face instantly froze, disbelief coursing through him as he struggled to comprehend the authenticity of the moment before him. Feng Chang. Qin Feng looked down at Feng Chang, an insidious glee bubbling within him. He pulled Princess Nanfeng closer into his embrace, her soft, voluptuous form and delicate waist akin to a slender willow, evoking an expression of irresistible allure from her. He deliberately leaned in to whisper in her ear, "Did you truly mean it when you said you liked me?" "Of course, I did." Princess Nanfeng's eyes brimmed with affection, completely ensnared in her emotions. Feng Chong felt as though a massive hammer had struck his brain, sending him staggering backward in disbelief. How could this be possible? They had only met twice. How could that compare to their 7 years of shared feelings? Ding dong. Congratulations. Host, you have completed 50 of the Chancellor's ambition task. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have taken action against the Chosen One's White Moonlight, earning 200,000 villain points. What the hell? A direct gain of 50 plus 200,000 villain points. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued to probe Princess Nanfeng. Between me and Feng Chong, who do you dislike the most? Feng Chong. Upon hearing his name, Princess Nanfeng hesitated, as though doused with cold water, her gaze regaining a flicker of rationality. However, the question posed by Qin Feng, coupled with her utterance of Feng Chang's name, transformed into an answer of aversion in Feng Chang's ears. A thunderclap resounded in Feng Chang's mind, causing the red rose in his hand to fall to the ground. He felt as though his very soul had been extracted, leaving him a mere husk. Ultimately, he had misplaced his affections. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have completed the Chancellor's ambition task, earning a divine treasure chest. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have led the chosen one to lose faith in love, gaining 500. 000 villain points. 500. 000. What a windfall. Qin Feng's eyes shone with golden light, utterly thrilled. As Feng Chang left, feeling as though he were a mere shadow of his former self, he could hear Qin Feng's jubilant exclamations from the loft, inciting a surge of impotent rage within him. Why? Why did their 7 years of affection pale in comparison to merely 2 encounters with Qin Feng? Qin Feng, I shall dismember you. Feng Chang roared, his hair wild and terrifying. His aura shifted to something undeniably sinister, his inner energy surging exponentially, transforming the once golden figure of Buddha into a dark specter. To cultivate goodness is arduous, yet to succumb to darkness is simple. A millennium of cultivation cannot compare to a single night of becoming a demon. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have forced the chosen one into demonic descent, earning a chance to draw from the lottery. Is this how one becomes demonic? Qin Feng found himself utterly bewildered, a large what the hell surfacing in his mind. Previously, protagonists would choose the path of darkness only after life had mercilessly trampled them. Now, merely falling in love led to a descent into malevolence, even contemplating world destruction for the sake of romance. Who then is truly the villain? Nonetheless, the transformed Feng Chang exuded an intimidating presence, a terrifying aura palpable from afar. The newfound darkness magnified his power tenfold. Qin Feng couldn't help but express his astonishment, fully aware of the dread that accompanied such a transformation. The next time he encountered Feng Chang, he would need to muster every ounce of his energy. You despicable scoundrel. Princess Nan Feng, having finally wrested herself from the influence of the drug, pushed Qin Feng away and fought to suppress her desire to succumb. What does it matter to me? Qin Feng, feeling utterly innocent, clutched his rabbit ears, feigning grievance. You were the one who insisted on striking a deal with the rabbit. You took advantage of me earlier. I am the real victim here. What do you mean? Is this deal off? Xiaobai let out a despairing wail, adamantly refusing to issue a refund. Get away from me. Princess Nan Feng ground her teeth in frustration, wanting nothing more than to distance herself from Qin Feng, as though she found him utterly inconsequential. Qin Feng recalled an imposing elder from the Great Xia delegation, and realizing the task was complete, he hastened to upgrade his equipment, intending to return later and educate Princess Nan Feng on propriety. I will not refund your money, but I am a rabbit of principles. While the deal may not be kind, I can assist you with the antidote. Xiaobai reluctantly produced a carrot, placing it on the table before vanishing into the night alongside Qin Feng. Can a carrot cure poison? Princess Nan Feng's expression twisted as she picked up the carrot, contemplating a bite to test its effects. Chapter 51. Upgrading equipment in the Moon Goddess Palace. Ziyuan sat at the entrance, visibly agitated. The earlier sight of Qin Feng courting Princess Nan Feng had already irked her beyond measure, and now he had the audacity to sneak out at night with Xiaobai. She could easily surmise that he was off to find that little vixen, Princess Nan Feng. Ziyuan could not fathom how, with her beauty, figure, status, and standing, she was overshadowed by that wildflower of a princess. This goddess would not forgive him this time. Ziyuan sat there, waiting for Qin Feng to approach her of his own accord. Hey, what are you doing here? Upon his return, Qin Feng found Ziyuan seated at the entrance and, in that moment, realized how much she had matured. If 7 years ago Ziyuan had been a budding flower, now she had fully blossomed, her form soft and voluptuous, her delicate waist akin to a slender willow, her skin fair, and her legs elegantly long. While people chase after poetry in distant lands, they often overlook the beauty that lies nearby. Feeling Qin Feng's gaze linger upon her, Ziyuan's cheeks flushed crimson, diminishing her irritation. However, upon recalling Qin Feng's late-night escapade, her expression quickly shifted to one of indignation. Where had you been wandering off to at this hour? Qin Feng, confronted with her authoritative tone, dared not confess that he had been out, aimlessly courting another wife with a rabbit in tow. I want to get you a midnight snack. He produced a meat sandwich, the kind without salt. Really? Ziyuan's eyes brimmed with skepticism as she took a bite, discovering it was indeed devoid of salt. Just as she was pondering this mystery, Qin Feng retrieved a bouquet of purple roses from the system, his gaze filled with profound affection as he declared, "Love requires no salt." Oh dear! Ziyuan's face instantly turned beet red, her heart racing like a runaway train, utterly flustered by Qin Feng's words. "How annoying!" she exclaimed bashfully, retreating while inadvertently taking the purple roses with her. The saltless meat sandwich, however, tasted surprisingly delightful. Xiao Bai gazed after Ziyuan's retreating figure, harboring the greatest wish of selling Qin Feng for a profit. Should I intervene? The moon goddess, hovering above, had witnessed the entire interaction and felt conflicted about whether to intervene between Ziyuan and Qin Feng. As Ziyuan's elder, she naturally wished for her happiness. Yet Qin Feng remained an enigma to her. His past actions, such as digging out his brother's supreme bone, hinted at a darker nature. However, throughout their 7 years at the moon goddess palace, aside from occasionally teasing its disciples, he had not committed any egregious acts. That rabbit, on the other hand, frequently stirred trouble, becoming the palace's foremost cautionary tale. Yet recently, Qin Feng had exhibited an audacious demeanor, brazenly auctioning off the great CIS students in public, coercing Princess Nan Feng to kneel, and even flirting with her during competitions. Let the youth handle their own affairs. The moon goddess soon found peace within herself, believing that allowing Ziyuan to experience the sting of love while still young might not be a bad thing. At this moment, Qin Feng returned to his chamber, ready to exchange his lesser gains for greater ones. His villain points had reached a staggering 1,047 million, enough to redeem a card for the Great Perfection Realm, along with a divine treasure chest for completing a mission and a lottery chance obtained after Feng Chang's dark transformation. He decided to first redeem the Great Perfection card. Qin Feng summoned the system, requesting the Great Perfection card for the Dawei Tianlong. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 1 million villain points and successfully redeeming the Great Perfection card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the Great Perfection card. The Dawei Tianlong has now reached the Great Perfection Realm. A clear dragon roar echoed within Qin Feng, and the golden dragon tattoo on his body became increasingly vivid, resembling a living dragon coiled around him. It was that dragon. Xiao Bai immediately perked up, fear gleaming in its eyes. It was aware of the golden dragon tattoo on Qin Feng, but during the 7 years of following him, it had never witnessed him using it, leaving it uncertain of the significance of that golden dragon. However, each time it saw the dragon, a sense of dread arose within it, as if encountering a formidable adversary. Just a moment ago, that fear had intensified. I'd better just go back to sleep, Xiao Bai thought, pulling out the sage's bamboo slip and laying it beside Qin Feng, yawning and settling down for a nap. It didn't understand what the sage's bamboo slip was. It merely knew it had always used it as a mat since childhood, often dreaming of transforming into a student rabbit, listening to an old man mumble incomprehensible texts in its ear. Next came the divine treasure chest. Qin Feng called upon the system to open the divine treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the divine treasure chest and obtaining a sword intent upgrade card. A sword intent upgrade card? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, unsure of its meaning. The system clarified, sword intent is hierarchical. The level of understanding in the sword path directly affects the accumulated damage. I see. Second level sword intent inflicts greater damage than first level. Qin Feng nodded in comprehension, eager to use it without further ado. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the sword intent upgrade card. Sword intent has been elevated to the second level, swallowing the 8 desolations, sweeping the 6 harmonies. Suddenly, Qin Feng's mind erupted, revealing 8 golden characters. A figure appeared before him, wielding the familiar slashing sky sword technique, now executed with a sweeping momentum that left onlookers awestruck and breathless. Xiao Bai, who had just fallen asleep, was instantly roused. Recognizing Qin Feng now radiated like an extraordinary sword. Sword intent. Xiao Bai was intrigued, climbing onto Qin Feng's lap to mimic him, eager to comprehend his sword path and become an unparalleled sword rabbit. Time passed, and as the sword energy surrounding Qin Feng gradually receded, he began to awaken. With the sword intent upgraded to the second level, his slashing sky sword technique grew even more formidable. If he faced Feng Chang from earlier, he felt confident he could pierce through his great Buddha and take his life. Unfortunately, Feng Chang had turned dark, reflecting on Feng Chang's transformation. Qin Feng wondered if his second-level sword intent could contend against him. However, direct confrontation was not his style. He preferred to embody the spirit of an underhanded strategist. Just then, he noticed something on his thigh. Looking down, he saw Xiao sprawled asleep, its breath causing a bubble of snot to swell and shrink. Indifferent to the little creature, Qin Feng summoned the system to initiate a lottery. With a whoosh, a grand spinning wheel appeared before him and began to rotate slowly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing. Chapter 52. Gathering the 7 Chosen Ones. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the divine physique, the Celestial Titan. The Celestial Titan, a divine battle physique known for its unparalleled strength, often referred to as the indestructible golden body, growing stronger with each battle. Capable of achieving astonishing combat prowess that could slay saints and immortals. A special physique. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he playfully tapped Xiao by S backside. During his 7 years at the Moon Goddess Palace, he had remained low-key not only to solidify his foundation, but also because everyone in the ancient wilderness knew what his complete form entailed. While he could easily crush others, facing the Chosen Ones, beings who defied logic, without a trump card was peerless. Now, with the Celestial Titan, he had an additional layer of security. Xiao merely smacked its lips, showing no signs of waking, expertly shifting positions to continue its slumber. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in Qin Feng's mind, transporting his consciousness back to an ancient battlefield. The sounds of battle roared like thunder. Blood, hot and splattered, rained down. The earth trembled, and dark silhouettes rampaged across the battlefield, their gathered might causing the heavens to change hue. Opposite stood a towering figure, wielding a battle spear, treading upon a land soaked with blood and corpses, charging fearlessly into the multitude of enemies. What was expected to be a one-sided slaughter turned into a relentless display of might. One man, one spear, fueled by bloodlust, driven to madness. Damn it! Qin Feng couldn't help but curse, his consciousness snapping back to reality. The Celestial Titan truly embodied the essence of battle. It was born for combat, capable of facing any number of foes alone. This was the Celestial Titan? Terrifying. Qin Feng couldn't resist clenching his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power within him. His physique had grown significantly stronger. Should the Southern Wind Princess attempt to stab him with a dagger again, she might not even breach his skin. Coupled with his cultivation of the 33 Heavens creation art, renowned for its astonishing healing capabilities, it would take at least 7 Chosen Ones to inflict a fatal wound on him. One less would be insufficient. Suddenly, a bell tolled. If he recalled correctly, it signaled the commencement of the 10-year death elimination tournament. From the millions of young cultivators, 100,000 would be selected to compete, representing the CR, me de la CR me. Yet, in the eyes of the Inu dynasty, this was still inadequate. They intended to cultivate 1,000 of these talents through a process akin to raising insects, molding them into true prodigies, the backbone of the dynasty's future. The path to ascendancy within the Inu dynasty lay before them. As long as one possessed the ability, they could rise to the pinnacle. Had it begun? Qin Feng was highly intrigued by this death elimination tournament, having heard that the mortality rate could soar to 50. In other words, out of 100,000 participants, only 50,000 would emerge alive. However, even if one was not selected by the Inu dynasty, those 50,000 would still attract the interest of various major factions. As the bell tolled, projections appeared across the cities of the Inu dynasty, broadcasting the event in real time through magical means. Before the tournament commenced, a comprehensive combat power ranking was revealed, assessed by multiple martial arts masters. Qin Feng found himself ranked beyond the 30,000 mark. Really? Qin Feng is only ranked over 30,000? The crowd gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend their eyes. Even though he had no notable achievements over the past 7 years and faced disadvantages in cultivation and age in the death elimination tournament, could the number 1 prodigy of the ancient wilderness truly be ranked so low? In response to the skepticism, the projections in the various cities showcased a young lady alongside an elderly figure with white hair, known as Master Ma Daigua, a renowned martial arts master of the Inu dynasty. The young lady, her voice sweet, addressed the audience to address the concerns raised. We have invited the esteemed martial arts master Ma Daigua to analyze why Qin Feng is ranked over 30,000. Greetings, everyone. I am the founder of the mixed origin technique, Ma Daigua. As the nation of Ma Dai waved and introduced itself, it began to analyze the reason why Qin Feng ranked far beyond the 30,000 mark. This conclusion, derived from the repeated analyses of martial experts like us, can be summarized in 4 words: diverse yet unrefined. Diverse yet unrefined. The young lady responded with confusion. Indeed, Ma Dai continued, it is well known that Qin Feng possesses abilities that could send countless powerful individuals into a frenzy. However, the sheer multitude of skills concentrated within one individual results in a dilution of focus. This is evident from the fact that it took him 7 years to break through to the 9th level of the extraordinary. Understanding dawned on the audience. It was indeed more enlightening than a decade of study. Ma Dai, embodying the essence of Kolan, elaborated further. Moreover, from the battle between Qin Feng and Feng Chong, we observe that his sword intent has not surpassed the 2nd level. For a prodigy who comprehended sword intent and the invincible sword heart at the tender age of 8, 7 years without attaining 2nd level sword intent is clearly a consequence of scattered focus. The audience nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning compelling. Ma Dai did. In this life and death elimination tournament, Qin Feng is at a disadvantage in both age and cultivation. Coupled with his diverse yet unrefined talents, it is reasonable to place him beyond the 30,000 mark, especially considering there are over 1,000 participants just entering the path, with the 7th and 8th levels of the spirit martial realm numbering in the tens of thousands. In contrast, Qin Feng's 9th level of the extraordinary places him at the very bottom. The young lady couldn't help but inquire, do you think Qin Feng might emerge as a dark horse, ultimately triumphing in the life and death elimination tournament? Absolutely impossible, Ma Dai replied with the confidence of an expert. With his cultivation at the bottom, age at the bottom, and his talents being diverse yet unrefined, how could he possibly stand out among such a multitude of masters? The audience nodded in unison, acknowledging his expertise. Ma Dai, with a serious demeanor, advised, let me impart this wisdom. The path of martial arts lies in refinement, not in quantity. For instance, my self-created Hun Yuan force and 5-linked whip are more than sufficient to traverse the world. Grateful for the insight, the audience nodded repeatedly, feeling as if they had gleaned a decade's worth of wisdom. Meanwhile, in the battle zone where Qin Feng was situated, 8 out of the 10 selection members had already arrived, and Qin Feng, accompanied by Xiao Bai, arrived fashionably late. Qin Feng, Princess Nan Feng gritted her teeth, casting a venomous glare at him, wishing fervently to annihilate him, along with that troublesome rabbit. She had been told that carrots could counteract poison, but they had proven utterly ineffective, and she had only survived due to the assistance of 2 maids. Chapter 53. We are all adults. What happened last night? Qin Feng, it is indeed Qin Feng. The surrounding audience gasped in astonishment. After Ma Dai's commentary, everyone had lost hope in Qin Feng, believing he would likely not participate in the life and death elimination tournament. Yet here he was. What is happening? Qin Feng puzzledly touched his face, unable to comprehend why everyone was looking at him this way. Had he somehow become more handsome? Is that rabbit your spirit pet? A man in black approached Qin Feng, scrutinizing the little white creature perched on his shoulder. According to the rules of the life and death elimination tournament, there were no restrictions against bringing spirit pets, provided their levels were not excessively high. Otherwise, it would be deemed cheating. Yes, Qin Feng nodded. A rabbit? The surrounding spectators exchanged incredulous glances, genuinely baffled by this ancient prodigy. It was one thing to resort to underhanded tactics for victory, but bringing a rabbit to the life and death elimination tournament seemed like an admission of defeat before even starting. Extraordinary 9th level, eligible to compete. The man in black quickly discerned Xiao Bai's cultivation level, which matched Qin Feng's. Unlike others, he did not underestimate the adorable rabbit, recognizing it as an extraordinary species among beasts, possessing terrifying potential and abilities. Furthermore, its deceptively cute appearance meant that anyone who dared to belittle it would likely suffer greatly. 9 have arrived, just 1 more to go. The man in black scanned the crowd, aware they were still awaiting Feng Chong. Would Feng Chong make it? Princess Nan Feng anxiously searched for Feng Chang's figure. After withstanding the previous night with the help of her maids, she had intended to find Feng Chong to express her grievances, but to her dismay, he had already departed, with no one knowing his whereabouts. Was he still affected? Princess Nan Feng felt disheartened, blaming it all on that scoundrel Qin Feng. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, landing heavily before the crowd. Feng Chong. The audience gasped in disbelief, hardly able to trust their own eyes. Feng Chong appeared disheveled, with smoky makeup applied, emanating an aura of profound malevolence. A stark contrast to the sunny boy he once was. Possessed. Princess Nan Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind swirling as she struggled to remain upright. She could hardly fathom that because Qin Feng had kissed her, Feng Chong had succumbed to possession. His temperament seemed rather fragile. After a millennium of cultivation, nothing compares to a single night of possession. The crowd sighed, lamenting Feng Chong's fate. Possession could grant immense power in a short time, yet it easily led one to lose oneself, ultimately becoming a true fiend, a relentless killer, and a public enemy throughout the ancient realm. Possessed. The man in black furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. According to the rules of the life and death elimination tournament, possessed participants were permitted to compete. However, given Feng Chang's status as a disciple of the Emperor of the Great Xia and his special permission to enter, allowing him to enter and kill could be peerless. Yet, on second thought, Feng Chang's terrifying talent could eliminate a formidable rival for the Inu dynasty if he were to perish in the tournament. Why does this feel like a cheap ancient drama? Qin Feng assessed Feng Chong, increasingly convinced of its low quality. Qin Feng, I will tear you to shreds. Feng Chang's gaze was calm as still waters, yet it exuded a chilling, murderous intent. In response, Qin Feng turned to Princess Nan Feng, solemnly stating, "We are all adults. Let us consider last night as if it never happened." You. Princess Nan Feng appeared exceedingly enraged, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of evasion. The entire crowd erupted, demanding Qin Feng elaborate further. They were eager to uncover the details of what transpired between him and Princess Nan Feng, particularly why he emphasized that they were all adults. Qin Feng. Feng Chong felt as if he were on the brink of losing control, the dark energy surrounding him intensifying. "You think I fear you?" Qin Feng responded without a hint of trepidation. Whether possessed or divine, nothing could not be resolved with 100 bottles of Mother Pig's madness. He had prepared over 1,000 pounds for this life and death elimination tournament. With everyone gathered, the life and death elimination tournament commenced. The man in black sensed the palpable tension between the two and hastily announced the start of the tournament, swiftly performing a hand gesture to point forcefully at the void. With a deafening roar, a black hole suddenly tore open in the void, its powerful suction pulling all 10 individuals within. When Qin Feng regained his bearings, he and Xiao Bai found themselves in a dimension resembling a ruin, shrouded by a vast forest, with distant cries of beasts echoing around them. According to the rules of the life and death elimination tournament, hunting beasts of varying levels would yield different points, with higher-level beasts granting greater rewards. Should a participant slay another contestant, they would acquire the points that individual had accumulated. The tournament would last 3 days, with the top 1,000 scores prevailing. This is the battlefield of life and death. Xiao Bai perched on Qin Feng's shoulder, scanning their surroundings, noticing the absence of Feng Chong and the other 9, likely due to the random teleportation into the battlefield. Simultaneously, it sensed the presence of many fearsome beasts nearby, realizing that with their extraordinary 9th-level cultivation, they were hardly qualified to be mere cannon fodder in this realm. In the arena of life and death, the reputation indeed holds true. As Qin Feng lowered his gaze, he observed the scattered white bones, both human and beast alike. The entire battlefield suffused with an inexplicable chill. A thunderous explosion resonated nearby, accompanied by the cacophony of fierce combat. Engagement had already commenced. Frowning, Qin Feng turned and walked in the opposite direction. Aside from the 100,000 candidates entering the fray, a menacing horde of beasts lurked nearby, their eyes glinting with hunger. To engage now would yield little benefit and plunge him into chaos. It was prudent to evade conflict in the early stages, conserving strength for a later, more fruitful harvest. As candidates continued to pour into the arena, myriad battles were projected for all to witness, eliciting excited gasps from the spectators. The leaderboard was a battleground in itself, with competitors jockeying for position. Yet, the illustrious Qin Feng, hailed as the foremost prodigy of antiquity, remained utterly silent, his scores stagnant at 0 after an entire day. Compelling observers to concede to the critiques from Ma Dai Nation, Qin Feng truly seemed incapable of stirring the waters. Occasionally, a fleeting glimpse of Qin Feng appeared on the screens, revealing him fishing by the riverside with a rabbit, his demeanor far removed from that of a participant in a deadly elimination contest, resembling more a leisurely outing. On the second day, Qin Feng calculated the time and deemed it appropriate to engage. "Shall we battle now?" exclaimed Xiao Bai, brimming with excitement as she hurried to fetch the long sky divine sword for him. "What have I taught you since childhood?" Confucius said, "A gentleman does not engage in weaponry." Qin Feng felt a pang of disappointment. A true gentleman would not stoop to slaying his adversary with weapons. After a day of intense conflict, the other prodigies must be parched with thirst if they were to drop a few pounds of wild boar into the water source. They would eagerly await the points to flow in. Chapter 54. Never have I encountered such brazen shamelessness, what audacity. Xiao Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing the long road ahead. With a splash, Qin Feng produced a jar from his spatial storage and cast it into the river, containing at least 12 pounds of wild boar. The live feed shifted to Qin Feng, sending the audience into a frenzy. Goodness, he carries so much with him. This is no ancient prodigy. He is the ancient trickster. It was no wonder he lingered by the water source. His intentions were clear. One must concede, the plan was astoundingly effective. Perhaps those who survived the previous tumultuous battle would not fall for such a ruse. Experienced hunters might not, but they were merely 20-somethings. How much experience could they possess? The ensuing scenes were a spectacle I could witness without payment. Protests erupted, vehemently opposing Qin Feng's actions. I advise you to mind your own business. As some beasts approached the river to quench their thirst, they instantly became alert. Beasts, the candidates, enticed by the points laid before them, hastily brandished their weapons and charged into battle. They grossly underestimated the beast's current state. After being attacked, the creatures retaliated with unbridled ferocity, eager to dispatch their opponents and return to more pressing matters. In that moment, battles erupted within a 20-mile radius of the water source. While the combat is intense, Qin Feng could distinctly sense the ferocity, surpassing even the chaos of the first day. Indeed, it was quite fierce. Xiao Bai, munching on fresh carrots, nodded her head, hearing the occasional cries of distress from the forest. She could also see some beleaguered candidates at the riverbank. After the first day's tumult and the recent savage onslaught from the beasts, they were parched, rushing to drink without hesitation. Wait, something feels off. After quenching their thirst, the candidates exchanged glances, noticing a companion who appeared strikingly handsome. Idushun, Mea Idushun. They were startled and quickly diverted their gazes. However, when a few graceful figures appeared by the river, they could no longer suppress their urge and rushed forward. What do you intend to do? A few ladies raised their brows, sensing mischief in the air. No need to be anxious. We merely wish to make friends. The men's eyes glinted with a predatory gleam as they couldn't help but let out sinister chuckles. Quickly retreat. The ladies, well aware of their intentions, found themselves encircled. Just as despair settled upon the ladies, a voice brimming with righteousness echoed from above. You ruffians, release those girls. Qin Feng, clad in white, descended like a celestial being, embodying the light of justice. It's Qin Feng. The ladies, akin to seeing a savior, swiftly took refuge behind him. Get lost. The men, now entirely consumed by rage, paid no heed to Qin Feng's presence. Suddenly, a piercing gust of wind surged forth, carrying a force that momentarily restored the men's senses. Without a moment's hesitation, they attempted to retreat. Boom! The invisible sword energy unleashed by Qin Feng outpaced their retreat, flashing past and leaving a vivid streak of blood in its wake. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully shattering the opposition, earning 1,000 villain points. With each system notification, a sound of shattering resonated. A dozen men lay groaning on the ground, while Xiao Bai seized the opportunity to collect their storage bags. Little money. Her eyes sparkled with the gleam of greed as she thought of her impending fortune. After reaping his rewards, Qin Feng declared with righteous fervor, in the spirit of divine mercy, I shall impose a light punishment. I hope you will tread carefully henceforth. How dashing! The lady's eyes sparkled with admiration, longing to pledge their allegiance to him. Meanwhile, the spectators were left dumbfounded, having never witnessed such shamelessness before. Were it not for their knowledge that Qin Feng was the mastermind behind it all, they might have genuinely believed him to be a heroic savior. Thank you. One man clasped his hands in gratitude towards Qin Feng, acknowledging that had he not intervened, he might have made a grave mistake. The audience was utterly speechless, internally exclaiming, what a classic case of being sold out while counting the money. Ultimately, the injured men had no choice but to forfeit the life and death elimination contest, with their accumulated points transferring to Qin Feng, causing his rank to soar rapidly. In the Yin dynasty, within the palace of the Six-Path Emperor, a man clad in black robes, exuding an aura of authority, sat at the center. He was the leader of the Yin dynasty, the Six-Path Emperor. Beside him stood a cadre of powerful figures, including the Moon Goddess and Princess Nanfeng. who had been invited to observe the contest as part of the Despised delegation, their purpose being to witness the life and death elimination contest. The Six-Path Emperor inquired, "Princess Nan Feng, what are your thoughts on our Inu dynasty's life and death elimination contest?" Too brutal. Princess Nan Feng watched in horror as, within a single day, 20,000 out of the 100,000 participants had perished or been injured. The gruesome scenes relentlessly tested her nerves, and concern for Feng Chong began to grow. Brutal? The Six-Path Emperor chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Perhaps it was indeed harsh for the aristocracy of Despised, but for the oppressed commoners, it represented an opportunity to realize their dreams. Ah, this young man possesses quite a strategic mind. The projection shifted to Qin Feng, prompting knowing glances among the powerful figures at the moon goddess. What disgrace! The moon goddess squirmed uncomfortably, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. She had never anticipated that Qin Feng would resort to such means to vanquish his foes. Even if he had no sense of shame, could he not consider the dignity of the moon goddess palace? At that moment, similar scenes unfolded at other locations by the river, with Qin Feng flitting about like a tireless bee, darting towards wherever there was an opportunity. Qin Feng, with an air of utmost seriousness, declared, "Here, there are only 3 things to do. Cracking eggs, and once more, cracking eggs." Xiao Bai, equally earnest, retorted, "My rabbit has come here with only 3 pursuits. Making money, and yet again, making money." This rogue duo of man and rabbit swiftly became notorious on the battlefield. Soon, everyone began to suspect that the water source was tainted, and with Qin Feng's notorious history of using Mad Sao as a weapon, they quickly concluded that he had contaminated the water with it. Outrage surged through the crowd, their teeth grinding in anger, wishing they could rend Qin Feng into pieces. Such actions were unbefitting of the so-called first prodigy of the ancient times. He was nothing but the most shameless scoundrel. Meanwhile, they faced a pressing dilemma. Without water, what could they possibly do next? Their cultivation levels had yet to reach the stage of fasting, and after consecutive battles, they could not afford to be without water. Now that the water source was polluted by Qin Feng, their combat strength would undoubtedly suffer. Water for sale. Water for sale. The highest bidder wins. Qin Feng set up shop by the riverbank, pricing a bottle of water at a base rate of 1,000 top-tier spirit stones. How utterly shameless. The candidates could no longer tolerate this affront. They put aside their personal grievances and united to confront the scoundrel, Qin Feng. Damn it. Being handsome truly makes one a target. Terrified, Qin Feng hurriedly packed up his stall and fled, tossing a bottle of Mad Sao behind him as he departed. "Everyone, we have plenty of time ahead." At that moment, the darkened version of Feng Chong arrived at the riverbank. Chapter 55. One thought becomes Buddha. One thought becomes demon. Quick, hide. The crowd, upon seeing the powder Qin Feng had scattered, instinctively retreated, knowing all too well it was Mad Sao, fearing their reputations could be irreparably damaged. Qin Feng, the darkened Feng Chong, approached the riverbank, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng with a menacing glare. He was only vaguely aware of Qin Feng's disgraceful actions by the river, knowing that his own descent into darkness and participation in the life and death elimination match stemmed solely from his desire to see Qin Feng torn to pieces. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Chong charged forward. How brave! The onlookers could not help but admire him, exclaiming praises in their hearts. How did this fellow manage to chase him down? At that moment, Qin Feng had no intention of confronting Feng Chong. He employed his elusive agility to navigate through the forest, planning to conserve his strength for a more frenzied harvest the next day, while first drawing the ire of his pursuers. "Qin Feng, don't you dare run." Feng Chang's expression was terrifyingly fierce as he relentlessly pursued Qin Feng. "Don't run?" Remaining still is akin to being a turtle. Qin Feng disdainfully curled his lip, his body light as a feather, as he leaped into the air with a delicate touch on the leaves, soaring 1,000 meters away, clad in white, resembling an ethereal being in flight. What remarkable agility! The spectators could not contain their gasps, realizing that this so-called first prodigy of the ancient times indeed possessed remarkable skills. Despite his youth and comparatively lower cultivation level in the elimination match, his innate talent was beyond question, particularly in his complete form when revealed years ago. It had sent shockwaves throughout the ancient realm, were it not for the moon goddess's formidable power, single-handedly suppressing various factions. The powers of the Yin Moon dynasty might have clashed fiercely over the pursuit of Qin Feng. Simultaneously, attention shifted to Feng Chong, who had so boldly pursued Qin Feng. Surely, He had absorbed some of the Mad Sao essence during his fervent chase, right? What was going on? Was it that substance? Feng Chong quickly sensed something amiss within his body. He was no stranger to Qin Feng's underhanded tactics, having encountered them during their first meeting. Had he not succumbed to darkness, his Buddhist cultivation could have forcibly suppressed it. However, now, having fallen into darkness, his mindset had shifted, and he found it increasingly difficult to suppress his inner demons. After experiencing Mad Sao, a sudden clarity washed over him, as he began to suspect that what he saw was not the truth. Could it be that Qin Feng had administered that substance to the princess? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, providing him a glimmer of solace as he began to chant the heart purification mantra, causing a great Buddha to manifest behind him. Yet, this Buddha was unlike any other. One half gleamed with golden majesty, while the other half radiated malevolence. One thought becomes Buddha, one thought becomes demon. The Six Paths, Emperor, and others gasped, realizing that this individual could not be left unchecked. If Feng Chong merely succumbed to darkness, it would be manageable, but he was now grasping the profound truths of both Buddha and demon. Should he succeed in his understanding, it would be akin to Qin Feng mastering the invincible sword heart, granting him the capability to dominate his contemporaries. Unlike Qin Feng's haphazard approach, Feng Chang's focused study of the Buddhist path would undoubtedly allow him to advance more swiftly, presenting a significant threat to the Yinmun dynasty. Oh no! Princess Nanfeng recognized the impending danger and hurried to find the elder tasked with her protection. Fear not, my lady, my injuries have nearly healed. I shall fight with all my might. The elder's expression was grave, fully aware of Feng Chang's implications for the Great Xia. Please. Princess Nanfeng held tightly to a life token, prepared to summon her father and grandfather if necessary. At that moment, the projections of major cities shifted entirely to Feng Chong. Would they witness the emergence of a new Buddha or the birth of a demon king? Just as the crowd engaged in heated discussions, Qin Feng's figure unexpectedly appeared on the projection screen. Upon noticing that Feng Chong had not yet caught up, he surmised that the effects of the drug were taking hold. Thus, his mischievous tendencies began to stir, feeling it was only fitting to engage with the chosen one. However, upon retracing his steps, he discovered a delightful surprise. He was indeed cleansing his reputation. It is widely understood that while darkness is overwhelmingly powerful, redemption is considerably weaker. If he did not act now, when would he? Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Disrupt the chosen one's understanding of the Tao. Mission reward. 1 sword intent upgrade card. A sword intent upgrade card. Qin Feng's eyes instantly lit up, utterly defenseless against such a reward. Qin Feng. Feng Chang's eyes flickered with panic. He had not anticipated Qin Feng's return. At this critical juncture of his breakthrough, any interruption could send him spiraling deeper into madness, resulting in grievous injury. Feng Chong could no longer afford to conceal his trump cards. A golden jade stone emerged from within him, enveloping him in a radiant golden light. It was the Buddha's relic. The onlookers gasped in awe, acknowledging Feng Chang's extraordinary fortune. The Buddha's relic, a treasure formed from the essence of a top-tier Buddha's nirvana, not only strengthened one's Buddhist powers, but also provided formidable defense. Given the relic's radiance, not even Qin Feng or all the candidates combined could hope to breach it. Alas, the Six Paths, Emperor, and others sighed, realizing that some things cannot be forced. They had initially thought that Qin Feng's return would quash Feng Chong before he could rise. Little did they know the latter's immense fortune included the Buddha's relic as a safeguard. However, they had clearly underestimated Qin Feng's shamelessness. He displayed no surprise at the sudden appearance of the Buddha's relic. With a smile, he took out a storybook titled White Clean and began reading aloud with great fervor. This scoundrel, Feng Chong, being in the prime of his youthful vigor and still under the drug's influence, could hardly tolerate such distractions. The inner demons he had just quelled surged back to life, threatening to spiral out of control. What is this? The audience outside wore peculiar expressions, momentarily unable to discern whether this was a serious life-and-death elimination match or a frivolous reading contest. Inside the palace of the Six Paths Emperor, various dignitaries cast odd glances at the moon goddess, as if questioning, "Is this what you taught Qin Feng?" "It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Stop spreading lies." The moon goddess hurriedly denied, insisting she was not that kind of person. At the same time, she felt a deep resentment towards Qin Feng, whose antics had completely tarnished her carefully cultivated image. Suddenly, a faint sound of rushing wind pierced the air, raising the hairs on Qin Feng's body. An ambush! The first thought that surged through Qin Feng's mind compelled his body to instinctively dart away like a flash of lightning. Out of the corner of his eye, he swiftly scanned the surroundings, spotting a figure in the dim rainforest, drawing a bow and knocking a crimson-feathered arrow aimed directly at his chest. Like a rainbow arching through the sky. Thud! The elongated arrow pierced through Qin Feng's afterimage, continuing its trajectory to impale several large trees before finally coming to a halt. Far more ferocious than a Barrett sniper rifle. Damn it. Qin Feng couldn't help but mentally berate the absurdity of the Chosen One, gaining a new understanding of his plight. Just as he was about to corner his opponent into a deadly situation, an unexpected individual appeared to meddle and buy time. How infuriating. He managed to evade the attack. A lean man perched atop a tree cursed softly, swiftly drawing 3 more crimson arrows and firing again. I don't care who you are. Today, I will have you. And not even Jesus can save you. Irritated by the relentless assaults, Qin Feng felt that if he didn't unleash some true power, his opponent would certainly show him a lack of respect. Chapter 56. Faster, fiercer, and stronger whoosh. 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 3 arrows, like whips of silk, soared through the air, targeting vital points on Qin Feng's body. Damn it. Has he become addicted to shooting? Qin Feng grumbled as he swiftly dodged, executing the phantom escape technique to its fullest, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the forest. Yet, the chill behind him did not wane. Rather, it intensified. An overwhelming sensation as if countless venomous snakes were fixated upon him, suggesting that no matter how he struggled, he would be struck. Oh dear, I don't want to be shot. Little White clung tightly to Qin Feng, fearful of falling during their rapid movement. Daybreak. The audience outside erupted with excitement, immediately recognizing the archer. This individual, known as Daybreak, was a seed player in the Death Elimination Tournament, having gained fame at a young age with extraordinary talent, and had reached the first level of the path of ascendancy. Currently ranked 153rd, victory seemed assured. This Daybreak, the 6 Paths Emperor, and others rubbed their temples, aware that Feng Chong possessed great fortune. His life was not meant to end here. Damn it, did I throw your child into a well or something? Pursuing me like this? Qin Feng understood the vast disparity in their cultivation levels and decisively activated the ancient heavy eye, causing the world around him to slow down. The audience outside was electrified, finally witnessing Qin Feng engage in a serious battle. They wondered if they would see his full potential. Buzz. The bowstring quivered slightly. Daybreak, holding the longbow like a seasoned hunter, began to seal off all escape routes as he drew the string taut. Draw the sword. At the moment Daybreak knocked the arrow, a dark, flowing sword light emerged from Qin Feng's sheath. Unlike the previous sword draw technique, this time it was infused with second-level sword intent and the enhancement of the celestial body. Faster, fiercer, and stronger. In the blink of an eye, Daybreak had yet to react when Qin Feng's figure zipped past him, the long sky divine sword slicing through the void before returning to its sheath. How? How is this possible? Daybreak's eyes widened in disbelief, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. With a loud crack, the longbow in his hand shattered. The sword technique so precise that it left only a crimson streak below. At this moment, the audience fell into stunned silence, astonished by Qin Feng's sword draw technique. Good heavens! Did it have to be that swift? They had anticipated a fierce clash, yet before it began, Qin Feng had already concluded it. How could this be possible? The 6 Paths Emperor and various dignitaries stood in shock, hardly able to believe their eyes. Even if Qin Feng's talent was unparalleled, defeating a first-level practitioner with a single strike from the 9th level of the extraordinary realm was utterly outrageous. There was a vast difference of an entire realm. No need to be nervous. It's merely a basic maneuver. The moon goddess raised her chin proudly, her small head held high. She had personally felt Qin Feng's ferocity. The only surprise was when he had broken through to second-level sword intent. Daybreak emitted a mournful wail of despair, collapsing to the ground, rolling in disbelief. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have shattered the eternal rule and gained 1,000 villain points. Another 1,000 villain points credited. Qin Feng glanced at the system. His villain points had risen from 47,000 to 121,000, indicating that 74 brothers could now focus on their cultivation without worries. Truly, I have accumulated immeasurable merit. Qin Feng praised his own actions and began narrating the story of Bai Jie before Feng Chong. The audience outside was utterly speechless, finding it impossible to articulate their astonishment at this ancient prodigy. Despite possessing the power to annihilate everything, he chose to act otherwise. At this moment, due to unapproved content, the broadcast switched to an interview with Master Ma. The young lady couldn't help but inquire, Master Ma, you previously mentioned that Qin Feng lacked specialization and would not excel in this life-and-death elimination match. Yet he has now defeated a first-level practitioner with his 9th-level cultivation. What is your take on this? Master Ma appeared slightly awkward and perplexed, responding from that sword strike. It is evident that Qin Feng's sword intent has reached 2nd level. However, even with this breakthrough, it doesn't justify defeating Daybreak. The young lady probed further. Are you suggesting that there are other powers within Qin Feng's sword strike? Could it be a special physique? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Master Ma stated firmly, as is well known. Qin Feng possesses the ancient heavy eye. How could he also have a special physique? I suspect he has consumed some temporary strength-enhancing elixir. I see. The audience finally grasped the situation, feeling as if they had learned a decade's worth of knowledge in an instant. Master Ma continued. Qin Feng's sword intent reaching 2nd level indicates that he has dedicated his primary focus to the sword path over the past 7 years. Thus, his supreme bone and ancient heavy eye wouldn't be overly potent. Judging by his single strike that defeated Daybreak, his limit seems to be around the 100th rank. Beyond that, he has no advantage. The audience nodded in agreement, acknowledging the expert's insight. As the unapproved content concluded, the situation at the scene shifted once more. Feng Chong, having listened to Qin Feng's narrative, could no longer contain the malevolence within him. The golden forms of Buddha and demon behind him were cracking, on the verge of shattering completely. Damn you, Qin Feng! Princess Nan Feng was frantic, akin to an ant on a hot pan, repeatedly beseeching the 6 Paths Emperor, only to be denied. She understood that Feng Chong posed a threat to the Emperor, who would never allow him to leave the battlefield alive unless he was utterly incapacitated. With a resounding crash, the golden forms of Buddha and demon disintegrated into specks of starlight, vanishing into the void. Cough! Feng Chong spat out a mouthful of old blood, his aura plummeting to an icy low. Ding dong! Congratulations, host. Task completed, and you've received a sword intent upgrade card. Ding dong! Congratulations, host. You have severely injured the Chosen One, gaining 500,000 villain points. Is that it? Qin Feng felt a tinge of disappointment, having hoped for another chance at a lottery draw. Yet, he quickly shifted his gaze towards the relic of Buddha, realizing that possessing treasures at home is no fault of his own, but tempting him with it is indeed a mistake. As Feng Chang's comprehension of the Tao faltered, the Buddha's light emanating from the relic began to dissipate. With a swift gesture, the relic fell into his grasp. Ding dong! Congratulations, host. You have seized the opportunity from the Chosen One, earning a chance for a lottery draw. Now what a relief. Qin Feng finally smiled with satisfaction, transforming into a white shadow and vanishing from the spot. It wasn't that he didn't wish to eradicate Feng Chong on this occasion. Rather, the Chosen One was too unreasonable. He feared that he might not only fail to kill him, but also lose the Buddha's relic, so it was wise to retreat while the going was good. Qin Feng, return the Buddha's relic to me. Feng Chong, in a state of panic, scrambled to his feet, desperate to pursue. For that was the very foundation of his standing in the primeval era. Yet, having succumbed to the failure of his insights, which had led him astray, and now severely injured, he could only watch helplessly as Qin Feng seized his Buddhist relic. Simultaneously, he could not fathom why he was consistently dominated by Qin Feng, repeatedly vanquished through underhanded means, deprived even of the chance for a fair fight. Suddenly, Feng Chang's expression shifted drastically as he felt the effects of the medication within him surge again. He glanced at the lamenting Bai Ri beside him, whose features were so strikingly handsome. Chapter 57. Do not come near. The vast expanse of the Lin Hai unfolded before them. As Qin Feng grasped the Buddhist relic, he made his escape. However, he had underestimated the unyielding nature of these Chosen Ones. Mere steps into his flight, he was intercepted by a youth clad in black. This individual wielded a long black sword, his gaze imbued with an extraordinary resolve, his inner peace akin to a tranquil lake, unruffled by the winds of change. His emaciated frame resembled a sword brimming with lethal sharpness. He was the 53rd on the leaderboard, the young master of the Mingjian Villa, Yijian. The audience erupted in excitement, astonished that Qin Feng had encountered Yijian. Mingjian Villa was a formidable force within the Yinyu Empire, renowned for its illustrious legacy and the title of one sword in a millennium. Undeniably, Mingjian Villa possessed the credentials to be called arrogant, serving as a sanctuary for sword practitioners across the realm. Particularly, this generation's young master, Egn, was heralded as an unparalleled prodigy of swordsmanship, having broken through to the initial stage of Dao at merely 18, comprehending third-level sword intent, and possessing the legendary heavenly sword physique. The prospect of a clash with Qin Feng, a future sword deity, promised to ignite spectacular sparks. "I require your assistance in honing my sword," Egn declared without superfluous words. Disregarding whether Qin Feng was inclined to fight, he unsheathed his long sword, transforming into the king of swords, akin to a blade piercing the heavens. The crisp sound of the sword echoing through the woods. Incredible! Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply as he sensed the formidable power emanating from his opponent. With an initial stage of Dao cultivation, third-level sword intent, and the heavenly sword physique, Egn was undoubtedly the strongest prodigy Qin Feng had encountered thus far. Yet, what puzzled him was that such an extraordinary talent was not among the chosen ones. He had heard no notification from the system. Suddenly, a fierce surge of energy rushed toward him, and the melodious sound of the sword resonated sharply through the forest. Egn's long sword erupted in dazzling brilliance, trailing vibrant light as it struck towards Qin Feng at an astonishing speed, stirring up a cacophony of slicing winds. Qin Feng leaned back, moving with the grace of a gentle breeze, swaying like a willow, yet also as fierce as a tempest. Egn's eyes flickered with surprise as he stomped the ground, his aura surging dramatically. He swept his long sword, resembling a roaring dragon, obliterating the illusory remnants in an instant. Seeing Egn's relentless pursuit, Qin Feng gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, transforming into a drawn blade, radiating an unfathomable sharpness. Events the Ying Swelt technique. The resonant sound of the unsheathing sword echoed through the forest, unleashing a fierce wave of sword chi. Clang! The swords clashed with a resounding impact, the sharp sound reverberating in the air. The audience gasped in astonishment, witnessing both combatants refusing to yield an inch, enveloped by an invisible tempest of sword chi that carved striking marks into the ground. "How is this possible?" the Six Paths Emperor and others exclaimed, taken aback by Qin Feng's terrifying prowess. Indeed, they were frightened by Qin Feng. The untrained eye marveled at the spectacle, while the discerning recognized the nuances. Unlike Bai Ri's initial stage of Dao cultivation, Egn not only possessed the same level of cultivation, but also third-level sword intent and a unique physique. Yet, he was still unable to gain the upper hand against Qin Feng, suggesting that Qin Feng had additional power augmentations. How can this be? Egn's expression remained impassive, but internally, he was tumultuous. His cultivation surpassed Qin Feng's by an entire major realm, and his comprehension of sword intent exceeded Qin Feng's by one level, further enhanced by the heavenly sword physique. Yet, he could not defeat Qin Feng with a single blow. Was the unyielding sword heart truly this formidable? Just as Qin Feng felt himself on the brink of collapse, the little creature on his shoulder acted, extending its tiny paw to poke Egn's eyes without hesitation. To be a successful hunter, one must learn to conceal oneself, remain as still as stone, lock onto the target, gather strength, and strike with the swiftness of the wind. The audience erupted in exclamations as they witnessed Qin Feng's pet rabbit, much like its master, disregarding the gravity of the situation. Egn, in pain, hurriedly retreated, nearly blinded by the poke. Yet, he refrained from the expected outcry, having gleaned insights from his battle with Qin Feng. He summoned a torrent of fierce sword chi around him. He appeared as if he had undergone a transformation, standing proudly like a snow lotus on a cliff, exuding an awe-inspiring power. What is this? Qin Feng was filled with astonishment at this sight, for it was all too familiar. When he first attained the unyielding sword heart, it was accompanied by this very sensation, suggesting that Egn had already begun to grasp the essence of the unyielding sword heart through their combat. "Are you jesting? System, come forth. This monstrous talent. And you tell me he is not among the chosen?" The system responded, "Indeed, he does not possess the fate of a chosen one, but he does bear the fate of a destined villain." "A villain? A rival?" Qin Feng stood frozen, his mind racing with disbelief. He had encountered 3 protagonists thus far, all of epic caliber, yet had yet to meet a true antagonist. Adhering to the notion that rivals are foes, he harbored no intentions of collaboration. Instead, he aimed to eliminate Egn to prevent future aid to the protagonists, thereby complicating his role as an antagonist. Is this the essence of the unyielding sword heart? Egn had touched upon its depths, his gaze upon Qin Feng shimmering with anticipation. He sought to use Qin Feng as his honing stone. striving to fully comprehend the legendary unyielding sword heart. With a swift motion, Ejian unleashed a flurry of blurred figures, wildly swinging his long sword, enveloping Qin Feng in a torrent of razor-sharp sword chi. This is not good. Qin Feng decisively activated his heavy pupil, engaging in combat with Ejian. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated through the forest as invisible sword chi erupted in all directions. However, aside from the heaven-slaying sword technique, Qin Feng had no other sword maneuvers, relying purely on the slow-motion perception granted by his heavy pupil to counteract Ejian's relentless assault, gradually being forced into retreat. Qin Feng is on the verge of defeat. The audience sighed, realizing that Qin Feng was nearing the brink of loss. His heaven-slaying sword technique indeed dazzled, but once confronted with a formidable foe without vanquishing them, it signified his impending exhaustion, unless he resorted to the supreme bone and heavy pupil in battle. With this thought, the audience's eyes remained fixated on the luminous screen, eager to witness the might of the supreme bone and the ancient heavy pupil. Yet, it appeared that Qin Feng had no intention of deploying them. He quickly retreated to create distance, slowly sheathing his long, ethereal sword. Are you about to use the supreme bone and heavy pupil? Ejian immediately grew vigilant, wary of any underestimation. You are not worthy, Qin Feng replied coolly. Not worthy? The Six Paths Emperor and others scrutinized Qin Feng, curious to see what other methods he might possess. Just as anticipation filled the air, Qin Feng produced a dozen vials labeled Mother Pig Goes Wild, while a faint sound of Baire's sorrowful pleas echoed in the distance. Do not come near. Chapter 58. Supreme Bone versus Heavenly Sword Physique. Damn, that Qin Feng. Princess Nan Feng seethed with rage, brandishing her command token, prepared to call for her father. An elder tasked with protecting the delegation hurriedly intervened. Your Highness, you must not. This is a life-and-death elimination match of the Inu Empire, and Feng Chong voluntarily participated. If you seek your father now, how will the great powers of the ancient world perceive our Despised Empire? They will say we cannot handle the stakes. However, the Princess of the South Wind was so anxious that she nearly succumbed to her monthly tribulations. How could she bear the agony of being separated from her beloved? The old man murmured in confusion, questioning why Feng Chong had not yet conceded, wondering if he had lost his sanity or simply relished such a predicament. With a heart-wrenching sob, the princess dashed away, clutching her mouth in despair. In the grand palace of the Six Paths Emperor, various dignitaries turned their gazes towards the moon goddess, as if to imply that it was her kin, Qin Feng, who had stirred this calamity. Do not look at me. I am not acquainted with him. The moon goddess, devoid of her previous haughtiness, wore an expression that signified her estrangement from Qin Feng. In the arena of life and death, a swordsman became visibly unsettled and retreated several paces. News of Qin Feng's outrageous antics during the life-and-death battle had spread, with 70 candidates falling victim to his cunning. His methods of problem-solving were as straightforward as they were brutal. It could be said that Qin Feng wielding a sword was not particularly fearsome. It was his disarming smile that truly instilled terror. How shameless! The spectators outside were rendered speechless. Just as they had begun to forget Qin Feng's shamelessness after 2 battles, he swiftly lost all semblance of decorum once more. A tempest of invisible force enveloped Qin Feng, spiriting away numerous mother pigs from their crystal vials, while the fallen leaves in the forest danced to the rhythm of the storm. The swirling leaves were a signature technique he had mastered from the 10 ancestors, which he had meticulously refined over 7 years to create a vibrant palm technique. While it may not have been the most powerful or damaging, its lewdness was universally acknowledged. As he unleashed his palm strike, the atmosphere crackled with vitality. The swordsman, Ejian, felt a profound sense of gravity settle upon him, regretting his decision to confront Qin Feng. The reach of that palm strike was immense, requiring him to evade both the mad concoction of mother pigs and the leaves that transformed into deadly blades. Any misstep would grant Qin Feng the opportunity to seize his joy as a man. With a subtle flick of his hand, Qin Feng unleashed a formidable gust, sending forth a barrage of leaves that morphed into lethal projectiles, cutting through the air with the precision of a chainsaw while enveloping the vicinity in a shroud of mist. Ejian held his breath, showing no signs of retreat. His black longsword traced a flawless arc, conjuring a tempest of sword energy that obliterated the incoming leaves and parted the swirling powder. Now was the moment. As Ejian cleaved through the air with his sword energy, a path between him and Qin Feng emerged. Qin Feng swiftly assumed the stance of the heavenly sword technique, summoning the sword intent upgrade card he had earned from his system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the sword intent upgrade card. Second level sword intent has ascended to third level sword intent. The vastness of the sea and the unity of all things. In a fleeting moment, Qin Feng perceived a glimpse of an ethereal sword light, breathtaking and otherworldly, gliding through the clouds. Ying. Feeling insulted by Qin Feng's repeated use of the same technique, one he had successfully countered, could not help but feel humiliated despite the guise of the vibrant palm technique. With a resonant clang, the sound of unsheathing swords reverberated through the air, capturing the attention of all. This was not the previous heavenly sword technique. Qin Feng, clad in white as pure as snow, shimmered like lightning, his alabaster hand grasping the hilt of the long sky divine sword. His movements were fluid, a seamless execution of drawing, striking, and sheathing the sword, revealing the prowess of third-level sword intent. Yijian's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling the chilling wind akin to a mountain spring rush towards him, compelling him to act without a hint of carelessness. A fierce, invisible sword energy surged around him. Ding! The clash of metal echoed as the two figures crossed paths at blinding speed. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Qin Feng's sword had returned to its sheath while Yijian stood motionless, only faintly hearing the sound of quiet sobs nearby. Who emerged victorious? The audience outside held their breath, their eyes fixed on the luminous screen, awaiting the outcome. They had thought Qin Feng's second-level sword intent was his limit. Yet he had astonishingly grasped the third-level sword intent. Truly, he was fearsome and deserving of the title of the greatest prodigy of antiquity. With a sudden cough, Qin Feng spat blood, revealing numerous lacerations on his body. The invisible sword energy Yijian had unleashed was no ordinary sword energy. It was the celestial sword energy innate to his heavenly sword body, carrying devastating force, which had injured Qin Feng while he attempted to break through. However, according to the principle that the first to bleed in a sword duel is often the more severely wounded, Qin Feng's injuries were assuredly less severe than Yijian's. With one knee on the ground, Yijian could no longer suppress the blood that gushed forth, his injuries manifesting as a gaping wound. Had Qin Feng triumphed? The audience outside was in disbelief, their minds in turmoil. Even though Qin Feng was hailed as the greatest prodigy of antiquity, his cultivation at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm should not have been enough to stand on the same stage as Yijian, who ranked within the top 10 in the current life and death elimination tournament. The Six Paths Emperor and other dignitaries were left speechless, utterly astonished by Qin Feng's unexpected prowess. Who would have thought that a seemingly insignificant figure could rise to become the brightest star of the event, effortlessly defeating renowned masters? Humble, merely basic operations. The moon goddess regained her composure, feigning familiarity with Qin Feng while secretly planning to reprimand him for hiding his true abilities after achieving the third-level sword intent. I raised you with such care. Who are you trying to deceive? The dignitaries were left speechless, realizing that the moon goddess might not possess much integrity herself. The deeds of Qin Feng were likely connected to her influence. This child was not to be underestimated. The Six Paths Emperor scrutinized Qin Feng, observing that his wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. The injuries he sustained from colliding with the celestial sword energy should not have been so trivial. I have not yet been defeated. Yijian, dragging his wounded body, stood once more, and an overwhelming sword energy began to coalesce around him, forming a colossal transparent sword energy measuring 20 meters in height, the embodiment of his heavenly sword body. As he struck, divine beings would flee. Unbelievable. This is not over yet. Qin Feng, unwilling to relent, felt a surge of golden light emanating from his chest, revealing swirling runes. The Supreme Bone. The audience erupted in excitement. They had not anticipated such a thrilling continuation. Supreme Bone versus Heavenly Sword Body. Wait, just as everyone braced for the confrontation, Qin Feng abruptly called for a pause, claiming he needed to adjust his position. To the right, confusion washed over the crowd, as they struggled to comprehend the significance of such a shift. Childish. Yijian, disinterested in further conflict over trivial matters, conceded the right side of the battlefield. The Heavenly Sword, Celestial Calamity Light. With a thunderous roar, the two forces collided, uprooting trees and enveloping the area in a maelstrom of destructive energy. Was this the power of the younger generation? The audience could hardly swallow their awe, taken aback by the sheer might displayed. They had heard rumors of the exceptional strength of this generation, yet they had not anticipated it to reach such terrifying heights. With the supreme bone clashing against the heavenly sword body, unleashing chaos. Let us see how you withstand this. Qin Feng bellowed, empowering himself with the invincible body of the heavens. How could this be? Yijian felt on the brink of madness, utterly bewildered by the enigma that was Qin Feng. His supreme bone originates from his brother, and his celestial sword body is innate, yet his cultivation level surpasses his own by a significant margin. However, he finds himself being overwhelmed in battle, teetering on the brink of defeat. What could possibly be amiss? With a resounding boom, before he could comprehend the situation, a bolt of heavenly calamity struck him, sending him hurtling away. As the energy storm subsided, calmness returned to the surroundings, albeit amidst utter devastation. He, battered and gasping, struggled to rise, clearly too weary to continue fighting. In stark contrast, Qin Feng remained invigorated, exuding an aura of relentless courage, as if he could continue the battle indefinitely. Had he consumed some counterfeit liquor? The onlookers, both in the arena and those witnessing from afar, regarded Qin Feng with disbelief. They found it unfathomable that, after such an intense confrontation, he showed no signs of fatigue, instead radiating an energy that suggested he could engage in further revelries without issue. Was this the famed celestial body? Qin Feng realized that the celestial body was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Not only did it render him impervious to fatigue during combat, but it also fortified his physical form as the battle progressed, ultimately evolving into an indestructible golden body. It seemed unnecessary for his allies to intervene. After a brief ordeal, the small creature named Xiao Bai finally perched on Qin Feng's shoulder to nibble on a carrot. The Six Paths Emperor couldn't help but chuckle, having finally uncovered Qin Feng's little secret. It was astonishing that Qin Feng could withstand the celestial sword chi unleashed by the celestial sword body, sustaining injuries that seemed implausible. The celestial sword chi was notoriously tyrannical, capable of causing severe harm or even death with the slightest contact. Yet Qin Feng appeared unscathed, merely sporting superficial wounds. Now, he stood lively and alert, devoid of any exhaustion. There could be no other explanation than the legendary celestial body. The dignitaries within the palace were left aghast, their minds echoing with disbelief. How could one possess the ancient heavy pupil, grasp the invincible sword heart, and now also embody the battle-born celestial body? Heaven, your favoritism is excessive. It is impossible. The moon goddess shook her head vehemently, refusing to believe that Qin Feng possessed the celestial body. Having resided in the moon goddess palace since the age of 8, she was acutely aware of his capabilities. If he had the celestial body, she certainly would know. The Six Paths Emperor interjected, "This is only the second day. Tomorrow's final day will undoubtedly be even more chaotic. The celestial body cannot remain concealed in such an environment." The various dignitaries exchanged glances, anticipating the final confrontation. At that moment, figures began to emerge from all directions, their eyes glinting with greed as they fixed their gaze on Qin Feng and the battered figure of Yijian. "Brother Qin, we have plenty of time ahead. We shall meet again." Yijian understood that these individuals were intent on exploiting the situation. With a hasty remark, he struggled to depart, injured yet resolute. "Who do you think you are? Do you believe you can challenge me and simply walk away?" With a powerful push, Qin Feng lunged forward like a fierce leopard. The sharp sound of wind slicing through the air startled Yijian, who found Qin Feng appearing before him in an instant. Before he could react, Qin Feng executed a devastating kick. "What?" Yijian's face contorted in horror, realizing that Qin Feng had not forgotten about his brother amidst the chaos. With a resounding crash, the situation spiraled into chaos, and Yijian was engulfed in excruciating pain. Having failed to evade the attack, the onlookers, poised to reap the benefits of this clash, gasped in disbelief, feeling an inexplicable chill wash over them. They struggled to comprehend why Qin Feng had developed such a penchant for chaos, as reports indicated that over 70 of his brothers had fallen victim to his relentless onslaught. They pondered whether provoking Qin Feng was truly worth the risk of losing their own lives for a mere point. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for achieving the Egg Breaker title, earning 1,000 villain points. 1,000 points credited. Qin Feng exhibited no intention of relenting, donning an innocent smile as he surveyed the crowd. The number of adversaries was not overly daunting, merely over 100. If he could harvest them all at a rate of 1,000 villain points each, he would amass a total of 100,000 points. Suddenly, a cacophony of piercing sword cries erupted as Qin Feng swiftly formed a gesture with his fingers, causing the Long Kong divine sword before him to split into 9 diminutive blades, which hovered around him. 9 swords unleashed. Qin Feng executed another gesture, directing the 9 swords towards the gathered crowd. The sound of slicing wind filled the air as the blades shot forth like meteors, unadorned by any unnecessary flourish, aiming directly for their targets. The cries of despair echoed as one by one, they fell. Run, run! As they witnessed their comrades collapsing, fear spread like wildfire among the remaining onlookers. The swift flash of the swords transformed the atmosphere, plunging them into icy dread as the roles of hunter and prey shifted in an instant. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for achieving the Egg Breaker title, earning 1,000 villain points. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for achieving the Egg Breaker title, earning 1,000 villain points. With each act of chaos, the system notifications continued to resound. Run! He's a demon. None could withstand the terror that gripped them. In a panic, they turned to flee, coming to realize the true horror of this ancient prodigy. He may not be the strongest, but he was undoubtedly the most unscrupulous. At this moment, due to the unsuitable nature of the content for younger audiences, the scene shifted to an interview in the country of Ma Dai. The interviewer, seemingly oblivious to the situation, posed a question. Master Ma, you previously stated that Qin Feng would rank around 100. Now that he has defeated Yi Jian, who was ranked 54, what are your thoughts on his potential to overwhelm over 100 candidates? Master Ma Dai appeared somewhat awkward, responding. From Qin Feng's demonstration of third-level sword intent, it is evident that he has not become the jack of all trades, as I initially suspected. His 7 years have been dedicated solely to the sword path, showcasing the moon goddess's adept guidance. The interviewer, still perplexed, inquired. But Qin Feng also displays impressive proficiency with the supreme bone. It seems he hasn't solely focused on the sword path. Could he perhaps possess extraordinary talent, allowing him to master multiple abilities simultaneously? Absolutely impossible, Master Ma Dai asserted with grave seriousness. One must understand that human potential is finite. Qin Feng has only existed for a mere 15 years. To reach this level of sword mastery is unprecedented. At best, he has sacrificed his own cultivation to refine the supreme bone, making it impossible for him to excel in multiple disciplines. Thus, the audience came to a sudden realization. Feeling enlightened, Master Ma Dai sighed. It is regrettable that Qin Feng has misplaced his priorities. The heavy pupil is a path to invincibility. Why must he seek the bones of others? By neglecting his own heavy pupil to pursue another supreme bone, he risks losing far more than he gains. The audience nodded in agreement, acknowledging the expert's wisdom. At this juncture, the scene returned to the battlefield, where all were sprawled on the ground, lamenting their fate. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for eliminating a total of 104 adversaries, earning 104,000 villain points. Over 100,000 points credited. Qin Feng glanced at the system, noting that he had amassed 726,000 villain points, with 1 lottery opportunity remaining. It was time to bolster his strength. After several intense battles, Qin Feng recognized that his cultivation was significantly lacking. Tomorrow marked the final day of the life and death elimination rounds, bound to incite fierce confrontations. To survive, he needed to enhance his capabilities. Additionally, he sought to thoroughly examine the Buddhist relic he had received from Feng Chong. With a determined spirit, Qin Feng departed, leaving behind the chaos of the battlefield, while the camera panned to Feng Chong, who was frantically sprinting through the forest, tears streaming down his cheeks. He could not return. He could never go back. Even though they were aware that Princess Nanfeng had been poisoned that night, there was no way for them to turn back time. Chapter 60, Eternal Friendship. What a tragedy. The audience outside shook their heads in dismay, expressing deep sympathy for the plight of the other party. Despite possessing terrifying strength, they chose not to engage in righteous endeavors. It was not the sight of Qin Feng wielding his sword that instilled fear, but rather the sight of him smiling at you that was truly terrifying. Run, flee quickly, for if you do not escape now, it will be too late. Meanwhile, they were also exceedingly curious about what unscrupulous deeds Qin Feng would undertake next. Why was this happening? Even though Princess Nanfeng had mentally prepared herself, she still found it impossible to accept the grim news. How could the scholarly and charming gentleman Feng Chong, who could effortlessly command the elements with his wit, be so utterly sullied? No, it seemed he was the one who had sullied others. This man was not worthy of his reputation. The elder protecting the envoy suddenly sighed. Since Feng Chong had become Princess Nanfeng's advisor 7 years ago, he had indeed injected new life into the declining Great Xia, allowing the royal family to see the possibility of reclaiming power from the aristocracy. Throughout this period, Feng Chong faced every challenge with unwavering composure, as if everything was within his control, which further deepened the trust of the royal family in him. Moreover, his talent for poetry captivated the princesses of the royal family, leaving them utterly enchanted. Yet, during this expedition to the Inu dynasty, he found himself entirely on the defensive, repeatedly thwarted by Qin Feng. If 1 or 2 setbacks could be dismissed as mere coincidence, then 3 or 4 were undoubtedly not. From the moment Feng Chong orchestrated the provocation of Qin Feng through Zhu, Qin Feng must have already deduced his intentions. Thus, he gradually cornered Feng Chong into a desperate situation, even suppressing Feng Chang's dark transformation, ultimately costing him his own innocence. Alas, what a sin! You plotted against me, and I plotted against you. It is not that retribution does not exist, it is simply that the time has not yet come. His retribution is Qin Feng, not worthy of his name. Princess Nanfeng, though reluctant to confront the truth, could not turn away from it. She harbored feelings of admiration for Feng Chong, but her ambitions were even greater. She aspired to ascend the throne as the first female emperor in the history of Great Xia, proving that women could rival men. Yet now, it was evident that Feng Chong was not a match for Qin Feng. Was it truly wise to place all her hopes on him? At that moment, the previously despondent Feng Chong rose once more. Despite the dual blows to his body and soul, he could not yield to fate without a fight. He sought vengeance. He longed to trample Qin Feng beneath his feet, making him aware of the terror that a time traveler could embody. Feng Chang's expression was chillingly cold as he limped away, the traces of tears at the corners of his eyes bearing witness to a painful past. A history known to the world. Qin Feng. Princess Nanfeng's gaze was equally frigid, her small fists clenching tightly. She vowed to tear Qin Feng apart for his countless humiliations and for the way he had treated the man she loved. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for tormenting the chosen one's body and mind, earning 300,000 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for inflicting permanent psychological trauma on the chosen one, earning 1 lottery draw opportunity. Torment. A rather inappropriate image inexplicably flashed through Qin Feng's mind, causing him to shudder and dispel the thought. However, he would not refuse an additional lottery opportunity. This meant I would have 2 chances to draw. Qin Feng found a secluded cave, specifically designated for contestants to rest, where he would no longer be broadcast live. He eagerly called upon the system to commence the lottery. Whoosh! The grand wheel reappeared before Qin Feng, slowly beginning to spin. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine level sword technique, the Great River sword technique. In that instant, a vision of a surging river composed of countless sword energies manifested before Qin Feng, with sword chi soaring majestically wherever it flowed. What a magnificent Great River sword technique! Qin Feng exhaled deeply, utterly astounded by the technique. Apart from the sky-slaying sword technique, he possessed no other sword skills, which often left him in an awkward position if he could not dispatch an opponent with a single strike. The emergence of the Great River sword technique perfectly alleviated this predicament. The 300,000 villain points he had just acquired brought his total to 1 million. Qin Feng glanced at his villain points, now totaling 1,026,000, sufficient to exchange for a card that would maximize the Great River sword technique's potential. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for spending 1,000,000 villain points to successfully redeem the Perfect Harmony card. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully utilizing the Perfect Harmony card, elevating the Great River sword technique to the realm of perfection. Buzz! Countless sword energies surged around Qin Feng, roaring like a rushing river. Huh! Little White, who had been munching on a carrot, immediately perked up, sensing the sword energy released by Qin Feng and taking a step closer to becoming an unparalleled sword rabbit. Time passed, and eventually Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze dark as ink, yet glimmering with an edge that seemed capable of piercing the heavens. He had fully comprehended the essence of the Great River sword technique. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction and called upon the system to continue the lottery. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for drawing the divine level mark, Unyielding Will. Unyielding Will, a divine level mark. The bearer of this mark is immune to any spiritual attacks in the world. What a remarkable treasure! The brief description prompted Qin Feng to hastily integrate it. In the ancient context of cultivation, spiritual attacks equated to soul attacks, a particularly insidious form of assault that was invisible and intangible, potentially leading to dire consequences. It was said that powerful spiritual attackers could imprint a slave mark upon a person's soul, rendering them a slave for all eternity. Now, with unyielding will, Qin Feng no longer had to fear such rogue attacks. Next, it was time for the Buddha's relic. Qin Feng retrieved the Buddha's relic, and golden light instantly illuminated the dim cave, causing the dragon-shaped tattoo on his body to stir restlessly, as if it had encountered a rare treasure. The Great Might Heavenly Dragon was a technique of the Buddhist sect. What effects would merging it with the Buddha's relic yield? Qin Feng was also very curious, and without hesitation, he began to refine the Buddha's relic on the spot. Boom! As Qin Feng integrated with the Buddha's relic, a terrifying, almost frenzied energy surged forth, causing his body to tremble violently. He felt his blood and qi roiling within him, as if a raging inferno was burning through his bones and flesh. In that moment, an excruciating pain overwhelmed Qin Feng's senses, a suffering he had never before experienced. Qin Feng, what is happening to you? Little White sensed that something was amiss. Growing anxious as if it were an ant on a hot pan, it quickly retrieved the sage's bamboo tablet and placed it in Qin Feng's hand, hoping it would aid him in resisting the energy of the Buddha's relic. Outside the cave, a group of people gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Are they really going to deal with Qin Feng? This fellow has no limits. I heard nearly 200 brothers have become sisters. We should avoid provoking him. Currently, Qin Feng's ranking stood at 51st, and his cultivation was the lowest. There was no one easier to handle than him. What if he has a crazed mother pig too? Do not worry. Friendships endure, and our spirits remain unyielded. We will not disperse. Chapter 61. Who agrees, who opposes? Inside the cave, Qin Feng held the Buddha's relic in one hand and the sage's bamboo tablet in the other. One was a sacred object of the Buddhist sect, and the other a treasure of the Taoist school. Had it not been for the absence of live broadcasting in the cave, the entire ancient world would have been in an uproar. Thanks to Little White placing the sage's bamboo tablet in Qin Feng's hand, the Buddha's relic suddenly calmed down, no longer exhibiting its previous ferocity. It was as if the sage's bamboo tablet had quelled its unruly nature, rendering it hesitant to act rashly. Indeed, all things in the world are interdependent, embodying the principle of mutual restraint. Qin Feng seized the opportunity to catch his breath, skillfully operating the 33 heavens transformation technique, channeling the energy emanating from the Buddha's relic into his limbs and bones. A roar erupted as the golden dragon patterns on his body resonated with the dragon's chant, voraciously absorbing the energy from the relic. Empowered by this authentic force of Buddhism, the might of the great dragon would ascend to new heights. Suddenly, a series of muffled thuds echoed from within Qin Feng's body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. An indescribable agony spread throughout his being, as if his bones were shattering and his flesh being torn apart. Yet, thanks to the extraordinary self-healing capabilities of the 33 heavens transformation technique, his shattered bones and torn flesh began to mend, rendering his physique increasingly formidable with each reconstruction. The sensation was exquisite, but the more exquisite it was, the greater the suffering he had to endure. He was on the verge of breaking through to the spirit martial realm. Qin Feng felt the surging energy within him and resolved to make a decisive push to transcend into the spirit martial realm. Unlike the external projection of spiritual energy in the transcendent realm, the spirit martial realm involved the solidification of that energy. Depending on the martial techniques practiced, the manifestations would vary. Some transformed into wolves, others into tigers, and some, like Feng Chang, into a great Buddha. At present, his sky-slaying sword technique lacked a defined form, while the great river sword technique manifested as a vast river, and the great dragon took the form of a soaring dragon in the heavens. With a perfect compatibility of his martial techniques, he need not squander time on energy manifestation. A mere breakthrough into the spirit martial realm would enable him to wield his techniques directly. This was why self-created martial techniques were deemed the strongest. What was suited to oneself was the best. Is everything all right? Xiaobai observed Qin Feng's gradually calming countenance, feeling an immense relief wash over her, having narrowly avoided becoming a forsaken stray rabbit. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps resounded from outside the cave, causing Xiaobai's heart to race once more. Oh no, someone is coming. Xiaobai, seeing Qin Feng in the midst of his cultivation, resolutely positioned herself at the entrance of the cave. 100 men, all possessing cultivation levels above the spirit martial 5th layer, had arrived outside. They had heard of Qin Feng's victory over Yi Jian and recognized that the renowned prodigy of the ancient era was not merely a figure of empty notoriety. Yet, they could not resist the allure of the points Qin Feng possessed. Compared to other prodigies, Qin Feng appeared to be the most vulnerable target. He was at a disadvantage in both age and cultivation, having recently engaged in a fierce battle with Yi Jian and with hundreds of his roots severed. It was believed that he had little strength left. My master is negotiating a multi-billion deal inside. I advise you all to leave immediately. Though Xiao Bai maintained a facade of calm, her heart raced with anxiety, uncertain if she could intimidate them. A business deal? Is that for real? A multi-billion deal? With someone like Qin Feng, who carries a pig around, what kind of deal could he possibly make? One could easily guess what he is up to inside. The crowd's expressions shifted from envy to hesitation. After all, Qin Feng's notorious reputation preceded him. Within a single day, he had compelled over 200 brothers to refer to each other as sisters. It was clear that disturbing Qin Feng during his negotiations would lead to dire consequences. Who would trust that rabbit of Qin Feng? I suspect he is merely recuperating inside, someone promptly questioned. However, before he could finish his words, Xiao Bai suddenly vanished from sight. A sharp whoosh startled the onlookers as Xiao Bai reappeared before the skeptic, not allowing him a moment to react before delivering a swift kick. The sound of impact resonated, and the man lost his connection to his roots, collapsing in pain, curling up on the ground, accompanied by heart-wrenching cries of despair. Odd spatial power. This rabbit possesses spatial abilities. The crowd recoiled in alarm, their gazes toward Xiao Bai filled with wariness. Spatial power was an exceptionally rare ability, allowing one to appear and vanish at will. Only the mightiest among humanity could cultivate such powers, whereas certain beasts were born with them and were often referred to as anomalous species among demon beasts. Yet, they were taken aback to discover that Qin Feng's adorable little rabbit was indeed an anomalous species, inherently wielding spatial power. I have spoken. Who is in favor? Who is against? Having established her dominance, Xiao Bai extended her hand and retrieved a carrot from her spatial realm, holding it in her mouth with an air of confidence befitting a formidable rabbit. Meanwhile, the scene outside shifted to focus on Xiao Bai, showcasing her in a grand close-up. Isn't this Qin Feng's rabbit? How audacious! Yet, why do I find her so endearing? Just like Qin Feng, she exuded an audacious spirit, truly deserving to be his companion. An anomalous species among demon beasts. No wonder Qin Feng kept her close. The onlookers exchanged glances, suspecting Xiao Bai was merely bluffing. If Qin Feng were genuinely engaged in negotiations, there would be some commotion. It was implausible for him to remain silent. The more Xiao Bai displayed such demeanor, the more they felt it was a stalling tactic. Why can't there be more trust between humans and rabbits? Xiao Bai, noticing the crowd's skepticism, understood that she would have to fight desperately. With a swift motion, she activated her spatial power again. Moving, striking, shattering, all executed seamlessly. Why does this rabbit display such shamelessness? Akin to Qin Feng? Be confident, remove the why. The crowd's faces reflected terror, fearing they might be the next victims. Despite Xiao Bai's formidable display and adept use of spatial power, those who dared to participate in the life-and-death elimination contest were not without their skills. Soon, someone identified Xiao Bai's vulnerability and charged towards the cave where Qin Feng resided. Oh no! Xiao Bai, realizing the impending danger, hastily returned to defend, but fell into the opponent's trap. Now is the moment. The adversary calculated Xiao Bai's reappearance with precision, unleashing a barrage of strikes as her presence materialized. In the life-and-death arena, it was a matter of survival. No mercy was given. Xiao Bai cried out in agony, her white fur stained crimson. The spectators outside were filled with anguish, praying for the little one's survival. With a resounding impact, Xiao Bai was hurled away, collapsing to the ground, motionless, her fate uncertain. The opponents, now brimming with excitement, anticipated entering the cave to eliminate Qin Feng. Yet, in a twist of fate, the narrative compelled Xiao Bai to rise again. Trembling but determined, even on the brink of collapse, she stood defiantly at the cave's entrance, her feeble voice imbued with unwavering resolve. As long as I am here, none shall enter the cave. Chapter 62. The heavens did not birth me. Qin Xiao Bai. The sword path is eternal as the long night, this little creature observing Xiao Bai's indomitable spirit, The moon goddess was profoundly astonished. While others may not grasp the essence of this rabbit, she had witnessed its growth firsthand. It could be said that it was a rabbit devoid of principles, with its primary aspiration being to sell Qin Feng to others for profit. She had always been curious about Qin Feng's choice to keep such a rabbit with no scruples, fearing it might betray him in battle. Yet, she now understood that lack of scruples did not equate to a lack of loyalty. This rabbit was genuinely devoted. It was willing to step up when needed. Similarly, the spectators outside were moved by Xiao Bai's steadfastness. Even knowing it might lead to death, she was willing to buy time for her master. Her petite form stood tall at that moment. Is this the level of determination you possess to protect Qin Feng? The crowd erupted in ruthless mockery, preparing to celebrate after slaying Qin Feng with Xiao Bai as their toast. Is it amusing? Xiao Bai slowly raised her head, her eyes suddenly ablaze with a fierce glint. What is happening? The expressions of those around shifted dramatically, sensing the transformation within Xiao Bai. If Xiao Bai had previously resembled an adorable little bunny, now it embodied a blade poised to be unsheathed. The brilliance was unyielding, the rabbit and sword fused as one. The sword comes. Xiao Bai roared with fervor, gradually raising its small hand with a quiver. A vibrant hum echoed from a cave, as a streak of sword light shot forth like a meteor. Having been raised by Qin Feng since childhood, Xiao Bai not only mastered his mischievous ways, but also absorbed his swordsmanship. Furthermore, Qin Feng had never held back, openly imparting his insights during his own sword training, actively teaching Xiao Bai how to become an unparalleled sword rabbit. With the aid of the sacred bamboo scripture and other enlightening methods, over time, it developed its own path of swordsmanship, effortlessly summoning even Qin Feng's Longkong divine sword. The Longkong divine sword emerged from the cave, transforming into 9 small swords that floated around Xiao Bai. It was the Longkong 9 swords. The crowd's faces paled, sensing that a grave situation was at hand. They were somewhat familiar with Qin Feng's Longkong 9 swords, which he had shamelessly obtained from the Emperor of the Great Xia, subsequently becoming his exclusive weapon. They also knew that Qin Feng typically utilized the swords in unison, but dismantling them indicated his transformation into the Egg King. Now that this rabbit had turned the Longkong divine sword into 9 small swords, they could hardly believe that this pet of Qin Feng's could possess any restraint. Heaven did not give birth to me, Qin Xiao Bai. The path of a sword is as eternal as the long night. Xiao Bai recalled a saying of Qin Feng's, akin to a scion's transformation roar after a beating. The surrounding sword energy began to surge with ferocity, the 9 small swords seemingly receiving a command, transforming into streaks of meteoric sword light, rushing towards their opponents. Unbelievable! I've been stirred into a frenzy by a rabbit. The atmosphere among the onlookers ignited, their minds echoing with the phrase, Heaven did not give birth to me, Qin Xiao Bai. The path of a sword is as eternal as the long night. How magnificent! How audacious! Indeed, this was a rabbit raised by Qin Feng, having not only learned his mischief, but also his madness. The moon goddess suddenly appeared lost in thought, her mind drifting back 7 years. She recalled her first encounter with Qin Feng when he proclaimed, at the pinnacle of immortality, I alone shall dominate the world, only to be followed by the words, Sister Moon Goddess, save me, which nearly destabilized her heart's resolve. Danger! The faces of those surrounding Xiao Bai changed drastically as they witnessed the rapid approach of the 9 swords, hastily attempting to evade. However, they had clearly underestimated Xiao Bai's combat prowess. Despite possessing the same extraordinary 9th level of cultivation as Qin Feng, it held epic-level talent, effortlessly challenging opponents beyond its level. Even against those at the 9th level of spirit martial, it could hold its ground for several rounds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of shattered eggs echoed, accompanied by anguished cries. Truly, this was a rabbit nurtured by Qin Feng. The audience outside couldn't help but swallow hard, instinctively protecting their comrades. What kind of person is Qin Feng? The moon goddess realized that after 7 years, she still could not decipher him. He exhibited a ruthless ambition in seeking his brother's supreme bone, an unwavering defiance against family elders, audacious desires towards the great Xia princess, and countless shameless tactics. Yet, this unscrupulous Qin Feng had managed to live a tranquil life in the moon goddess palace for 7 years, concealing his true strength while cultivating a sword rabbit like Xiao Bai. With a resounding crash, the Longkong 9 swords were sent flying by an unseen force, and the chaotic scene was suddenly brought under control. A man clad in black armor descended from the heavens, wielding a battle spear with an overwhelming presence, flicking the Longkong 9 swords aside. exuding an aura unique to those who had entered the Tao. It was Qianjun. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief, knowing their comrades were safe. Although Qianjun was not exactly a prodigy, with his first-level Tao cultivation, he possessed the capability to contend for qualification and should have no trouble subduing Xiaobai, the rogue rabbit. Entering the Tao, Xiaobai's eyelids twitched slightly, a sense of foreboding rising within. It could challenge levels above its own, but not every rabbit bore the name Qin Feng. And with so many formidable tactics, killing was a mere whim for those at the Tao level. Inside the cave, Qin Feng sensed the battle outside, hastening to break through the spirit martial realm. He did not wish to be interrupted like Feng Chang during a cycle of heavenly retribution. At this moment, the Buddha's relic in his hand had fused with his being, initiating a profound transformation. His vitality surged like a torrential river, his bones and flesh gradually radiating a divine light, enveloped in a sacred glow. The celestial body had been partially activated, further enhancing his physical strength. Now was the time. Qin Feng's eyes snapped open, revealing a penetrating brilliance as a terrifying aura surged around him, a river of sword energy roaring behind him. The overwhelming sound of crashing waves startled those outside the cave. Is that Qin Feng? A wave of terror washed over the crowd, sensing that a ferocious beast was about to emerge. They were unaware of the origin of the immense sound, but could clearly feel that Qin Feng had broken through the spirit martial realm. With his extraordinary 9th-level cultivation, he could defeat his sword. How could they possibly underestimate the Qin Feng who had just ascended? Someone, eyes wild with fury, shouted, "What are we waiting for? Charge in and eliminate Qin Feng. Otherwise, when he emerges, we shall all become sisters." With a gamble on the line, the crowd's eyes turned crimson, driven by the mentality of gamblers. They had risked their lives to participate in a life-and-death elimination match, having long cast aside fears of mortality. Killing Qin Feng would guarantee their success, and they knew this opportunity would not come again. Wait! Qianjuan's commanding voice rang out, as he strode past the crowd with his spear, radiating an aura akin to an invincible war god. So powerful, Xiaobai's expression grew grave, bracing for a fight to the death. Qianjun is magnificent. The morale of those around surged, as if they had found a pillar of support. With a thud, Qianjun knelt at the mouth of the cave, bowing deeply. "I am Qianjun. My admiration for Boss Qin Feng flows like the endless Yangtze River. And like the overflowing Yellow River, if Boss Qin Feng does not accept me as a brother today, I shall kneel to death outside this cave." Chapter 63. A wife is better found elsewhere. Silence. The entire area fell into a profound hush. Everyone had shed their inhibitions, ready to rise against oppression. Yet Qianjun chose to kneel and worship. What the hell? Ultimately, it was a miscalculation. Xiaobai was also stunned, its mind filled with disbelief. Having followed Qin Feng for so many years, it believed it had grasped the essence of shamelessness. Yet who could have anticipated that beyond the mountains were more formidable mountains? And beyond the brothels, even more alluring brothels. These fools. Qianjun cared not for the gazes of others, prostrating himself outside the cave. It was not that he lacked shame in kneeling to Qin Feng, but rather, from the earlier overwhelming sound, he had sensed an unprecedented terror. If he was not mistaken, it was likely an exceedingly fearsome sword technique, one that was perfectly aligned with Qin Feng. It was widely known that to achieve perfection in techniques above the sacred level, one must create their own. Qin Feng had developed the terrifying divine sword technique at the age of 8. He could scarcely imagine what kind of terrifying sword technique Qin Feng could create with his current level of mastery. To kneel before the strong was his virtue. As the overwhelming sound of crashing waves gradually subsided, the cave fell into a serene stillness. Not good. A look of fear spread across the faces of the crowd, realizing that Qin Feng was about to emerge. Glancing at Xiaobai, then at Qianjun, they understood that attempting to kill Qin Feng was now impossible. Their only option was to retreat. For having attacked their rabbit, they could not leave empty-handed. The cold, austere voice of Qin Feng echoed from the cave, causing the Long Kong 9 swords that had been struck down to tremble violently, unleashing a chilling brilliance of sword light, exponentially stronger than before. "Run!" A terrified shout pierced the air, prompting a frantic escape in all directions. However, the Long Kong 9 swords had already soared into the air, transforming into 9 slender beams of light that cleaved through the void. Unlike the previous use of the swords at the extraordinary 9th level, after breaking through to the first level of the spiritual martial realm, the control range of the 9 swords extended to over 1,000 meters. Ding! Congratulations, host, on shattering the eternal governance, earning 1,000 villain points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on shattering the eternal governance, earning another 1,000 villain points. As the wretched cries echoed, the system notifications continued to resound. Alas, how utterly despicable. The spectators outside could hardly bear to watch, struggling to articulate their feelings about Qin Feng. Was he cruel? He was the only participant in the life-and-death elimination tournament who managed to rank in the top 100 without killing anyone, a feat unprecedented in any past tournament. Yet, to say he was not cruel, nearly 300 boys have been transformed into sisters because of him, a scenario never before witnessed in the history of the tournament. How terrifying! A sheen of sweat appeared on Qian Jun's forehead as the sound of swords whistled past his ears. He had tried to overestimate Qin Feng's terror, but even then, he found himself underestimating it. The Long Kong 9 swords in Qin Feng's hands were on an entirely different level compared to when they were in the hands of Xiao Bai. Apart from the prodigies of the Dao realm, it seemed no one could withstand his 9 swords. Thank goodness I knelt quickly. Qian Jun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling an immense sense of relief. Just then, an exceptionally cold and beautiful voice rang out, "Stop!" A stunning maiden clad in white floated midair on a flying sword. Upon witnessing the brutal scene, she couldn't help but arch her brow and swiftly formed a hand sign to ensnare the rapidly darting 9 swords. It was Fair Yulan. The men below seemed to have seen a great savior, hastily kneeling and pleading for her assistance. Is that really Yulan? The male spectators outside brightened, exclaiming in their hearts that she was indeed a peerless beauty. Yulan was renowned throughout the entire Shadow Moon Empire. She was the daughter of the Blue Demon and one of the 4 great beauties of ancient times, her father's identity shrouded in mystery. A century ago, one of the 4 great beauties, the Blue Demon, suddenly vanished, only to return to the Shadow Moon Empire 100 years later, pregnant, and shortly thereafter gave birth to her daughter, Yulan. It was said that Yulan possessed the rare and formidable Xian body, showcasing extraordinary talent since childhood, and was undeniably a breathtaking beauty. Seeing her in person confirmed her reputation. If their memory served them correctly, Yulan had reached the 2nd level of the Dao realm, making her a favorite contender in this life-and-death tournament. Meanwhile, within the cave, Qin Feng stood frozen in place as the system's notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Epic Chosen One detected. The Chosen One? The heroine? Qin Feng's expression shifted oddly, momentarily caught off guard. Ever since awakening his system, he had encountered 3 Chosen Ones alongside his second brother, including the stunning Zi Yuan and Princess Ninfeng. He had always assumed these beauties were the heroines, only to discover they were merely supporting characters, while the true heroine remained unknown. Who might she be wedded to? Qin Feng murmured to himself, intrigued. Yulan furrowed her brows slightly, coldly stating, "Killing is but a trivial matter. Why must you humiliate others so? If I am not mistaken, the one who employs such despicable tactics can only be the first prodigy of ancient times, Qin Feng. Are you Qin Feng?" Swish, swish, swish. The Long Kong 9 swords broke free from their restraints, swiftly racing into the cave. Shortly after, Qin Feng emerged from the cave clad in white, resembling a graceful scholar, wielding the Long Kong divine sword. Onlookers couldn't help but exclaim, "A person as refined as jade, unmatched in the world." However, recalling his methods, they couldn't help but scorn despicable. "You are Qin Feng." Yulan's brows knitted in disbelief, struggling to associate this beautiful youth with the notorious Egg King. "You must have mistaken me." Qin Feng replied with an air of sophistication, "I am Qin Chu, a mere reflection of my master, surpassing the original." "Qin Chu, Yulan," the crowd murmured, calling him shameless. "You are indeed powerful." Yulan remained unfazed by Qin Feng's teasing, acutely aware of his terrifying prowess. Having just broken through to the spiritual martial realm, his aura was not yet fully controlled, but the energy emanating from him revealed he was vastly superior to other cultivators of the same level. This indicated that although his cultivation had not progressed significantly over the 7 years in the Moon God Palace, he had refined his foundation to an extraordinarily formidable level, foreshadowing his potential for a promising future. In what aspect are you referring to? Qin Feng began to assess Yulan, unable to deny that others' daughters often surpassed his own. The crowd could see the disdain in their eyes, as they recognized Qin Feng's lascivious intentions. Indeed, as rumored, he was despicable. Yulan's cheeks flushed slightly as she felt uncomfortable under Qin Feng's gaze, which seemed to undress her. Although she understood her beauty attracted many men, She found it unbearable to endure Qin Feng's fiery stare, as if he might devour her whole. "Oh dear, you have finally emerged." Xiao Bai, exhausted, plopped down on the ground, eyelids growing heavier until she succumbed to sleep. Despite possessing an epic-level talent, she was still merely a rabbit of extraordinary 9th level, struggling against so many spiritual martial realm cultivators and even Dao realm experts, relying solely on her willpower. Seeing Qin Feng appear, she could no longer hold on. "Sleep now." Qin Feng gently lifted Xiao Bai from the ground. Unlike the domesticated white rabbit of yore, the current Xiao Bai was drenched in blood. Her once pristine white fur now a gruesome shade of red, looking far worse than a stray rabbit. Yet, he showed no disdain, cradling her in his arms, unperturbed by the blood staining his white robe. "Boss." Qianjun scurried over, eager to curry favor, embodying the essence of sycophant. Despicable. The audience's eyes were filled with contempt, realizing that this was the true nature of Qianjun. Despite possessing the first level of the Dao realm, adorned in armor and wielding a fine battle spear, he shamelessly knelt before Qin Feng, his flattery smooth and effortless. Qianjun was unbothered by their scorn, finding them amusingly naive. They thought participating in a life-and-death tournament would grant them a chance to defy fate, unaware that they were merely pawns to highlight the brilliance of the true prodigies. He understood this thoroughly, rather than face the pressures of reality in the future. It was better to become an ornament on Qin Feng's thigh now. The world of martial arts is not merely about bloodshed. It is about human sentiments and relationships. As the son of the Moon God Palace, combined with his extraordinary innate talents, Qin Feng was destined for greatness. Only by grasping onto him now could one hope to change their fate. Sycophant. Qin Feng appraised Qianjun, feeling no particular aversion. It was entirely normal for a strong individual to gather followers. One couldn't possibly handle every matter personally. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring a sycophantic subordinate, earning the Celestial Slave Seal. Celestial Slave Seal. Unranked, when placed upon a loyal subordinate, it allows them to share half of the host's combat power. Should they harbor thoughts of betrayal, they will be consumed by the flames of hell. Note: special physique and comprehension do not count as enhancements. What a splendid treasure! Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement, overwhelmed with delight. Even if his celestial body of the heavens, unrivaled sword heart, and third-level sword intent do not provide enhancements, the aura of imperial talent offers a 10-fold boost. This means that the opponent can enjoy a 5-fold increase in combat power. It is not just mere mortals like Qianjun who may falter. Even those of noble lineage would find it difficult to resist the allure of such an enhancement. The only cost is an unwavering loyalty, and following someone as principled as him leaves little room for treachery. Qin Feng cast a glance at Qianjun and softly inquired, "Are you truly intent on following me?" "Indeed." Qianjun nodded solemnly, fully aware that he was not jesting. With his innate talent, he could indeed vie for the opportunity to stand out. Yet even after that, he would merely be an underdog, destined to become someone else's subordinate. If one must serve, why not seek a master with potential? Very well. Qin Feng concentrated and summoned a mysterious golden rune at his fingertips. Before Qianjun could react, he swiftly placed it upon his forehead. The golden rune shimmered momentarily before vanishing. Boom! The energy within Qianjun surged forth violently, cracking the earth around him, and his aura instantaneously amplified by 4 or 5 times. What is happening? The onlookers, including the 6th Dao Emperor and others, were rendered speechless. Merely imprinting a mark on Qianjun's forehead could amplify his combat prowess by over 5 times. If such an event were to occur with a renowned figure, they would not be surprised. However, Qin Feng had just recently broken through to the first level of spiritual martial arts, placing him a whole realm below Qianjun. Is this a joke? How is this possible? Qianjun stood frozen, his heart tumultuous with astonishment. He could distinctly feel the overwhelming power surging within him, genuinely amplified 5-fold. Although he had not experienced the joy of possessing imperial talent, he had certainly crossed into the ranks of the extraordinary. No, he had made up his mind to follow this leader. Even if Jesus himself appeared, it would be of no consequence. Qin Feng disregarded the astonishment around him, directing his gaze upward toward Yulan, who was poised on her flying sword. He contemplated whether marking her with a celestial slave seal might yield substantial rewards. However, the seal required voluntary submission. Coercion would render it ineffective. Is this the first prodigy of the archaic era? Yulan's expression grew grave as she sensed the terror emanating from the ancient prodigy. Gulp! The audience collectively swallowed hard, sensing the calm before the storm. Legends have long spoken of how, in times of great turmoil, prodigies emerge like mushrooms after rain, each accompanied by immense fortune. Defeating one allows the victor to usurp a fraction of that fortune. The ultimate victor could wield the fate of the world and strive for the fabled pinnacle. Since Qin Feng declared 7 years ago that where there is Qin Feng, there is heaven, he has held the title of the first prodigy of the archaic era, naturally becoming the prime target for challenges from other prodigies. Now, as the universe remains uncertain, we are all dark horses. Yuan originally intended to challenge Qin Feng before he could fully mature, but after witnessing his recent display of power, she hesitated. She had learned from others about the terrifying prowess of his heavenly sword technique, bolstered by the unrivaled sword heart and third-level sword intent. The Supreme Bone's heavenly calamity light was even more fearsome, having vanquished the sword body of one sword. It was said that this was not even Qin Feng's full potential. His dual pupils had only been utilized for basic abilities in battle to date, yet even these rudimentary skills conveyed an aura of terror. One could only wonder if he had developed further capabilities in the past 7 years. Surely not. Yuan furrowed her brows slightly, feeling that such a notion was improbable. Qin Feng was merely 15 years old and had already comprehended the unrivaled sword heart and third-level sword intent, an unprecedented feat coupled with his formidable heavenly calamity light. It seemed implausible that he could find time to develop new abilities for his dual pupils. Thus, it was evident that Qin Feng's combat prowess was already at its zenith. Otherwise, he would not have risked everything to break through in such a perilous battleground. The more Yuan pondered this, the more confident she became that defeating Qin Feng was within her grasp. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was focused on other matters entirely, his thoughts drifting toward the hygiene of kitchens and bathrooms. Chapter 65. Dragon Slayer. Just as the two sides stared each other down, the atmosphere charged with tension. A resounding dragon roar shattered the silence of the battleground, echoing throughout the death arena. Who dares to engage the young dragon? The crowd was taken aback, their gazes instinctively drawn to a singular direction. In the death arena, participants must hunt beasts to earn points, and among those beasts were 2 dragons, one large and one small. The larger was a true dragon, while the smaller was a flood dragon. Ever since the inception of the death arena, they had been confined within this space, and defeating them would yield not only substantial points, but also precious treasures such as dragon pearls. However, for a century, no one had triumphed over them. Even during the last death elimination tournament, no one managed to slay them. It was known that the previous tournament was labeled an epic showdown, with the 6th Tao Emperor subsequently sealing 2 holy sons, underscoring the tournament's immense value. Yet, despite birthing 2 holy sons, the tournament ultimately fell short against the flood dragon, let alone provoking the mightiest of the 2 dragons. Who possesses such audacity? Qin Feng too gazed toward the direction of the young dragon, faintly hearing the cacophony of thunderous roars. The sound was chaotic, resembling a brawl. Yuan frowned, muttering to herself as she decisively soared toward the young dragon's location on her flying sword. She realized that now was not the opportune moment to challenge Qin Feng. This was merely the 2nd day of the death elimination tournament. Engaging in a mutually destructive battle with him would only serve to benefit others. It was wiser to investigate the young dragon's whereabouts. If she could claim the kill, it would be a significant boon, especially the dragon pearls, which were exceedingly rare treasures. Their fusion would undoubtedly elevate her strength. Many others shared Yulan's sentiment, halting their battles and hastening toward the young dragon's vicinity. Quick, let's go. Qin Feng, however, had no intention of joining the fray, leading Qianjun in the opposite direction. Understood, boss. Qianjun was keenly aware of his role as a subordinate, silently trailing behind Qin Feng without question. Phew, finally leaving. The surrounding crowd breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Qin Feng had seemingly forgotten them. Yet, in the next moment, 9 beams of sword light surged forth, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have shattered a total of 121 eggs, earning 121,000 villain points. He hasn't forgotten after all. The spectators outside trembled, reminding themselves to never provoke Qin Feng. He bore no grudges. He retaliated immediately. At the flood dragon's lair, before a cave, Feng Chong, adorned with smoky makeup, observed calmly as a group of candidates relentlessly attacked the flood dragon, which measured 40 to 50 meters in length. Unlike the coordinated effort typically seen in boss fights, these candidates appeared dazed and lifeless, as if they were mere puppets, charging forward heedlessly even after sustaining injuries from the flood dragon, willing to self-destruct beside it. What is happening? The candidates arriving from all directions wore expressions of trepidation, sensing an ominous premonition. Come forth, all of you. A wicked smile curled upon Feng Chang's lips as a sinister giant Buddha materialized behind him. As the Buddha slowly spoke, an eerie, resonant chant echoed throughout the realm. It is the Buddha's demonic voice. Some immediately covered their ears. Fear etched across their faces as they retreated hastily. This was an immensely potent form of mental attack. Those with wavering resolve would be ensnared, rendered thoughtless and lifeless. They had grossly underestimated the terror of Feng Chang's darkened form. Their willpower swiftly succumbed to the Buddha's demonic voice, their gazes growing vacant as they teetered on the brink of complete subjugation. Only Yulan, wielding the aura of the Chosen One, managed to withstand the invasion of the Buddha's demonic voice. Who on earth is this person? Yulan could not comprehend how such a fiend could exist in the life and death elimination round. Before her eyes, Feng Chang seized a man enslaved by him, viciously sinking his teeth into the man's neck, voraciously draining his life force to mend his own wounds. The scene was grotesquely bloody. After a violent shudder, the man fell utterly still. This individual had succumbed entirely to darkness. The spectators outside were horrified, their hairs standing on end, terrified by Feng Chang's brutal methods. Although he had not showcased any remarkable feats in the elimination round and had been continually outmaneuvered by Qin Laolu, the moment he grasped the true essence of the Buddha and the devil was indelibly etched in their minds, marking him as an extraordinary talent seldom seen in the ancient world. They could hardly believe that such a prodigy could descend into madness, unleashing unimaginable calamity upon the entire ancient realm. Almost there, almost healed, Feng Chang wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. If he could slay the dragon and acquire its dragon pearl, his strength would ascend to unparalleled heights in no time. At that point, he would enslave even more souls, ensuring that Qin Feng would feel his suffering. Meanwhile, while Feng Chang was employing the Buddha's devilish sound to enslave the candidates, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the dragon, Qin Feng led a battalion to a sheer cliff, where a massive natural cave loomed above, littered with bleached bones of both beasts and humans. Boss, what are we doing here? Qian Jun trembled, suspecting that his leader had lost his wits. Everyone else was flocking to witness the slaughter of the dragon, hoping to seize a share of the spoils, yet he had brought them to the lair of the great dragon itself. Indeed, this was the true dragon that held the highest score in the life and death battlefield. Qin Feng had initially intended to head toward the dragon, but upon reflection, he realized that the dragon pearl of a true dragon far surpassed that of a mere dragon. Moreover, with all eyes fixated on the dragon, it was the perfect opportunity for him to unleash his full power against the true dragon without fearing that others would snatch away his spoils after the kill. Confucius once said, "One should not speak of strange powers or chaotic spirits." Qin Feng cast a nonchalant glance at Qian Jun. "What do you mean?" Qian Jun inquired, puzzled. "I have no idea." Little Bai, nestled in Qin Feng's arms, had regained some strength and spoke with a serious demeanor. Using strange powers to render the questioner senseless means that your inquiry is utterly superfluous. Superfluous? Are you suggesting that the boss intends to slay the dragon? Qian Yun venciot hesitancy. What do you think? Qin Feng twisted his neck a few times, preparing himself for the confrontation. Are you truly going to slay the dragon? Qian Jun felt dizzy, convinced that his leader had gone mad. The great dragon possessed the strength of the 5th level of the Tao, far surpassing the talents of the human race at the same level. Even if Qin Feng was extraordinarily gifted, attempting to slay it with the 1st level of spiritual martial arts seemed utterly reckless. At that moment, the scene shifted back to Qin Feng. Everyone unanimously concluded that the boy must have consumed some tainted liquor, undoubtedly leading to a derangement of his senses. Chapter 66. Qin Laoyu's unrighteous conduct slaying the dragon. The prominent figures, including the 6 Paths Emperor, gasped in astonishment, finding Qin Feng's audacity utterly outrageous. It was one thing to just have broken through to the 1st level of spiritual martial arts. Even someone at the 9th level of the Tao would hesitate to provoke the great dragon, a true dragon whose innate advantages far eclipsed those of humans. Historically, dragons would challenge humans at higher levels, while it was rare for humans to dare challenge dragons. The notion of a 1st-level spiritual martial artist confronting a 5th-level Taoist was almost unheard of. Did he possess some hidden trump card? Don't look at me, I know nothing. The moon goddess raised her hands innocently, truly not recognizing Qin Feng at that moment. After living with him for 7 years, she had assumed he was merely solidifying his foundations. She had wholeheartedly agreed with this perspective, believing that cultivators should strive for the future rather than immediate gains. Her intention in allowing Qin Feng to participate in the elimination round was simply to broaden his horizons. Little did she expect that he would teach her a lesson instead. It was one thing for his foundations to be astonishingly solid. Now he had quietly elevated his sword intent to the 3rd level. Moreover, regarding what the Six Paths Emperor mentioned about the celestial tyrant body, she was left wondering if it was indeed true. If so, this boy was truly a thoroughgoing trickster and a monstrous anomaly. Who knows? The Six Paths Emperor's gaze remained fixed on the projection of Qin Feng. He genuinely appreciated the talent Qin Feng exhibited, but rules were rules. If he did not voluntarily forfeit, the Emperor could not release him. At the dragon's lair, explosions echoed endlessly. Art is explosion. A manic gleam flickered across Feng Chang's face as he witnessed the dragon being bombarded by human-shaped explosives, scales flaking off, and blood cascading like rain. Yet, even this did not satisfy him. He continued to enslave more onlookers using the Buddha's devilish sound. This man was utterly ruthless. The onlookers outside were filled with rage, exhibiting zero tolerance for cultivators of darkness. They could no longer be considered human. Their reverence for life had been extinguished. To them, human lives were worth less than ants, especially since he was a disciple of the Emperor of the Great Xia, enslaving the people of their Yin dynasty. Feng Chang. The Princess of the South Wind wore an expression of shock, unable to fathom how Feng Chang had transformed into such a being. He was the epitome of elegance and erudition in her mind, yet now he appeared selfish and unscrupulous, willing to employ any means to achieve his ends. The elder protecting the envoy spoke slowly. To succumb to darkness is to unleash the suppressed desires within one's heart. In truth, Feng Chang's previous refinement was merely a facade. Deep down, he is a selfish and self-serving individual. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Princess of the South Wind shook her head vigorously, refusing to accept that Feng Chang was such a person. In her eyes, he was the perfect partner, possessing an astonishing perspective on the grand scheme of things. His mastery of ancient poetry seemed effortless, and he could effortlessly navigate even the most challenging situations. Everything he created was unprecedented. He should be the embodiment of selflessness. How could he possibly be a selfish villain? Alas, the elder sighed in resignation, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had completed his warm-up. After handing little bye to Qianjun, he dashed into the cave with remarkable speed. Are you really going? Qianjun was left dumbfounded, his mind a blank slate. He had encountered fearless individuals before, but someone as recklessly suicidal as Qin Feng was a first for him. I found it. Upon entering the cave, Qin Feng decisively activated his heavy pupils, clearly perceiving the immense dragon head within. The great dragon lay peacefully asleep, unaware that anyone would dare challenge it. Even though it had vaguely heard the cries of the dragon earlier, it paid them no heed, for every time the life-and-death battlefield commenced, there would always be a few hot-blooded youths who believed themselves invincible, only to end up as a meal for that little mudfish. The great dragon's eyelids lifted slightly, sensing an intruder. Draw the sword. Almost instantaneously as the dragon opened its eyes, a dark, watery sword light was drawn from its sheath. Clang! The sound of the sword being unsheathed resonated like a piercing cry, startling the great dragon. Danger! It sensed a threat. Some fool intended to ambush it. But before the great dragon could react, Qin Feng's snow-white figure darted in like a bolt of lightning, gracefully soaring as if a startled swan, revealing a breathtaking sword light in the cave. Draw the sword, strike, and sheath the sword. Each movement flowed seamlessly. With a resounding thud, a spray of crimson erupted forth. The great dragon felt as if its vision had vanished, a searing pain radiating from its left eye throughout its body. Roar! The agony induced an ear-splitting roar from the great dragon, its left eye blinded, triggering its berserk mode. The cave trembled as rocks were violently dislodged, and grotesque fissures spread like wildfire. This is bad. The cave is collapsing. With an eerie grace, Qin Feng swiftly exited the cave. Boss! Qianjun could not help but exclaim, relieved to see Qin Feng unscathed. When the next moment his heart sank again. Boom! The cave finally collapsed, the sheer cliff crumbling down. A colossal dragon, cloaked entirely in black and nearly 100 meters in length, soared into the sky from the ruins. A closer inspection revealed that its left eye had transformed into a gaping wound, and it roared with fury, as if vowing to seek out its nemesis and rend him limb from limb. "Oh dear, this is unbearable," exclaimed Xiaobai, hastily pulling down his long ears to shield them from the deafening noise. Is Qin Feng truly slaying a dragon? The spectators outside were utterly stunned, their hearts turbulent with disbelief. They realized that this Qin Feng was extraordinarily fierce, daring to challenge a dragon with his mere first level of martial prowess, and even managing to blind one of its eyes, a feat never before witnessed in the annals of the battlefield. Enough with the shouting. Qin Feng offered no respite for the dragon, leaping before its head and, without waiting for a vengeful monologue, unleashed a divine strike from the heavens. A golden light flickered from his chest, revealing swirling runes. Boom! The dragon, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the face, a fresh spray of crimson bursting forth in the air. This enraged the dragon, which had not anticipated such a brazen assault, especially one that marred its visage. Was there not an unspoken rule against striking a dragon's face? Before the dragon could retaliate, Qin Feng's pupils glimmered with a purple light. Suddenly, the sky darkened, revealing pairs of massive, luminous eyes, an embodiment of the godly eyes technique. The audience outside erupted into madness, their minds racing with disbelief. Was this not contrary to what they had been told? Hadn't they heard that Qin Feng had exhausted his energy for developing the godly eyes? Yet here he was, proving them wrong. They compared their own existence to his and felt utterly insignificant. At merely 15 years of age, he had comprehended the invincible sword heart, mastered the third level of sword intent, cultivated the supreme bone, and developed the godly eyes, while simultaneously creating two divine techniques. In contrast, they at 15 could only cling to their meager skills, grinning foolishly. Chapter 67. The frenzied onslaught of Qin Feng. How terrifying. Qianjun, who was in close proximity, could distinctly feel the dread emanating from those celestial eyes, as if the heavens themselves were gazing down upon mere ants. Alarmed, he clutched Xiaobai and retreated to a safer distance. Now, the dual energies of yin and yang. Qin Feng's eyes ignited with a captivating purple glow, not granting the dragon a moment to react. Zing! 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 The sky filled with beams of light from the dual eyes, striking the dragon like lasers. Roar! The dragon emitted a pained roar as its once impenetrable scales were pierced by the divine light, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Yet, the dragon was no ordinary beast. Its cultivation at the 5th level of the Tao was not to be underestimated. Even though Qin Feng's divine light was formidable, it could not deliver a fatal blow, only serving to further ignite its fury. The dragon let out a thunderous roar, its remaining eye glaring at Qin Feng with a promise of retaliation. However, Qin Feng remained unfazed, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh no, he is a cunning strategist. The dragon felt a twinge of anxiety from Qin Feng's grin. Before it could comprehend the situation, an unexpected chill surged from behind. The Long Kong divine sword had mysteriously split into 9 blades, shooting towards its exhaust port. Roar! The dragon's eyes widened in horror, experiencing the meaning of being overwhelmed. The spectators outside could hardly bear to watch, their perceptions of Qin Feng's unscrupulousness reaching new heights. He was willing to employ any means necessary to defeat the dragon, regardless of how underhanded. Roar! A mournful dragon's cry echoed from afar, followed by an eerie silence. The dragon had been slain. The scene shifted to Feng Chong, whose relentless assault had brought the dragon to its knees. With a wicked smile, he rushed to the fallen beast, disregarding its pleas for mercy, and ruthlessly extracted a pale, yellow dragon pearl from within. The dragon pearl. The audience erupted in excitement, their eyes fixated on the treasure in Feng Chang's grasp. Even a dragon pearl was a rare gem, and the dragoness' other parts were equally precious, especially as Feng Chang's points surged to the top. A disciple of the great Xia dynasty, overshadowing all within the Yinyu dynasty, was a source of embarrassment for them. The question remained, could Qin Feng outshine Feng Chang? The spectators' hearts raced, their hopes pinned on Qin Feng, who had transformed from the shame of the Yinyu dynasty into its sole beacon of hope. Truly, the great Xia was a dynasty of prodigious talent. The Six Paths Emperor's expression turned serious as he recognized that now was not the time to confront the great Xia royal family. Feng Chang had bested all the top talents of the Yinyu dynasty, yet Qin Feng was also a product of the great Xia. He needed to acknowledge the strength of the great Xia while not underestimating his own. It appeared that the dragon had indeed been dispatched. Upon hearing the dragon's demise, Qin Feng understood he must hasten his dragon-slaying efforts. Otherwise, other candidates would arrive to stake their claim. This moment would determine life or death. With a grave expression, Qin Feng tore his clothing, revealing a glimmering dragon tattoo. Unlike others, his tattoo seemed alive, writhing across his skin and emitting a resonant dragon-esque roar. What was this? The crowd was left in awe, their faces painted with shock as they struggled to comprehend what they were witnessing. Simultaneously, they were astounded that Qin Feng had a hidden card, one even more formidable than the godly eyes. The Buddhist technique. The various dignitaries, including the Six Paths Emperor, became visibly agitated, recognizing this as a profound Buddhist technique that had reached its pinnacle. What are you staring at? I truly don't understand. Moon God exclaimed innocently. She had seen Qin Feng's golden dragon tattoo before, but was unaware that it was his self-created Buddhist technique. What do you know? The dignitaries were fuming, wishing to confront Moon God for her ignorance. While others revered Qin Feng as a rare genius, she remained blissfully unaware. No, after the elimination round, they must rescue Qin Feng from her grasp, lest such a precious gem be squandered. The great dragon of heaven, the grand Luo spell, the Prajna Buddhas, and the Prajna Paramitha. The dragon soared to the heavens. After executing a series of dazzling gestures, Qin Feng's dragon tattoo erupted from his body, transforming into a golden dragon of equal stature to the black dragon. Roar! The golden and black dragons unleashed a fierce clash. Their battle sending tremors through the heavens and earth, radiant light cascading like the Milky Way. The two colossal forms coalesced within, an overwhelming dragon pressure suffusing the atmosphere. However, the dragon, having already endured Qin Feng's devastating techniques, was significantly weakened, while the great dragon of heaven, enhanced by the absorption of the Buddha's relics, firmly held the upper hand. The spectators were utterly spellbound, unable to believe their eyes. Qin Feng had indeed subdued a fifth-level dragon with his mere first level of martial prowess, not just slightly overpowering it, but forcing it into submission. In the entire annals of ancient history, no one had ever achieved such a feat, my heavens. The vast army stood in stunned silence, gazing at the fierce battle unfolding between two dragons in the sky, barely able to comprehend the astounding prowess of their newly appointed leader. It was as if a small cow had taken flight on a sword, a sight so majestic that it demanded reverence. Qin Feng, feeling the strain of continuous powerful attacks, leaving him nearly depleted, controlled the Long Kong 9 swords to wreak havoc within the body of the colossal dragon. With a roar, the dragon's eyes widened in agony, its massive form spiraling out of control as it plummeted from the heavens. Now it was the moment. Qin Feng swiftly formed a gesture, commanding the great might heavenly dragon to strike down upon the great beast. The outcome hinged on this pivotal moment. Success would mean feasting on dragon meat and beer tonight, while failure would be blamed on Feng Chang's orders. Boom, boom, boom. The great might heavenly dragon dove down, crashing into the ground and unleashing a tempest of energy. With thunderous roars echoing through the void like turbulent waves, relentless and overwhelming, the great dragon let out a mournful roar, as if to accuse Qin Feng of being a shameless fiend. In its final moments, it summoned its last ounce of strength, angrily whipping its tail towards Qin Feng. What? Qin Feng's pupils constricted. He lacked the strength to evade. With a resounding thud, he was struck by the dragon's tail, his chest bones shattering instantly, and his internal organs sustaining varying degrees of damage. Had the dragon not been reduced to critical health, and had he not cultivated the 33 days of creation and the celestial body, he would have surely met his end. Chapter 68. Qin Feng, never waste a grain of food, boss. Qian Jun rushed forward to catch Qin Feng. The massive dragon's body fell from the sky, a tear slipping from its eye in its final moments. It had initially thought Qin Feng to be a shameless rogue, only to discover that he was a violator of the unwritten rules of the martial world. Without granting it a moment to react, he unleashed an array of formidable attacks, leaving it no opportunity to display even 1% of its strength before it met its demise. It was indignant. Ugh, I'm done for. I'm fine. Hurry and go. Qin Feng, now in a critically wounded state, struggled to collect the dragon into his spatial pocket, urging Qian Jun to hasten their departure. Soon, the news of the dragon's death would spread, and it would be too late to escape. Understood, boss. Qian Jun grasped his war spear and swiftly led Qin Feng away from the scene. Outside, the audience was enveloped in a stunned silence, all frozen in disbelief. They had thought Feng Chang's slaughter of the serpentine dragon was shocking enough. Yet who could have imagined that within mere minutes, Qin Feng, a mere first-level spirit warrior, had slain the great dragon of the battlefield. This era of competition was indeed filled with astonishing strength. Meanwhile, Feng Chang, brimming with joy, meticulously examined the dragon pearl, his mind racing with visions of defeating Qin Feng and making him experience unimaginable torment. However, as he became engrossed in the dragon pearl, a forlorn dragon's wail echoed from the distance, unmistakably the sound of a true dragon meeting its end. No way. Who killed the great dragon? Feng Chang's face was a mask of disbelief, the dragon pearl in his hand suddenly losing its luster. Realization struck him, and he hastily produced a jade tablet, channeling his spiritual energy. An image of a leaderboard materialized, and to his astonishment, what once bore his name in first place was now dominated by Qin Feng. Feng Chang, caught off guard, spat out a mouthful of blood. He could not fathom how Qin Feng had managed to slay the dragon, nor could he understand why. Just as he felt assured of victory, Qin Feng always appeared to deliver a crushing blow. It was as if this man were his destined rival, a perpetual thorn in his side. Yet, even if Qin Feng had indeed slain the dragon, he must be gravely injured. Feng Chang refused to believe that Qin Feng could triumph without a scratch. If he could find him, not only could he exact revenge, but the dragon pearl would also be his. From that moment on, Feng Chang descended into madness, utilizing the Buddha's demonic sound to enslave the candidates, leading them in a grand march towards the dragon's lair. What a terrifying fiend! Yulan, hiding in a corner, finally slumped to the ground after Feng Chang departed. Had it not been for her formidable willpower cultivated since childhood, she would have succumbed to Feng Chang's malevolent influences. Simultaneously, she felt immense relief for not having provoked the monstrous Qin Feng, who had proven capable of slaying the dragon. Truly a terrifying feat at that moment. Qin Feng was recuperating in a cave. While he had survived the dragon's tail strike, full recovery would likely take an entire night. A night? Qianjun was flabbergasted, internally declaring Qin Feng to be a freak. Such severe injuries would have claimed the lives of countless others, yet he merely required a night to heal. Had anyone told him such a thing before witnessing Qin Feng's dragon-slaying prowess, he would have scoffed in disbelief. Now, he recognized the necessity of adapting. There was nothing this leader would shy away from, no feat too daunting to undertake. Qin Feng, however, was far from satisfied with this outcome. Had he not broken through to the spirit warrior realm, he could have healed in a mere half hour. Unfortunately, the density of his physical form had changed with his advancement, and the 33 days of creation had not updated promptly, resulting in a significant decrease in his self-healing abilities. Qianjun stood frozen, his mind screaming in disbelief. Oh my, is this even human? An entire night to return to full strength, and he still finds it slow? If this ability were to spread, how many would envy him? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully thwarting the Chosen One's attempts at boasting, earning 50,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for striking down the Chosen One, nearly destabilizing his resolve, earning 100,000 villain points. Why is it only Feng Chang's points? What about Yulan? Qin Feng pondered, suspecting Yulan harbored feelings for him. Ha! Xiaobai yawned, indicating dreams of endless possibilities. Forget it. I am the man she cannot have. Shaking off such thoughts, Qin Feng accessed the system, noting he had 297,000 villain points and resolved to spend 30,000 points to exchange for a month of 100-fold comprehension aura to advance the 33 days of creation to the fourth heaven. Suddenly, the system interjected. The host can exchange for a 10,000-fold comprehension aura. 10,000-fold comprehension aura can elevate comprehension 1,000-fold for 12 hours. Exchange price, 100,000 villain points. 1,000-fold comprehension. Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement and decisively chose to exchange. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 100,000 villain points to exchange for a 10,000-fold comprehension aura. Boom! Qin Feng felt as though a thunderclap had reverberated through his mind, enveloping him in a sensation of euphoric transcendence, as though the entire world lay beneath his feet. Such a marvelous feeling. He became entranced by this sensation, his mind racing with the possibilities of the fourth heaven of the 33 days of creation, even possessing the energy to explore the dual energies of yin and yang from the, as well as the celestial tribulations of the supreme bone. He could even accommodate the Great River Sword technique, the Sky-slashing sword technique, and the Great Might Heavenly Dragon simultaneously. Outside, the audience awaited an explanation from Teacher Ma, yet he had withdrawn into a shell due to Qin Feng's overwhelming prowess, refusing to emerge no matter who called upon him. For goodness sake, this is not how one should play the game. It's akin to bullying an elderly person. As the sun began to rise, the candidates enslaved by Feng Chong continued their frantic search for Qin Feng. Even those who had escaped his control were filled with trepidation, fearing they might fall victim to Feng Chang's Buddha's demonic sound, hiding in fear at the slightest sound. Yulan, too, found herself forced to hide, realizing she could not remain concealed. Based on her estimates, Feng Chong had enslaved nearly 10,000 candidates. After 2 days of brutal trials, one could only imagine the collective strength of these candidates. With a swift whoosh, upon hearing a faint rustling sound, Yulan was struck by a feathered arrow from behind before she could react. Alas, the arrow was poisoned. Her vision began to blur, and with great effort, she sought refuge in a cave. However, just as she entered, she was confronted by a legion wielding war spears aimed directly at her. My life is forfeit. Yulan begrudgingly closed her eyes, never expecting that her endurance would falter at this juncture. Yet, just before she lost consciousness, a mocking voice broke through. Wait a moment. Qin Feng, never waste a grain of food. Chapter 69, Call Me Father. The Legion immediately halted, recognizing the gravity of the situation. But wait, is this the sort of plot that a villain like me would encounter? Qin Feng felt a profound realization that time had come to an end. He picked up a small twig from the ground and prodded it, utterly incredulous that the Chosen One had presented herself so readily. As a villain of high professional caliber, he still felt compelled to activate his discerning gaze. To his astonishment, he discovered a significant predicament. Inside Yulan lay something fearsome sealed away. Merely a glance invoked an overwhelming sense of dread. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a selective mission. 1. Pull up your pants and speak with conviction. Reward, a supreme staff technique. 2. Slay the Chosen One with a single stroke. Reward, a divine dragon-slaying blade. 3. Assist the Chosen One in detoxification. Reward, immunity to all poisons. System, I must say you are truly audacious. Qin Feng rolled his eyes, feeling he had little choice in the matter, while he yearned to speak with conviction and slay the Chosen One. The terrifying entity sealed within her was not something he could handle without the help of the notorious red-haired old monster. Moreover, the rewards were rather unhelpful as a swordsman. What use was a staff technique or a dragon-slaying blade? The only reward of value was the immunity to poisons. Wait a minute. If memory serves me correctly, Yulan's mother is the Blue Demon, one of the 4 great beauties of the ancient era, renowned alongside the Moon Goddess. Having saved her daughter, I ought to be duly recognized. Considering the potential of her calling me father in the future, I shall assist with the detoxification. Qin Feng carefully placed Yulan upon a stone platform within the cave. According to the rules of the martial world, detoxifying a male does not require the removal of clothing, while for a female, it is a necessity. Rules are rules. They cannot be altered for my convenience. To save bandwidth, let us omit a lengthy exposition here. Fortunately, during my 7 years at the Moon Goddess Palace, I acquired some medical knowledge. Although Qin Feng had only scratched the surface of medical arts, it sufficed for detoxifying Yulan. He retrieved several silver needles from his spatial pocket, their delicate texture almost causing his resolve to waver, compelling him to mentally chant a mantra to maintain focus. Soon, the poison within Yulan was dispelled, and to prove his role in her recovery, he inscribed Qin Feng was here upon her lower back. Perhaps it would be better phrased as may the master return in safety. Just as Qin Feng grappled with his thoughts, Yulan's body began to tremble violently. Her skin, as smooth and delicate as jade, flushed crimson, while her water-like eyes remained shut, her long lashes quivering, a testament to her awakening. Do not misunderstand. I am merely employing painless acupuncture to aid in your detoxification. Qin Feng instantly transformed into the epitome of a gentleman, leaving no room for reproach. Detoxification, indeed. She had been struck in the shoulder by an arrow. Yet he was unfastening her clothing and needling her lower back. What was the meaning of this? Yulan remained silent, her petite face flushed, feeling as if she were caught in a scandalous act. Ding! Congratulations, host, for taking advantage of the Chosen One. You have gained 100,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the selective mission. You have acquired immunity to poisons. So, I earn 100,000 villain points just like that? Qin Feng's eyes gleamed, as if he had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. Just as he was about to take action, sounds of combat echoed from outside the cave. What on earth? Qin Feng had no choice but to set aside his needlework and investigate the commotion. Upon his departure, Yulan hastily opened her eyes and donned her clothing, her face reddening further, as if she might bleed from embarrassment. She had not anticipated being so exposed by the nefarious Qin Feng, having only crossed paths with him a mere 2 times. Oh, how mortifying! Yulan covered her flushed face, grateful that no one else was present. Otherwise, she would have been left with no face to show in the future, perhaps seeking refuge in a crevice to hide forever. Meanwhile, outside the cave, the Legion was engaged in combat with a burly man, towering over them by a head, resembling the infamous Black Whirlwind, Li Kuei, wielding twin massive hammers, clearly a combat-oriented behemoth. Halt! I am here to find Qin Feng. The muscular man dodged, showing no intention of confronting the Legion. If you wish to harm my leader, you must first step over my dead body. A fierce glint flickered in the Legion's eyes as the war spear in their grasp emanated a golden glow. Do you think I fear you? The burly man retorted angrily, raising his hammers, ready to engage. Everyone, cease at once. Qin Feng interjected urgently, feeling a sense of familiarity with the situation. Qin Xiao, I finally found you. The muscular man, upon spotting Qin Feng, was overwhelmed with emotion, discarding his hammers to embrace Qin Feng's leg, weeping as if he were a lost child finally reunited with his family. Qin Feng's countenance shifted imperceptibly. It had been long since he had heard this title. Back when he was part of the Qin family, he was addressed as Qin Xiao, young master, and eldest young master. He now recalled who this person was, Qin Wan, the son of the leader of the 13 guardians of the Qin family, second only to the family head. This meant he was sent by the Qin family. Was there trouble back home? Or was someone simply sent to assist him? Qin Xiao, I have finally found you. Please accept me. From this day forth, I shall follow your lead. Wherever you go, I shall follow without question. Qin Wan rambled, tears streaming down his face, prompting Qin Feng to feel a wave of nausea. Brother, with your appearance resembling that of Li Kuei, spare us the theatrics. All right, I accept you. Is that not sufficient? Qin Feng, disgusted by the display, swiftly cast a spell, marking Qin Wan's forehead with a binding seal, hoping to distance himself from the spectacle. With Qin Wan showing no resistance, he accepted Qin Feng as his master, the binding seal easily affixed, amplifying his combat prowess 5-fold. This. Qin Wan's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. He understood that this young master was the hope of the entire Qin family, yet he had not anticipated the extent of his power, capable of enhancing someone's strength 5-fold with a mere gesture. Ding! The binding seal has reached its limit. The host may unlock further potential by enhancing their cultivation. There is a limit to this technique. Qin Feng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had hoped to recruit numerous subordinates. Now, with this limit in place, he could only pursue an elite route. Thankfully, these 2 individuals were not lacking in strength. Assessing the Legion and Qin Wan, Qin Feng felt a sense of familiarity akin to the legendary warriors Su Chu and Dian Wei. This meant that with these 2 guardians by his side, he could openly inherit the Prime Minister's will. Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed, and numerous figures emerged from the darkness, their vacant gazes fixated on Qin Feng. This is bad. We must flee, leader. Qin Wan's expression changed dramatically, realizing that trouble had arrived. What could they possibly do? Qin Feng had already comprehended the 4th level of the 33 Heavens transformational scripture, and his wounds were healing at a visibly accelerated pace. The supreme bone, the dual pupils, the celestial slaying sword technique, and the great river sword art have all been comprehended, rendering any fear of Feng Chong, the chosen one, utterly unnecessary. Hehehehe. With this thought, Qin Feng could not suppress a villainous laugh as he turned to re-enter the cave. If Yulan did not call him father, he would make her do so. What on earth is wrong with the boss? Qian Jun and Wan Ma exchanged glances, remaining obediently stationed outside the cave. Chapter 70, For Justice, for World Peace. Boom. Qian Jun and Wan Ma decisively launched an assault, unleashing a frenzy of attacks upon a group of enslaved candidates. By heavens, this is absolutely exhilarating. Wan Ma cried out in excitement. As the son of the 13th protector of the Qin family, he possessed extraordinary talent from a young age, further augmented by the innate divine strength he held. Now, with the 5-fold battle power enhancement bestowed by Qin Feng, He was experiencing an entirely new world. It was akin to a young cow riding a flying sword, astonishingly powerful. He swung his massive hammer with both hands, each strike causing the earth to tremble violently, accompanied by several agonized screams. In contrast to Wan Ma's violent aesthetics, Qianjun adopted a more straightforward and aggressive approach, wielding his battle spear to sweep through enemies, mercilessly claiming heads. While the battle raged fervently outside the cave, the atmosphere within was equally intense. Yulan, unable to hide her shyness, suddenly struck out at the entering Qin Feng with a palm. Qin Feng did not relent, executing a nimble sidestep before countering with a gesture to seize an object from afar. "Oh, you've changed your clothes." Qin Feng observed the red belly band in his hand, distinctly different from the one he had seen earlier while healing. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the chosen daughter, earning 100,000 villain points. You shameless creature. Yulan had never encountered such a rogue, her face flushed with anger, rendering her speechless for a long moment, ultimately leading her to intensify her attacks. Qin Feng pretended to be struck down, lying on the ground as if refusing to rise without several million in compensation. "Hey, don't play dead. That last attack didn't use much of my strength." Seeing Qin Feng remain silent, Yulan picked up a branch and prodded him. Qin Feng feigned weakness, lamenting, "I sustained severe injuries from slaying dragons today. I exhausted my energy healing you, and now I've taken a solid punch from you. Alas, I fear I may not see the sun rise tomorrow." "Hey, don't scare me." Yulan panicked, rushing forward to support Qin Feng, whether his claims of exhausting energy from detoxifying her were true or not. She knew he had indeed slain dragons that day. With his cultivation at the first level of spirit martial, such a feat was miraculous. It was inconceivable for him to emerge unscathed. "Were you hurt?" Yulan asked urgently, just as she suspected. From Yulan's actions yesterday, it was evident that the chosen daughter possessed a heart of compassion. Regarding the discourse surrounding those who initially harmed the compassionate, Qin Feng could not agree. Believing it a grave loss to harm such a saint, it ought to be utilized while the opportunity was ripe. Qin Feng nestled closer to Yulan, gazing at her with soulful eyes, and inquired, "Do you believe in love at first sight?" Yulan's cheeks flushed, and she feigned calmness, insisting, "What are you talking about? Quickly tell me where you're hurt, so I can help you heal. No need to waste effort. I know my own condition." Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng grasped Yulan's delicate hand, expressing, "Previously, I did not believe in love at first sight, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was compelled to reconsider. My heart beats solely for you. Even if it means perishing at your hands, I would willingly embrace such fate." Yulan's face reddened further, her heart racing like a startled deer. She could not comprehend her own reaction. Having heard similar declarations many times due to her stunning beauty, she had always maintained her composure. Yet today, she could not remain calm. Could it be because he saved her? Qin Feng raised a finger to her rosy lips, weak yet infused with deep emotion, saying, "Do not speak. Kiss me. Kiss me." Yulan was evidently unwilling to acquiesce to such an outrageous request. However, upon seeing Qin Feng's seemingly fatal condition and the disappointment in his eyes, coupled with the guilt from earlier when she had injured him, she pondered. Perhaps she might indulge his dying wish. Still naive to the world's treachery, Yulan stifled her girlish embarrassment, continually reassuring herself that she had already seen what should and should not be seen. It's just a kiss. It won't result in pregnancy. Right now, she was performing a noble act, using love to redeem a scoundrel. Not far away, Xiao Bai was excitedly munching on a carrot, eyes fixated on the two. Yulan, with her flushed cheeks, closed her watery eyes and leaned in closer to Qin Feng's forehead, her long lashes fluttering, betraying her inner turmoil. However, Qin Feng was not satisfied with a mere forehead kiss. He desired a more intimate connection, seizing the moment to strike unexpectedly. To save bandwidth, 10,000 words omitted. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the chosen daughter, earning 100,000 villain points. Ugh. Yulan's eyes widened in realization. She finally understood she had been tricked. He actually extended his tongue. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the chosen daughter, earning 100,000 villain points. Yulan, furious, pushed Qin Feng away, her face aflame, struggling to articulate a response. "What do you mean by you? You initiated this. I am the victim here. You took advantage of me, all right?" Qin Feng, the villain, cried foul first, rising to dust himself off and stroll away. Yulan was so infuriated she nearly summoned her monthly visitor, having never encountered such brazen shamelessness. Meanwhile, outside the cave, chaos reigned in the battle. Qianjun and Wanma had lost count of their kills, yet the enslaved candidates coerced by Feng Chong continued to swarm them. Even with the fivefold battle power enhancement granted by Qin Feng, they were beginning to falter. What the hell is happening? The audience, awakening from slumber, was met with this bloody scene. Unlike previous years, this year's rebirth rate would undoubtedly soar, with no less than tens of thousands having been forced to act as human bombs against dragons. Now, Qianjun and Wanma had claimed even more. Feng Chong seemingly disregarded the Yin Moon dynasty. The various leaders of the Yin Moon dynasty wore grim expressions, itching to rush in and obliterate Feng Chong on the spot. The Six Paths Emperor sat nearby, remaining silent as if he had heard nothing. His refusal to halt the life-and-death elimination match was not only to ensure fairness, but also to allow Feng Chong to fully enslave the candidates, inciting profound hatred among the populace towards the royal offspring of the great Xia dynasty. Only when the public's hatred is unified can they willingly fight for him in future wars. As for the candidates who die after enslavement, they are not true prodigies. Genuine prodigies would not be ensnared by Feng Chang's beguiling voice, just as Yulan had evaded enslavement. The deaths of these non-prodigies would not stir any sorrow within him. At that moment, Qianjun and Wanma heard an eerie, resounding chant. What was happening? Feng Chong, lurking in the shadows, was taken aback, realizing that the Buddha's voice had no effect on the two. However, something felt amiss. At their level, it was unreasonable for them to withstand the Buddha's voice. Qianjun and Wanma shared their confusion, suspecting it was related to Qin Feng's celestial servant seal. With a resounding crash, Feng Chong, lacking the patience to ponder further, personally descended upon Qianjun and Wanma. "Is you?" Qianjun and Wanma exclaimed in unison, recognizing the darkened figure of Feng Chong. At that moment, Feng Chong, adorned with smoky makeup and surrounded by dark energy, emanated a chilling aura that could be felt even from several meters away. Feng Chong had refined the dragon pearl. The audience outside wore worried expressions, uncertain of Qin Feng's current condition. Simultaneously, they were filled with anticipation for the final clash between the first and second place competitors. For justice, for world peace. Qin Feng shouted the protagonist's slogan, emerging from the cave with the radiance of righteousness. Chapter 71. Do you wish to dance as well? Is Qin Feng? The audience outside erupted in fervent cheers upon witnessing Qin Feng's appearance, completely disregarding how he had become the shame of the Yin Yu dynasty, having confiscated the tools of crime from nearly 300 individuals. Qin Feng. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Feng Chang's eyes instantly turned red. Ever since encountering that scoundrel, Qin Lao Lu, he had been subjected to countless betrayals and schemes, rendering him unable to unleash his true potential. Ultimately, he faced disgrace and lost the woman he cherished most. Now, it was no longer about interests. He harbored only one thought: to kill that scoundrel, Qin Lao Lu. With a loud bang, Feng Chong propelled himself off the ground with tremendous force, transforming into a shadow, racing toward Qin Feng. Such speed, Qin Feng decisively activated his heavy pupils, slowing down Feng Chang's speed and dissecting his subsequent movements. Unfortunately, evasion was no longer an option. He could only cross his arms defensively across his chest. With a resounding thud, Feng Chang's kick struck Qin Feng's arms. Yet the immense impact did not cause Qin Feng to budge an inch. What? Feng Chang's face was filled with disbelief, seriously questioning whether he was dreaming. At that moment, he had already broken through to the 7th level of spirit martial arts, further augmented by darkening powers and having absorbed the dragon pearl of the flood dragon. How could his strength possibly fall short of the newly advanced Qin Feng, who had just reached the 1st level of spirit martial arts? This must be the heavenly dominance body. The Six Paths Emperor's gaze fixated on Qin Feng, for only the heavenly dominance body could possess such formidable physical might. The darkening had indeed made him stronger. Qin Feng could distinctly sense that Feng Chong had grown more powerful. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly grasped Feng Chang's foot, akin to the Hulk smashing Loki, delivering a wild barrage of strikes against the ground. With a loud crash, the earth was cratered as Feng Chong lay peacefully within it. What a weakling, this so-called son of heaven. After his assault, Qin Feng did not forget to taunt, leaping into the air to deliver a swift dose of justice. With a thundering sound, Qin Feng descended like a missile from the sky, but Feng Chong evaded just in time, utilizing his speed to engage in a fierce contest with Qin Feng. How could this be possible? Feng Chong became increasingly confused, his mind flooded with questions. This was truly the first level of spirit martial arts. Hadn't he gone dragon slaying yesterday? Why was he unscathed after slaying the dragon? Not only was Feng Chong bewildered, but the spectators outside were equally perplexed. Having witnessed Qin Feng being struck by the dragon's tail just the day before, how could he have resurrected overnight? What on earth was the companion technique he had comprehended in the womb? The Six Paths Emperor remained intensely focused on Qin Feng, suspecting that his rapid recovery stemmed from an extraordinary cultivation technique. This could not continue. Qin Feng had no time to answer their questions. Faced with the speed advantage of Feng Chong, he could only adopt a defensive stance, unable to lock onto his target to execute the Celestial Severance sword technique. He had no choice but to upgrade to the Phantom Wanderer. Qin Feng glanced at the remaining 497,000 villain points and called upon the system to exchange for the fourth volume of the Phantom Wanderer. Dinging sound. Congratulations to the host for spending 400,000 villain points and successfully exchanging for the fourth volume of the Phantom Wanderer. Before Qin Feng appeared, a figure materialized, his movements flickering and shifting positions, rendering him impossible to decipher. Swish! Feng Chong once again appeared directly in front of Qin Feng at alarming speed. The fierce wind caused Qin Feng's clothes to flutter violently, yet his expression remained calm. His lips slightly pursed as 7 or 8 images of Qin Feng suddenly appeared around him, making it difficult to discern which was the real one. Shadow shift. The audience outside gasped in astonishment, exclaiming that Qin Feng was a freak. After acquiring such an array of offensive techniques, he still found time to study movement techniques, achieving the realm of shadow shift. This was bad. Feng Chang's brows furrowed as he saw Qin Feng assume the sword-drawing posture. After witnessing Qin Feng's Celestial Severance sword technique, he dared not underestimate this move and knew he must summon all his strength to resist. Buzz! Buzz! Feng Chang's inner spiritual power surged wildly, transforming into a dark, malevolent figure. With a powerful push, he charged toward Qin Feng with a frenzied expression, exuding an overwhelming force. Had it been before his darkening, he would have employed the Golden Bell Shield for defense. But now he understood that the best defense was a strong offense. Even at the risk of injury or death, he could not suppress the madness within him. A clash of might. Then let us see who is stronger. Qin Feng's gaze was electric, exuding an oppressive aura that took one's breath away. The fierce wind whipped his hair about, and a formidable presence radiated from him as he drew the long sky divine sword with his fair right hand. Celestial Severance sword technique. So powerful. The audience held their breath, fixated on the two combatants. Clang! The long sky divine sword flashed out of its sheath like a swimming dragon, its crisp ringing resonating throughout the heavens and earth. A brilliant, blinding sword light surged forth with incredible speed, dragging along a torrent of formidable sword energy imbued with a chilling intent, as if it were a gentle breeze parting the clouds. It was utterly unstoppable, impossible to counter. Boom! The sword light collided heavily with the demonic figure, the violent shockwave transforming into a storm that swept through the forest. The deafening sound of the clash sending shivers down spines. Is this truly a battle of the spirit martial realm? The troops cowered like frightened children in the presence of 1,000 horses. Even these path entry realm cultivators could not unleash such devastation. The young master is indeed terrifying. The crowd couldn't help but swallow hard. Who could have imagined that in merely 7 years, Qin Feng would grow to this extent, all without relying on the Qin family? Yet, upon reflection, their excitement surged. Being assigned to follow Qin Feng meant they were privy to part of the Qin family's top-secret plans. The faster the brothers grew, the closer the Qin family came to dominating the ancient world. In the blink of an eye, the two figures intertwined. Qin Feng's sword had returned to its sheath, and he bore several new wounds, while Feng Chang's dark demonic figure was covered in cracks, yet showed no signs of shattering, clearly having taken the Celestial Severance sword technique head-on. Spectacular, utterly spectacular. The audience erupted with fervor, their blood boiling at the sight. Truly a final clash between two transcendent prodigies. Qin Feng's ability to effortlessly slay path entry realm cultivators with the Celestial Severance sword technique had been thwarted, and it was by Feng Chong, who stood at the 7th level of spirit martial arts. Simultaneously, a tinge of regret filled their hearts. Had Feng Chong comprehended the true essence of the Buddha demon yesterday, that strike might have seen Qin Feng suppressed instead. With the sword technique spent, you are finished now? The excitement on Feng Chang's face could no longer be concealed, for he knew Qin Feng only had that one sword technique. Without a moment's hesitation or doubt, Feng Chang swiftly turned and charged at Qin Feng, determined to deny him the opportunity to utilize the supreme bone and heavy pupil divine abilities, while commanding the enslaved candidates to launch a collective assault on Qin Feng. No adherence to martial ethics. This is not exclusive to you, Qin Feng. You dare. The troops, alongside the cavalry, felt their eyes bulge with fury as they dragged their weary bodies forward to protect their master. Kill! The battle cry thundered as the enslaved candidates fearlessly charged toward Qin Feng. It seems you two wish to join the dance. Unfazed, Qin Feng turned around, his clothes billowing without wind, transforming into a drawn sword, sharp and unyielding, as the surrounding weapons hummed with a resonant song, as if the swords of the world were crowning him. Chapter 72. I will surely return. What? Feng Chang's pupils constricted sharply, an unprecedented sense of crisis flooding him. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself backward, employing the strongest defensive technique of the Buddhist sect, the Golden Bell Shield, for safety. Boom! The space around Qin Feng trembled, the sound of the sword echoing endlessly, as a vast and overwhelming sword energy swept through the forest. The sharp sound of slicing wind echoed all around, with countless blades converging into a surging river, seemingly capable of devouring all that exists in the world. The myriad swords trembled in unison, their song unceasing. The waters of the great river descended from the heavens. What? A river formed from gathered sword energy. Feng Chang's pupils widened in disbelief, his heart screaming that it was impossible. He was the traverser of the Red Star. He was the protagonist of the ancient times. How could he possibly be overshadowed by Qin Feng? Oh heavens! The audience outside the arena was filled with astonishment, overwhelmed by the grandeur of the great river sword technique before them. What kind of absurdity is this? After such a fierce battle, having already slain the great dragon, how could he still have hidden cards? He absolutely could not be merely 15 years old, nor could he possibly be at the first level of spiritual martial arts. The expressions of the Six Paths Emperor and other prominent figures remained eerily calm, rendered speechless, and merely casting their gazes towards the moon goddess, hoping she could provide a reasonable explanation. From the manifestation of the great river sword technique, it was evident that it had reached a state of perfection, meaning he must have comprehended it before the great river. As Qin Feng's guardian in the Yin Moon dynasty, the moon goddess could not possibly be unaware of the great river sword technique. The moon goddess weakly remarked, "If I say there is only a small waterfall behind the moon goddess palace, would you believe me?" "Believe it. I believe you, dear." As Qin Feng's guardian, how could she have spent 7 years without knowing what skills he possessed? What has she been preoccupied with during these 7 years? Was it to be Qin Feng's guardian or to play the role of a female caretaker? If she were to continue overseeing Qin Feng's studies, they would feel utterly remiss, as if they were squandering a perfect gem. The various dignitaries exchanged glances with the moon goddess, silently urging her to willingly surrender Qin Feng. At this moment, thanks to Feng Chang's protagonist aura, he managed to evade immediate annihilation by activating his defensive mode. However, those candidates enslaved by Feng Chang were far less fortunate, consumed directly by the surging river of sword energy. In the aftermath of the great river sword technique, the surroundings were littered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Gasping for breath, Feng Chang was filled with terror, psychologically scarred by the sheer might of Qin Feng. It was too terrifying. Not only did he toy with him like a ball, but he could also kick him around just as easily. Before him, it seemed he had no capacity to resist. Akin to the diminutive Sun Wukong in the hands of the Buddha, utterly insignificant, with a mere flick of the wrist capable of ending him. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for instilling a psychological shadow in the heart of the Chosen One, earning 100,000 villain points. Just 100,000. Qin Feng was quite dissatisfied with this, and, with a flicker of his form, began to launch a counterattack. Block him! Feng Chang shouted in terror as he swiftly retreated. Kill! Many of the enslaved candidates, not yet dead, rose again and charged toward Qin Feng. How annoying! Qin Feng's heavy pupils began to emit a purple light, and immense eyes reappeared in the sky. The divine light of Yin and Yang. This is the heavy pupil. Feng Chang gazed at the colossal eyes filling the heavens, feeling his scalp tingle and his body tremble involuntarily, his fear of Qin Feng escalating to new heights. Ding dong, Congratulations to the host for deepening the psychological shadow in the heart of the Chosen One, earning 100,000 villain points. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The numerous heavy pupils in the sky unleashed beams of light, akin to lasers, cleansing all upon the earth. Is this his secret to slaying dragons? Yulan stood outside the cave, witnessing the entire confrontation, the grandeur of the great river sword technique leaving her in awe, while the terror of the heavy pupils filled her with dread. Dear heavens! Qi Jun and Wanma trembled as they clung to each other, praying that Qin Feng would aim well and not accidentally harm their comrades. Qin Feng, you have forced my hand. Even if I must sell my soul to the devil, I will kill you today. Feng Chong, driven to a corner, roared with a ghastly expression as an overwhelming demonic aura began to surge around him, as if something terrifying were about to awaken. Oh my, things have escalated. Qin Feng finally recalled that his opponent was a Chosen One and hurriedly retracted his heavy pupil divine ability, shouting loudly, "Is there anyone in charge? I report that this Feng Chong fellow is using someone to fight for him." Crash! The audience outside collectively fell to the ground, gaining a fresh perspective on Qin Feng's shamelessness. His various unreasonable actions had become a norm. Merely exuding a dark aura was labeled as finding someone to fight on his behalf. Can he not maintain even a shred of dignity? Boom! The earth-shaking roar echoed across the battlefield of life and death, a terrifying pressure rolling in like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire arena. A towering figure appeared before Qin Feng and the others, casting a serious glance at Feng Chong. Had it not been for Qin Feng's earlier warning, he might not have noticed from behind the luminous barrier. The Six Paths Emperor. The audience outside gasped in recognition, instantly identifying the figure as the Six Paths Emperor. But why would the Six Paths Emperor appear on the battlefield of life and death? Could it be true, as Qin Feng claimed, that Feng Chong had found someone to fight for him? The young lad from the Yinmun dynasty had actually reached such heights. Feng Chang's voice suddenly turned hoarse, an ancient aura swirling about him. The Six Paths Emperor stated calmly, "I did not expect that the elder was still alive. However, this is a battle between juniors, and your intervention seems rather inappropriate, does it not? What if I insist on intervening?" Feng Chong narrowed his eyes. "Then I'm afraid it would be unfortunate for you." The Six Paths Emperor was not one to adhere to martial ethics, and a terrifying pressure surged towards Feng Chong in an instant. "Ha ha ha! With you, boy, you cannot kill me." Feng Chong let out a hoarse, sinister laugh, transforming into a shadow that tore through the void and vanished. "Trying to leave now? It's too late." The Six Paths Emperor unleashed a terrifying surge of energy, tearing through the void in pursuit. "No way." The audience outside gaped in disbelief, hardly able to process what they were witnessing. The Six Paths Emperor referred to that dark aura as an elder, while the dark aura called the Six Paths Emperor a mere boy. Good heavens! Feng Chong truly sought someone to fight on his behalf. Boom! The sky above the battlefield of life and death darkened, resembling the end of the world. First came a slight tremor, then violent shaking, followed by a few more quakes before gradually returning to calm. The Six Paths Emperor emerged from the void, his face weary. Immediately after, two furious voices echoed. "Damn Six Paths, you dare to strip me of my millennia of cultivation. You will pay for this. Damn Qin Feng, I will return." Did he just let him escape? Qin Feng once again experienced the unreasonable nature of the Chosen One, suspecting whether he was secretly acquiring even more formidable external powers. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for weakening the Chosen One's fortune, earning a chance for a lottery draw. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for inflicting serious injury upon the Chosen One, earning 300,000 villain points. Qin Feng silently took out his notebook and wrote, "On this day, the Six Paths Emperor weakened my opponent, preventing me from honing my skills, requiring compensation of 10 million top-grade spiritual stones." The Six Paths Emperor cast a glance and disappeared from sight, utterly unwilling to converse with such an unashamed individual. Chapter 73. Peering into the heavens after Feng Chong departed, the enslaved candidates regained their senses, and upon seeing the severed limbs and dismembered bodies around them, they immediately recalled the events that transpired during Feng Chang's dominion over them. Truly, heaven has blessed us. The crowd, drenched in cold sweat, felt an immense sense of relief at their fortuitous escape. During the time they were enslaved by Feng Chang's Buddha's demonic voice, they had successfully evaded the human bomb and Qin Feng's great river sword technique. ultimately avoiding the heavy pupils yin and yang divine light. Yet, they could never have imagined that having escaped Feng Chang and Qin Feng, they would ultimately fall victim to a rabbit. Everyone, please line up. Xiao Bai approached with an air of indifference, declaring with a feigned ferocity, I am the illustrious and unparalleled Qin Feng, the embodiment of justice and wisdom, adored by all, with talents that surpass the ordinary. I have saved your lives, so the men should dutifully line up to pay their protection fees, while the women should be prepared to offer themselves in gratitude. Beautiful ladies who have been married before will be prioritized. A rabbit? Everyone turned their gaze toward Xiao Bai, who had become a notorious figure for being Qin Feng's audacious companion in the life-and-death battlefield. However, despite its extraordinary ninth-level cultivation, no one took it seriously. With a thunderous crash, 1,000 soldiers rallied behind Xiao Bai, and a legion of horses slammed a massive hammer onto the ground. One individual protested, Isn't this a bit too domineering? With a swift motion, Xiao Bai trampled the descending party, stating fiercely, This is how we operate. The surrounding crowd swallowed hard, their hearts racing in fear. Unlike those elite masters, their goal was not merely to secure one of the coveted 1,000 spots. They sought merely to survive this brutal elimination round and gain entry into other factions of the Yin dynasty. Simply put, it was akin to aspiring to attend a second-rate university. Faced with such a brazen rabbit, they felt compelled to comply with its demands. One audacious rabbit. The audience outside was utterly astonished, realizing that this was indeed a rabbit with a charming facade and a fierce heart. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was too preoccupied to pay attention to Xiao Bai's antics. His gaze fixated on the direction in which Feng Chang had departed. Feng Chang had walked away. A long-lost loneliness surged within him once more. He wondered if the next spark of affection would take another 7 years to ignite. And there was also the chosen one. Qin Feng felt invigorated, as if a refreshing breeze had just wafted through him. However, upon entering the cave, he discovered that Yulan had already fled. People nowadays have no sense of honor, according to the rules of the martial world. She should have offered herself in gratitude rather than absconding. The next time he encountered her, he would surely have her tattoo for Qin Feng's exclusive use across her back. Qin Feng felt an immense anger bubbling within him, utterly disregarding the principles of the Confucian gentleman. Confucius once said, "To hear of the way in the morning is worth dying in the evening." At this moment, Yulan was making her final sprint in the life-and-death elimination round. Although she could not provoke the perverse Qin Feng, she still sought to earn points through other means. What on earth? Yulan furrowed her brows slightly, reaching to touch her lower back. Ever since Qin Feng had cured her of the poison, she had felt a slight pain there, likely due to his lack of skill. She would have to check in the mirror once she returned home to ensure no scars remained. Within the palace of the Six-Path Emperor, the various dignitaries had lost interest in the elimination round. The terror of Qin Feng had spread throughout the battlefield, and no one dared to provoke him any longer. Thus, the ensuing conflicts were rendered dull. The Six-Path Emperor stated, I have decided to appoint Qin Feng as the third saint of the Yin dynasty. Agreement resounded among the dignitaries, none daring to oppose. Given Qin Feng's overwhelming talent, he certainly qualified for such an honor, potentially vying for the position of Emperor of the Yin dynasty in the future. Nonetheless, their current focus was not on Qin Feng's appointment as a saint. Rather, they sought to recruit him as their own disciple. Qin Feng practiced swordsmanship, and in the entire Yin dynasty, only one elder's sword technique was supreme. How about a little decorum? One elder suggested. Qin Feng's greatest technique is the golden dragon of the Buddha. I have studied Buddhism and should be the one to teach him. Nonsense. He is clearly a supreme bone. My ancestors had a supreme bone. I should be the one to teach him. Only the reincarnation I can be truly invincible. My great-aunt's cousin's grandmother's uncle's aunt's seventh wife, tracing back 108 generations, has had a reincarnation I. The moon goddess sat nearby, thoroughly entertained, occasionally fanning the flames to incite conflict among them. In reality, these individuals vying to take Qin Feng as their disciple were not genuinely intending to teach him. They merely recognized his talent and sought to invest in him. With 3 saints now, including Qin Feng, and only one emperor's position available, all the major factions would choose to support their favored saint, aiming to aid them in ascending to the throne and reaping the rewards. Fortunately, I had the foresight to invest in Qin Feng 7 years ago. The moon goddess felt quite satisfied with her investment and would continue to covertly support him in his quest to become the next emperor of the Yin dynasty. Enough. The Six-Path Emperor, weary of their power struggles, declared coldly, I already have a candidate in mind for Qin Feng's master. There's no need for you to waste your efforts. Yes. The dignitaries, sensing the emperor's anger, held their breaths in fear. The six-path emperor continued. I will send an envoy to the Qin family to persuade them to reconcile with Qin Feng. Reconcile? The dignitaries pondered, secretly admiring the emperor's cunning. With Qin Feng's displayed talent, the Qin family would likely be shaken to their core, regretting their decision to cast him out. If the envoy could persuade them to reconcile, it would mean that the Great Xia would lose the entire eastern region. Even if the Qin family remained obstinate, the grand overture could still sow discord between the Great Xia royal family and the Qin family, greatly benefiting the Yin dynasty. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained oblivious to all this. He was busy calling for the system to prepare for a lottery draw. As a fervent enthusiast of lotteries, he would never allow an opportunity to slip away overnight. With a flourish, the familiar lottery wheel appeared before him once more. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a heavenly insight card. A heavenly insight card? Qin Feng was puzzled and quickly checked the relevant information. The heavenly insight card, upon use, it allows one to glimpse the secrets of fate and seek out a great fortune. Note, such fortunes are rare, and the card should be used judiciously, preferably starting from the chosen one to easily uncover the treasures of creation. Isn't this akin to a treasure map? Qin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes, contemplating from whom he should begin. His second brother? Too young. He posed no threat at the moment. Lin San? Their relationship was amicable. It hadn't reached a point of hostility. Yuan? The more she resisted, the more exhilarated he became. It could only be you, Feng Chong. Recalling the terrifying dark energy within Feng Chong, Qin Feng decisively activated the Heavenly Insight card. With a resounding boom, Qin Feng felt his consciousness blur, as if transcending time and space. Moments later, he awoke with a peculiar expression. Having not only seen Feng Chong discover a grand fortune, but also uncovered a small secret of his own. His protagonist's fate was intertwined with 6 emperors. Such a fate, if possessed by a woman, would lead to a most tragic existence, becoming a mere plaything for men. Yet, when it manifested in a man, it signified a life of wealth and prosperity, destined to be cherished by 6 emperors. In simpler terms, there were 6 spots available, regardless of gender, and as long as no one intervened, one could reverse their fate and achieve the position of emperor. Goodness gracious! Qin Feng marveled within, realizing that he had always perceived Bai Ri as a mere victim, unaware that he was quietly amassing great fortune. Chapter 74. A grand fortune of heaven and earth, both possessing extraordinary abilities. Yet how could the disparity be so vast? Qin Feng recalled his own imperial potential, with a tenfold enhancement of all attributes already being formidable. Yet when compared to Feng Chong, he felt utterly inadequate. While Feng Chong could effortlessly ascend to the emperor's position, he had 6 opportunities at that. Is there no law? Is there no justice? Perhaps this is merely fate. With a resigned sigh, Qin Feng understood that envying others was futile. He must continue to forge his own path in life. As a serious disciple of Confucianism, he naturally kept his lips sealed, preserving the little secret of Feng Chong, who was favored by 6 emperors. However, he unreservedly accepted the profound insights he gleaned from Feng Chong. Utilizing the Heavenly Mechanism card, he successfully discerned that the Kunlun secret realm would open in a month. This ancient realm, said to be a treasure trove, opens once every millennium, allowing only cultivators under the age of 30 to enter. Inside, not only are there abundant celestial materials and earthly treasures, but also the legacies of many ancient powerhouses. He had just witnessed through the Heavenly Mechanism card that Feng Chong would also enter the Kunlun secret realm next month, where he would discover the supreme treasure birthed by heaven and earth, the pure spring. After cleansing himself in its waters, he would attain the purest Tao heart in existence, enabling him to cultivate the Tao heart of the demonic path, a concept previously confined to theory. From then on, he would embody both the demonic form and the Tao heart, dominating the Kunlun secret realm and overwhelming all other prodigies. What a remarkable tale, one that even novels dare not compose. Qin Feng could not help but scoff, lamenting, just after I stripped away my Buddhist nature, I am to encounter the Tao heart in a month? This is utterly ridiculous, treating us villains as mere experience points. At that moment, Qin Feng could no longer contain himself. The pure spring in the Kunlun secret realm would be his, and not even Jesus could deter him. However, to successfully acquire the pure spring, his current cultivation level as a first-tier spirit martial practitioner was evidently insufficient. All the prodigies under 30 from the vast wilderness would flock to the Kunlun's secret realm, seeking their fortunes. Unlike the death elimination tournament he participated in under the Moon dynasty, these prodigies were at the very least sword masters, skilled individuals like Yulan. Even if he possessed the strength to slay great dragons, he could not contend against so many prodigies. At best, he could barely survive, unable to move freely within. He would need to reach the Dao entry stage to navigate the Kunlun's secret realm with ease. A month was rather too short. Qin Feng realized he was pressed for time. Even if he were to train relentlessly for 24 hours without food or drink, he could only hope to advance 2 small levels in a month. There was even the risk of destabilizing his foundation, a venture fraught with peril. Suddenly, the system interjected. The host can exchange for a Spirit Marshal Foundation pill, which will instantly solidify your foundation with just one, saving a significant amount of time in stabilizing your cultivation. The Spirit Marshal Foundation pill, it consolidates the foundation of the Spirit Marshal stage, with no usage limits, no restrictions, and absolutely no side effects. Exchange price, 500,000 villain points. A product with no drawbacks selling for 500,000. Do you not feel any remorse? Qin Feng exclaimed internally, feeling it was exorbitantly unfair. Calculating that each small level required 1 pill, he would need 9 to solidify his foundation, totaling 5 million villain points. Currently, he possessed only 597,000 villain points, barely enough for 1 pill, leaving him short by over 9 million. He had yet to accumulate such a sum since acquiring the system. The system replied nonchalantly, "A system is a system. It possesses no conscience." Touch! Qin Feng grumbled. His teeth clenched in frustration, yet he resolved to exchange for 1 pill to test its efficacy. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 500,000 villain points and successfully exchanging for a Spirit Marshal Foundation pill. A dark, glossy pill appeared in Qin Feng's hand, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance. Upon consuming it, a warm flow began to spread through his abdomen. True to its description, with no limits on use, no restrictions, and no side effects within mere seconds. He felt his internal spiritual power flowing smoothly, becoming abundant and restrained. Was this the sensation of having an advantage? Qin Feng was utterly astonished, internally exclaiming in awe. He had spent 7 years honing his foundation in the extraordinary realm, yet this small pill yielded similar results. Clearly, he could no longer afford to languish at home. He must actively seek out the chosen ones. With a resounding clang, the sound of a bell echoed throughout the battlefield of life and death, signaling the conclusion of 3 days of elimination. Finally, it was over. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, his form fading from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself in a large square, surrounded by a throng of people, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. "Mother, my son has succeeded. I have emerged alive." This year, the number of survivors was alarmingly low, barely over 20,000. Previous years had a mortality rate of 50%, but this year it had soared to 80%. It was all due to Feng Chong, the disciple of the great Xia Emperor. The emperor should never have allowed him to compete. After all, he was part of the great Xia envoy. How could one refuse? Rumor had it that Feng Chong was playing unfairly, employing substitutes. The surviving candidates were ecstatic, akin to students celebrating the end of their final exams, unleashing their joy. Qin Feng. Suddenly, he heard a voice filled with resentment from behind. Turning around, he encountered his rival, the young master of the Mingjian villa, Yi Jian. "Ah, Brother Jian." Qin Feng greeted him warmly, momentarily forgetting their grievances. "Get away." Yi Jian did not hide his fury, vowing never to forget the person who had caused him such disgrace. "This isn't fun anymore." Qin Feng began to reason. "We were merely competing in the elimination tournament. Conflicts are inevitable. Now that the tournament has concluded, we should not fight, but instead befriend one another. More friends, more paths. Isn't that absurd? More friends, more paths?" The crowd around them was dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend Qin Feng's logic. After all, given his actions during the elimination tournament, how could he still speak of friendship? Noticing Yi Jian's continued anger, Qin Feng pondered before suggesting, "How about this? I will share a monumental secret as compensation, but you must promise not to tell anyone else." "A monumental secret?" The crowd perked up, eager to hear what it was. Qin Feng glanced around, lowered his voice, and said, "I have a method to swiftly attain the position of an emperor." "The position of an emperor?" The crowd, including Yi Jian, collectively halted their breaths. "The method to achieve the emperor's position can be summarized in 4 words. The future is long. You must be joking. Yi Jian exploded with anger. Who is joking? Qin Feng pulled Yi Jian aside, crouching down to whisper, "Listen carefully, you must not reveal this to anyone. Feng Chang's fate is intertwined with the 6 emperors. As long as one awaits the future, they can defy destiny and ascend to the emperor's throne. Originally, there were 6 slots, but now only 5 remain." After speaking, Qin Feng looked up to find himself surrounded by a throng of listeners. Chapter 75. The future is long, you must be joking. Yi Jian's face darkened with rage, realizing he'd been duped by this scoundrel, who dared to speak of 6 emperors. "I am innocent," Qin Feng protested, insisting that he spoke nothing but the truth. Indeed, Feng Chang was connected with the 6 emperors, and the future held the potential for reversal and ascendance. How could Yi Jian miss this opportunity? The crowd dispersed with disdain, clearly unconvinced by Qin Feng's claims. "Hey, I speak the truth. I am not deceiving anyone." Qin Feng shouted desperately, but no one believed him. What kind of offense did Feng Chang commit against our leader? Even after the elimination tournament, they are relentless, determined to make him experience 5 more tragedies of life. Standing aside, Qian Jun and Wan Ma silently mourned for Feng Chang. What is the most essential element in human relations? Trust. Qin Feng felt utterly despondent, unable to believe that in this era, speaking the truth garnered no faith. Qin Feng. Not far off, Princess Nan Feng glared at him with a face twisted in anger. If her gaze could kill, Qin Feng would surely have been obliterated. All this turmoil was due to this scoundrel who had turned her diplomatic mission to the Emun dynasty into a farce. Instead of stirring conflict between Qin Feng and the noble heirs, she had inadvertently humiliated herself, losing her greatest support in Feng Chang. Now she could fully envision how her once sycophantic siblings would take pleasure in her downfall upon her return to the great Xia dynasty. Silence. A commanding voice reverberated throughout the square, and the 6 sovereigns, along with various powerful figures, hovered in mid-air, instantly quelling the previously boisterous crowd. The sovereign of the 6 paths proclaimed, "I hereby announce that the top 1,000 individuals on the leaderboard will gain entry to the Tianhong Academy for their studies." Applause erupted from those not selected, though their hearts whispered otherwise. Envy was an undeniable sentiment. The Tianhong Academy was the foremost institution of the Yin dynasty, housing over 1 million scrolls of martial arts, techniques, and mystical methods, alongside formidable faculty and enticing benefits. Most significantly, graduates from the Tianhong Academy would ascend directly to senior management within the Yin dynasty, a veritable leap to greatness. The sovereign of the 6 paths continued. This year's top scorer, Qin Feng, shall be bestowed the title of the 3rd holy son of the Yin dynasty, permitted to establish his own manor, recruit his followers, and granted a peak spirit mountain. What? The 3rd holy son? Gasps filled the air, and chaos erupted among the crowd. The life and death elimination rounds occurred only once every decade, and becoming a holy son was not an opportunity afforded to every cycle. It was reserved for those unparalleled prodigies who stood above the rest. The privilege to establish a manor and recruit followers signified Qin Feng's potential to legally form his own faction and ascend to the upper echelons of the Yin dynasty. And that peak spirit mountain, a coveted sanctuary for cultivators, would draw countless practitioners to his side should he choose to open it. All of this belonged to Qin Feng, a mere 15-year-old youth. "Tonight, I shall go to the big boss's quarters and show my loyalty." The most elated among them was Qian Jun, whose earlier submission not only saved his life, but also brought him fortune and honor. Remarkable. Wan Ma gazed at Qin Feng with unbridled admiration. He recognized his young master's prowess. Yet to ascend to the status of the Holy Son without relying on the Qin family's aid spoke volumes of the untold hardships Qin Feng must have endured. A Holy Son? A spirit mountain? Qin Feng, however, was not particularly intrigued. He scanned the vicinity for Yulan. With no chosen ones beside him, he aimed to extend his reach toward this chosen woman, hoping to extract 4 million villain points from her before the Kunlun's secret realm opened. Yulan shivered involuntarily, a peculiar sensation of being watched enveloping her. Was it merely an illusion? Her gaze flitted around until it landed on Qin Feng, who was smiling at her, causing an unexpected blush to grace her cheeks as memories of their intimate encounter in the cave flooded her mind. Hastily, she feigned ignorance and turned her attention elsewhere. Yet, curiosity about Qin Feng welled within her. Why, if she was already the sun, would she need to borrow light from another? As Qin Feng cast a gaze laden with ulterior motives toward Yulan, many others similarly regarded him with ill intent. The audience had witnessed not only the horrifying might of the ancient prodigy through the life and death elimination rounds, but also learned of the treasures he possessed, such as a relic of the Buddha and the dragon pearl acquired from slaying a dragon. No cultivator could resist the allure of such artifacts. Even knowing Qin Feng's formidable combat prowess and his status as the third holy son of the Yin dynasty, there would always be those willing to take risks, driven by the faintest glimmer of hope for success. Soon, the sovereign of the Six Paths concluded his address and departed. The surviving candidates erupted in cheers, finally liberated to express their true selves. Just as Qin Feng prepared to approach Yulan for a philosophical discussion, a sudden uproar broke out. He turned to see Princess Nan Feng and her entourage being obstructed by the parents of enslaved candidates, demanding the surrender of the perpetrator, Feng Chang. They could withstand their children perishing in the life and death elimination rounds, but they could not accept the notion of Feng Chang, that villain, using them as human bombs, leaving no remains. I do not know where Feng Chang is. Princess Nan Feng responded curtly. Even if she were privy to his whereabouts, she would not divulge it. Feng Chang's successful escape from the sovereign of the Six Paths spoke volumes. He was undoubtedly a rare prodigy, and she could never betray such a talent. I don't know. The crowd could no longer contain their fury, rushing forward to confront her. Outrageous! The disciples of the Tianzi were incensed. As distinguished scions of the Great Xia, they had never endured such indignities and immediately engaged in battle with the rebellious crowd. This is getting interesting. Qin Feng, ever one for excitement, scampered over with Xiao Bai in tow, finally understanding why Princess Nan Feng was not the main character. Without a day long enough, how could one hope to defy fate? Meanwhile, Yulan chose not to join the fray, returning home to shed her garments and reveal her fair, delicate skin, preparing for soothing bath. However, upon glancing at her reflection in the copper mirror and discovering the tattoo Qin Feng was here adorning her slender waist, her demeanor soured instantly. With a furious, high-pitched scream, she echoed throughout the Blue Demon Palace. Damn you, Qin Feng, I will not let you escape unscathed. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully humiliating the chosen daughter, gaining 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng, witnessing the system notification while enjoying the spectacle, could only offer silent blessings for Yulan, wishing her future beauty and grace would flourish even more. Chapter 76. I want you to assist my cultivation, alas. The square was rife with lamentations as parents fell to the ground, incapacitated. As the scions of the Great Xia, their combat prowess far surpassed that of these parents, swiftly dispatching them with ease. However, their actions provoked the ire of the onlookers. This was the Yin dynasty, and the disciples of the Great Xia had audaciously assaulted their citizens on their turf. Was there no law? No justice? Take them down. A voice rang out, igniting the chaos. Unthinkable, unthinkable. Princess Nan Feng's chest heaved with rage, barely containing her fury. Enduring humiliation at the hands of that vile Qin Feng was one thing. But now even these commoners dared to disrespect her? Did they truly believe a princess of the Great Xia was as malleable as clay? Protect the princess. An elder of the escort rushed forward, shielding Princess Nan Feng. Everyone, cease at once. A booming voice resounded across the square, instantly restoring order to the tumultuous scene. The crowd turned to see a cohort clad in black armor approaching, each radiating a formidable aura, not of the spirit martial realm or the entry realm, but of the heavenly sect. They were the Qian guards. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically, parting to clear a path for these individuals. The Qian guards were responsible for the safety of the imperial city of the Yin dynasty, with each member possessing a minimum cultivation of the heavenly sect. Though their ranks may not have been lofty, they represented the authority of the sovereign of the Six Paths, and no one dared to disregard them in the Yin dynasty. Princess Nan Feng showed no deference to the Qian guards, coldly snorting as she prepared to lead her entourage back to the foreign envoy's residence. The lead Qian guard raised a hand to block her path, coldly stating, Princess Nan Feng, this is the Yin dynasty, not the Great Xia. These disciples have injured our citizens and must accompany us for questioning. What did you say? You want us to go with you? The disciples of the Tianzi erupted in laughter, believing the guard to be utterly delusional. They were the esteemed disciples of the Great Xia, scions of noble families, and members of the envoy. How could a mere Qian guard dare to detain them? Take them all away. The leader of the Qian guards was not jesting. With a single command, the guards surged toward the Tianzi disciples. They are indeed the disciples of the Son of Heaven from the Great Xia, yet their cultivation is merely at the spirit martial level, barely reaching the Tao. They are no match for the elite of the heavenly sect, the Qin guards, who subdued them in less than a minute. How dare you? The disciples of the Son of Heaven were furious, clamoring to seek justice from the Emperor of the Six Paths. However, the Qin guards paid them no heed and took all of them away, earning a round of applause from the onlookers. This is too much. This is too much. Princess Nanfeng's chest heaved with rage as she prepared to confront the Emperor of the Six Paths for an explanation. An elder tasked with protecting the envoy intervened, saying, "Your Highness, it would be futile to go. If the Emperor of the Six Paths truly wished to intervene, these people would not have been allowed to attack the envoy, nor would the Qin guards have taken the disciples. Are you suggesting that the Emperor of the Six Paths is orchestrating this behind the scenes?" Princess Nanfeng quickly calmed herself, realizing the implications. If she were faced with an adversary like Feng Chong, she too would seek to eradicate him completely. This meant it was not merely these individuals seeking Feng Chang's whereabouts, but rather the Emperor of the Six Paths himself who desired to locate him. The elder continued, "Your Highness, with Feng Chang's whereabouts unknown, remaining in the Moon dynasty serves no purpose and could place the envoy in danger. It would be prudent to return to Great Xia at once." But Princess Nanfeng's expression twisted in conflict. She felt it unacceptable to return empty-handed. She had come on a mission, and now, not only had she failed to complete it, but she had also lost track of Feng Chong. If she did not rescue the captured prodigies from the noble families, she would surely offend them upon her return. Even if her father were inclined to favor her, he might have no choice but to cast her into the cold palace. To save them? The elder felt a headache coming on. They were unfamiliar with the Moon dynasty, lacking power and authority. How could they persuade the Emperor of the Six Paths to release them? Princess Nanfeng's brows slightly lifted as she spotted a familiar figure. Now, Qin Feng was the newly appointed third holy son of the Moon dynasty. Perhaps he could sway the Emperor of the Six Paths. "Your Highness, no." The elder hastily cautioned against seeking assistance from Qin Feng, for it would be akin to courting disaster. Yet, with no other options, she resolved to try. Determined, Princess Nanfeng set off to find Qin Feng. Meanwhile, after the spectacle concluded, Qin Feng, accompanied by Xiao Bai and two companions, made his way to his exquisite spiritual peak. Along the way, he took the opportunity to impart a serious lesson. Did you see those disciples of the Son of Heaven? That is the consequence of neglecting one's studies. You must learn from me, embodying the principles of a Confucian gentleman. Do you understand? Yes, my goal is to be a proper Confucian rabbit. Xiao Bai eagerly nodded, committing every word of Qin Feng to memory. Confucius said, "Learning without thought leads to confusion. Thought without learning ends in peril." Thus, Xiao Bai diligently studied both Qin Feng's swordsmanship and his mischievous antics. A proper gentleman? Both Qian Jun and Wan Ma exchanged glances, unable to suppress their reactions as they turned toward the square. Oppose Qin Feng becoming the holy son. Topple the scoundrel Qin Feng. Punish Qin Feng and return our eggs. A protest of several hundred people filled the square with their chants. Though they had survived the life and death elimination round, they had lost their masculine tools, relegating them to competing for positions within the palace. Not long after, Qin Feng and his companions arrived at the exquisite spiritual peak, where a stone tablet read Shui Zhu Peak. The entire peak radiated vibrant green vitality, adorned with various spiritual herbs, while fish joyfully leapt in the stream. Upon entering, one could feel an exceptionally rich aura, akin to raindrops cascading upon them, making cultivation here a means to conserve a significant amount of premium spiritual stones. Shuizhu Peak. Splendid. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, soaring into a bamboo grove. Surrounding him was likely a formation that gathered spiritual energy more concentrated than before, complete with a quaint bamboo house by a babbling brook. "This place delights me." Xiao Bai joyfully leapt from Qin Feng's shoulder, exuberantly racing through Shuizhu Peak. Every creature in the vicinity had to be caught and given a couple of slaps to establish dominance. Even the mice in their burrows and the fish in the stream were not spared. You all should find a place to cultivate. Qin Feng had no intention of neglecting his two companions, instructing them to find their own dwelling on the mountain. Yes, Qian Jun was ecstatic, while Wan Ma maintained an air of calm. Before long, Princess Nanfeng arrived at Shuizhu Peak. The scoundrel was not to be feared. What was truly daunting was needing something from him. To return to Great Xia with an explanation for the noble families. She had no choice but to muster the courage to enter the bamboo house and request Qin Feng's assistance. "Is this how you ask for a favor?" Qin Feng scoffed, disdainfully turning his lip. She had not even displayed a Bentley emblem and yet dared to seek his help. In truth, he was somewhat surprised by Princess Nanfeng's arrival. Though not overly so, when he used the heavenly machine card to glimpse the future, he had seen the disciples of the Son of Heaven being captured. But he did not envision them being permanently detained by the Emperor of the Six Paths. They would be released after about half a month. The reason was that Feng Chong had not hidden away, but had been brazenly wreaking havoc. Once the Emperor of the Six Paths learned of Feng Chang's whereabouts, continuing to detain the disciples of the Son of Heaven lost all significance, leading to their release. Now that Princess Nanfeng had come to him, he felt he ought to seize the opportunity to extract a favor, in keeping with his villainous reputation. What do you want? Princess Nanfeng's tone softened. I need you to assist me in my cultivation. Qin Feng chuckled, unable to suppress his villainous laughter, finding her audacity amusing. She had come to his Chuizhu Peak without even a single attendant. Did she truly think he was to be trifled with? As the sun slowly descended, darkness enveloped the sky. A flush crept onto Princess Nanfeng's cheeks as she stumbled out of the bamboo house, her hair disheveled. Bah, Qin Feng, I will not let this matter rest. She spat defiantly, having wasted so much breath. Fortunately, the scoundrel had agreed, promising to release the captives within half a month. Beyond a flat deposit, the 5 million premium spiritual stones for the balance was indeed a fair price. Chapter 77. No more white moonlight, only black pearls ding-dong. Congratulations, host. Take advantage of the Chosen One's absence to bully his beloved white moonlight and earn 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng's spirit soared. He had not anticipated that old Feng's absence would yield such fortune. From now on, no more white moonlight, only black pearls. He resolved to focus on his cultivation first, intending to deliver warmth later. Having consumed a foundational pill, he had solidified his spirit martial level and needed to hasten his breakthrough into the Dao realm in preparation for the Kunlun secret realm in a month. Subsequently, Qin Feng seated himself on the bamboo bed, effortlessly channeling the 33 heavenly transformation technique. The spiritual energy within him surged like a raging river, gradually elevating his aura. Meanwhile, Qianjun and Wanma had discovered their own cultivation spot, carving out a dwelling in a nearby stone wall, conveniently close to Qin Feng's bamboo house, able to rush to his aid at the slightest sign of trouble. Isn't that the princess of the Great Xia? What brings her to Chuizhu Peak? Wanma blinked in surprise, observing Princess Nanfeng descending the mountain, her face a mix of embarrassment and anger. Qian Yun enlist. Her face is flushed to the point of bleeding, suggesting she encountered something difficult to articulate, yet her expression also reveals indignation, indicating her displeasure. Since she came from the direction of our boss's bamboo house, her discontent implies our boss must be quite pleased. Wanma, having heard of the enmity between Qin Feng and Princess Nanfeng, was left with a multitude of questions about what Qin Feng had done to provoke her ire. Qianjun continued his analysis. It is likely that he has developed feelings for the leader. After being rejected, he is furious. Sighing, Vama replied, indeed, to fall for the young master at first sight is a lifelong mistake. To never see the young master is a lifelong error. In the Great Xia, at the Qin residence, Qin Hao was diligently cultivating in his chamber, an ethereal old man's figure hovering beside him. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, Qin Hao opened his eyes and shouted, unleashing an intensely fierce aura that sent everything in the room flying. Excellent. The old man observed Qin Hao, who had just completed his training, with a satisfied smile. After 7 years of relentless guidance, Qin Hao had broken through to the 7th level of the extraordinary realm, his physical body rivaling that of ancient beasts, his strength utterly astonishing. In a full confrontation, he could undoubtedly slay a spirit martial cultivator. 7th level of the extraordinary. Qin Hao felt the surging energy within him, a smile creeping onto his lips. I've heard my brother is only at the 9th level of the extraordinary. I'm finally catching up to him. With my current strength, even if he possesses the supreme bone and heavy eyes, I still stand a chance. The old man nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Qin Hao was the most formidable prodigy he had ever encountered, having reached the 7th level of the extraordinary at merely 12 years of age, honing his physical form through nearly perverse methods. It was an achievement that even seasoned ascetics might struggle to endure. A full-force explosion would be enough to match Qin Feng. Lin Xiner, the 3-year agreement. Qin Hao's eyes shimmered with unyielding resolve. In 3 years, he would prove his rise to the world. The fated battle would be his defiant cry against destiny. Just then, a series of urgent bells rang out, signaling the Qin family to enter a state of alert. What is happening? Qin Hao swiftly opened the door and rushed outside. encountering a group of individuals descending from the sky, bearing the banner of the Yin dynasty. On the orders of the Six Paths Emperor, we have come to congratulate the former head of the Qin family, Qin Tian. The leader, smiling broadly, clapped his hands, and a group of individuals placed 10 large chests before Qin Tian. Upon opening them, a dazzling array of treasures dazzled the onlookers. Such a grand gesture. The surrounding Qin family members gasped in awe, nearly blinded by the brilliance. Each chest was filled with rare and precious artifacts, any one of which could drive a cultivator to madness. Congratulations? Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. I am not familiar with the Six Paths Emperor. Why would he congratulate me? The visitor, brimming with confidence, replied, of course, it is to congratulate the head of the Qin family on the birth of a remarkable son. Qin Feng has outclassed 100,000 competitors in the death elimination tournament of our Yin dynasty, and with a mere first level of spirit martial cultivation, he has slain a 5th-level true dragon, personally bestowed the title of the 3rd holy son of our Yin dynasty by the Six Paths Emperor. Gasp! The surrounding Qin family disciples inhaled sharply, their minds racing with disbelief. They had heard tales of Qin Feng's prodigious prowess, but to think he could achieve such feats, slaying a 5th-level true dragon with only 1st-level spirit martial cultivation, was beyond comprehension. The dragon race had an innate advantage over humans, and it was always the dragons challenging humans. When had it ever been the case that a human could surpass a dragon by so many levels? Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's heart wavered. Just moments ago, he had been reveling in his progress, believing he could contend with his brother, only to discover that his brother had reached such exalted heights, venturing into the Dao realm and slaying a 5th-level true dragon. The talent of this individual was truly unprecedented in history. The old man's ethereal figure was equally stunned, unable to calm his racing thoughts. He had believed Qin Hao to be an unparalleled genius, but compared to his brother, he felt like a mere novice. He had never encountered a 1st-level spirit martial cultivator slaying a 5th-level true dragon, and even after scouring ancient records spanning hundreds of thousands of years, he could find no other instance. Grandfather, Qin Hao quickly steadied his heart, gazing at the ethereal old man, pleading not to treat him as a mere human, but to employ even more intense methods to push him further. The old man was deeply moved, sensing Qin Hao's unwavering spirit. My dear son has slain a dragon. Qin Tian's heart swelled with excitement. After 7 years of restraint, he longed to shout that his son, Qin Feng, possessed the potential of an emperor. However, recalling the family's hidden agenda, he had to suppress his exuberance and feign an expression of utter rage. Get lost. I have no such beastly son. In an instant, Qin Tian erupted into a furious state, appending the chests of treasures. Without allowing anyone the chance to retrieve the treasures, he forcefully expelled the group from the Qin residence, angrily declaring that the Qin family would never forgive that beast, Qin Feng. The men from the Yin dynasty were indifferent to whether Qin Feng was a beast. They only cared about returning with the treasures. Yet, Qin Tian offered them no opportunity, his furious aura preventing them from approaching. His expression clearly conveyed that if they did not leave, he would resort to violence. Get out! Qin Tian's roar echoed through the heavens, his terrifying aura suffocating. Leave quickly. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the visitors abandoned any thought of the treasures and hurriedly fled the Qin family estate. What are you looking at? Get lost. Qin Tian's furious shout sent the remaining Qin family disciples scattering in all directions like frightened birds. Despite not having served as the head of the family for years, his cultivation level commanded respect, and none dared to provoke him. Is everyone gone? Once Qin Tian confirmed the area was devoid of people, he swiftly gathered the treasures into his secret vault. Chapter 78. The legendary showpiece on Siju Peak in a quaint bamboo hut after a night of intensive cultivation. Qin Feng successfully broke through to the 2nd level of Spirit Martial. Had it not been for a shortage of villain points to exchange for foundational elixirs, he could have seamlessly ascended to the Dao realm. The Chosen One not only possesses a remarkable wife, but also treasures as rare as ancient relics. Qin Feng couldn't help but muse, patting his abdomen. Ever since he merged with the Buddha's relic, it had been continuously releasing an exceptionally pure energy. Aside from a portion absorbed by the great might heavenly dragon to enhance the Buddha's light, the remainder was utilized for his breakthroughs. Yet, he still could not gain the Buddha's relic's recognition, like Feng Chong, who could evoke a powerful protective barrier. It felt as if it was deliberately targeting him as the villain, and without any pretense. Qin Feng was incredibly frustrated by this, yet he couldn't simply discard the relic. There's still a dragon to deal with. Rising from his seat, Qin Feng stepped outside his bamboo hut and summoned the black dragon from his spatial pocket. Though lifeless, the dragon's presence still exuded a formidable aura. Its appearance sent the small creatures of Tsuizhu Peak into a frenzy, with birds scattering and animals retreating into their burrows. Even Xiao Bai, who had ventured out for the night, scurried back from some nook. "It's massive," Xiao Bai exclaimed, feeling dwarfed before the great dragon. "Boss!" Qian Jun and Wan Ma, hearing the commotion, emerged from their cave, astonished by the sight of the dead dragon. Despite being only 5th level in the Dao realm and roughly 100 meters long, it was indeed a genuine dragon. Its most valuable possession was undoubtedly its dragon pearl. With a swift motion, Qin Feng pierced through the dragon's skull and extracted a golden dragon pearl, the size of an infant's fist, shimmering with golden light and emanating an overwhelming dragon might. Such immense dragon might. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, envisioning how absorbing it would enhance the great might heavenly dragon's power. In addition to the Buddha's light, it would now possess formidable dragon might, significantly intensifying its suppression against the demonic races. What to do with the massive dragon now? Qin Feng pondered, momentarily at a loss. He was aware that dragon skin and dragon bones could be utilized to forge divine weapons and armor, while dragon blood could enhance the physical form and facilitate enchantment. Dragon tendons, too, could be crafted into whips and other weaponry, and there was even the potential for brewing fine spirits. However, merely understanding their applications was futile without the requisite skills. Noticing his leader's confusion, Qianjun quickly approached with obsequiousness. "Boss, the Tianhong Academy is the foremost institution of the Inuit dynasty, home to many formidable talents who can effortlessly handle a dragon." Tianhong Academy. Qin Feng's expression shifted to one of realization. He had completely forgotten about it. Just then, a melodious voice, akin to an enchanting melody, resonated. "Sister, I thought you hadn't returned last night because you were abducted. Turns out you were at Suju Peak. What is this? Now that you have your own Suiju Peak, do you disdain my moon goddess palace? Gritios, moon goddess, divinemoiden." Qianjun and Wanma both hastily bowed as they beheld the moon goddess gracefully descending from the sky, accompanied by Ziyuan. "How could that be?" Qin Feng exclaimed in protest. "I've always vowed to repay the moon goddess's life-saving grace. My relocation to Tiju Peak is simply because I still have 3 years until I come of age. Once I reach maturity, the moon goddess can come in a grand procession to marry me. How does Tiju Peak as a dowry sound?" The moon goddess burst into laughter, finding Qin Feng increasingly amusing. Ever since he first met her as a child, he had persistently expressed his desire to marry her, remaining steadfast in his affections even after 7 years. This only served to affirm her allure, for no woman would ever begrudge her own charm. "Oh, how infuriating!" Ziyuan exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. All day long, he only thinks of his aunt. Does he not know how easy it is to entice her? This boldness of his is quite excessive. Qianjun and Wanma exchanged frightened glances, adopting expressions of ignorance. Despite the moon goddess being one of the 4 great beauties of the ancient era, numerous rumors circulated about her ruthless nature. It was inconceivable that a mere woman could become the guardian deity of the Inuit dynasty without such a reputation. "Enough chit-chat with you, little one. Gather your things. I shall take you to meet someone." The moon goddess naturally cradled the small white creature in her arms, and upon noticing its reluctance, she produced a spirit fruit as a bribe, allowing it to pet her. "Who are we meeting?" Qin Feng inquired, waving his hand to summon the great dragon. Ziyuan, with an air of mystery, replied, "Your master, personally chosen by the Emperor of the 6 Paths, is the most learned individual in the Inuit dynasty. He is not only well-versed in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but also possesses profound expertise in various martial arts, alchemy, artifact crafting, and runes. He has even conducted extensive research on special physiques." Qianjun could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Could it be the Emperor Xiao, one of the 4 great talents of the ancient era? Indeed, it is he. The moon goddess's expression grew pensive, as if reminiscing. Ever since that incident a century ago, he has fallen into disrepair, spending his days inebriated. The Emperor of the 6 Paths wishes to see if you can inspire him to reclaim his former self. Fun? How am I supposed to stimulate him? Qin Feng was bewildered, struggling to comprehend how he could possibly provoke Xiao. Was he to don women's attire to entice him? Soon, Qin Feng learned the tale of Xiao. It was said that a century ago, this esteemed figure had risen to prominence through his vast knowledge, striking appearance, and formidable prowess, becoming one of the four great talents of the ancient era, a veritable idol of his time, the Prince Charming in the dreams of all ancient maidens. However, upon encountering the woman he adored and fathering a son, he believed his days would be blissfully carefree. Little did he know that she was a transformed demon. In the ancient world, humans and demons were destined to remain apart, a boundary that could not be crossed. With a heavy heart, he made the terrible decision to end his newborn son's life, and the grieving demoness departed with a warning that he would pay a price for his actions. His deed garnered no support from the human race. Instead, they condemned him as a detestable villain, leading to his gradual ostracization. Thus, he succumbed to despair, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, losing all semblance of his former brilliance. Now, the Emperor of the Six Paths sought to salvage him, hoping that your talents might awaken his desire to take on a disciple. Only a polymath like Xiao could mentor someone as extraordinary as Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was momentarily stunned, realizing that Xiao was even more ruthless than he had imagined. Because of the irreconcilable divide between humans and demons, he had committed the unthinkable act of slaying his own child. What would become of him, a connoisseur of cat-eared maidens, rabbit-eared girls, and fox spirits, if he were to be similarly condemned? Time passed, and soon Qin Feng and his companions followed the moon goddess to Tianhong Academy, where it was said that Xiao now languished in despair. On the surface, it appeared no different from an ordinary academy, yet Qin Feng sensed an undercurrent of formidable energies. The students they encountered exuded an intimidating aura. Aside from the recent graduates who were at the entry realm, the rest were at least at the heavenly sect level, with many even surpassing it to the Yuandan realm. Truly, it was a cradle of talent for the Yinwei dynasty. Qin Feng felt the pressure acutely. His cultivation at the spirit martial second level rendered him somewhat out of place. The students regarded him with astonishment. Since the establishment of Tianhong Academy, no student had ever been at the spirit martial level. However, upon recognizing Qin Feng as the third saint's son, their surprise diminished. They had witnessed his performance in the life-and-death elimination round, and he indeed qualified for admission to Tianhong Academy. The third saint's son has arrived. Now there will be a spectacle to behold. The students exchanged knowing smiles, eager for the unfolding drama. It is worth noting that Qin Feng was not the only saint's son in the academy. The previous elimination round had produced two saint's sons who were currently studying there. Their rivalry had escalated to the point of bitter enmity, with students dividing into factions to support their respective saint sons. The arrival of the third saint son would undoubtedly exacerbate the chaos. Boss, should we recruit some allies? Wan Ma's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to charge into battle for the young master. Boss, Qianjun looked at Qin Feng with hopeful eyes, awaiting his command to gather forces. Now that Qin Feng possessed a prime spirit peak, he knew that merely announcing a recruitment would attract numerous formidable followers. This matter is not urgent. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng decided against confronting the other two saints' sons directly. They had been entrenched in the academy for many years, and a rash challenge would likely result in severe backlash, ultimately harming himself. Instead, he resolved to embody the spirit of Qin Lao Lu, to operate discreetly, dig pits, and bury rivals flamboyantly. At that moment, a voice seethed with icy disdain pierced the air. Qin Feng. Ah, you don't. Qin Feng's eyes lit up with delight, internally exclaiming that fortune smiled upon him. Just as he had broken through to the spirit martial second level, Yulan had unwittingly delivered herself to him, and now he had a target for his schemes. This evening, he could strive for the spirit martial third level. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Yulan was filled with animosity. The memory of this scoundrel defacing her with the words, "I came here to have fun," made it difficult for her to control the primal power surging within her, leaving her wondering how she could ever marry after this. With a swift, sharp wind, she approached, her rapid steps creating a chilling atmosphere that froze all in her wake. It was Yulan's mysterious and chilling aura. The surrounding students gasped in horror, retreating in haste. They had long heard that Yulan possessed the body of profound Yin, yet they had never witnessed her wielding it. To their astonishment, she could unleash such terrifying coldness, one that even those in the heavenly sect would struggle to endure. This chilling aura was formidable. Qin Feng exhibited no intention of retreating. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he charged forward. He discovered that the dreadful cold emanating from Yulan's profound Yin body invigorated his celestial overlord body, allowing his flesh to grow stronger amidst the frigid assault. By the heavens, what sort of creature is Qin Feng? The surrounding students were utterly unsettled, as if they had encountered a specter in broad daylight. While others recoiled from the horrifying cold, fearing being frozen should they lag behind, he boldly advanced, showing no signs of being encased in ice. How could this be? The moon goddess was equally taken aback, recalling the words of the Six Paths Emperor. He had previously remarked during Qin Feng's participation in the life and death elimination contest that Qin Feng might very well be the fabled celestial overlord body. However, Qin Feng's abnormalities far exceeded anyone's expectations. Despite being at a disadvantage due to his low cultivation, he had still managed to prevail in the contest without revealing his celestial overlord body. Now, witnessing his utter disregard for the cold, she could not help but believe the judgment of the Six Paths Emperor. What kind of prodigy is this? The moon goddess's eyes were filled with astonishment. Unable to fathom that Qin Feng had not yet revealed his full strength during the elimination contest and still retained hidden cards. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided, and the terrifying coldness burst forth, scattering icy petals in every direction. Before Yulan could react, Qin Feng pressed his lips against hers, voraciously drawing the cold energy from within her body into himself. Gasping, Yulan widened her eyes in disbelief at Qin Feng's audacity. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for taking advantage of the Chosen One and earning 100,000 villain points. Ah, this is infuriating. Then, enraged, grabbed Little White and began to squeeze him fiercely. Having grown up alongside Qin Feng, she was aghast that he had kissed two outsiders but had never shown her such affection. How could he treat her, the rabbit, in this manner? Little White's round face was distorted from the squeezing, and he struggled to pull out his notebook, jotting down, "On this day, I, the rabbit, endured pains beyond my years for Qin Feng and demand compensation of 20 carats. The surrounding students were in a frenzy, utterly unable to comprehend the scene before them. They had heard tales of the third holy son's lack of boundaries, but they never imagined he could be so brazen, employing such despicable tactics under the bright sun. Shameless! Yulan, furious, shoved Qin Feng away, disdainfully wiping her lips. Ah, what a thrill! Qin Feng could not help but shiver, feeling his body gradually strengthening. You shameless wretch! Yulan's face flushed with anger as she charged at Qin Feng once more. However, after taking just a few steps, she witnessed Qin Feng raising his hand to grasp the air, producing a pink belly band adorned with lotus flowers. Yulan was rendered speechless with rage, quickly halting to press her palm against her chest. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for bullying the Chosen One and earning 100,000 villain points. By the heavens, this is absurd. The surrounding students exclaimed in astonishment, internally clamoring for their teacher to teach them this move. Enough, everyone cease at once. The moon goddess interjected, turning her gaze towards a figure approaching from a distance. A man stumbled forward, resembling a beggar, swaying as he drank from a flask. The students recoiled from him, as if he were a harbinger of doom. Is that not one of the four exquisites of the ancient era, the Emperor Exquisite? Qin Feng could not help but scrutinize the man, sensing an incredibly potent aura emanating from him. Ah, moon goddess! The Emperor Exquisite, inebriated, raised his wine jug, inviting the moon goddess to join him. She ignored him, her expression flat as she said, "The Emperor instructed me to convey a message. He has found you a fine disciple. Are you interested, disciple?" The Emperor Exquisite, tipsy, inquired, "What weapon does he wield?" With utmost sincerity, Qin Feng replied, "In response to your question, esteemed Emperor Exquisite, I utilize an external aid." Chapter 80. Has Qin Feng been ruined? What a misfit! The Emperor Exquisite was left in a daze, his mind flooded with questions. Although he had languished for over a century, his wits were still intact. But what on earth is an external aid? Do not heed his nonsense. Ziyuan shot Qin Feng a glare and politely stated, "He wields a sword, has comprehended third-level sword intent, possesses an invincible sword heart, has even created 2 divine-level sword techniques, and possesses ancient heavy pupils and supreme bones. He has also devised a remarkably powerful divine-level Buddhist technique and successfully slaughtered a great dragon during this life and death elimination contest." The wine jug nearly slipped from the Emperor Exquisite's grasp, his previously despondent expression now tinged with a hint of shock. Indeed, he was astounded by Qin Feng. Initially, he thought he could brush him off with a few casual remarks, but he never anticipated encountering such an anomaly. He had seen many geniuses in the Tianhong Academy, where one could easily find a prodigy, but a talent like Qin Feng, so extraordinary, was truly unprecedented. It was beyond anything he had ever heard or seen. To possess ancient heavy pupils and supreme bones, along with such innate advantages, was one thing. But to have comprehended third-level sword intent and an invincible sword heart, while also creating 3 divine-level techniques, left no room for others to breathe. Qin Feng glanced around, noticing that everyone regarded him as if he were a monster. As a professional underdog, being scrutinized in such a manner made him feel uneasy. It only proved that his performance in the life-and-death elimination contest had been too conspicuous, likely making him a target in the eyes of the other 2 holy sons, should they choose to unite against him. How could he continue to relish his role as the underdog? To avoid being singled out, he must learn to conceal his prowess. Seeing the Emperor Exquisite's reaction, the moon goddess seized the opportunity. The Emperor said that Qin Feng's talents are beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals, and only you, the most erudite person in the Moon dynasty, can guide him. I can't even teach myself properly. How could I be qualified to teach others? The Emperor Exquisite chuckled self-deprecatingly, continuing to drink, resigned to his fate, living one day at a time. Sigh. The moon goddess sighed in resignation. She had not anticipated that the events of that year had left such a profound impact on the Emperor Exquisite, causing him to refuse even a prodigious talent like Qin Feng. Wait a moment, Emperor Exquisite. Qin Feng suddenly said earnestly, I actually wish to learn from your failures in life. What? The entire assembly was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend Qin Feng's intentions. Qin Feng began to perform, lamenting, from the moment I was born, I comprehended the divine-level technique of the 33 Heavens creation formula, allowing me to heal rapidly regardless of the severity of my injuries. I broke through the opening realm at 3, transcended the extraordinary realm at 8, and have since grasped sword intent and an invincible sword heart. Now at 15, I possess ancient heavy pupils and supreme bones, among many other abilities. My life has been unbearably smooth, devoid of even a hint of pressure. Can you fathom such torment? I understand, you scoundrel. How dare you claim your life is too easy? Feeling no pressure. You're clearly living in excessive comfort, whining about it. Anyone possessing even one of those capabilities would feel their life soaring. Yet you, with all these abilities, still find cause for complaint. This is simply outrageous. The crowd was filled with disbelief, yearning to give Qin Feng a sound thrashing. The Emperor Exquisite was equally bewildered, standing in the wind, unsure of how to respond. The perfect life that others longed for, and he dares to express disdain? Is it him who cannot keep pace with the times? Or is Qin Feng merely mocking him? Please, Emperor Exquisite, grant me your guidance. Qin Feng was unfazed by the gazes of others, intent on sticking with the Emperor Exquisite for the time being. He planned to wait until he no longer drew attention before returning to his underdog role, digging a pit for the 2 holy sons. Suit yourself. The Emperor Exquisite waved him off, disbelieving that Qin Feng would truly remain idle, and continued to drink as he walked away. I shall report to you tomorrow, esteemed senior. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he glanced at his system points, which had accumulated to 497,000, just shy of the 500,000 needed to purchase the foundational pill. He only needed to further torment Yulan. As Qin Feng turned his gaze towards Yulan, he displayed a smile reminiscent of the Hulk gazing at Black Widow. What was he planning? Yulan felt an inexplicable sense of panic from his smile, and images of his previous bullying flooded her mind, causing tears to well up in her eyes. As the daughter of the Blue Demon, she had never been bullied before, and now, in front of so many people, Qin Feng had even kissed her. Who would dare marry her now? Wailing, with this thought, Yulan could no longer hold back her tears and fled, covering her face without looking back. Hey, don't go. Can't I be gentler? Qin Feng, on the verge of being able to purchase the foundational pill, could not let Yulan escape so easily. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for making the chosen girl cry, earning 100,000 villain points. This was unexpected. Qin Feng immediately wore a look of delight, having discovered a new path to wealth. He was still smiling, utterly shameless. The surrounding female students were filled with indignation, shocked to find that Qin Feng was such a person. This was going to be entertaining. The moon goddess suddenly perked up. For women, any woman more beautiful than themselves is considered an enemy, and as one of the 4 ancient beauties, she had always been at odds with the Blue Demon. Now, with Qin Feng publicly kissing the Blue Demon's daughter, one could only imagine the Blue Demon's reaction upon learning of this. Unfortunately, the Blue Demon was currently in seclusion. The moon goddess felt a pang of regret and decided to visit the Blue Demon as soon as she emerged. This is infuriating. Ziyuan, fuming, grabbed Xiaobai and began to squeeze it relentlessly. Woo-woo, I said you can't treat the bunny like this. Xiaobai's round face was squished into a peculiar shape, and it laboriously pulled out a small notebook, writing down on this date. My bunny has suffered undue stress due to Qin Feng and requires compensation of 30 carats. Not far away, two figures were watching Qin Feng, having witnessed the entire scene. What do you think of this situation? If he truly wanted to lie low, this holy son would naturally wholeheartedly agree. But would he? No. If he were content to lie low, how could he possibly dig up his brother supreme bones? He is clever enough to know he would be targeted by you and me, feigning a desire to lie low. However, the act is too contrived for anyone to believe. The two figures exchanged knowing smiles before disappearing from sight. Had the competition among the three holy sons begun? The moon goddess turned to the place where the two had vanished, aware that they were the other two holy sons of the Yin Moon dynasty. They were rare prodigies, and in certain respects, even more formidable than Qin Feng. It would not be easy for Qin Feng to gain an advantage over them. Meanwhile, a group of students from Tianhong Academy were eagerly volunteering to become Qin Feng subordinates. Aside from the fact that Qin Feng possessed a top-tier spiritual peak, many sought to be branded with the immortal slave seal, thus gaining a five-fold increase in combat power. However, to everyone's surprise, Qin Feng appeared to truly be lying low. He completely ignored the eager recruits, spending his days like a street ruffian, taking Xiaobai around to bully young girls. The female students of Tianhong Academy could all personally attest to his ability to snatch items from a distance, especially Yulan, who was often caught off guard by Qin Feng's sneak attacks, almost developing a psychological trauma. If it had only been this, it wouldn't have been so bad. Everyone merely regarded Qin Feng as a man being himself. Yet, what led people to genuinely believe Qin Feng had given up was his cultivation level. Within a mere half-month, he had inexplicably broken through 6 minor levels, reaching the spirit martial 7th stage. Even a fool could discern that such rapid advancement would lead to an unstable foundation. Chapter 81. Can the matters of scholars be called theft? It's over. Qin Feng is utterly ruined. Everyone felt immense regret, believing Qin Feng was beyond saving. Even if he had previously established a solid foundation, 6 consecutive breakthroughs within half a month had completely undermined it. His future achievements were now limited, and he could no longer reach the peak. What? He broke through to spirit martial 7th stage in half a month. The two holy sons, upon receiving this news, immediately reacted with disbelief. Qin Feng had shown himself willing to harm even his own brother for power. His ambition was well known, and claiming that he had failed in learning from the Empress was merely an excuse. Now, having stripped down to their undergarments, prepared to deal with Qin Feng, he had instead sabotaged his own foundation, leaving them with the helpless feeling of striking a punch against cotton. Perhaps it was for the best. The two holy sons breathed a sigh of relief, thinking this was not necessarily a bad thing. The power Qin Feng had displayed was simply too terrifying. They truly did not wish to contend against such a prodigy. His self-sabotage was undoubtedly splendid news for them, allowing them to concentrate their efforts on another opponent. At that moment, Qin Feng was secretly drinking the Empress's wine. He discovered that this wine was extraordinary, crafted meticulously from ancient texts, capable of placing one in a state of intoxicated bliss. Originally, the Empress had brewed it to alleviate her own suffering, yet upon drinking it, Qin Feng not only did not feel the effects of intoxication, but the energy contained within the wine actually aided in the evolution of his celestial body. Stop drinking. You must not continue like this. The Empress could no longer remain seated, unable to bear seeing such raw talent squandered like himself. He had to find a way to stabilize Qin Feng's foundation. If you truly feel guilty, just do me a favor. Qin Feng smiled, waving his hand to reveal the corpse of the great dragon. As the most learned man of the Yin Moon dynasty, handling the great dragon's remains posed no issue for him. I can help you deal with the great dragon's corpse, but you... The Empress's expression turned grave as he pondered how to assist Qin Feng in solidifying his foundation. However, before he could devise a plan, Qin Feng suddenly vanished without a trace. This child, the Empress, witnessing this, felt anxious. He could not understand what Qin Feng had gone through, leading to such self-destructive behavior. But the sight of Qin Feng reminded him of his own past, when he too had lost his spirit, succumbing to despair. At this moment, Yulan was walking along the path of Tianhong Academy, when she suddenly felt something was amiss, without needing to think. She knew that the shameless Qin Feng had taken her pouch. Ding dong, Congratulations to the host for bullying the chosen girl, earning 100,000 villain points. Huh, why is the embroidery so coarse? Qin Feng once again used his ability to snatch from a distance, but this time, the embroidered pouch was far from exquisite. What could be the reason? Yulan was infuriated, her teeth itching with the desire to bite Qin Feng to death. Since this was a personal item, she had embroidered it herself, and now, her stitching speed could not keep pace with Qin Feng's stealing. Stealing? Can the matters of scholars be called theft? Do you think I studied the analects in vain? Qin Feng immediately grew displeased, asserting that he was a legitimate Confucian disciple. You? A scholar? Yulan scoffed disdainfully, unable to believe that someone as shameless as Qin Feng could even be associated with such a title. What do you mean by unworthy? Qin Feng, growing increasingly irked, felt more and more annoyed. Unlike his father, who could only recite Ode to the Goose, he possessed a representative work titled Ode to the Qin. Idle trainee, you are too beautiful, playing ball with a middle part, shameless. Yulan could not comprehend Qin Feng's nonsensical ramblings and raised her hand, attempting to reclaim her pouch. Yet, Qin Feng granted her no opportunity, using his agile movements to become a blur, evading her grasp. Was this guy really unstable? Yulan's heart raced with growing unease. Others might only see Qin Feng's 6 minor breakthroughs in half a month, but she had been entangled with him for just as long and could clearly feel that his strength had not diminished. In fact, it was growing stronger. This was entirely inconsistent with the concept of an unstable foundation. How could this be possible? Yulan felt utterly perplexed, wondering how he could maintain a stable foundation despite such rapid advancements. Regardless of the current stability of Qin Feng's foundation, she is acutely aware that she will spend another sleepless night embroidering a belly band upon returning home. Curse Qin Feng, I shall not rest until I have my vengeance. Yulan's teeth grind in frustration, wishing she could sink her teeth into Qin Feng's flesh. For over half a month, she has been trapped in a state of limbo. Too fearful to make any significant moves, more cautious than a sheltered young lady, terrified of being discovered. The most infuriating part is that he frequently ambushes her. Another 100,000 villain points have been credited. Qin Feng opened the system to check, revealing a total of 27,000 villain points, with each foundational pill costing 500,000. He can purchase 2, which is precisely what he needs to break into the Tao realm now that he has reached the 7th level of spiritual martial arts. He had anticipated it would take a month, yet he completed it in just half that time. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, reveling not only in the acquisition of villain points, but also in the elevation of his cultivation, which uplifted his spirits. At that moment, he overheard a conversation not far away. Have you heard? There have been several bloody incidents recently. Yes, I heard that several cities were slaughtered. It is said that it was that disciple of the great Xia Emperor, Feng Chong. How utterly outrageous. They should be executed. It's useless. The disciples just released from custody. Is that so? After injuring so many, they were released just like that. These individuals are backed by the great families of the great Xia. The implications are too significant to ignore. Damn it, this is so frustrating. The great Xia dynasty and our Inyu dynasty have yet to sever ties. A small concession could preserve greater plans. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt invigorated, realizing he could seek the South Wind Princess for his payment. And he inexplicably recalled her eloquent demeanor before him. At the foreign envoy's inn, since her encounter with Qin Feng, the South Wind Princess had completely withdrawn into herself, isolating herself in her chamber, unwilling to meet anyone. Her mind consumed with the memory of Qin Feng's forceful rise and her own force-sharp tongue. Feng Chang, where are you? The South Wind Princess curled up on her bed, tears streaming down her cheeks. If Feng Chang were still here, she would not have to worry about rescuing the disciples of the Emperor, nor would she endure such bullying from Qin Feng. Your Highness, you possess considerable talent. An elder tasked with protecting the envoy praised her from outside the door, realizing he had underestimated the South Wind Princess. He had thought her visit to Qin Feng was akin to courting danger, but it was proven that she truly excelled, bravely confronting the situation and resolving matters with mere words. Chapter 82. The Spirit of Jianan, the legacy of Wei Wu at this moment. The released disciples of the Emperor gathered together, expressing their dissatisfaction with the Inyu dynasty's actions in capturing them. What the hell does this mean? They can arrest us at will and release us just as whimsically. They truly do not regard us disciples of the Emperor at all. Inyu dynasty, you shall hear from me. As the disciples vented their frustrations, Qin Feng strode in with a nonchalant demeanor. Qin Feng, what brings you here? The disciples eyed him warily, fearing he would unleash chaos. "I am here to collect my payment," Qin Feng stated casually. "The only reason you were released is that I pleaded your case with the Emperor of Six Paths. Now, it is time to settle the bill. 5 million top-tier spirit stones. Not a single coin less. 5 million top-tier spirit stones." The disciples gasped in shock, internally branding Qin Feng a thief. They could hardly believe he would show such kindness in advocating for them. "You are correct. I had no altruistic motives. It was the South Wind Princess who put in considerable effort to persuade me." Silence. The furious voice of the South Wind Princess echoed from the loft. Realizing that Qin Feng had no regard for the unwritten rules of their world. Did he not know the saying about not mentioning matters from the mountain when descending? At the same time, she instructed someone to hastily gather the 5 million top-tier spirit stones to appease this insufferable man. Yes, the elder protecting the envoy did not dare to disobey, promptly presenting the 5 million top-tier spirit stones to Qin Feng. Having received the payment, Qin Feng suddenly remarked, "South Wind Princess, you wouldn't want Fengchang to be in peril, would you?" "What do you mean?" The South Wind Princess felt a tightening in her chest, rushing out from the loft. She saw Qin Feng had already left the foreign envoy's inn, turning back to her with a cryptic smile, leaving her wondering about his true intentions. What could he possibly mean? The South Wind Princess felt a tumult of emotions, sensing that there was more to Qin Feng's words than met the eye. Soon, the South Wind Princess discovered that Fengchang had slaughtered several cities. And now the Emperor of Six Paths had issued a kill-on-sight order, with the experts of the Inu dynasty engaging in a full-scale hunt for him. What should she do? Should she rush back to the Great Xia to seek her father's aid, or should she implore that insufferable Qin Feng for help? But given that her mission was incomplete and she faced penalties, asking her father for assistance would be exceedingly difficult. However, seeking Qin Feng's help would undoubtedly require considerable persuasion. "Your Highness, Fengchang's situation is critical. We cannot afford to lose him." The elder, having witnessed the South Wind Princess's formidable demeanor, urged her to approach Qin Feng once more for assistance, stating it was merely a matter of negotiation. At Suilong Peak, Qin Feng hummed a cheerful tune as he walked along the mountain path. However, after taking only a few steps, he encountered Qianjun and Wan Ma, who rushed toward him in a panic, informing him that Ziyuan was wreaking havoc in his little bamboo house, throwing things about in a fit of rage. "Ziyuan is throwing things?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Over the past 7 years, he had come to understand Ziyuan thoroughly. She was the type who would become angry if he did not flirt with her, and would sulk if he showed interest in other girls. Regardless of how furious she became, a simple compliment would have her forgiving him in an instant. In simpler terms, she embodied the archetype of a naive and sweet-hearted girl. Such reckless destruction would be understandable for the South Wind Princess, but utterly inconceivable for the innocent Ziyuan. Qianjun timidly asked, "Boss, did you go and flirt with another girl again?" "Ridiculous. Do I seem like the type to pursue girls who are yet to be betrothed?" Qin Feng retorted, visibly displeased. He inherited the spirit of Jianan and the legacy of Wei Wu. Before long, Qin Feng and his companions arrived at the little bamboo house. From a distance, they could see Ziyuan angrily throwing things about, or rather, it seemed she was searching for something. "Curse Qin Feng, how dare you return?" Ziyuan glared at Qin Feng, exuding an air of a spoiled young lady. Clang! Without waiting for Ziyuan to approach, Qin Feng's aura shifted dramatically. He stood like a solitary snow lotus on a cliff, emanating an overwhelming power, his garments billowing without wind, and a fierce sword energy surged around him. "Qin Feng, what are you doing? Beware, or I will inform my aunt." Ziyuan's expression shifted slightly, yet she did not halt her advance. "What is happening?" Qianjun and Wan Ma sensed the tension and quickly readied their weapons. "You are not Ziyuan. Who are you?" Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, recognizing that this Ziyuan was an imposter. As a quintessential naive girl, the genuine Ziyuan would never speak to him in such a tone, nor would she threaten him with her divine lineage. Even if he were to flaunt his affections publicly, she would simply sulk in silence. "I do not understand what you are saying." The false Ziyuan continued her advance, quickening her pace toward Qin Feng. Boom! The air around Qin Feng trembled, and the sound of swords resonated endlessly. With a surge of sword energy as vast as the ocean, a sharp, tearing wind filled the air, and countless streams of sword energy converged into a roaring river, seemingly capable of devouring all that existed in the world. All swords trembled, their song unending, as the waters of the great river flowed from the heavens. "This is bad." The voice of the false Sin suddenly transformed into that of a rough man, surprising Qin Feng with his audacity to take action. Without a hint of panic, the false Sin unleashed a terrifying surge of energy, forcefully tearing apart the vast river of sword qi that Qin Feng had conjured. What? Qianjun and Wanma's eyes widened in astonishment, not merely due to the opponent's cultivation level, but rather because they realized the sheer might of Qin Feng's sword qi, which displayed no signs of instability. Truly, he who proclaims himself the pinnacle of immortals and the unrivaled prodigy of the ancient era is indeed formidable. The false Yuan could not help but praise him. Had his cultivation not surpassed Qin Feng's by several tiers, he would have been utterly unable to withstand the river sword technique at the same level. Nevertheless, even if Qin Feng is the ancient world's foremost genius, today he would forcibly seize the dragon pearl and the Buddhist relic. He had always been the one to take treasures from others, and no one had ever managed to snatch anything from him. Qin Feng's eyes reflected utter disdain, dismissing his opponent entirely. Oh really? The false Yuan gazed at Qin Feng with keen interest, eager to witness what other formidable tactics he might employ. Gulp. Qianjun and Wanma could not help but swallow, sensing that the atmosphere had reached a boiling point, and now awaited Qin Feng's counterattack. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the spectacle. Qin Feng clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, turning to flee while calling out, Sister Moon Goddess, save me. Chapter 83. Shouting until horse proves futile puff. The false Nen felt his composure falter, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. Although he had long heard of the third holy son's lack of integrity, he never imagined he would stoop to such depths. One moment he was fervently passionate, resembling an ambitious youth ready to vanquish any foe, and the next, he unhesitatingly cast aside his principles, calling for the moon goddess to rescue him. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, who would dare believe a person could be so shameless? Truly, it was like a knife cutting through flesh, an eye-opener indeed. Qianjun and Wanma stood frozen in place, their minds echoing with disbelief. Damn it, I even stripped down to see your grand move, and you immediately discard all semblance of integrity without a thought. Yet, who could blame them for following such a leader? No matter how shameless, they were bound to follow him to the death. Help! Help! Qianjun and Wanma also ran about wildly, vociferously calling for the moon goddess. This is utterly disgraceful. The false Yuan was left speechless, glancing in three directions, realizing that a direct confrontation was futile. Since Qin Feng's location at the Emerald Bamboo Peak was not far from the moon goddess palace, should she truly hear any commotion and descend, even if he had 10 lives, it would not suffice to explain himself. He did not dare to gamble. He needed to flee quickly, lest he actually encounter the moon goddess. Run away, escape from the first day, but not from the 15th. With an angry huff, the false Yuan transformed into a swarm of bats, disappearing from sight. Before long, Qin Feng and his companions stealthily returned to the small bamboo hut. Surely he must have left by now? Qin Feng inquired. He should have. Wanma surveyed the area, confirming that no one was in sight. Qianjun spoke up. If I am not mistaken, this individual must be the legendary shape-shifting demon lord. Shape-shifting demon lord? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, recalling having heard of such a figure. It was said that this individual practiced an unknown technique, capable of transforming into anything. Men, women, children, the elderly, and even various small animals. Not merely a disguise, but a complete alteration of physiological structure. Just then, Xiaobai trotted over, cheerfully singing a song, Little White Rabbit, oh so white, with 2 ears held high, slicing arteries. Then veins, so still and cute, skinning and chopping into bits, tossed into the pot to stir fry, adding water, covering the lid, sprinkling cilantro before serving. Qin Feng immediately grew vigilant, drawing his Longkong divine sword and pointing it at Xiaobai. What is the meaning of this? Xiaobai, startled, bristled with white fur, confused by the sudden turn of events. Qin Feng coldly stated, confess and you'll be spared. Are you the shape-shifting demon lord in disguise? What is the shape-shifting demon lord? I'm just a rabbit, Xiaobai replied, utterly bewildered. Unaware? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Then how will you prove that you are indeed a rabbit? Prove that I am a rabbit. Xiaobai continued to be flummoxed, unsure how to demonstrate this. I advise you to provide proof of your rabbithood, otherwise. Qin Feng's gaze flashed with ferocity, and the Longkong divine sword glimmered ominously. Qianjun and Wanma also readied their weapons, awaiting Qin Feng's command to skin the rabbit. I'm a rabbit. I'm a rabbit. I'm a rabbit. Xiaobai stammered in terror, suddenly having a moment of clarity. Oh, right. I I remember you said that to prevent being defeated by an unreasonable protagonist, I devised a set of contact codes. The high mountain trembles, a stream of exquisite scenery through the ages. Oh, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, facing the sea, the three rivers flow eternally, and you are. Xiao Bai, with a serious expression, replied, I reside on Chenghua Avenue, a novice driver from a Qin mountain. Qin Xiao Bai. Qin Feng continued, I attended Erxiankyo Primary School for 2 years, a remarkable little bug in this mundane world, Qin Laolu. Oh my, indeed it is my beloved rabbit. Qin Feng quickly sheathed his sword. He believed that aside from the rabbit he personally raised, no one else would understand this set of contact codes. Woo-woo. Xiao Bai began to cry pitifully, not forgetting to take out a small notebook to jot down. On this day, I, the rabbit, was frightened half to death by Qin Feng and required compensation of 10 carats. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Qianjun and Wanma stood in shock, unable to recover, captivated by the bizarre exchange between the man and the rabbit. Although they understood none of it, it inexplicably felt sophisticated. They had initially thought Qin Feng's frenzied breakthroughs had rendered him useless, and that they would live out their days together with the rabbit atop Emerald Bamboo Peak. Yet upon witnessing Qin Feng execute the river sword technique and this peculiar set of contact codes, they glimpsed his ambitions to grow stronger and achieve greatness anew. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the bamboo forest, accompanied by a faint, alluring fragrance. What on earth? Qianjun and Wanma exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the source of the delicate aroma. Before they could investigate further, they felt a dizzying sensation, as if they had been isolated from their significant others for a month, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. Hehehe, you have fallen victim to my shouting until horse proves futile technique. Now, let us see where you attempt to flee. The shape-shifting demon lord returned, emitting a villainous laughter. A swarm of bats flew into the bamboo grove, coalescing into a figure draped in a black cloak, obscuring its face. Clearly, a villain without question. Is it poisonous? Qin Feng looked quizzically at Qianjun and Wanma, only then recalling his immunity to all toxins. Is it poisonous? Xiao Bai, in a panic, quickly consumed a carrot, asserting that carrots could indeed counteract poison. What is happening? The shape-shifting demon lord was left utterly flabbergasted. He had employed the shouting until horse proves futile technique, which could incapacitate even a Yuan Dan realm cultivator. Yet, how is it that Qin Feng and this rabbit remained lively and unharmed? Shouting until horse proves futile. Qin Feng appeared to disregard the shape-shifting demon lord entirely, enthusiastically inspecting Qianjun and Wanma, who were now powerless and at his mercy. Indeed, this was a case of shouting until horse proving futile. Damn! The shape-shifting demon lord could no longer contain his frustration, feeling that Qin Feng had shown him a distinct lack of respect. He did not care. Even if Qin Feng and the rabbit were unaffected, he still sought the dragon pearl and the Buddhist relic. However, he chose not to charge in recklessly. Instead, he activated the villain's special trait, verbosity. The shape-shifting demon lord coldly declared, Qin Feng, your two subordinates have succumbed to the world's most bizarre poison, shouting until horse proves futile. If you wish to prevent them from becoming permanently incapacitated, surrender the Buddhist relic and the dragon pearl. Is this truly what you call the world's most bizarre poison? I can revive them in an instant. A look of disdain adorned Qin Feng's face as he took out a bottle labeled Mother Pig Goes Wild. Chapter 84. He actually believed it. The duo, 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses, were filled with terror, wanting to shout, Boss, please don't come over. Yet, they found themselves utterly powerless, even if they screamed until their throats were raw. Don't worry, I'll come to rescue you. Seeing them blink incessantly, Qin Feng understood their impatience. Without hesitation, he uncapped the bottle and administered the medicine. As soon as they ingested it, 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses widened their eyes, feeling a fire ignite within. Yet their bodies remained unresponsive, akin to a cannon loaded but unable to fire, on the brink of an explosion. How could it be ineffective? Qin Feng gazed perplexly at Mother Pig Goes Wild. Logically, even if Lu Xiahui consumed it, there should have been some reaction. Why did 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses show none? Perhaps I should try giving them a few more pounds? At the same time, he developed a profound interest in this so-called world's #1 strange poison, which was essential for traversing the martial world, committing murder and thievery, and inheriting the Chancellor's will. Did you really think the title of world's #1 strange poison was merely a boast? The ever-changing demon lord chuckled ominously. I advise you to hand over the dragon pearl and the Buddha's relic, or they will be utterly ruined. Indeed, this villain had a lot to say. If it were me, I would have acted immediately. Qin Feng couldn't help but scoff, recognizing that this antagonist had limited intelligence. Unworthy of summoning assistance, he began to weave his deception. Even if I were to give you the dragon pearl and the Buddha's relic, do you think, with my talent, it would take long for me to surpass you? And with my nature, do you believe I would ever let you go? The demon lord's brow furrowed, contemplating the murderous intent towards Qin Feng. Unfazed, Qin Feng continued his ruse. Even if you desire to kill me to eliminate future threats, do you think the moon goddess would spare you? She has invested so much in me over these 7 years, even elevating me to the status of the third holy son of the Yin Moon dynasty. If you kill me, it is tantamount to throwing her investment away. Moreover, the Six Paths Emperor, for the sake of Yin Moon dynasty's reputation and as a warning to others, would not let you off the hook. Do you truly believe you will have good days ahead? As one ages, one should avoid arrogance and act with caution. The demon lord appeared momentarily taken aback, sensing the validity in Qin Feng's words. In the face of such a formidable opponent with immense backing, few dared to confront them directly, leaving others powerless. Qin Feng continued. Furthermore, even if you obtain the dragon pearl and the Buddha's relic, how much would your combat strength truly increase? Why not consider a trade instead? What trade? The demon lord, feeling slightly insecure, was compelled to seek counsel from this so-called villain. Qin Feng smirked. You provide me with the formula for the shouting until the throat breaks poison, and I will share with you a method to achieve the status of an emperor. The title of emperor. The demon lord's breath hitched, internally exclaiming that this deal was a tremendous jackpot. While the shouting until the throat breaks poison was indeed the world's #1 strange poison, it was incomparable to the status of an emperor. The two were entirely different realms. Alas, 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses despaired and shut their eyes. They were aware that Qin Feng's method to achieve the emperor's status likely referred to Feng Chang's 6 imperial games, but such deceptive talk was not convincing even to children, let alone fooling a powerhouse like the demon lord. It was apparent he was abandoning them, intentionally stalling for time to cry out, Sister Moon Goddess, save me. Wait, you're trying to deceive me, are you? The demon lord suddenly grew wary, recalling that Qin Feng lacked scruples. How many of his words were true, and how many were false? Perhaps only he knew. Even if the method to attain the emperor's status was authentic, it was likely fraught with peril. Rest assured I, Qin Feng, am a proper Confucian gentleman. I swear by heaven that not a single word is false. I can assure you that this method is as simple as riding a horse. Qin Feng proclaimed confidently. Do you think I would believe that? The demon lord shot Qin Feng a skeptical glance, as if to say, I graduated from elementary school. As if achieving the status of emperor was as easy as plucking a cabbage from the ground. If such a simple method existed, why would Qin Feng not keep it for himself rather than sell it to him? There must be a deception at play. After a moment's thought, Qin Feng said, Have you ever heard of an extraordinarily unique fate called the 6 Imperial Games? The 6 Imperial Games. The demon lord initially blinked, then let out a shriek. He had stumbled upon references to the 6 Imperial Games in an ancient text, noting that every woman possessing this fate met a tragically grim end, yet simultaneously bore the 6 great emperors. 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses stood frozen, utterly bewildered by this turn of events. He actually believed it. He genuinely bought into Qin Feng's nonsense. He believed there existed the 6 Imperial Games. Oh my, I have finally found someone who recognizes value. Qin Feng was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy streaming down his face, as he had not anticipated trust to come from a fellow practitioner. Who is this person you speak of? The demon lord's breath quickened, unable to resist the allure of the emperor's status. Qin Feng replied, You write down your antidote and formula, and I will write down the names of the individuals involved in the 6 Imperial Games. We will exchange the formula and antidote for the names. All right, the demon lord, without a second thought, agreed. Facing such a deal, only a fool would refuse. Soon, they completed the exchange, each scribbling on their respective notes. The title of emperor belongs to me now. The demon lord cackled with glee, seizing the note without a glance and transforming into a flock of bats, fleeing as if in fear that Qin Feng might retract his offer. Indeed, I often find myself at odds with other villains due to my lack of malevolence. Qin Feng shuddered, hastily disrupting the mental image that had formed in his mind. Meanwhile, he silently wished the demon lord success, not for any reward from Feng Chong, but to allow Feng Chong to experience warmth and liberate himself in the path of darkness. It makes sense now. Xiao Bai, crouching nearby, diligently took notes, hoping to sell Qin Feng off at the earliest opportunity. After receiving the antidote for the shouting until the throat breaks poison, 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses exerted every ounce of strength to rush toward the seafood market below, fearing they might inadvertently commit some bizarre act if they tarried. At that moment, the demon lord confirmed that no one was around, his heart racing in excitement as he opened the note. Feng Chong. Who is Feng Chong? The demon lord seemed to recall something, and after a long pause, finally uttered a curse. Chapter 85. The Chancellor's Blood and Tears Lesson in the Moon Dynasty within a certain city. The heavens and earth resembled a blood-soaked canvas, with piles of corpses visible everywhere. Feng Chong sat cross-legged in a pool of blood, his tattered garments hanging from him like rags. The mountain of corpses and sea of blood before him was his handiwork. Since departing from the battlefield of life and death, he had embarked on a frenzied killing spree to gain strength. Humanity, a creation of heaven and earth, is the spirit of all things. Nothing serves as a better elixir than a human. As he slaughtered, he absorbed the essence of his victims, losing count of how many he had killed or consumed, only aware that he was on the verge of breaking through to the Tao realm. Though this method allowed for rapid advancement, it also intensified the malevolence within him, as if he were on the brink of losing control and transforming into a monster driven solely by bloodlust. No, I can kill no more. Feng Chang's face contorted into a grotesque mask of rage as he struggled to suppress the murderous impulse within him. Yet a raspy voice of temptation echoed inside him, whispering, "You think you are superior, that you are above all? Having chosen the path of darkness, there is no turning back. Reflect on your past. You are tainted. Do you understand why Qin Feng humiliated you, and why Princess Nan Feng abandoned you? It is because you lack power. You must ascend step by step, embodying an indomitable spirit that never yields." Silence. Feng Chong roared, clutching his head, resolutely rejecting the old demon's seduction. He was acutely aware that this old fiend, having been stripped a millennia of power by the Six Paths Emperor, was desperate for the essence of life found within human bodies to regain his strength. Moreover, the demon sought to erode Feng Chang's will through bloodshed, hoping to seize control of his body in the process. In the past, he could easily suppress this old demon with the relic of Buddha, but now that relic had been taken by Qin Feng, leaving him to rely solely on his own willpower. Any lapse in vigilance could lead to his corruption. The old demon cackled ominously, sensing Feng Chang's limit was nearing. He had descended too deeply into the abyss. Retracing his steps was no longer an option. Ultimately, he would be overtaken unless Feng Chong could achieve enlightenment regarding the concept of demonic paths existing solely within the mind. But therein lay the problem. The understanding of such concepts was far beyond the grasp of someone as young as him. At that moment, the ever-changing demon lord arrived at the blood-red city, spotting Feng Chong from a distance as he bellowed in anguish. Over the past few days, he had consulted numerous masters skilled in divination using Feng Chang's birth details, and the conclusions he drew were alarming. Qin Feng's claims were, astonishingly, true. This individual was none other than the fabled sixth emperor of the death-defying destiny. Now, Feng Chong had fully succumbed to darkness, wreaking havoc across the Moon Dynasty. Locating him was not a challenge. The only dilemma for the demon lord was that Feng Chong was a man. Damn it, caught between the emperor and my principles. I find myself hesitating. The demon lord slapped himself, realizing that relying solely on his innate talents would not secure him the title of emperor. He swiftly transformed into a shadow, racing towards Feng Chong. Not good. Danger approaches. Feng Chang's expression shifted dramatically as an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore apart a spatial teleportation talisman, vanishing from sight. Ha ha ha. Where do you think you're going? The demon lord calmly surveyed his surroundings before quickly honing in on Feng Chang's location, pursuing him relentlessly. At Tianhong Academy, Qin Feng approached Di Xiu to inquire about the progress of DeLong, as the opening of the Kunlun secret realm was merely days away. I have taken care of DeLong. However, your cultivation. Di Xiu gazed at Qin Feng as if he had seen a ghost, utterly incredulous. He had only been away for a few days, yet Qin Feng had inexplicably ascended to the 9th level of spiritual martial arts. From the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding him, it was evident he could break through to the Tao realm at any moment. Good heavens! What sorcery is this? Dishio marveled, as even the most divine beings would find it insurmountable to achieve such rapid progress. "Oh, I just broke through during my free time these past couple of days," Qin Feng replied casually. However, to Dishio's ears, it was far from a light matter. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had set a poor example, inadvertently influencing Qin Feng towards self-destruction and the undermining of his foundation. Is this the divine weapon forged from DeLong's essence? Qin Feng failed to notice Dishio's guilt, his attention captured by several treasures beside Dishio. A war spear made from dragon bones, a massive hammer, a longbow crafted from dragon tendons and horns, and a suit of black armor fashioned from dragon scales. Among them, the most captivating was a piece of soft armor, glowing faintly with black light, appearing delicate yet incredibly sturdy. Your discerning eye is impressive. Dixu, still feeling regretful, began to elaborate. This soft armor is crafted from the soft scales of a dragon's belly, enhanced with dragon blood for magical defense. Capable of withstanding a full force strike from a Yuan Dan realm cultivator. Withstanding a full force strike from a Yuan Dan cultivator. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, exclaiming internally that it was a remarkable find. He knew that only those under 30 could enter the Kunlun secret realm. And reaching the Yuan Dan realm before turning 30 was an arduous task, if not nearly impossible. Thus, possessing this armor would render him virtually invulnerable within the Kunlun secret realm. I'll let you two have the rest. Qin Feng glanced over the remaining equipment, realizing they were of no use to him, and generously bestowed them upon Qianjun and Wan Ma. After all, the Prime Minister had taught him through blood and tears the dire consequences of having ill-equipped subordinates. Learning from the lessons of the Prime Minister's defeat at the Battle of Wan City, he was determined to arm Qianjun and Wan Ma, regardless of the cost. Thank you, boss. The two expressed their heartfelt gratitude, believing Qin Feng to be the best leader in the world. Qianjun chose the dragon bone spear, while Wan Ma opted for the massive hammer, each donning a set of dragon scale armor, their appearances reassuring Qin Feng that he could carry on the Prime Minister's legacy. And there's a longbow. Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the remaining longbow, instantly thinking of Bai Ri. He wielded a longbow and was the first to recognize the potential within Feng Chong for future greatness. It was imperative to bring him under his wing and imprint him with the celestial slave seal, lest he be led astray by Feng Chong in the future. Unfortunately, his current celestial slave seal was depleted, necessitating a breakthrough to the Dao realm to unlock 2 more slots. With the Kunlun secret realm on the horizon, he needed to hasten his advancement to the Dao realm. With newfound purpose, Qin Feng no longer lingered, leading Qianjun and Wan Ma back to Chuizhu Peak to commence his seclusion and breakthrough. Qin Feng. Dishio observed Qin Feng's departing figure, his heart heavy with sorrow. Such a prodigy. Why had he chosen self-destruction? It was utterly perplexing and incomprehensible. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Blue Demon, a surge of formidable energy erupted. Wonderful. Mother has emerged from her seclusion. Yulan's face lit up with joy as she anticipated finally being able to confront that scoundrel Qin Feng. Chapter 86. An abundance of information at Chuizhu Peak. Within a modest bamboo hut, Qin Feng sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed in meditation. A radiant aura of Buddhist light emanated from him, accompanied by intermittent sounds of dragon roars, as a golden dragon spiraled around him. The Dawei Tianlong had transformed. Now, not only did it exude Buddhist light, but it also radiated a formidable dragon might, its power exponentially greater than before. Is it safe for the boss to break through like this? Qianjun stood guard outside, his face etched with worry. Since Qin Feng had been personally appointed as the 3rd Holy Son by the Six Paths Emperor, Chuizhu Peak had become a hub of activity, with countless individuals vying for the opportunity to follow him. However, as news of Qin Feng's successive breakthroughs spread, they witnessed the fickle nature of society. Even the 2 holy sons from Tianhong Academy had long since dismissed Qin Feng, allowing him to flourish or falter at Chuizhu Peak. Everything will be fine. Wan Ma's eyes were filled with unwavering faith in Qin Feng. His young master had dared to take decisive action at the age of 8, bearing the weight of eternal condemnation as he left the Qin family to forge his own path in the Yin Moon dynasty. There was no way he would resort to self-destructive behavior. Boom! A deep rumble emanated from within the bamboo hut as a terrifying aura began to uncontrollably surge forth. He was breaking through to the Dao realm. Qianjun and Wan Ma exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by what they sensed. They could distinctly feel the extraordinary depth of spiritual energy within Qin Feng, showing no signs of instability. In fact, his foundation appeared far more solid than they had ever anticipated. How is this possible? Their eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Qin Feng had achieved such a feat. To ascend from the first level of spiritual martial arts to the first level of the Tao realm within a month while maintaining a stable foundation was unprecedented, even in the annals of ancient history. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, opening his eyes and drawing back the overflowing breath into his body. After breaking through to the Tao realm, the most significant change he experienced was an exponential increase in his combat prowess, now dozens of times stronger than before. He also gained nearly 1,000 years of lifespan, and his connection with the Chong Kong Divine Sword became even more intimate. According to the 10 ancestors, the Chong Kong Divine Sword possesses a spirit, which is why he was able to wield it even at the Kaiyuan realm. Now, with his cultivation advancing to the Tao realm, controlling the Chong Kong Divine Sword became second nature. He could effortlessly alter its size and soar freely through the skies atop it. Rise! Qin Feng formed a hand seal and pressed forcefully against the Chong Kong Divine Sword. Buzzing, the sword responded to his summons, emitting a resonant hum as it transformed into a flying sword, hovering before him. Finally, it could fly. Eagerly, Qin Feng leaped onto the flying sword, and with a whoosh, he shot out of the bamboo house. At the same time, he noticed that the spiritual energy within him was depleting rapidly. With his current cultivation at the first level of the Tao realm, he could only sustain flight for about half an hour. Now, he understood why many Tao cultivators no longer relied on flying swords. After enjoying a leisurely flight, Qin Feng returned to the bamboo house, but upon his arrival, he found that guests had come to visit. Besides the moon goddess and Xian, Yulan brought along a voluptuous beauty of exquisite grace, her powerful aura causing those around her to tremble. It was evident that she was Lan Mo, one of the 4 great beauties of ancient times. After being bullied by Qin Feng for nearly a month, Yulan was eager to confront him, having finally awaited her mother's emergence from seclusion. The moon goddess, upon hearing of Lan Mo's return, hurriedly brought Xian along to secure a good position, even preparing snacks and fine wine. Duh! The moon goddess furrowed her brow, exclaiming internally that it was all happening too quickly. She had recently heard the rumors regarding Qin Feng's rapid breakthroughs and had initially dismissed them as mere exaggerations. Given Qin Feng's steady and methodical nature, it seemed implausible that he would suddenly disregard his foundation for a swift ascension. Yet, who could have anticipated that it was indeed true? He had broken through to the Tao realm in less than a month. Mother, this is Qin Feng. Yulan glared at Qin Feng, her expression a mix of anger and defiance, as if to say he was doomed this time. However, she underestimated Qin Feng's audacity. Upon seeing Lan Mo, he remained unfazed and instead approached her with affection, wrapping his arms around her waist. Lan baby, you are truly mischievous. Why didn't you inform me that our mother was coming? Lan baby. Yulan shuddered, swiftly smacking Qin Feng's hand away in disbelief. What was happening? Lan Mo was momentarily taken aback. She had expected her precious daughter to be bullied by someone named Qin Feng, but instead, it appeared as if 2 young lovers were bickering. Huh? The moon goddess was equally bewildered, unable to comprehend how a turtle and a mung bean had found common ground. Logically, Yulan should have harbored a deep hatred for Qin Feng. So why did it seem otherwise? Did Lan Mo's daughter have some peculiar preferences? Did he truly call her baby? Ziyuan's face turned into a furious pout as she scanned the surroundings for the presence of Xiao Bai. Are you still angry? Qin Feng continued his charade, looking at Yulan with a mix of helplessness and amusement. I already told you, Ziyuan and I are childhood friends. Even if you wish to repay me for saving your life during the life and death elimination rounds, you can only be a concubine at most. Who wants to be your concubine? Yulan retorted angrily, questioning Qin Feng's intentions. What did he mean by implying that childhood friends equated to wives? A faint flush crept across Ziyuan's cheeks, her heart racing like a startled deer. Initially believing that their shared childhood meant Qin Feng held no romantic feelings for her, she was surprised to discover that her status in his heart was so significant. What do you mean by not being a concubine? Qin Feng reached for Yulan's hand, his demeanor earnest. Rest assured, I, Qin Feng, am a responsible man. The clothes I removed to help you with the poison were a necessity. As for the belly band you gifted me as a token of affection, I promised to keep that a secret and never reveal it to outsiders. Lan Mo stood there, stunned, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the information. What the hell? While the act of undressing to cure poison was understandable, gifting a belly band as a token of affection was something entirely different. She had raised her daughter to be a refined lady, never imagining she would engage in such wild antics behind her back. Cough, cough. As a mother with a sense of propriety, she could not pry into her daughter's interests. Who gave you the belly band as a token of affection? Yulan was utterly exasperated, having never anticipated Qin Feng's brazen demeanor. Were these, then? Before Yulan could continue, Qin Feng waved his hand, producing a belly band. Being Yulan's biological mother, Lan Mo immediately recognized her daughter's handiwork, confirming that these belly bands indeed belonged to Yulan. Alas, a daughter should not be kept. Lan Mo could not help but sigh. She had thought her daughter was being bullied and had come to confront someone, only to find that her daughter had coaxed her into a situation akin to feeding her dog food. Qin Feng glanced at the infuriated Yulan, sensing her unwillingness to call him baby. Thus, he decided to press the matter further. Chapter 87. A just act must be supported. You're talking nonsense. He stole it. Yulan exclaimed, her chest heaving with anger as she rushed to complain to Lan Mo. Without waiting for Yulan to explain, Lan Mo smiled knowingly, comforting her precious daughter while scrutinizing Qin Feng with a mother-in-law's discerning gaze. She had certainly heard of the renowned first prodigy of the ancient times. Although she had been in seclusion and missed witnessing Qin Feng's performance during the life-and-death elimination rounds, she had heard tales of his triumphs, slaying dragons, battling the disciples of the Celestial Emperor, and being proclaimed a saint by the Six Paths Emperor. Most importantly, he was the legitimate heir of the first family of the ancient times. Even if Qin Feng had fallen out with the Qin family, given his talent, a return to the family was merely a matter of time. In her view of the ideal son-in-law, Qin Feng undoubtedly met the criteria of the most perfect candidate. Thus, she wholeheartedly supported this union, while she had never found a single redeeming quality in the impoverished boy Yulan had encountered during her childhood. What do you understand to have agreed? Yulan felt an immense sense of frustration, questioning whether this was truly her mother. What mother would marry off her precious daughter to a scoundrel, especially one deemed the first scoundrel of ancient times? Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully captivating the daughter of destiny, garnering her mother's preliminary approval and earning 100,000 villain points. Captivating? Qin Feng paused momentarily, pondering when the next victim, the chosen one, would appear. The moon goddess grew increasingly perplexed. She had come to witness Lan Mo's fury upon discovering her daughter was bullied. Yet now it seemed as though she were a mother-in-law growing more pleased with her son-in-law. Moreover, wasn't Qin Feng the one who had always aspired to marry her? What did it mean for him to propose to both Ziyuan and Yulan as primary wives? TSK, a scoundrel. You're too oblivious to your own fortune. Lan Mo shot Yulan a seductive glance, as if to say, had she not been born earlier? The title of the first prodigy of ancient times might have belonged to her daughter. However, Lan Mo's tone shifted to one of cold authority. My daughter, Lan Mo, will never be a concubine to anyone. As one of the four great beauties of ancient times, her strength was comparable to that of the moon goddess. The only difference was the absence of a legendary tortoise. However, this did not diminish her status within the Yin Moon dynasty. While she might not be able to claim the title of the most powerful, she certainly ranked among the top 5. The thought of her daughter being relegated to the status of a concubine was utterly intolerable, and she doubted the moon goddess would agree to such an arrangement. Qin Feng's expression grew conflicted as he glanced at the moon goddess, shifting all the pressure onto her. Why am I involved in this? The moon goddess, who had been watching the drama unfold, was momentarily stunned, cursing Qin Feng for being a little rascal. What does it matter that Ziyuan and Yulan have known each other since childhood, or that one might marry Yulan as a concubine? It is merely an attempt to stoke the flames and incite a conflict between her and the blue demon, is it not? The blue demon squinted at the moon goddess, wearing an expression that suggested he would compel her to consent to a confrontation. Do you really think I fear you? As a longtime adversary of the blue demon, the moon goddess had a temper that ignited at the slightest provocation. The two slowly ascended into the air, their gazes locking in a clash reminiscent of thunder striking, creating an atmosphere that was palpably oppressive. Now it is my turn to enjoy the spectacle. Qin Feng settled into the spectator's seat that originally belonged to the moon goddess, relishing the sunflower seeds, fruits, and fine wine she had prepared, while also pulling Ziyuan closer, delighting in her presence. Ziyuan, embodying the innocent and sweet persona, was still lost in the joy of being Qin Feng's bride, showing no resistance to his advances. Meanwhile, Yulan was infuriated, expressing her astonishment at such shamelessness. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the chosen daughter, Yulan, for earning 10,000 villain points. Qin Feng began to ponder. As a proper Confucian gentleman, should he not step forward to offer Yulan some comfort? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, a magnificent force capable of bringing the very expanse to its knees and crushing all existence. A deep growl erupted as the moon goddess's ancestral Xuanwu emerged from the void, darkening the skies, unleashing tempestuous lightning and radiating brilliant light. Another deafening roar resonated as a white tiger, summoned by the blue demon, tore through the fabric of reality, its fierce aura saturating the atmosphere, resembling a harbinger of death descending upon the mortal realm. This white tiger had been tamed through great effort by the blue demon, yet lacking the legacy of the Xuanwu, its combat prowess paled in comparison. Nevertheless, as a divine beast with immense potential, it could potentially surpass the Xuanwu in time. Divine beast, the white tiger, the two exclaimed, trembling under the pressure of the divine beasts. Is this truly the white tiger? Qin Feng curiously gazed up at the imposing creature, noting that it was entirely unlike any depiction he had previously encountered online. Around him, the crowd remained unfazed, gazing skyward as if such occurrences were commonplace. In their memories, these two frequently engaged in quarrels over trivial matters, often fighting for an entire day. What would they possibly be fighting about this time? It seemed to be related to Qin Feng's Emerald Bamboo Peak, likely involving him. The third holy son, Qin Feng, has he not been rendered useless? Though he may have been incapacitated, he is still of use. Indeed, while he may be a bit of a scoundrel, he would certainly make for a superior breeding stock. Imagine, the next generation could effortlessly inherit some abilities and bolster our great Moon dynasty. Word has it that various factions within the Moon dynasty are preparing to capture Qin Feng to coax him into siring numerous offspring. This is an act of justice. We must support it. If that is the case, I shall not take my leave. Do elaborate. Just as the moon goddess and the blue demon readied themselves for a proper battle, the authoritative voice of the Six Paths Emperor suddenly rang out, declaring that now was not the time for their conflict, as the Kunlun's secret realm would open in 5 days. In 5 days, the Kunlun secret realm will be unveiled. Not only did the moon goddess and the blue demon lose their composure, but even the various factions of the Moon dynasty were thrown into a frenzy, transforming into streaks of colorful light as they hurried to the Six Paths Emperor's palace for a meeting. Is that it? Qin Feng stood there dumbfounded, quietly retrieving his notebook. On this date, the Six Paths Emperor intervened to prevent the blue demon and the moon goddess from clashing, denying me the chance to observe the duel of masters, resulting in a missed opportunity for self-improvement, thus requiring compensation of 1 million top-tier spirit stones. Little White, having emerged from an unknown location, also produced a notebook to jot down. On this date, Qin Feng instigated a conflict between the moon goddess and the blue demon, causing me, a rabbit, to lose sleep, necessitating compensation of 10 carats. Just then, a swarm of bats flew into the bamboo forest of Emerald Bamboo Peak. And without needing to look, it was clear that the shape-shifting demon lord had arrived. Here he comes again, the two exclaimed, knowing that such blatant lies would inevitably be exposed, and hurriedly brandished their weapons to buy time for Qin Feng. One must admit, the shape-shifting demon lord indeed had a knack for timing, with the moon goddess and the blue demon occupied at the Six Paths Emperor's palace. He could act without restraint. What is there to fear? Qin Feng remained undeterred by the presence of a shape-shifting demon lord, contemplating the use of causal techniques to have the two tremble in fear and recognize the other as a mentor. Chapter 88. The Chosen One in Action, the Shape-Shifting Demon Lord. Ziyuan and Yu Lan's expressions shifted dramatically, quickly drawing their weapons in readiness. They had heard of the shape-shifting demon lord. While not an outright villain, he was certainly no paragon of virtue, often bullying the younger generation due to his superior cultivation, never deigning to engage with those of equal standing. There is no need for alarm. I harbor no ill intent. The shape-shifting demon lord revealed his true form, still cloaked in a black robe that obscured his face. No intent. The two remain on high alert, weapons at the ready. Drawing upon a decade of experience as a voracious reader, Qin Feng inquired, "You are not truly seeking out Feng Chong, are you? After suffering a significant setback at his hands, now you come to me for assistance." "How did you know?" The shape-shifting demon lord was astounded, suspecting Qin Feng of possessing some divinatory prowess. He had resigned himself to forsaking his integrity to pursue the imperial throne. Yet who would have thought that a mere entry-level cultivator would prove so troublesome? He had been so close to capturing Feng Chong, yet unexpected circumstances always thwarted him. Whether it was encountering skilled opponents from the Moon dynasty, or those who happened to witness Feng Chang's intervention, even when he transformed into an enchanting beauty, Feng Chong had shown no lack of response, leading him to suspect that Feng Chong might have peculiar preferences. In a desperate attempt, he even transformed into Qin Feng's likeness, which indeed elicited a reaction from Feng Chong. Alas, Feng Chong contained an ancient demon within, and despite being stripped of his cultivation by the Six Paths Emperor for millennia, he still possessed the strength to overpower him. Had he not fled, he might have been slain by Feng Chong. Yet, to abandon this pursuit was not something he could bear, so he approached Qin Feng with a mindset of trial and error. What? The two stood in stunned silence. They had initially thought the shape-shifting demon lord returned because his deceitful claims had been exposed, only to discover that he truly believed in the existence of 6 sovereigns and was actively pursuing them. Was he genuinely after the imperial throne, or was he using it as a cover for his ulterior motives? Impressive indeed. Qin Feng could not help but give a thumbs up, stepping back to maintain distance from the deranged antagonist. Simultaneously, he silently mourned for Feng Chong for 3 minutes, assuring himself that this had nothing to do with him. He had merely acted out of necessity, never anticipating that the shape-shifting demon lord had such inclinations. However, these chosen ones were endowed with great fortune, and their incursions into others' worlds were typically met with formidable resistance. Any attempt to invade their realm would prove exceedingly arduous. The shape-shifting demon lord, growing impatient, declared, "Spare me your platitudes. I simply wish to know if you can assist me." Solutions are not entirely lacking. Qin Feng, still driven by circumstance, replied, "However, what treasure do you intend to offer in exchange?" "Offer a treasure?" The shape-shifting demon lord's expression shifted continuously as he contemplated whether to barter for Qin Feng's assistance or resort to binding him with ropes and employing whips and candles to extract the information. No, this would not do. Qin Feng's demeanor was far too composed. Having encountered Qin Feng 3 times, the shape-shifting demon lord recognized that beneath his seemingly erratic behavior lay an uncanny confidence, as if he were playing a game of life and death, possessing some ultimate trump card. Furthermore, if Feng Chong is so difficult to deal with, then this first prodigy of the ancient wilderness must be even more formidable. The ever-changing demon lord ultimately did not dare to take action, instead inquiring, "What is it that you desire?" "I want you," Qin Feng stated bluntly. "I want you to serve me for a century, and I will guarantee your future here." "A century? Impossible." The demon lord shook his head repeatedly. "I can at most agree to follow your orders for 3 years, but a century is absolutely out of the question." "All right, it's a deal." As soon as the demon lord finished speaking, Qin Feng readily agreed. "Huh." The demon lord looked utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend Qin Feng's approach. He had anticipated that Qin Feng would haggle, aiming for a price around 50 years. Yet upon merely proposing 3 years, Qin Feng had immediately acquiesced. In truth, for Qin Feng, whether it was a century or a day made no difference. Once he marked someone with the celestial slave seal, it would bind them for eternity. They would have to obey his every command. Now that he had advanced to the first stage of Tao, he had successfully unlocked 2 celestial slave seals. The demon lord's breathing quickened as he observed Qin Feng raising his hand to forge a celestial slave seal. News had spread far and wide about how Qin Feng had enhanced the combat power of thousands during the life and death elimination round 5-fold, and he had suffered no apparent side effects. If this seal could also benefit him, then perhaps the time frame could be negotiated. Ignoring the demon lord's eagerness, Qin Feng shifted his gaze to Yulan beside him. Rather than bestowing an opportunity upon the demon lord, he preferred to imprint the celestial slave seal upon Yulan, the chosen maiden, believing that doing so would yield substantial rewards. Of course, the prerequisite was her willing consent. Yulan scoffed, turning away from Chuizhu Peak. Although she was tempted by the prospect of quintupled combat power, her understanding of Qin Feng suggested that while she might profit, he would undoubtedly not suffer any losses. What a pity, Qin Feng sighed, resigned to marking the demon lord instead, given that the demon lord showed no resistance. The celestial slave seal was easily affixed to him. With such intellect, he would soon bid farewell to his bicycle. Qin Feng had not anticipated that the demon lord would be so easily manipulated, nearly swelling his pride. What an astonishing seal! The demon lord's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt his own combat power surging exponentially. He had assumed that Qin Feng's seal would only offer a slight enhancement, considering the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. Who could have imagined it would elevate his combat power 5-fold, just like it had done for the thousands before him? Not only was his combat power quintupled, but his physical strength, speed, defense, and might were all similarly augmented. At that moment, the demon lord's mindset shifted. From then on, he would no longer allow anyone to speak to him loudly, not even that wretched Qin Feng. Just as the demon lord entertained this thought, he suddenly felt a searing flame scorching his soul, causing him to clutch his head and writhe on the ground in agony. What is happening? Both Qianjun and Wan Ma were puzzled. They had not experienced such a phenomenon. They should be celebrating, right? Celebrating? Qin Feng casually remarked, preparing to find Bai Ri to offer warmth. He still had one more celestial slave seal to use, and, as the first to alter his fate in the future, he needed to imprint the seal before he grew stronger. Celebrating? Qianjun and Wan Ma stood frozen, unsure whether they were witnessing an artistic display or something else entirely. At this moment, the major factions of the ancient wilderness had already received word that the Kunlun secret realm would be opening in 5 days. Kunlun's secret realm. Fang Chang stood atop a mountain of corpses, surrounded by an aura of endless malevolence. He had a strong premonition that within the Kunlun secret realm lay opportunities meant for him. Acquiring them would allow him to crush all other prodigies and stomp on that wretched Qin Feng. From then on, the ancient wilderness would be his domain. And who would dare to defy Fang Chang? Is it finally about to commence? The ethereal figure of an elder beside Qin Hao stroked his beard, knowing it was time for Qin Hao to venture out into the world. Remaining cloistered at home would not suffice. True strength required tempering through blood and fire. Brother Qin, you will go, won't you? Meanwhile, Lin San, who was traveling abroad, glanced back toward the moon goddess palace. Renowned as the foremost sword-bearer of the coming century, he had devoted the past 7 years to perfecting his swordsmanship after being bested by Qin Feng, and now he eagerly anticipated a chance to duel with him once more. Chapter 89. Survive, I must survive. Come, 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 bark like a dog and I'll give you food. A group of street urchins laughed and jeered before a beggar, waving a chicken leg in front of him. Upon closer inspection, one would recognize the beggar as Bai Ri, the one whom Qin Feng could not forget. At that moment, Bai Ri gazed longingly at the chicken leg, his thoughts drifting back to about a month prior, after the life-and-death elimination round had concluded. Within the Bai family estate, a group of indifferent elders sat solemnly in the ancestral hall, all of them prominent figures within the Bai clan. Below them knelt Bai Ri, his expression vacant. Ever since the elimination round, he had endured unprecedented mental and physical trauma. He had expected to find warmth and solace upon returning home. Yet instead, he was met with disdain from his kin for having survived the elimination round, bringing shame upon the family and rendering the Bai clan a laughingstock throughout the Inu dynasty. Bai Ri, you have brought immense disgrace upon the Bai clan. Today, we elders have unanimously decided to enforce the clan's laws. Your cultivation will be revoked, and you are to be expelled from the Bai family. What? Bai Ri felt as if struck by lightning, scarcely able to believe his ears. He had been the victim in this ordeal. Yet, instead of receiving comfort, his family sought to inflict further harm. How could he survive in the ancient wilderness without his cultivation? No one paid heed to Bai Ri's plight as several burly men rushed forward to pin him to the ground. No, please! Bai Ri cried out in terror, struggling desperately against the impending fate of becoming a cripple. Alas, Bai Ri could not escape his fate. His anguished cries echoed as his dantian was shattered by a single blow. His spiritual energy dissipated like a deflating balloon, his vitality plummeting to an all-time low, leaving him utterly powerless. With a thud, Bai Ri was mercilessly cast out of the Bai family, unable to stand, resembling a limp shrimp. Isn't this the Bai Ri from the Bai family? The Bai family was ruthless, stripping him of his cultivation and expelling him. It was no wonder they acted so. Which family could tolerate such disgrace? Sacrificing one to preserve the family's reputation was no fault of the Bai clan. What a farce. A life was indeed sacrificed. But was their reputation truly preserved? Passers-by pointed and whispered about Bai Ri, each word piercing his heart. He refused to accept this. He would not be reduced to a mere beggar. Everything the Bai family had done to him, he would repay tenfold. Yet, ideals are often grand, while reality is harsh. In the days that followed, Bai Ri lived like a beggar, curled up in alleyways, sacrificing his dignity for scraps of food. I must survive, I must survive. Bai Ri repeatedly reassured himself, believing that only by living could hope remain. Woof woof. Bai Ri, suppressing his humiliation, lay on the ground, barking like a dog. Ha ha, he is actually barking like a dog. The once proud prodigy of the Bai family is now barking like a dog. The street urchins erupted into raucous laughter, their mirth echoing through the alleyway. Is it truly so amusing? A cold voice cut through the laughter as Qin Feng appeared in the alley. A small white rabbit munching on a carrot perched on his shoulder, followed closely by Qianjun, Wan Ma, and the tormented demon lord, on the brink of mental collapse from the effects of the celestial slave seal. At this moment, the ever-changing demon lord cautiously stood behind Qin Feng, his ears perked up, fearing that he might miss Qin Feng's command and once again experience that exhilarating sensation of flying. Qin Feng. Bai Ri looked at Qin Feng in surprise, clearly not expecting his presence here. His feelings toward Qin Feng were quite complex. The root cause of his current predicament was Qin Feng. Yet the deepest wounds were inflicted by Feng Chong and the Bai family. You are Qin Feng? The third holy son, Qin Feng. The street rogues were momentarily stunned, curiously observing Qin Feng. While they may not recognize the third holy son of the Yin dynasty, they had undoubtedly heard of Qin Feng's notorious exploits and his shameless pet rabbit. Qin Feng remarked, "To see such expressions upon meeting me. Have you not heard the saying of Confucius? It is not a shame to ask questions of those beneath you." What does that mean? The demon lord panicked, admitting he truly had not heard of it. Wan Ma whispered, "The translated meaning is that it is not shameful to ask the boss questions. They may go below to inquire." I understand now. Let the ants perish. The demon lord displayed great enthusiasm, transforming into a swarm of bats and charging towards the street rogues. "Don't come near." The street rogues screamed in terror, ultimately being swept away by the bats. I have arrived a moment too late. Qin Feng approached Bai Ri, crouching beside him, showing no concern for his diminished cultivation. Based on his decade-long experience as a bookworm, he discerned that Bai Ri's destiny had begun to shift. To achieve the status of an emperor, one must undergo a tragic experience worthy of song. Otherwise, one would feel embarrassed to greet others. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the dragon horn bow from his spatial pouch. Crafted by the hands of the four outstanding ones from ancient times, the bow shimmered with light, and its dragon sinew string could condense invisible energy arrows. Additionally, it was accompanied by 20 physical arrows, their tips forged from sharp dragon claws, possessing formidable armor-piercing capabilities. Bai Ri's eyes brightened slightly. As a master archer, he could naturally discern the bow's extraordinary quality. However, recalling his current state of being a cripple, the glimmer in his eyes dimmed once more. Qin Feng, fully immersed in the moment, expressed with a mix of regret, compassion, and righteous indignation, "This dragon horn bow was crafted specifically for you. I had not anticipated that you would endure so much in this past month while I labored to create it for you. Fear not, regardless of the difficulties. I shall assist you in restoring your dantian, enabling you to stand once more. I will not let anyone who has wronged you go unpunished." Qin Jun and Wan Ma exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend Qin Feng's intentions. Bai Ri was already incapacitated. Gifting him the dragon horn bow and promising to restore his dantian and avenge him seemed a losing proposition. Did he intend to follow Feng Chang's example and engage in something unspeakable with Bai Ri? Bai Ri gazed into Qin Feng's affectionate eyes, overwhelmed by emotion. Uncertain of Qin Feng's motives, he recognized that in his moment of despair, Qin Feng's appearance was undoubtedly a beacon illuminating his darkened world. At that instant, their eyes locked. Bai Ri felt no animosity towards Qin Feng, but rather an inexplicable sense of gratitude. He perceived Qin Feng as a genuine man of action, far superior to that scoundrel Feng Chong, who would flee without a second thought. Xiao Bai glanced between the two, sensing that music should accompany this moment. "You are a ray of light that has fallen in my world, rushing towards me. All things grow. The night sky is slowly illuminated. The glow falls upon your hands. And the evening breeze opens the chapters of stories that brew for you in secret." Chapter 90. The Deceptive Sixth Brother, Qin How the Kunlun Secret Realm. Rumored to be an independent world opened up by an ancient powerhouse of extraordinary cultivation. Contains not only the legacies of many ancient masters, but also myriad treasures and grand opportunities birthed by heaven and earth. Unfortunately, there is an age restriction for entry. Only those under 30 may enter. In the past, many powerful beings attempted to breach it, but all met with demise at the hands of the realm's laws. Since then, no one dared to forcefully invade the Kunlun secret realm. Currently, various forces from the ancient world were fervently preparing teleportation arrays, striving to send as many family disciples under 30 into the Kunlun secret realm as possible. The urgency stemmed not only from the immense opportunities within, but also from the celestial crystals produced there, stones imbued with special energy. Once one's cultivation reached a certain level, they could only rely on celestial crystals for further advancement. Each opening of the Kunlun secret realm essentially represented a reshuffling of power in the ancient world. If the younger generation of a family could bring back more celestial crystals, the strength of their ancestors would significantly increase. Conversely, stagnation could lead to potential annihilation by rival forces. Boss, the Kunlun secret realm is about to open. What are we doing here? Qianjun and Wanma expressed their confusion. Originally, both Tianhong Academy and the Moon Goddess Palace had extended invitations to Qin Feng, offering to directly transport him into the Kunlun secret realm through teleportation arrays, ensuring greater safety in numbers. However, Qin Feng declined both offers, bringing Qianjun, Wanma, the Demon Lord, and Xiao Bai to a small border city of the Yin dynasty, Flowerfall City. As for Bai Ri, after being branded with the mark of a celestial servant by Qin Feng, he was left to fend for himself on the Emerald Bamboo Peak, with the instruction to follow his instincts in pursuit of his grand destiny. Although they felt Qin Feng was merely painting grand illusions, they had no evidence to refute his claims. Of course, we are heading to the Kunlun secret realm. Qin Feng gazed ahead at Flowerfall City, confident he had not erred in his destination. Each time the Kunlun secret realm opened, many random entrances appeared, easily found by those with great fortune, while others would have to spend significant sums to establish teleportation arrays for forced entry. Based on the insights gleaned from his heavenly mechanism card, he knew that Feng Chong would encounter a secret entrance within Flowerfall City, leading him to the legendary pure spring birthed by heaven and earth, enabling him to cultivate the heart of the demon path, a concept that only existed in theory. Is there an entrance to the Kunlun secret realm here? The demon lord seemed to have realized something, increasingly feeling that Qin Feng was unfathomable. The Kunlun secret realm had yet to open, yet he could already pinpoint the location of an entrance, a feat even the top-tier figures like the Six Paths Emperor could not master. Otherwise, they wouldn't expend such resources to set up teleportation arrays. Meanwhile, the demon lord felt quite wronged, having heard tales of Qin Feng's unscrupulousness. Yet he had foolishly sought to gain from trading with him, only to end up losing everything. I am a man of integrity, Qin Feng suddenly stated. There is still some time before the Kunlun secret realm opens, and Feng Chong is conveniently in Flowerfall City. It might be worthwhile to set a trap for him. If that is the case, I won't feel wronged at all. The demon lord brightened up, expressing his readiness. The Qin family. Ever since learning that Qin Feng had slain dragons with his first-level spiritual martial cultivation, Qin had entered a frenzied self-punishment mode. Daily, he would venture into the beast-infested forests, battling ferocious beasts, refusing to return home until he had drained every last ounce of his energy. Oh heavens! What kind of monsters have I spawned? Qin Tian lamented, feeling both pain and joy. While his second son's accomplishments were commendable, the injuries he returned home with each day were a cause for concern, compelling Qin Tian to draw from the family treasury to aid in his healing, causing the once plump treasury to dwindle. How he missed his eldest son. Qin Tian began to reminisce about his reliable son, Qin Feng, who had been a source of peace and ease since childhood. After the age of 8, he ventured out alone, becoming the third holy son of the Yin dynasty, and not long ago had sent 10 crates of treasures his way. Reflecting on the second son, Qin Hao, he was a mischievous child from a young age, causing his parents endless worry. At 12, he was still dependent on them, resembling a financial burden. Wind, do you know how your father has endured these 7 years? Qin Tian's face was etched with sorrow, an overwhelming sense of heartache. He had restrained himself for 7 long years, unable to proclaim that his son, Qin Feng, possessed the potential of a great emperor. This was indeed a cruel reality for a father who prided himself on success. Suddenly, Yunxia rushed in, her expression flustered, holding a letter left by Qin Hao announcing his departure. The essence of the letter conveyed his intention to venture out into the world, assuring them not to worry, as he would defeat his elder brother, become their pride, lead the Qin family to eliminate the De Xiao royal lineage, conquer the ancient world, and trample all realms. He even mentioned that he had emptied his father's small treasury. What? Qin Tian's voice escalated, his composure shattered. Initially, he felt a surge of relief upon hearing the first half of the letter, thrilled that his second son was finally stepping up. However, upon hearing the latter half, his heart sank. That ungrateful sixth son, out of paternal affection, he had used the small treasury to aid him. Yet Qin Hao had fixated on his father's savings and drained it. Truly, his son harbored malicious intent. Yunxia brandished a large stick, her tone admonishing. I believe you owe me an explanation as to why you have a small treasury. At that moment, outside the Qin family city, Qin Hao was galloping swiftly on horseback. Grandfather, will we catch up? He inquired. Not a problem. The ethereal figure of his grandfather replied confidently, I assure you, I have not miscalculated. There exists an entrance to the Kunlun's secret realm at that location. It was there that I encountered the world-destruction divine thunder, but alas, I was not yet 30 and unable to subdue it. You are different. As long as you follow my instructions, you will be able to merge the divine thunder within you, summoning storms and obliterating all things, becoming the deity of thunder. If fortune favors you, it might even stimulate the rebirth of your supreme bone. I understand. Qin Hao's eyes gleamed with determination. No matter the peril, he was willing to take the gamble. This was not merely about proving his worth. It was about reclaiming what he had lost. As night fell upon the border town, a figure cloaked in black traversed the deserted streets. Should anyone observe closely, they would recognize this individual as Feng Chong, the most wanted criminal of the Yin dynasty. Due to his status, he could not utilize the teleportation array to access the Kunlun secret realm. Thus, he had to risk returning to the Despised dynasty via the border town of Hualuo. Rumors circulated, instigated by an unknown sixth son, claiming he was involved with 6 emperors, attracting the attention of the formidable, shape-shifting demon lord who sought to investigate. He, a pervert, felt uncomfortable being labeled as such. Had it not been for his extraordinary luck, he might have fallen victim to their schemes. Which sixth son was plotting against me from the shadows? Feng Chong warily surveyed the empty streets. Since entering Hualuo, an unsettling feeling lingered, as if he were being watched by this mysterious sixth son, with the risk of being ensnared in Hualuo looming at any moment. Chapter 91. Young Master, save me at this time. Qin Feng and his companions arrived at the bustling flower street of the town. The street was alive with voices, filled with gentlemen from across the city. Eldest brother, what are we doing here? Qianjun and Wanma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Why, we are here for serious business. Qin Feng, adorned in white attire and wielding a folding fan, exuded charm, drawing the attention of passers-by. Serious business. Qianjun and Wanma immediately grew animated, uncertain if their thoughts aligned with Qin Feng's intentions. This establishment, Qin Feng approached a beautifully adorned building, its name indicative of its reputable nature, Hehehehe Courtyard. Young master, you seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit? A plump woman, donning a professional smile, approached with the gait of an experienced matron. With her years of experience, she sensed that Qin Feng and his entourage were of considerable status, especially Qin Feng himself, who radiated nobility, adorned with a precious gourd at his waist. Clearly hailing from a prominent family. It is my first time, Qin Feng replied, surveying the surroundings. He held no interest in the ordinary courtesans, instead admiring the exquisite decor of Hehehehe Courtyard. Having served as a divine son in the Moon God Palace for 7 years, his standards were undeniably elevated. Even the most mundane ladies there could not compare to the refined beauties of the palace. His purpose for visiting was to acquire a flower house, setting a trap for Feng Chong to see if it would succeed. According to the insights gleaned from the heavenly machine card, Feng Chong would likely seek lodging in such a place, not for a simple respite, but for the convenience of hiding amidst the chaos. It is well known that flower houses are frequented by the chosen ones, where they may encounter tragically fated heroines or supporting characters. Even a ruthless demon would feel compassion for them, leading to beautiful encounters born from their charming personas. In essence, he intended to cater to Feng Chang's preferences, orchestrating a serendipitous meeting. The plump matron enthusiastically remarked, Young master, you have come to the right place. Our Hehehehe Courtyard is the most renowned flower house in Hualuo, boasting the presence of the 4 famous courtesans. The 4 famous courtesans? Qin Feng exclaimed. Little Bird, Kink, Yashio, and Cute White. The matron, ever the professional, merely paused momentarily before responding with a smile, as long as the young master desires. They shall be known as Little Bird, Kink, Yashio, and Cute White. Oh dear, I've gone off script. Qin Feng waved his hand, producing 10 exquisite spirit stones, declaring, For the next 3 days, I shall reserve this Hehehehe Courtyard, and you shall all heed my commands. Is that acceptable? Exquisite spirit stones. The matroness' eyes sparkle with excitement. No problem, no problem. Whatever the young master desires, they shall comply fully. Sitting atop Qin Feng's shoulder, Xiao Bai suddenly paused its nibbling on a carrot. At the moment Qin Feng unveiled the exquisite spirit stones, it sensed an entire mountain of them within his spatial realm. At least 30 million in total. Good heavens! 30 million exquisite spirit stones. It had always believed itself to be a humble rabbit born into an ordinary family. raised under the teachings that children of the poor must mature early, living a frugal life for 7 years. Yet these were all mere facades. It was truly a rabbit of great fortune. Xiao Bai's heart raced with excitement, rendering the carrot in its hand tasteless. At that moment, Qin Feng commanded his men to remove the sign from Yihong courtyard, replacing it with one he had personally inscribed. Chicken cannot be missed. Young master, this name. The matron's expression was one of disbelief, feeling the new name was somewhat risky. That has precisely the effect I desire. Qin Feng surveyed the entire flower street. Such a unique name would surely attract Feng Chang's attention amidst the crowd. Meanwhile, the shape-shifting demon lord had transformed into the likeness of Feng Chang's first love. Princess Nanfeng, as per Qin Feng's request. There was no need for an exact replica. As long as there was a resemblance of 70 to 80%, it sufficed. For no matter how cold and ruthless Feng Chang had become after succumbing to darkness, encountering the visage of his first love would undoubtedly stir his emotions. To avoid revealing any flaws, Qin Feng even spent 10,000 villain points from the system to exchange for a breath-hiding talisman, concealing the aura of the shape-shifting demon lord. Now, with all preparations complete, they awaited the protagonist's arrival. Is this really going to work? The shape-shifting demon lord, veiled and seated on the second floor of Chicken Cannot Be Missed, found itself surrounded by a throng of captivated gentlemen. In this border town, when had they ever encountered such beauty? Even with only half of her face revealed, it was enough to incite unprecedented commotion throughout the city of Hualuo. My word, this fellow can truly transform into anything. In the midst of a throng, a figure clad in black appeared on Huajia, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than Feng Chang, the very person they had been waiting for. Initially, he had merely intended to spend a night in this dubious establishment and seek a chance to return to the Great Xia dynasty come morning. However, upon his arrival, he was captivated by the enticing sign of a brothel named Jibukeshi. By heavens, he truly came. The ever-elusive demon lord could no longer maintain his composure, feeling increasingly convinced of Qin Feng's inscrutable nature. After pursuing Feng Chang for half a month without success, it was astonishing that Qin Feng had so fortuitously delivered him right to his doorstep. Containing his excitement, he took a deep breath to steady himself. Recalling Qin Feng's words, "Calmness is key, my dear lad. I shall take care of you." However, a sudden commotion erupted as Miss Dongfang fled. The name was a playful moniker bestowed upon her by Qin Feng, and instantly chaos ensued within the brothel as a group of burly men charged after her. Outside, Feng Chang heard the ruckus and instinctively turned to see a beautiful maiden, her face etched with terror, rushing toward him. Though her features were partially concealed by a veil, they stirred an involuntary tremor in his heart. "Save me, young master." Miss Dongfang grasped Feng Chang's hand, her eyes brimming with desperation. Just as she thought she could escape the brothel, the men swiftly caught up and forcibly separated her from Feng Chang. "Young master, save me," she pleaded, remembering Qin Feng's advice to appear weak and pitiful in the face of such a creature. At that moment, as Feng Chang beheld her helpless gaze, a fragment of warmth thawed his long-frozen heart. Should he reveal his identity to rescue the stranger, or simply turn away and pretend he had not seen? "You wretched harlot, do you wish to bring about my demise?" The voluptuous madam of the brothel rushed out, her voice laced with fury. She was unaware of how Miss Dongfang had offended Qin Feng, only knowing that he had reserved the establishment solely for the purpose of selling her off. Should she allow the girl to escape, she feared dire consequences for herself. The gentlemen present, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of sympathy and were prepared to offer warmth to Miss Dongfang. Suddenly, a gentle night breeze swept through, dislodging her veil and revealing an exquisite visage, akin to a delicate flower, her brows like jade and skin as pale as snow. Astounded, the gentleman went into a frenzy, vowing to provide her with the warmth she deserved. Feng Chang, resembling a youthful lead in a low-budget historical drama, finally exhibited some semblance of emotion. To his surprise, Miss Dongfang bore a striking resemblance to his first love. Princess Nanfeng. Reminded of his inability to protect her from the scoundrel Qin Feng, he could not bear to watch Miss Dongfang fall into the jaws of danger. As for the hidden schemer lurking in the shadows, he realized he may have been overly paranoid, most likely suffering from the aftereffects of encountering Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Qin Feng observed the unfolding drama from the second floor of Jibukeshi, witnessing everything as he had anticipated. As long as the demon lord was not a liability, Feng Chang's fate would be sealed that very day. "Boss, you are truly remarkable." Qianjun and Wanma gazed at Qin Feng with admiration, their reverence akin to a ceaseless river. They had heard tales of Feng Chang's nefarious deeds, how he had wreaked havoc across several cities within the Yinyu dynasty, inciting the Six Paths Emperor to dispatch a legion of skilled assassins to hunt him down. Yet, no matter how meticulously the traps were laid, Feng Chang managed to evade capture, even turning the tables on many of his pursuers, leading people to proclaim him a figure of demonic prowess. Yet this man, imbued with such potential, was now utterly at their leader's mercy. Once the bidding commences, don't hesitate to make your offers, Qin Feng instructed. Aware that Feng Chang was a wanted man eager to return to the Great Xia dynasty and enter the Kunlun secret realm. Thus he could not act recklessly in Luohua City. That poor fellow. Qianjun and Wanma exchanged glances, mourning for Feng Chang's plight. Their leader, it seemed, was not only fixated on his physical form, but also eyeing the spiritual stones within his wallet. This endeavor had already cost them 10 premium spiritual stones, and they were determined to recoup their losses. As Qin Feng contemplated the 10 premium stones, he felt a pang of regret, planning to report Feng Chang as a wanted criminal to the authorities after the Demon Lord's grand transformation. The duo was utterly astonished, realizing their leader would not cease until he had extracted every last ounce from Feng Chang. "I'm doing this for his own good," Qin Feng proclaimed with righteous fervor. "Adversity cultivates resilience, and hardships forge greatness." Qianjun and Wanma stared at him, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and admiration. What profound wisdom! The pickiest of the group, Xiao Bai, gazed at Qin Feng with reverence, realizing the vast expanse of knowledge he had yet to acquire. Determined, he seized the carrot, vowing to consume it for the freedom of tomorrow. With a cheerful demeanor, the voluptuous madam entered the private room, reporting to Qin Feng, "Young master, everything is in order. Miss Dongfang is ready to enter the auction at any moment." "Excellent." Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. "When you introduce Miss Dongfang, be sure to mention that she offended the third holy son, Qin Feng, who decimated her family, resulting in her unfortunate fate as a courtesan." "What?" The madam's legs weakened in fright, and she knelt before him. "What nonsense is this? The holy son of the Yinyu dynasty holds a status akin to that of a prince. Even if the third holy son's reputation is tarnished, I would not dare to slander him. State it as I have instructed." Qianjuan's expression turned cold as he produced a jade token, an emblem of Qin Feng's status as the third holy son, inscribed with his title. "You are the holy son Qin Feng, the unrivaled prodigy of the ancient world." The madam's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind spinning. Soon, the hall of Jibukeishi was filled to capacity. Miss Dongfang, with a pallid complexion, sat upon the stage, drawing the sympathy of the gentlemen below, who vowed to ensure this ethereal beauty experienced warmth in this world. "Ladies and gentlemen," with Qin Feng's backing, the madam strode onto the stage with confidence. Smiling as she announced, "This Miss Dongfang hails from a prestigious family, but due to her unwillingness to serve the third holy son, Qin Feng, her family was annihilated, and she was cast into this brothel to suffer indignity. This opportunity is not to be missed." As her words fell, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. "From a noble family? No wonder she is so stunning." Whispers of disbelief spread like wildfire, for they had long heard of the third holy son Qin Feng's ruthless methods, marveling at his audacity to target even such a beautiful maiden. He even dared to lay hands on his own brother. How could he care for beauty? Qin Feng sat in a private room on the second floor, jotting down the names of those who spoke ill of him. Qianjun and Wanma stood frozen, their minds racing with exclamations of disbelief. Based on their understanding of Qin Feng, noting down names was hardly an invitation to dinner. It was far more likely to be an invitation for a family feast. Moreover, the comment from the crowd undoubtedly struck a nerve with Feng Chang. This Miss Dongfang resembled him greatly. Both were once untouchable, high above the fray, but had now fallen into the mire due to the vile Qin Feng, further solidifying his resolve to rescue her. "Miss Dongfang." Feng Chang feigned a lifeless expression, gazing at her. The once vibrant beauty now appeared ashen, her eyes only lighting up when they met his, as if silently imploring him for salvation, a testament to her lingering hope and determination. The rotund madam smiled warmly, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, the bidding begins. The highest bidder shall gain entry to Miss Dongfang's chamber. 100 spirit stones, 1,000 spirit stones, 10,000 spirit stones, 100 premium spirit stones." A cold voice rang out, drawing the attention of all the gentlemen towards Feng Chang. A single premium spirit stone was equivalent to 1,000 ordinary spirit stones. Thus, 100 represented a staggering sum of 100,000 ordinary spirit stones. A fortune in their modest border town. 1,000 premium spirit stones. Qianjun, following Qin Feng's instructions, promptly multiplied the bid tenfold. Wama expressed concern, "Boss, what if we scare Feng Chong away with such high bids?" "Do not worry." Qin Feng remained unfazed by the possibility of Feng Chong fleeing. His decade-long experience as a reader suggested that authors often catered to readers' whims, inadvertently bestowing their protagonists with extravagant attributes. Feng Chang's gaze shifted to the second floor. He had not anticipated the presence of wealth. As the savior of the Daxia dynasty, he possessed ample spirit stones, particularly after having conquered several cities, making his worth unparalleled. 100,000 premium spirit stones. 150,000 premium spirit stones. 1,000,000 premium spirit stones. The gentlemen watched in awe as the bids escalated, their hearts racing. The moment Feng Chang's stoic expression finally shifted, it became apparent that his opponent was exceptionally affluent. Initially contemplating withdrawal, upon witnessing the plea in Miss Dongfang's eyes, he gritted his teeth and declared, 150,000 premium spirit stones. Heavens, 150,000 premium spirit stones. The crowd erupted in excitement, turning their gazes to Feng Chong. To lavish such a fortune for a woman of the night was either madness or a sign of lunacy. "Boss." Qianjun and Wanma looked to Qin Feng, seeking his guidance on whether to raise the bid again. "Master, we cannot increase the bid further." Miss Dongfang, her expression tense, glanced towards the private room on the second floor, internally pleading, 150,000 premium spirit stones is nearly enough. Please don't delay my matrimonial encounter. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng decided to accept the offer. He understood that the chosen one's wealth surely exceeded 150,000 premium spirit stones. But compared to the benefits of aiding a future emperor, additional spirit stones paled in significance. 150,000 premium spirit stones once. 150,000 premium spirit stones twice. 150,000 premium spirit stones thrice. Sold to this young master. The plump madam's cheeks flushed with excitement. She felt as if she were in a dream. Feng Chong exhaled deeply, relieved that no further bids had been made, for he would have had to expose his identity to forcibly take her away. Fortunately, as a protagonist from another world, such trivial obstacles could not mar his facade, especially as Miss Dongfang's eyes sparkled with renewed hope and admiration upon his victory. After settling the payment, he entered Miss Dongfang's chamber amidst the envious gazes of the gentlemen. The room was dimly lit by flickering red candles, suffused with a delicate fragrance. "Miss Dongfang, I only wish to express my sympathy. I harbor no ulterior motives." Feng Chong, despite viewing himself as a cold-hearted overlord, wore a comically expressionless face. "Goodness, he truly resembles what my master described," Miss Dongfang thought, increasingly convinced of Qin Feng's depth. After transforming into this persona, Qin Feng had instructed him on how to win over the lifeless expression. Besides making specific facial expressions at the right moments, he had advised that once the other party assumed a gentlemanly demeanor, he should engage in poetry. "I know that a woman like me would tarnish your reputation," Miss Dongfang melodically lamented, "a pair of jade arms for 1,000 pillows, a mere hint of crimson lips for 1,000 tastes. Pretending to be delicate, feigning a tender heart." Miss Dongfang misinterpreted his intentions. Feng Chong couldn't help but furrow his brow. Since entering the room, an unsettling feeling had enveloped him. He had intended to leave with Miss Dongfang, but upon hearing her recite poetry and seeing her reminiscent features of a long-lost love, he felt compelled to showcase his poetic prowess. "Young master, it is indeed Miss Dongfang's fate," she exclaimed with tear-filled eyes, rising to disrobe before him. "Miss Dongfang, I assure you, I am not that kind of person." Feng Chang's expression shifted once more, hastily turning his head away. As he grappled with whether to act like a beast or something even less dignified, an unexpected flame ignited within him, reminiscent of the fervor he had felt during a life-or-death competition. This overwhelming desire was unforgettable. Wait, why does she also possess? Feng Chong suddenly realized something, awakening him fully. As he raised his head, the enchanting Miss Dongfang had vanished, replaced by the shape-shifting Demon Lord. "Ha ha ha, my position as emperor is assured." The Demon Lord, seeing Feng Chong ensnared, could not suppress his malevolent laughter. "How could it be you? No, please don't approach me." Feng Chong's heart raced as he realized the peril he was in. Witnessing the Demon Lord encircle him, finally comprehending the terror he had felt earlier. Suddenly, thunder rumbled, and torrential rain poured from the heavens. It seemed even the divine could find no means to rescue Feng Chong, opting instead to weep for his woeful fate. As the rain began to fall, gentlemen visiting the flower district hurriedly sought shelter, realizing they would likely not return home that night. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for orchestrating the sale of the Chosen One, thus acquiring 200,000 villain points. Can you not speak? Qin Feng's mood soured instantly. The truth had yet to be revealed. How could one use the term soul? What if the two, like two turtles meeting a green bean, found joy in each other's company? Would he not be unjustly wronged? Let's depart. Qin Feng glanced at the time, aware that the opening of the Kunlun secret realm was imminent. He led his entourage of 1,000 soldiers, along with Xiao Bai, through the rain toward their destination. As for the transformative demon lord, having long surpassed the age of 30, he was unable to accompany them to the Kunlun secret realm and would be better off reveling in his freedom outside. Yes, boss. The 1,000 soldiers promptly produced umbrellas to ensure Qin Feng's elegant demeanor remained intact, while they themselves stood behind, drenched by the downpour. But, the sound of hurried footsteps splashing through the water echoed. A young man garbed in black, with sharp brows and bright eyes, swiftly brushed past Qin Feng, wielding what appeared to be an exceedingly ordinary longsword. Lin San? What brings him here? Qin Feng, as if jolted by electricity, quickly turned to search for him. Lin San, too, halted, glancing back at the person he had just missed. In that moment, both confirmed their unspoken connection. They were the ones each had yearned for over the past 7 years. The rain fell in torrents, the moonlight painting a picturesque scene. The vibrant flower street was ablaze with lights, bustling as ever. Qin Feng and Lin San, after 7 years apart, stood on opposite sides of the street. Oblivious to the surrounding clamor and rain, their gazes solely fixed on the one they had awaited for so long. Boss, what is wrong with you? Wama. Noticing something amiss with Qin Feng, waved his hand in front of his eyes. Qin Feng's gaze burned intensely upon Lin San, his voice trembling with emotion. In the crowd, I sought him 1,000 times. When I turned around, there he stood amidst the dim lights. What does this mean? Ji-kun and Wan Ma exchanged glances, sensing a story unfolding between the two. Why does Qin Xiong's gaze affect me even more than it did 7 years ago? Lin San, under Qin Feng's intense gaze, felt his heart race, struggling to maintain composure. Xiao Bai, curious, observed the two, believing such a scene ought to be accompanied by music. Like you glancing back in a city of falling flowers, the hoofbeats receding, your tenderness remains. Who still waits in the empty small building beyond the mountains for the rain to fall? Paddling a small boat, one person, one city, warming a pot of wine.